Chapter 1, Can You Stop Following Me? My name is Helly, I'm 20 years old, good-looking, tall and upright, kind-hearted and optimistic. However, I'm currently on leave from university and suffering from severe schizophrenia. I'm VIP patient number 05468 at Benhashi 3rd People's Hospital. That day, a gloomy sky weighed down with stifling air, and people on the streets hurried along, looking for shelter from the impending storm. I walked close to the buildings, a plastic bag with a beef bone hanging from my hand, head bowed as I watched my feet move. A breeze stirred the sweltering air, rustling the fallen leaves at my feet, but suddenly, an icy chill crept around my ankle. Snap! I stopped in my tracks and turned my gaze toward the narrow alley between two buildings nearby. The deep alley was eerily quiet, with a chilling wind whistling through it. I paused for a moment before stepping into the alley. The ground was covered in puddles, the walls were damp, and a foul-smelling garbage pile lay at the far end. I glanced around, shifting the plastic bag from my right hand to my left, then crouched down and plunged my right hand into the puddle to grope around. The water was bone-chillingly cold. Suddenly, my fingers brushed against something, and I leaped to my feet, clutching a black snake over a meter long. The serpent had 2 tails and a single eerie eye on its head, its 3 jade-green pupils glaring at me with icy malice. Unfazed, I stretched my arm to the right, still gripping the snake. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged behind me, similar to me in appearance, but older, colder, his eyes utterly devoid of emotion. He first glanced at my retreating figure, then raised his right hand, flicking his fingers lightly toward the snake's head. Bang! The snake's head instantly shattered, blood spraying out. Frowning, I shook my hand and said, "So it's your turn today?" His tone was stiff as he replied, "They're asleep." I complained, "Jin Fong, compared to you, I prefer them." As I walked toward the street, I pulled a tissue from my pocket to wipe my hand. He asked, "Chen Sui included?" I paused briefly before answering, "Except for you and Chen Sui, I prefer them." He fell silent, walking wordlessly by my side. Strangely, the pedestrians brushing past us couldn't see him at all, they simply passed right through his figure. I was still complaining about his violent actions. It was just a fledgling demon, was it really necessary to use so much force? Blood splattered onto my arm, and I wasn't happy about it. He explained expressionlessly, "I didn't use any ability, just gave it a light flick." I rolled my eyes, "Thanks, next time please don't resort to such violent flicking solutions." That little snake's giant eyeball nearly smashed into my face just now. He stopped talking altogether, looking as if he didn't care what I said. I sighed and quickened my pace home with the Ox Bone Club in hand. This world hasn't been normal for 2 years now. TV reports constantly covered natural disasters, bizarre deaths, and eventually, stories of demons appearing worldwide. I was completely baffled, unable to tell whether the world had changed or I had traveled through time. After all, I didn't experience the obvious signs of time travel you'd see in novels. Later, a few people suddenly appeared around me, like summoned beasts or guardian spirits. Only I could see them, and they even possessed supernatural abilities. At first, I was startled, but after calming down, I began actively talking to them. After a while, someone reported me, and I was sent to a psychiatric hospital. That made sense. Who wouldn't be scared seeing a grown guy laughing and talking to thin air? My classmates got frightened and called the police. A professional evaluation concluded that I had severe schizophrenia. After 6 months of treatment at the Benhashi 3rd Psychiatric Hospital, I was finally discharged only after I'd completely transformed into a full-fledged psycho boy. But that diagnosis ended up becoming a vivid splash of color in my life's resume, granting me a third valid ID to prove my identity, alongside my ID card and driver's license. A year passed, and I adapted to this life, working at a bookstore and chatting with the imaginary buddies conjured up by my schizophrenia. Screw school, I thought. I'll deal with it when this mental circus is over. As I rounded the corner, Jin Fong suddenly said, "Someone's following you, 300 meters behind." I froze, glanced at Jin Fong, then turned into the bend. The intersection formed a sharp 90-degree angle, a perfect visual blind spot and an ideal ambush location. Jin Fong stood roadside with arms crossed, tracking the stranger's movements and feeding me distance updates. "He's following, 200 meters, 150 meters. He's stopped behind the utility pole at 100 meters, good awareness." Jin Fong praised. I leaned against the wall, listening to Jin Fong's callouts, feeling like I was playing a video game with wall hacks. "He's coming again, 50 meters. He's getting desperate, 10 meters. He's here." I suddenly stepped forward, appearing right in front of the young man tailing me, staring straight at him while tightly gripping the big bone club in my hand. This giant bone club isn't just for making soup, it doubles as a weapon when things get serious. The young man was startled, frozen on the spot as he stared blankly into my eyes. The scene instantly fell silent. Gulp. He swallowed hard, forcing an awkward smile and stammered, "Hello." I cut in first, "Can you stop following me?" Just as I spoke, Jin Fong's curled fingers halted beside the young man's right temple, his eyes filled with indifference toward life. He glanced at me, his gaze questioning. Ignoring Jin Fong's puzzlement, I repeated my question, my voice heavier and colder, "Can you stop following me?" The young man tried to argue, "I wasn't." "Okay. I'll go now. Seeing my increasingly icy and oppressive glare, he immediately changed his tune. He said he suddenly felt chilled all over, especially his right cheek, scalp, and back, and before he could correct himself, his hair stood on end as if a venomous snake had locked onto him. Thanks, now get going. The young man turned and ran without hesitation. Jin Fong watched his fleeing figure with some regret and asked, "Why didn't you kill him?" I looked at him helplessly and said, "We live in a society ruled by law, boss." Jin Fong pondered for a moment. "But aren't you mentally ill? Who the hell told you that mentally ill people can kill without breaking the law? Ignorant of the law," I retorted angrily, then walked away carrying my big bone club. Jin Fong struggled with the thought, why would a killer like me need to understand the law? Chapter 2. Highly artistic glug, glug, glug. I lifted the pot lid, skimmed off the foam from the broth with a spoon, then added the carrots, shiitake mushrooms, corn, and other ingredients from the chopping board into the pot. After covering it, I turned the heat to low and let it simmer for 3 hours. In the living room, I asked Leon, "What exactly do you do?" "A cleaner." "You mean you're a hitman?" "Yes." "Cool." I asked again, "Do you kill anyone?" "No women, no kids." "That's the rule." I walked over and sat next to Jin Fong. Jin Fong kept his eyes fixed on the TV and said, "This movie has high artistic value." I glanced at it was the classic film Lion, The Professional, and asked, "Does this movie resonate with you professionally?" Jin Fong shook his head, "Not really. A hitman isn't just a so-called cleaner, but a team with a planning group responsible for schemes, a logistics group for escape, and an action team for elimination. Only when all of them come together does it count as a hitman. And we're not the type to follow rules like no women, no kids. Money, that's always the top priority. If you followed the rules, what would be the point of being an assassin?" I thought about it and found it quite reasonable. A butcher who abandons everything to walk in darkness wouldn't follow any rules. I asked again, "Then why did you say this movie has a high artistic quality?" "Of course," Jin Fong said matter-of-factly. "The artistic quality is very high indeed." Alright, I realized I'd asked a foolish question. It was like playing a gangster movie in front of a real mob boss and asking if gangs were really like that. They'd probably just smile and say nothing. What can be shown to ordinary people definitely isn't real. The true facts would never be allowed to be seen. After dinner, as I finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen, I noticed Jin Fong was gone. I didn't pay it much mind. Jin Fong disappeared today. Tomorrow it could be someone else. Maybe I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find 6 or 7 people standing by my bed staring intently at me. I'd long grown accustomed to it. I watched some TV, took a shower, and went to bed. The next day, I packed my small bag and went to work. I work at a bookstore inside the 3rd Ring Road, with a fixed monthly salary of 3,500 yuan per person. My main duties are organizing books and assisting customers. I'm quite content with this job. If I hadn't pursued graduate studies after college, the best I could have gotten would be those 996 jobs where you never see sunlight at either end of the day. The pay might be better, but I'd have turned into a walking corpse. Sister Jiang, sweet soybean milk and meat buns. I walked into the bookstore and placed the breakfast on the counter, addressing the woman behind it. "Alright, thank you," she replied, looking up. Her shoulder-length hair, white blouse, and black-framed glasses gave her a somewhat plain appearance, with an air of old-fashioned rigidity. The bookstore had just the two of us, me as the guide and organizer, and Sister Jiang handling the register and opening/closing duties. Every day I brought her breakfast, and she treated me to lunchbox meals. It seemed a fair arrangement. "Jiang Jia, you eat first. I'll go check which books need restocking. Compile the list for you to report to the boss," I said, putting down my bag and slipping on my work vest. "Okay," Jiang Jia replied, taking her breakfast and sitting down to eat. She glanced at me jotting notes with a small notebook among the bookshelves before opening the computer's chat window. Target remains normal and stable. Spiritual energy residue detected on the body. Right hand bears faint traces of magic, possible contact with demons. The reply came instantly after she sent it, continue surveillance. Then another message came through. Stay safe. If there's any danger, you have permission to flee immediately. Ms. Zhang didn't reply. She simply closed the chat window and quietly ate her steamed bun while sipping soybean milk. These two books have been selling quite well recently. I noted down in my little notebook Reckless Adolescence and Enchanting 18 Years Old. Both books had eye-catching titles and covers, but contained classical literature inside. I could just imagine the indignant frustration of teenagers buying these books only to hide under their blankets at home, ready to study. Those clickbait titles were downright despicable. Don't ask me how I know this. If you must know, let's just say I've been there. Why not kill her? Suddenly a voice spoke up. I looked up and saw Jin Fong, dressed in an exquisite black suit, standing elegantly atop a bookshelf with his hands clasped behind his back. Kill who? I asked quietly. The woman behind the counter at the entrance. Jin Fong glanced at Sister Jiang, who was sipping soy milk and occasionally adjusting her black-framed glasses, then added, I told you long ago she must belong to some organization tasked with monitoring you. This bookstore was open just to keep watch on you. Without looking at Sister Jiang, I walked deeper into the bookshelves until I reached the innermost corner, visible to her but unable to see her myself. We live in a society governed by law, I said. How could we just kill someone at will? So you just let them watch you? Every move you make, showering, sleeping, getting up in the middle of the night to wash your underwear in the bathroom, they see it all clearly? My face flushed red. We can't resort to murder, and killing Sister Jiang wouldn't help anyway. She's just the one assigned to monitor me. Killing her would alert the enemy, leaving me even more vulnerable. I haven't even met the bookstore owner. Besides, stop thinking about killing all the time. Use your brain. Carrying a death on your hands without even understanding their motives, isn't that just stupid? Jean slowed his steps as he walked along the bookshelf and said, their motives? What motives could they possibly have? Either they want to recruit you into their organization, make you work for them, likely with generous pay, though whether you'd live long enough to enjoy it is another question, or they're just keeping an eye on you, ready to eliminate you at the first sign of danger. I paused. You're right. Xiao Yu told me the same thing, but he said we should wait and see, don't make the first move, strike only when the enemy does. Let them initiate, then counterattack. Xiao Yu? Jin Fong sneered. He's a rational guy, but his weakness is being too rational. Always calculating gains, losses, right and wrong first. What's the phrase from the book? Ah yes, hesitant and overcautious. I ignored Jin Fong's sarcastic jab at Xiao Yu. They'd been at odds with each other for quite some time now. Jin Fong walked to the edge of the bookshelf and looked down at me. If you've made up your mind and want to kill this woman, I'd be delighted to help. With that, he vanished atop the bookshelf. Sister Jiang, who gives off a stern impression, had no idea she'd just skirted the edge of life and death. At lunch, she even added a chicken drumstick to my boxed meal. After eating, I bought her a mango iced tea as a token of gratitude. The breakfast I brought her cost 7 yuan, while the original 10 yuan lunchbox jumped to 15 with the drumstick. The disparity between two meals made me feel somewhat embarrassed. Friendship should be reciprocal, even if this particular friend was assigned to monitor me, not that it's a big deal. In the evening, I bid Sister Jiang farewell, slung my small bag over my shoulder, and left the bookstore heading for the market along the street. Last night's rain, baked by today's sun, had turned the air stifling with evaporating moisture. Wiping sweat from my brow, I heard a soft sigh beside me. Ah! I turned my head to see a disheveled, melancholic middle-aged man beside me, his eyes perpetually downcast, brows slightly furrowed as if weighed down by hidden sorrows. Uncle Lee, what brings you here? I asked with a smile, genuinely surprised by his appearance since he visited least frequently of everyone. To me, he was also the only person I could truly have normal conversations with. Nothing much, just needed some air. Thought I'd find a small tavern for a drink, Li Qin said slowly, his voice carrying a magnetic quality with a downward inflection that ended in a despondent sigh. Drinking? I can't join you, I get terrifying when I'm drunk, I replied cheerfully. Forget it then. Uncle Li Qin waved his hand, then patted my shoulder with concern and said softly, don't always cook at home just to save money. How many young people cook at home every day these days? Even if you don't order takeout, go out and treat yourself to some nice meals every now and then. I thought for a moment and chuckled, alright then, let's go for barbecue tonight. I know a place running a promotion these days, 99 yuan for 4 plates of meat and 3 side dishes. It's a great deal. Let's go there. Of course, as a passerby beside me watched me talking to thin air and occasionally laughing foolishly, they subtly pointed and whispered, their eyes strange, as if looking at a lunatic. But I'm long used to such looks. Actually, I prefer the mental hospital. The environment there is beautiful, the air fresh, the nurses sweet-voiced and pretty, the doctors gentle and polite. There's also the largest seaside lawn where the mentally ill can go wild to their heart's content. Most importantly, there I'm not an outcast. But things are fine as they are now. As long as I don't care, it's others who have to worry. The discharge papers clearly state, immersive personality isolation, fully self-sufficient capacity, no violent tendencies. To put it bluntly, I'm just lost in my own little world, living my life with myself, indifferent to the outside and harmless to others. Truthfully, I'm not sure if I'm actually ill, but I trust medical science, and I believe Jin Fong and Li Qin are real even if others can't see them. If everyone insists I'm sick, then fine, I'm sick. Whatever. I admit it, what are you gonna do about it? In the barbecue restaurant, I was eating with great relish. The meat sizzled and glistened with oil. I didn't like wrapping it in vegetables, so I just grilled it, dipped it in sauce, and popped it into my mouth. The aroma of the sauce and the meat exploded on my taste buds, utterly satisfying. Li Qin sat across from me, watching me devour the food with a contented smile. Actually, Jin Fong meant well. He cares about you a lot. I flipped the meat slices and placed a few mushrooms on the edge of the grill, saying, I know, but his way of handling things is too violent. Uncle Lee, you understand, killing isn't the perfect solution. Li Qin sighed and said, actually, I don't know what to do either. The decision ultimately depends on He Jun and Xiao Yu. Are the two of them always right? I retorted with a smile. Li Qin shook his head again and said, I don't know, but compared to us, their considerations are much more thorough. They can make the optimal choice for you. I was about to speak when I suddenly saw a middle-aged woman wearing an apron walking toward us with a troubled expression. I watched as she approached my table, her face a mix of anguish and faint fear. Finally, she managed a strained smile and said, "Sir, excuse me, but could you please move to a private dining room?" A private room? I was taken aback for a moment before suddenly understanding. Looking around, everyone in the barbecue restaurant was staring at me. When my gaze met theirs, they all quickly lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. I put down my chopsticks, looked at the middle-aged woman who appeared nervous with trembling hands, and said lightly, "I won't be going to any private room." Then, the woman grew even more fearful. "Check, please. I'm done eating." Right away. Stepping out of the barbecue restaurant, I gazed at the bustling traffic on the street with clear eyes, undisturbed by what had happened inside. Li Qin apologized to me. "Sorry for interrupting your meal." With a smile, I replied softly yet firmly, "It's fine. In my world, there's only you guys, so there's no such thing as interruption or bother." My tone made it all sound perfectly natural. I'm different from most people, they shun me, even fear me, and I completely understand why. It reminds me of when I was at the orphanage as a child. There was a little boy with albinism. His skin and hair were completely white. None of the other kids would play with him, they all excluded him, for no other reason than that he was different. I was walking down the street with Li Qin by my side, chatting as we went, followed by a shadowy figure over 3 meters tall. I said, "With so many people coming and going on the street, it's not suitable. Let's go to the Grove." But Li Qin replied, "The Grove is too stuffy, humid, and muddy. Let's just do it here, I'll be quick." After some thought, I nodded in agreement. "Then hurry up, don't let anyone notice." "Alright, I'll begin now." As Li Qin's voice fell, he turned around, raised his right hand, his fingers forming a claw. With a slight tightening of his grip, the 3-meter-tall dark figure lurking in the shadows was forcefully yanked out. It turned out to be a monstrous and repulsive demon, its body covered in oozing dark blue mucus, with 2 crimson eyes glaring fixedly at me. Li Qin had it clutched in his hand, and in the next moment, the towering 3-meter-tall demon rapidly shrank before vanishing entirely, as if compressed so swift that the creature didn't even have time to scream. Li Qin spread open his hand, revealing an eerie blue spherical bead in his palm. Then, with a gentle squeeze, the bead shattered, releasing a wisp of ghostly blue gas between his fingers. I smiled and said, "Uncle Li, your way of handling things is much gentler than Jing Feng's." "Oh," Li Qin was astonished and asked, "You think crushing demons with gravity until they burst is gentle?" After a moment's thought, I nodded and said, "Yes, at least much better than Jin Feng. If it were Jin Feng, I'd have to throw away this outfit." Jin Feng is really gentle. On the top floor of the Lingwanhui building in Binjiang City, 3 people sat before a computer, watching the scenes unfolding on the screen. In the footage, I was walking down the street, then suddenly turned around, reached out, and yanked the demon hiding in the shadows into the open. After compressing it into a bead, I crushed it between my fingers. Snap! A young man pressed a key, freezing the frame on my face. He turned to glance at the tall woman in a black women's suit seated to his right, then paused before saying, "Here's the situation, Captain. Call both of them back immediately. If we don't, I'm afraid they might die at He Li's hands." The tall woman immediately reacted, shouting into the microphone in front of her, "Mission aborted, come back now." "Copy that, but we've already been spotted." Chapter 4, Self-Discipline. Sitting on a bench by the roadside, as a certified schizophrenic, I am extremely disciplined and mindful of both my physical and mental health. I never smoke unless absolutely necessary. But watching the man and woman sitting opposite me on another bench, staring intently, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Should I kill them, or let them go? I took out a pack of cigarettes from my pocket bought last week, with only 2 smoked so far. After Li Qin finished saying, "The first cigarette was smoked when you were agonizing over what to eat for dinner. The second was when you were vexed about eggplants costing 20 cents more at Datong Market," he chuckled and teased. "So what's this one for?" I replied, "Uncle Li, don't make fun of me. It's because you're here that I'm hesitant. If it were anyone else, I'd have made my decision long ago." As I spoke, I lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke. "1 cigarette's worth of time," I said. "What?" Li Qin sat down. I continued calmly, "The time it takes to smoke a cigarette is time for me to think and time for them to think. If they leave, I'll let them go. If they don't, then I'll kill them." Li Qin found it somewhat amusing and asked, "When Jean was here, killing wasn't among your choices. So why does murder suddenly become an option when I'm around?" Without giving it much thought, I explained directly, "Because they're all somewhat radical one way or another, too opinionated, too likely to influence my judgment. But Uncle Li, you're different from them, you won't sway my decisions. That's why I made this choice. I don't know if it's right or wrong." As Jin Feng said, "Who would want to live under someone else's surveillance?" Li Qin smiled without answering, appearing more like an indulgent elder tolerating a child's mischief, wrong as it might be. "So what?" I stopped smoking, instead holding the cigarette between my fingers while lowering my head to watch the ashes slowly fall. Across from me, the man and woman had no idea they were standing on the line between life and death, where survival hinged on a single thought. Their earpieces still crackled with their captain's urgent orders. Bai Fei, Tao Shui, retreat now. Bai Fei, Tao Shui, I'm coming to you. Then came the chaotic scraping of chairs and tables being shoved aside. The captain was on his way to find them. Across the street, occasional cars passed by as both sides remained locked in a standoff. I kept my head down, staring intently at the cigarette without making any other moves. Tao Shui pressed her lips together, her hand gripping the shotgun but behind her back tightly as she whispered, Bai Fei, should we make our move? Bai Fei hesitated briefly before shaking his head. Let the captain handle this. You're a 5th-level spirit martial artist, a second-order gene-lock manifestation-type elite with dual abilities, Tao Shui said urgently, her words laced with sarcasm and provocation. And you can't take him? This psychologically taxing confrontation was undoubtedly agonizing for a young girl like her, lacking extensive experience and worldly knowledge. Bai Fei took a deep breath and whispered, there's no need for us to be enemies with him. Moreover, as you just witnessed, he effortlessly crushed a level 5 demon with his bare hands. With such power, killing you would be trivial. Seemingly afraid that Tao Shui hadn't grasped the severity of the situation, Bai Fei added bluntly, just like that level 5 demon, Healy could instantly compress you into a bead smaller than 2 centimeters. A shiver ran down Tao Shui's spine. She couldn't erase the memory of what she'd just seen. That 3-meter-tall level 5 demon had been instantly compressed into a tiny bead by me, then effortlessly crushed between my fingers. She wasn't afraid of dying in battle against demons, but she was terrified of being forcibly compressed into a tiny bead without even being able to scream. To her, it felt like being locked in an airtight iron box and thrown into the deep sea, gradually crushed by water pressure. No matter how she screamed, only darkness and silence would answer, until she was flattened and died. Let's go, Tao Shui swallowed hard, her voice trembling. She could clearly feel her palms sweating profusely as she gripped the gun. Bai Fei gave me a long, strange look wondering why I lit a cigarette only to stare at it instead of smoking. Then he said, Captain, we're withdrawing now. We'll regroup at the designated rally point. No response came from the captain through the earpiece. Instead, a man's voice sounded, copy that. Permission to withdraw granted. Move fast. We're detecting highly unstable spiritual energy readings from Heli's location. Bai Fei immediately stood up, grabbed Tao Shui's arm, turned around and dashed away. Then, the two leaped up and vanished into the dark night. Click! The ash fell as the cigarette burned right down to the filter. I crushed the butt and tossed it into the cigarette receptacle of the trash bin. Li Qin stood up from the bench, following my lead. I remained perfectly calm the entire time. Li Qin asked, how does it feel? I turned to look at him, somewhat unclear about what kind of feeling he was referring to, and inquired, feeling, what do you mean? Disappointment or anticipation? Too bad, they got away. Someone suggested we could probably still catch up if we chased now. I shook my head and said, forget it, let's go home. Describing killing someone using words like hope and disappointment is inherently strange. Truth be told, I wanted them to leave, which is why I kept my head down and avoided looking at them. I don't want to kill, don't want trouble, I just want to live in peace. The time it took to smoke this cigarette served two purposes. It gave both of them a chance to escape, and it was my chance to let myself off the hook. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just watched the cigarette burn to stall for time. Phew! Li Qin exhaled deeply, patted his chest, and said with lingering fear, thank goodness they ran. Otherwise, we might not have been a match for them, especially that guy, he looked really strong. I smiled but didn't respond. Whether I could win or not, couldn't I be more clear about that? Uncle Li, a middle-aged old man acting silly is really disgusting. Don't do this again next time. Ha, no way, I saw you enjoyed it when she acted like this. She is a 6-year-old girl, of course that's adorable coming from her. But you're a 48-year-old greasy middle-aged man. Me? Greasy? No way, don't go spouting nonsense just because you're mentally ill. Uncle Li, so you know I'm mentally ill? Did you also know that whatever a mentally ill person says or does is completely justified? Oh, so whatever you say is justified? Congratulations, you got it right. You chose a perfect name, destined for a mentally ill person. Thank you. Under the streetlights, we joked and laughed, my shadow repeatedly stretching long before vanishing, stretching again, and finally disappearing at the end of the path. A day at work, a barbecue meal, then slaying a level 5 demon to aid digestion, such as the simple yet fulfilling life of an ordinary office worker. Home to shower and sleep. The world of schizophrenia is just this joyous. Yet, on the other side, there was no joy to be found. Susan sat atop the building, brows furrowed, with Bai Fei and Tao Shui standing behind her. Susan asked Bai Fei in a low voice, not even you are confident? Bai Fei raised his eyes, then lowered them again, answering honestly, I don't know. I've never fought him. I possess both spiritual power and superhuman abilities, a dual-capable individual. Judging from the ability I use today, it's likely a high-tier power like gravity or attraction. In a real fight, the best outcome would be mutual destruction, or perishing together. Susan nodded, then after a brief silence said, "There's no need to report today's situation to headquarters. Delete all my video archives from this evening. Then, by Faye, write a report for headquarters. Just say, everything about me is normal, and the likelihood of me being a spirit awakener is relatively low." Tao Shui looked up, first glancing at Susan's retreating figure with confusion, then shifting her gaze to Bai Fei. Bai Fei, however, appeared quite calm, nodding lightly as he said, "Understood. I'll submit the report before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks for your hard work. Go get some rest." With these words, Susan placed her hands lightly on the rooftop edge and leaped directly off the 34-story building. I was reading a book called If, a collection of interview-based true stories, all centered around the question, if, what would you do? The issue at hand. This book contains no inspirational fluff, no preaching, no reflections, only raw honesty. While some of the answers are rather unsavory, they're undeniably intriguing. Sister Jiang was asleep on the cashier's desk, but the pinhole camera on the counter was still operating. I didn't pay it much mind. It was like in the Truman Show, where the protagonist was broadcast live to the world from birth, surrounded by a fabricated reality. The difference was Truman remained unaware, whereas I was in on it. Now that was fascinating. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. This line fits me perfectly. The matter continued under my one-sided tacit understanding. After plugging my ears, closing my eyes, and putting on my underwear, everything still seemed peaceful and undisturbed. That woman was feigning sleep just 20 seconds ago, but now she's truly asleep. In 7 minutes, she'll enter deep slumber, her vigilant senses reduced to their lowest. My suggestion is to use the chopsticks from your lunchbox to stab the lateral or posterior side of her neck, compressing the carotid sinus. She'll resist somewhat, but not violently, as she's already developed severe arrhythmia leading to heart failure. Then, she'll die within 2 seconds. Jin Fong appeared beside me at some point, leaning against the bookshelf with his eyes fixed on Sister Zhang's neck. At that moment, he looked just like a vampire, his greed and cruelty laid bare for all to see. "No, you can't," I refused while slamming the book shut. The sound startled Sister Jiang, who had just fallen asleep. Rubbing her eyes, she put on her black-framed glasses and looked at me, asking nasally, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I was just reading." "Go back to sleep, there are no customers at noon anyway," I said with a smile. "Oh, all right then. Wake me up if someone comes." Unsuspecting, Sister Jiang took off her black-framed glasses once more and rested her head on the cashier's counter. She had no idea that while she slept, she had narrowly escaped death once again. I placed the book on the shelf and walked out of the bookstore. Sitting down on a bench under the large trees surrounding the small square outside, I casually lit a cigarette and said unhappily, "Jin Fong, you can't always be thinking about killing people. We live in a society governed by rule of law. You'll get me killed too." Jin Fong slipped one hand into his trouser pocket while lifting the other, a lit cigarette appearing out of thin air between his fingers. He took a drag and sneered, "You're really naive. A society governed by rule of law? This world has demons, spirit warriors, and superhumans. What kind of world do you think this is? Face reality, this isn't your original world anymore. You can't go back." Frowning deeply, I felt both irritated and helpless, unable to muster a proper rebuttal. After stewing for a while, I managed a feeble protest. "That still doesn't mean you can kill people whenever you want. But just last night you wanted to kill those 2 people, one of whom was a sweet girl about your age." Jin Fong directly exposed what I had done the night before. "They were carrying knives and guns, more than one gun at that, so of course I thought about fighting back," I said heatedly, then added, "And what kind of weapon does Sister Jiang have? Those old-fashioned black-framed glasses? Or maybe that hair tie with the elastic already peeking out? Or those round-toed little leather shoes she wears all year long?" "Exactly," Jin Fong nodded in agreement, looking at me as if he had found a kindred spirit. "From a professional standpoint, everything you just listed could be used as a weapon. Even clipped fingernails could kill someone." "Disgust someone to death? More like stabbing the main artery." We all fell silent. After every argument comes that lull, though it's anything but calm. You're just regretting not having performed better in the fight while desperately scrambling for better comebacks for the next round. "Jin Fong, you admit it." Jin Fong cut me off. I froze. "Admit what?" He locked eyes with me and said dispassionately, "Deep in your soul hides violence and cold-bloodedness. And no one understands that part of you better than I do, not even yourself." Ignoring his remark, I went straight for the jab. "You should consider becoming a psychiatrist, the kind who specializes in making patients confront the skeletons in their closet." "Psychologist?" Jin Fong mused for a moment before saying, "So-called professional chatting companions? Mr. Jin Fong, please respect every profession. A psychologist is not what you refer to as a professional chatting companion. Oh, I get it, high-end chatting companions, the expensive kind, like Dr. Liu from Third Hospital. I love Dr. Liu's sexy, fair collarbones the most. They must be so brittle, the sound of snapping them would surely be utterly delightful. Get the hell out of here. 10 minutes later, a police officer held my ID card and schizophrenia diagnosis papers, expression stern as he said, "Sir, first of all, we hold no discrimination or resentment toward you. It's just that people around you find your habit of arguing with yourself unsettling and frightening. We hope you understand." I nodded obediently. Yes, I understand. Sorry for the trouble. The neighborhood policeman glanced back at his colleague who was on the phone, and the colleague nodded at him. Then, the officer returned my ID and even gave me a salute. The misunderstanding has been resolved. We hope Mr. Healy will return to the hospital for regular follow-up visits and continue with psychological treatment. Wishing you a speedy recovery. Neighborhood police officers don't usually handle incidents with such formality and politeness. They typically resolve conflicts like old neighbors, with casual banter. But I'm different. I'm mentally ill, so they have to maintain a professional attitude and show respect, probably to avoid triggering someone like me who can physically fight with myself. Alright, I will. I took back my ID and stood at attention. After the community police officer left, I found myself torn. Returning to the hospital for psychological counseling would be free, but there was the risk of accidentally killing the therapist. After all, Jean Fong had quite a fondness for Dr. Lu's collarbone. If I didn't go back to the hospital and sought private counseling instead, it would be outrageously expensive, and I didn't have much money to begin with. For a moment, I felt completely lost. Jean Fong, bored by my indecision, vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Management Agency headquarters, Bai Fei received a response to the report he'd submitted that morning. Carrying the official reply, he went to his team captain, Susan, and placed the document on her desk. The higher-ups say we can't afford to let our guard down, he explained. They recommend recruiting me into the agency for easier supervision and protection. Even if I'm not an awakener, a dual energy user like me would be a delicious target for demons. Protection is absolutely necessary. I sighed softly. These were hard times. In this world haunted by demons and monsters, having a stable income was absolutely vital. My monthly salary of 3,500 yuan had to cover 1,300 yuan in rent, nearly 150 yuan in utilities and phone bills, plus the occasional meal out. How much could possibly be left after all that? Property prices in Binjiang City kept rising year after year, and I had no family wealth to fall back on. Who knew when I'd ever save enough to buy my own place? Most terrifying of all, this world had actual demons and monsters. Returning to the bookstore, I found Sister Jiang still napping. Not wanting to disturb her, I quietly took a seat and picked up a detective novel titled Who Killed Klaus? I had mental health issues and probably wouldn't graduate with my degree. But old Mr. Gui used to say that while people might lack diplomas, they shouldn't lack education, words I took to heart. That's partly why I'd chosen bookstore work. Just like how internet cafe attendants get free web access, bookstore clerks get to read for free. Actually, apart from this bookstore opened specifically by the Spiritual Management Committee to monitor me, no business or company is willing to hire me. My education level is part of it, but mainly because I have a mental illness. I read for a while and checked the time, 2:10 p.m. There weren't many customers in the store, and Sister Jiang had woken up, so I decided to go to the third hospital for psychotherapy. No choice, I'm broke. In the end, I still decided to go to the mental hospital to see Dr. Lu. I stood up and walked to the cash register, saying softly, "Sister Jiang, I'd like to take the afternoon off." Sister Jiang looked at me with some surprise. "What's the leave for?" "My illness has reached the follow-up appointment time," I explained calmly and unhurriedly. "It won't take long, just over 2 hours round trip. Mainly, the doctor will ask me a few questions and have me complete a questionnaire. It'll be quick." As a working professional, my attitude was still quite proper. Sister Jiang's heart skipped a beat. I guess she might have thought I was about to have an episode, probably wondering whether she should run. But since I was standing right by the door, she was likely considering how to make a break for it. Would she have to force her way out? But last night Bai Fei said he might not even be able to beat me in a fight. Great. Sister Jiang perked up. "No problem, our bookstore schedule is very flexible, and there aren't many customers in the afternoon. After your follow-up visit, you can rest for a few days and relax a little." "That's totally fine." "Rest for a few days?" I hesitated before asking, "But what about the boss?" "Don't worry." Sister Jiang immediately waved her hand. "I'll take care of the boss. We don't even have a clock-in system here." I was stunned, baffled by Sister Jiang's sudden enthusiasm. "It's alright, Sister Jiang. If I can't make it back this afternoon, I'll definitely be on time tomorrow morning." "Alright then, I'm off. I'll bring you coffee and a sandwich for breakfast." I smiled as I finished speaking, turned to grab my bag, and pushed the door open to leave. Sister Jiang slumped into her chair, her suspended heart unable to settle for a long while. Then, she picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Captain, Healy asked for half a day off to go for a follow-up check." "Alright, close the shop. You can come back now. Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Jie collapsed, slumped in the chair, probably thinking she had narrowly escaped death. I took the subway, transferred again, exited the station, caught a bus, hailed a taxi, and finally arrived at Binjiang Mental Health Center, also known as Binjiang Third Hospital, or simply the psychiatric hospital. At the entrance of the third hospital, I paused and looked around for a while. Every plant and tree here was familiar to me. After greeting the security guard, I stepped inside the psychiatric hospital. As soon as I stepped into this place, all sorts of sounds reached my ears. On the lawn, the singing group was belting out, "This world is so vast, the scenery picturesque, yet here I met you, must be fate, I must be fate. When mountains lose their edges, rivers cease to flow, happy broken heart, did you say we lacked robes? Then share mine." Meanwhile, in the viewing room's TV group, someone yelled, "Cowardly weakling, shameless villain, filthy scoundrel, daring to provoke Saint of Riverside fists with magical projections. If you have the courage, meet me at Riverside during tonight's full moon for a duel. I swear by 100,000 years of boxing intent. If you dare to challenge me to a battle, I will blast you to death with a single punch." Followed by "He's lost it. He's lost it. He tore the TV right off the wall and smashed it. Restrain him. Restrain him. Administer sedatives." With one punch, the world submits. The psychiatric patient who had just been sedated was carried away. The other patients seemed to be in good spirits, quite lively actually. I looked around left and right like some official inspector. After all, mental patients don't show much energy when they're not having episodes. I made my way to the psychotherapy office on the fourth floor of the hospital, knocked, and entered. The room's decor was exceptionally soothing. According to the director, the design and renovation costs for the psychotherapy room had reached as high as 700,000 yuan. Every book, every vase's placement, even the position of the sofa, all were meticulously arranged according to strict specifications. "Hello, Dr. Liu," I greeted the woman sitting on the sofa, dressed in a plunging neckline dress. Dr. Liu pursed her lips in a smile, gestured to the sofa across from her, and said softly, "Mr. Healy, we meet again. How have you been lately?" Of course, work is easy, life is pleasant, taking casual strolls when there's nothing to do, getting some exercise, or fighting small monsters to relieve psychological stress. In short, it's quite nice. I smoothly took my seat across from Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu said with a smile, "Is that so? It seems the experiences here haven't had much impact on your life." "Not bad, I guess. I've come to terms with it. Even if I can't finish school, graduate, and land a stable job with social insurance." Jean Fong, cut it out. Dr. Liu is my friend. At that moment, Jean Fong stood beside Dr. Liu, one hand resting on the back of the sofa while the other twirled a small, coldly gleaming karambit. His eyes greedily traced the deep V-neck of Dr. Liu's outfit, more precisely, fixated on the doctor's pale, alluring collarbone. Dr. Liu was visibly taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing across her eyes. Clearly, the latter part of my sentence wasn't meant for her ears, but then again, schizophrenia being what it is, she understood perfectly well. She was about to smile to show she was fine, but she couldn't muster even a hint of a smile. A sinister chill filled her with panic and dread, especially the icy sting at her collarbone, making her unconsciously hunch her shoulders. I frowned as I watched Jean Fong scrape the flat of his karambit blade back and forth across Dr. Liu's collarbone, like he was shaving fur. Chapter 7. I love watching flowers. Healy, don't you also think Dr. Liu's collarbone is utterly captivating? At this moment, Jean Fong was already seated beside Dr. Liu, his left arm draped over the couch behind the doctor while his right hand slowly traced Dr. Liu's collarbone with a claw knife. His infatuated expression bore a sickly tinge. "Yes, Dr. Liu is an enchanting woman, but, could you please leave?" Healy's tone lowered slightly, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Jean Fong, as if trying to intimidate him. Jean Fong wasn't afraid of Healy at all. He completely ignored Healy's glare but still put down his claw knife. Leaning forward, he greedily inhaled Dr. Liu's scent. "Mr. Healy? Dr. Liu, sorry to startle you. My friend didn't mean any harm. He simply admires your beauty and really likes the perfume you're wearing today." Dr. Liu nodded calmly. As a psychiatrist working in a mental hospital, he'd seen all kinds of patients. Someone like Healy counted as mild, and the so-called friend he mentioned was actually himself. "Please thank your friend for the compliment." Dr. Liu smiled while glancing around casually. "Has he left now?" "Not yet. What's he doing right now?" Healy watched Jean Fong wrap his arms around Dr. Liu, leaning his head close to her ear, sniffing, his face showing an intoxicated expression. He said, "He's smelling the flowers in front of the vase." Dr. Liu glanced at the vase on the windowsill. There was a bouquet of fresh, delicate flowers inside, exuding a faint fragrance. Yet, she couldn't shake the sensation of warm breath tickling her neck and earlobe. The feeling was unsettling and peculiar. Dr. Liu steadied herself, suppressing the unusual sensations, and smiled at Healy as she replied, "Those flowers truly are beautiful." "Yes, those flowers are as beautiful and captivating as Dr. Liu." Healy nodded in agreement. "Thank you for the compliment." Mr. Healy seems to have learned the art of sweet talk after leaving this place. "I'm just stating facts." Appreciating the beauty of flowers and admiring Dr. Liu's beauty are essentially the same thing. After speaking, Helly glanced at Jin Fong and silently added in his heart, "That's simply the truth of the matter. A woman doesn't need to be conventionally beautiful to attract many men flocking to her, just possessing one shining quality is enough, be it her grace, her eyes, or her collarbones." The conversation went smoothly. Jin Fong left halfway through. To him, prey that couldn't be killed was meaningless, only looking without being able to taste was pure torment. Half an hour later, Dr. Liu stood up with poised elegance, extending her hand toward Healy with a gentle smile, saying, "Let's go to the dean's office. Dean Wang is waiting for you." Healy gently grasped Dr. Liu's fingertips for a brief moment before letting go. "Alright, thank you for your trouble, Dr. Liu." Alone, he arrived at the dean's office, knocked on the door, and upon hearing come in from inside, Healy pushed the door open and entered. Dean Wang was seated behind his desk, and across from it in the sofa area sat another person. A woman with a strikingly voluptuous figure and a head of wine-red long curls. Though not exceptionally beautiful in facial features, her figure was truly remarkable. "Director Wang, long time no see. You've aged quite a bit," Healy greeted with the casual familiarity of an old friend. "Healy, you're here. How have you been lately? Any trouble adjusting outside? I've kept your bed waiting for you," Director Wang teased in return. Making friends with every psychiatric patient was compulsory coursework for directors of mental hospitals. Thank you for keeping me in your thoughts like this." Healy stood by the door, smiling slightly. "Number 05468 is destined to stay with me for life," he said. "No need for a hospital bed, mustn't waste national medical resources recklessly." Quite the noble mindset, Director Wang chuckled as he stood up. Walking over to Healy, he naturally raised a hand to pat his shoulder, then extended it toward the woman seated in the lounge area. "Come," he said, "take a seat. Let me introduce you to someone quite influential." Healy looked at the woman and the woman looked right back at him. "All right." Healy nodded and sat down on the couch across from the woman with Director Wang. Suddenly, a man dressed in a white casual suit appeared beside Healy, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking quite handsome. He glanced at the woman across from Healy and said, "This should be the bookstore owner, the one who's actually been keeping an eye on you." Healy glanced at the man and thought to himself, "Why has Xiaoye suddenly appeared? Surprised to see me here?" Xiaoye turned to look at Healy. Healy didn't speak but signaled with his eyes yes, he was indeed surprised. Xiaoyu laughed. "For such an occasion, who do you think would be appropriate? The sighing Li Qin by your side? Or the ever-bloodthirsty Jin Fong? Unless you'd prefer I ask He Jun to come?" Healy sighed softly, thinking, "Forget it, better just you." Not mentioning others, if He Jun were here, who knows what kind of chaos would unfold. The woman opposite Healy calmly watched as his gaze drifted leftward, then let out another soft sigh, as if negotiating something with someone unseen. Dean Wang was already aware of Healy's eccentric behavior and paid it no mind. The woman remained silent as well, calmly waiting for Healy to finish his deliberation. Seeing Healy sigh and then fall silent, Dean Wang was the first to realize had their discussion concluded. "Healy, come here. Let me introduce you, this is team leader Susan from the Lingnan Management Bureau's Binjiang City branch." Healy was taken aback for a moment, silently grumbling to himself, the captain of the Spiritual Energy Management Association's branch? Wait, was it an association or a bureau? And why was the person in charge called a captain? What kind of nonsense is this? Seeming to notice Healy's confusion, Susan looked at him with a smile and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Susan. The full name of my department is Psychic and Martial Ability Management Bureau, abbreviated as the PMA Bureau. I'm the head of our Binjiang branch. Since I lead a special team handling emergencies, everyone calls me Captain. You can call me Director Susan if you prefer." Xiaoyu added from the side, "It must be a department specially established by the state to deal with monsters and people like you with special abilities. She probably came this time because their surveillance and observation of you have concluded, and most likely, she's here to recruit you." Healy nodded calmly, first glancing at Director Wang before turning his gaze to Susan. "Captain Susan, hello. May I ask what brings you here to see me?" Xiaoyu's appearance instantly made Healy much calmer, though his tone remained slightly stiff. Susan immediately noticed this subtle change in Healy's demeanor and looked toward Director Wang. Director Wang, however, paid no mind and simply nodded reassuringly at Susan. Healy's mental state was like a radio that had merely switched channels. No major issue. Chapter 8: The Spirit Awakener. After receiving Dean Wang's tacit approval, Susan felt relieved. In fact, they had also noticed this during their surveillance of Healy. Healy could voluntarily immerse himself in various emotional states at will, switching between rationality, cold detachment, melancholy, and occasional foolish grinning. "I came today to officially invite you through Dean Wang's recommendation to join our Spirit Management Committee," Susan answered Healy's blunt earlier question. Healy didn't respond, staring calmly at Susan, who was also gazing back at him. Dean Wang beside them felt somewhat awkward in the heavy silence. After glancing between the two, he slowly stood up and exited the office, leaving the room to them. When superheroes needed to talk, it was better for an ordinary person like him not to get involved. His job here was done anyway. With Dean Wang gone, only Helly and Susan remained in the office. Just ask her directly why she's been keeping tabs on you, Xiaoyu said from the side, his eyes fixed on Susan. He hoped her facial expressions and subtle body movements might betray some useful information once the question was posed. Was inviting me to join the Spiritual Management Committee contingent on monitoring me for a year? Helly asked directly. Not at all, nor does everyone meet this requirement. Susan was somewhat surprised. He actually knew they'd been watching him. Of course, Bai Fei and Tao Shui had been spotted by him last night. However, Susan remained composed, addressing the question frankly. While admitting it, she also left Helly room to pose further questions. Healy froze for a moment, instinctively turning his head sideways. Xiaoyu nodded and said, there's no panic in her eyes. Both her tone and micro-expressions indicate she's not lying. She deliberately left you an opening. You'd need to ask her why you meet these surveillance conditions to resolve your doubts. But doing so would mean losing control of this conversation, and the ultimate outcome would be you joining them. As Xiaoyu's words hung in the air, Jin Fong appeared on Healy's other side, sitting in the spot previously occupied by Dean Wang. He sneered, Xiaoyu simply means you should join their ranks and work for them. Healy, are you really going to listen to him? Xiaoyu glanced at Jin Fong and responded, currently, this appears to be the optimal outcome. In this dangerous world, Healy is isolated. Even with our assistance, he remains vulnerable. Joining a national organization would significantly enhance his safety. Jin Fong let out a cold snort. In the next instant, he vanished from Healy's side and reappeared beside Susan, sitting down with his right arm draped over her shoulder, the claw knife in his right hand pressed against Susan's neck, and said, they're an organization that directly faces demons and monsters, and you're telling me it's safe? In our current situation, with us protecting Healy, how could he possibly come to harm? But if he joins them, he'll be assigned to fight demons and monsters. He'll die even faster. Xiaoyu raised his head and calmly looked at Jin Fong, saying, they can teach Healy to cultivate spiritual energy, enhance his supernatural abilities, and unlock the second stage of the gene lock. And what can we do? Apart from protecting him from some demon attacks, what else? Do you want him to live such an ordinary life forever, working in a bookstore every day, then bearing the label of a mental illness patient, being monitored his entire life, and finally dying alone? That's still far better than being treated as a fighting machine, selling his life for others. Jin Fong's emotions surged as he said in a low voice, what's wrong with an ordinary life? Having enough to eat, warm clothes to wear, others to shield him when the sky falls, and with us by his side, how could he ever be lonely? What he needs are friends, our family. We are his family, we are his friends. Xiaoyu frowned and said displeasedly, Healy needs friends with warmth. Ordinary people simply can't accept him. Those with extraordinary abilities are the ones truly suited for him. Jin Fong pressed the karambit knife against Susan's fair neck. Now ask this woman if my knife has any warmth. Susan glanced at the stunned Healy and suddenly felt a chill and an itch on her neck. She raised her hand, wanting to scratch it. Healy was startled and quickly called out, Captain Susan. Susan froze when called, her hand hanging mid-air. Ahem, Captain Susan, why exactly must I be under your surveillance? After posing the question, Helly shot Jin Fong a penetrating look. With furrowed brows still radiating indignation, Jin Fong nevertheless released Susan and flashed back to seat himself beside Helly. Ha! Not cold again. How peculiar this hospital's air conditioning is. Susan silently cursed in her heart, lowered her hand, and after a moment's thought, said to Healy, because you're different from other spiritual warriors who awakened their powers and the superhumans who unlocked their genetic locks. What's the difference? Healy asked, though by posing this question, he had inadvertently confirmed to Susan that he was indeed both a spiritual warrior and a superhuman. Susan explained, whether it's spiritual warriors awakening their powers or superhumans unlocking their genetic locks, they all awaken later in life under unpredictable circumstances. Some awaken after major accidents, some merely by waking from sleep, and others while going about their daily lives. But regardless of the method, they share one common feature, they're all postnatal awakenings. There exists an extremely rare group of people who are born with spiritual powers and unlocked genetic locks. We call such individuals, awakened ones. And you most likely are an awakener. Healy felt somewhat helpless. He really wanted to tell Susan that he wasn't an awakener at all, just an ordinary time traveler. Healy said solemnly, even so, that doesn't justify your surveillance of me. I need a reasonable explanation, one that can actually convince me. Susan nodded. It was completely normal for Healy to feel this way. Anyone would resent being constantly monitored. Susan explained, awakeners are different from other post-awakening spirit warriors and supernaturals. For awakeners, spiritual power and supernatural abilities are like subconscious instincts, using them is purely reflexive. It's like how a tiger instinctively crouches in grass before hunting. These are innate abilities, whereas post-awakening individuals require training. Some awakeners might never use their spiritual power or supernatural abilities even once in their lifetime. But if they accidentally unleash them, the uncontrollable power could lead to unforeseeable consequences. Unforeseeable consequences? Healy asked. Susan said gravely. For example, a spiritual power surge or an out-of-control supernatural ability could wipe out all living beings within hundreds of meters in an instant. While such cases are rare, there have been a few documented instances both domestically and internationally. Hallie understood. To make an inappropriate analogy, some people are born carrying missiles on their backs. They might go their whole lives without detonating them, but once they do, everyone within the blast radius will die. Susan went on to explain, although spirit awakeners are born with spiritual energy, it remains hidden within their bodies and cannot be awakened through external interference. In theory, they are like people carrying treasures they cannot access. No one holds the key to unlocking this wealth, not even the awakeners themselves. To open this treasure, they need luck and coincidence. And this isn't just surveillance, it's also protection. To demons, spirit awakeners are the most delectable prey. That's why, among the various methods we use to identify awakeners, one criterion is how often they've been targeted by demons. Chapter 9: The Argument. Xiaoyu, she's not lying. Jin Fong, she doesn't understand spirit awakeners. Both left and right protectors voiced their opinions simultaneously, leaving Healy with quite the headache. What the hell is all this nonsense? Susan watched as Hallie fell silent, then continued, since you can actively use spiritual power and special abilities, that proves you're not a spirit awakener. I hereby formally withdraw the surveillance on you and invite you to join the Binjiang branch of the Spiritual Combat Special Ability Management Bureau. Join. Don't join. The voices of two little demons echoed in Hallie's ears again. He raised his eyes and said to Susan, "Can I think about it for a moment?" "Of course, it's your choice," Susan replied before standing up and walking to the window in the office, giving Hallie time to consider. In truth, Susan should have left the office to give Hallie some privacy, but she didn't do so. By staying here, she was subtly exerting psychological pressure on him enough to influence his decision-making. But unfortunately, Hallie wasn't really thinking. Instead, he was listening to Xiaoyu and Jin Fong's heated argument. Xiaoyu said, if Hallie joins them, he'll receive training in spiritual power and special abilities, and he'll also get to meet people from the outside world and make friends. Jin Fong sneered disdainfully, forget it. They just see Hallie's incredible talent and combat prowess, they want him to be their frontline soldier, doing their dirty work. To put it bluntly, they want him to die for them. What's the use of friends when you're dead? To bury you? If he joins, he might die in battle. If he doesn't, he'll stay under surveillance, and Hallie can't resist either. What should we do? Li Qin suddenly appeared, standing by the sofa, sighing heavily. At that moment, a rough, irritable voice rang out behind Hallie, kill them all, won't that solve the problem? Hallie sighed helplessly, Chen Sui, why are you here too? With such a huge incident, how could I not come? The towering, muscle-bound Chen Sui, standing over 2 meters tall, flashed from behind Hallie to Susan's side. Pressing a battle knife against Susan's shoulder, he said coldly, we'll kill her first, then go slaughter that bitch at the bookstore. No matter who comes next, we'll fucking kill them all. Eliminate those causing problems, and the problems disappear. Chen Sui's attitude mirrored Jin Fong's, but the key difference was stark. Jin Fong killed without logic, brutally straightforward in his cruelty, whereas Chen Sui operated on a principle, provoke me, and I'll kill you. If everyone provokes me, I'll slaughter you all. It was sheer, unhinged madness. Not mindless, screaming rage, but a perfectly distilled, ultimate simplicity of insanity. Li Qin, sighing and hesitant, was the neutral party. Chen Sui, who was passionate about addressing the root of the problem, and the cold-blooded, cruel Jin Fong, were the opposition. Xiaoyu, who rationally analyzed the pros and cons, was the proponent. The four of them engaged in a heated debate. There are indeed benefits to joining, and Healy has already demonstrated extraordinary talent. If he doesn't strive for progress, not only will he live under surveillance in the future, but there may also be unforeseen consequences. Xiaoyu, don't scare people with your wild talk. With us around, who could harm Healy? Without their interference, Healy lives more freely. I agree with Jin Fong. Why should Healy be bound by a bunch of mediocre people? Isn't it better to be free? If anyone dares to harm Healy, there's no need for you to act, I'll naturally wipe them all out. Sigh, what a dilemma. Neither advancing nor retreating seems right. At this impasse, Healy, listen to Uncle Lee's advice, just die. With death, there won't be so many troubles. Li Qin, why don't you just drop dead? Get the hell out of my way, or I'll kill you first. Chen Sui, quit your boasting already. Before you even lift a finger, my gravity could crush you flat. Listen to your uncle's advice, just get out of here. This high-level seminar isn't for butchers like you. Li Qin is right, Chen Sui, Jin Fong, you two are being too rough. You'll scare Healy and get away from him. Ha! Your frigid personality is what's affecting Helly, Xiaoye. Our Helly is still a virgin to this day, all because of your influence. At that moment, an abrupt yet gentle voice with a hint of flirtation chimed in, speaking of virginity, I think it's time for me to step forward. In my opinion, that Susan woman seems perfect, slender waist, ample chest, and a juicy. Xiaoyu, get lost. Chen Sui, get lost. Jin Fong, get lost. Li Qin, get lost. You got it. the voice abruptly ceased and disappeared. Then another voice spoke. That's enough. A mellow yet commanding tone that brooked no dissent. Healy looked up at the man seated across the sofa, probably in his early 30s, with an upright posture, keen steady eyes, and a seated bearing that exuded sharp, domineering authority. Healy smiled ruefully and said, "Brother even you've come." "Brother," he smiled faintly. "If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have been pestered to death by them?" Strangely enough, the moment Brother he appeared, all four of them fell silent, simply watching him in mute observation. Brother he gave each person a deep, measuring look before finally resting his gaze on Healy's face. With gentle warmth, he said, "Don't be angry with them, they weren't trying to decide for you, just seeing things differently. Like always, you're free to choose your own path. Even without joining their organization, we can protect you just fine. Let's live a peaceful life. If you join their organization, we'll help you deal with anything, whether it's demons or bad people." Everyone, including Heli, remained silent. Heli continued, "You should listen to all opinions and suggestions, but don't be swayed by them. What they say may be right, but what do you truly think in your heart? Do as you think best, whatever the consequences may be, we've got your back." Having spoken these words, Jun once again looked at the four of them. Xiaoyu, Li Qin, Jin Fan, and Chen Sui exchanged glances and then vanished from the office. Finally, Jun offered Healy a reassuring smile before disappearing as well. Healy let out a long breath and looked up again, meeting Susan's gaze. At that moment, Susan was also staring oddly at Healy. Just now, he had kept looking left and right with eyes that seemed to be making contact with someone. His whole demeanor appeared as if he were consulting and discussing with someone, and not just one person at that. "Captain Susan, you can withdraw the surveillance. I'm joining your team." Susan suddenly snapped back to reality. Beaming with joy, she sat down excitedly in front of Healy and said, "We're absolutely thrilled to have you. Our Binjiang branch follows a people-oriented philosophy of." After arranging to meet Susan at the Spirit Management Association building tomorrow, Heli left the psychiatric hospital and checked the time. Afternoon, 3:24 p.m. Too early to head home. Might as well go back to work at the bookstore. After switching through a series of transportation methods, Healy stood at the bookstore entrance, peering through the glass. The entire store had been emptied out. Before the new job begins, I've already lost this one? What about this month's salary then? Chapter 10, Work Begins. Healy sat under the tree beside the bookstore, pondering for quite some time before sighing quietly to himself and heading home. Joining the Spirit Management Association was the result of careful consideration. In fact, he had thought about this issue before. It was one he had no choice but to confront. What should he do now? With his spiritual powers and abilities, he was destined to be different from ordinary people in this world. And now that he was under surveillance, what path should he take moving forward? He was mainly considering two issues. First, he had no method to cultivate spiritual power. Even if he were some so-called awakener, what good was it to have a treasure trove but no key to open it? It was no different from guarding a tomb. Second, in this world, he was essentially alone. Although it had been the same in his previous world, back then, everyone was just an ordinary person, there were no spiritual warriors or supernatural beings, but this world was different. He wasn't like ordinary people, and in a way, he was destined not to live a quiet, peaceful life. Given this, it might as well be better to directly join an official organization. Though he didn't know what the future held, at least he would have them under his watch rather than living under theirs. When faced with anything, you can still take some initiative. To put it bluntly, Healy simply didn't trust Susan and the others. But rather than continue being monitored, it'd be better to actively join them. At the very least, everyone would be exposed, instead of the previous situation where they operated in the shadows while he remained in the open. In short, from now on, he'd be working under Xia Baoqing. He still felt a little uneasy about it. "I went to Dadong Market to buy some groceries and came home to cook." Heli rarely goes out to eat because anyone might pop up to chat with him, and as the conversation goes on, it often ends up frightening the people around. After a few such incidents, Heli decided it was better to cook at home. He found it quite nice, saving money and staying healthy. At most, when craving a change of taste, he'd order takeout. After dinner, Heli lounged on the sofa, reading a novel on his phone, some urban power fantasy where the protagonist awes everyone, women adore him, and men respect him, utterly entertaining. Suddenly, his silly grin froze as he glanced toward the other end of the sofa. Xiaoye was there, smiling knowingly at him. "Did I interrupt your novel reading?" Xiaoyu asked with a smile. Healy shook his head and chuckled softly. "Your interruption wasn't too obvious. If it were Jin Fong, he'd be reading alongside me while complaining about the author's slow updates. He'd probably say he wants to lock the author up in a dark room to force them to write." "Ha ha," Xiaoyu laughed. "He's totally capable of doing something like that." After the words fell, Xiaoyu's smile faded as he said seriously, "Joining them is currently the best and most advantageous choice. In the next few days, they should assign you a task and pair you with someone ostensibly your partner, but in reality, your supervisor. But don't worry, with us around, everything will be manageable. Your priority is to obtain the method to cultivate spiritual power and unlock the second stage of the genetic lock as soon as possible. Strengthening yourself is our ultimate goal. I understand, Healy nodded, then asked, are Jean Fong and Chen Sui angry? It's perfectly normal for them to be upset. Deep down, they understand why you're joining the Spirit Administration, but they simply don't want you taking risks. They're afraid you'll get hurt. Don't worry, Healy said with a smile. I'll get along well with my colleagues and superiors. That's good. If anything comes up, remember to call us, any one of us will do. Even He Jun wouldn't refuse you. Xiao Yu disappeared after finishing speaking. Healy took a deep breath, silently sat on the sofa, smoked a cigarette, then showered and went to bed. Tomorrow was a workday. The next day, Healy got up, ate breakfast, then did some housework. The appointed time with Susan was 10 a.m., and it was only 8 now. He still had enough time to leave at 9. Early mornings on workdays always seemed to pass especially quickly, yet time dragged unbearably slow during office hours, such a strange phenomenon. Healy left home at 9 o'clock, first taking a bus and then transferring to the subway, finally arriving at the Lingguanhui building at 9:35 a.m. Arriving 25 minutes early, he wanted to make a good impression on his colleagues and superiors on his first day of work. A positive and optimistic version of himself would make them let their guard down, well, genuinely accept him. Healy shook his head helplessly. He couldn't keep chatting with Xiao Yu so often. He was starting to sound like that scheming protagonist from last night's novel, with 800 cunning tricks up his sleeve. If anyone had trypophobia, they'd probably be scared to death. Entering the Spiritual Management Bureau building, Healy didn't expect Susan to arrive even earlier. In the sofa area of the first-floor lobby, Susan raised her coffee cup towards Healy with a smile and nodded. Taking a deep breath, Healy walked over to Susan. Good morning, Captain. I thought I came quite early, but you're here even earlier. Susan set down her coffee and said, the regular work hours start at 9 o'clock. Our appointment was scheduled for 10. Healy felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. It was true, he had no experience working in a large company, but were public servants like them really this leisurely? Susan, noticing the doubt in Healy's eyes, seemed to guess what he was thinking. With a smile, she explained, everyone hopes the Supernatural Management Committee would dissolve and that we'd all lose our jobs. Healy understood now. So, the nature of their work was like that of firefighters. You really hoped they could spend their days idling around. If they got busy, it meant trouble was brewing. Let's go. Today is mainly about running tests for you, then signing the contract. Once that's done, you'll officially be a member of the Supernatural Management Committee. Susan stood up and left, heading straight for the elevator. Healy still wanted to ask about his wages from the bookstore but hesitated. Eventually, he decided to wait until he officially started his new job before bringing it up, first securing one job before inquiring about another. Eyeing the food in the pan while eating from the bowl wasn't Healy's style. He would finish everything in the pan first, then turn his attention to the bowl. Sequence matters, it's rigorous logic. Healy followed Susan straight to the 34th floor penthouse of the building. Inside was a completely open-plan hall. To the left was a reading area with several rows of bookshelves, while the right side featured a lounge area stocked with various liquors. There were also 7 small enclosed rooms, likely meeting spaces or private lounges. At the center stood an oversized sectional sofa facing an unobstructed viewing platform. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, half of Binjiang City unfolded beneath them. As Susan walked ahead, she clapped her hands and announced, "Come on out, everyone, Healy's here. Time to welcome our new colleague." Doors to 4 rooms opened one after another. Sister Jiang was a familiar face, still dressed in her usual prim attire. Based on Healy's deduction, she must hold a doctorate in physics from some university. Everything about her carried the air of a senior professor. He had also encountered the other two, having faced off with them for the length of a cigarette. Luckily those two ran fast, otherwise, today's reunion would have turned into a memorial service. Another yawning young man with heavy dark circles under his eyes. According to Healy's experience, youngsters with such dark circles were either gaming addicts or rich second-generation heirs. Judging by this young man's attire, the possibility of him being a wealthy heir could be definitively ruled out. Healy instantly lost all interest in befriending him. Chapter 11, Menopausal Li Qin. Being watched by 4 or 5 people was nothing to Healy, just a drop in the bucket. After all, he had weathered far greater storms. During those rounds of specialists' consultations, 7 or 8 doctors, plus interns and nurses, had encircled his hospital bed, dozens in all, yet he'd remained as steady as they come. Not to mention, he'd long grown accustomed to enduring people's pointing fingers and whispered comments. Now, with only 5 onlookers? Trivial. Who fears splashes after surviving tidal waves? Healy first nodded towards Sister Jiang, who was, after all, the person he was most familiar with here. Sister Jiang didn't show the slightest hint of awkwardness either. The captain had already informed her yesterday that Healy had always been under their surveillance. She thought she was acting with Healy, but little did she know he was playing at the 3rd level, practically an Oscar-worthy performer. Susan patted Healy on the shoulder and said, "Alright, save the introductions for later. Min Liang, come with me, let's run Healy through the tests." The young man with heavy dark circles scratched his messy bedhead, yawned, and nodded. Then, Susan led Healy and Min Liang into an adjacent room, a lab-like space filled with various instruments and display screens. Healy thought to himself, more luxurious than a psychiatric hospital's consultation room. Susan sat at a computer, tapped the keyboard a few times, then said to the curious-looking Healy, "It's confirmed you're a dual capable with awakened spiritual power and unlocked first-stage genetic potential. This test is mainly an assessment of your abilities." Healy nodded. The cultivation methods of spiritual martial artists and the way to unlock genetic locks were his reasons for joining the Spiritual Management Association. "Let's begin then." Susan nodded at Healy before glancing at Min Liang. "Understood." Min Liang acknowledged with a sound. After operating at a computer for a while, he moved to what appeared to be an X-ray machine and adjusted the equipment. Seeing both were busy, Healy also started preparing. After finishing the adjustments, Min Liang turned around and asked in bewilderment, "Healy, why are you taking off your clothes?" Susan also looked up curiously at Healy, who was now wearing a tight-fitting vest. Healy blinked and said, "Aren't we doing tests? I read in novels that people always punch strength testers and stuff, so..." Min Liang paused, then replied, "Cut down on reading novels in the future. Just like TV dramas, they're all full of nonsense. Come on, hold this, listen to my instructions, and let's begin the test." Min Liang handed something resembling a grip strengthener to Healy. Healy took it over, examining it curiously. Min Liang returned to the computer, typing on the keyboard as he spoke. "Those who awaken spiritual power are called spirit warriors. It's another transformation after reaching the peak of cellular vitality in the body, generating spiritual energy. Thus, the primary manifestation of a spirit warrior is physical transformation. As the level of spiritual power increases, the body continuously strengthens itself. You, like Bai Fei, are a dual capable with both spiritual power and special abilities. Now we'll test your spiritual power level." "Okay," Healy said, holding the dynamometer. "What should I do?" "Just give it a squeeze," Min Liang replied. "Oh." Following the instructions, Healy gave it a light squeeze while thinking to himself, "Is this thing reliable? It's nothing like what's written in novels. No cool power testing device to show off with, no crystal ball that cracks under spiritual power overload. Are all their tests this dull?" While Healy was lost in thought, Min Liang's test results had already come out. 3rd level spiritual warrior, moderate physical strength, talent level, A rank. After announcing the results, Min Liang turned his gaze toward Susan. Susan gave a small hum before explaining to Healy, "Next, we'll test for special abilities. These powers emerge when humans unlock their genetic potential, though not everyone possesses the capability to do so. Those who successfully unlock this genetic code and gain extraordinary powers are what we call ability users. These awakened abilities are classified into 3 main categories based on their nature: materialization, psychokinesis, and transmutation. The defining characteristic of materialization users is their power to transform energy into tangible weapons or objects of various kinds. Psychokinesis proves far more complex, whether it's telekinesis, elemental manipulation, or mental projection. Any ability manifested through pure mental concentration falls under this category of users. Percent. The ability of transformation is mainly manifested in oneself, such as turning into a werewolf, a super soldier, or something else entirely. "Healy, do you understand?" Susan looked at the somewhat dazed Healy, thinking he might be struggling to process everything, and hesitantly asked, "Oh." Healy snapped back to attention and casually replied, "I get it now." In reality, he hadn't been listening to Susan at all, because Li Qin had suddenly appeared by his side, whispering incessantly beside his ear while sighing non-stop, starting from a light sigh of sorrow and escalating to the point of nearly wailing in despair. "The main idea is that this world is too dangerous, so let's just die. Die early, reincarnate early, and next life let's go to the Smurfs world. Even fighting Gargamel would be better than staying here." Li Qin, this middle-aged man, is a neurotic, with pessimism dripping from his words and attitude. "Healy, use your ability with your left hand first, then pinch the tester with your right," Susan instructed. "Got it," Healy responded before turning to Li Qin, who was still muttering away, and said, "Uncle Li, let's discuss where to commit suicide later. Use your ability first so I can get this job sorted." Li Qin glanced weakly at Healy and waved his hand, saying, "You use it yourself. It's not like you can't. I'm in a bad mood right now, and if I accidentally destroy this place, it wouldn't be good." Healy also sighed. "Dealing with these people when they're acting up is truly troublesome. Why can't they just be normal like me?" Susan and Min Liang exchanged glances. Who was Healy talking to? But before they could even begin to wonder, they suddenly felt something pressing down on them, unbearably heavy. Behold! Healy took a deep breath, extended his left hand forward, and slightly twitched his fingers. Suddenly, a black halberd materialized in Healy's grasp. Bang bang bang! The moment the halberd appeared, Min Liang and Susan felt their bodies grow heavy as if weighing 1,000 pounds, followed immediately by all the laboratory glass shattering explosively. Instruments sparked wildly, and computer screens flickered uncontrollably. Healy was stunned. Holy shit. If things kept going like this, he'd probably have to pay for damages. He hadn't even started working yet and already taught his boss a lesson. What kind of joke was this? Uncle Lee, tone it down a little, don't throw a tantrum. I'm all worked up, maybe I'm hitting that menopausal age. Li Qin sighed and shook his head. The next instant, gravity returned to normal in the lab. Healy breathed a sigh of relief. Middle-aged men at 48 were truly hard to deal with. Then, he squeezed the tester in his hand, and the black halberd in his left hand vanished without a trace. Healy glanced around at the chaotic mess surrounding him. Standing at the epicenter, he felt rather awkward. Turning his head, he cautiously asked the dazed Susan sitting on the ground, "Captain Susan, this was an accident during the testing phase. Surely I don't have to pay for the damages, right?" Susan ignored Healy and instead raised her head to stare at the flickering computer screen. Genetic lock, first stage. Special ability, materialization system, weapon class, crescent moon twin-bladed halberd, additional ability, gravity. Personal talent, grade A. Chapter 12. Thank you for your comfort. The renovation workers entered and marveled at whether the lab had been hit by an electromagnetic pulse weapon while also rejoicing at the high cost of the aerial work. Indeed, the 34th floor, over 100 meters in the air, made the aerial work exorbitantly expensive. Healy couldn't help but admire the bravery of these Spider-Men. Healy sat in the lounge area while Min Liang worked on his test report, Susan printed contracts, Bai Fei mixed drinks, and Tao Shued, well, no one knew where she had gone. At this moment, Sister Jiang walked over with a cup of coffee, set it in front of Healy, adjusted her black-framed glasses, and asked with a smile, "When did you first notice I was watching you?" Sister Jiang asked very generously. Healy wasn't the least bit surprised by Sister Jiang's question and answered very frankly, "The fourth day at work." Sister Jiang paused thoughtfully, looking at Healy seriously before saying, "If I remember correctly, you took leave for the first 3 days." "That's right. I had to go to school to complete the suspension procedures, so I took 3 days off." "So that means you discovered me on your very first day at work?" "No, to be precise, it wasn't until the afternoon." "Ms. Jiang, you were exceptionally well hidden in the morning." Thanks for the consolation, but I'm still upset." Ms. Jiang pulled a long face. She felt like a clown before Healy, who had been watching her performance the whole time while she remained blissfully unaware, foolishly keeping surveillance on him. "Isn't this counter-surveillance ability a bit too strong?" Healy awkwardly picked up his coffee and took a sip. "It's fucking bitter. Maybe Sister Jiang is getting back at me for messing with her?" That was the first thought that popped into Healy's mind. Then, he set down his coffee and smiled, "A very rich and aromatic brew, thank you, Sister Jiang." Sister Jiang waved her hand listlessly, still questioning her life choices. In the office, Susan, having already finalized the contract, was on a call with the headquarters of the Spirit Management Committee. Speaking with absolute certainty to the person on the other end, Susan said, "Yes, an A-grade dual energy wielder, just as the term suggests." The person on the phone clearly hesitated for a moment before asking, literal meaning. "Both spiritual power and supernatural ability talents are A-grade?" "Correct," Susan replied calmly. "Incredible. I never thought your small city of Binjiang could produce a dual A-grade talent. Truly unbelievable." Susan's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased by the obviously disparaging remark. With restrained anger, she retorted, "Director, our Binjiang branch doesn't just have Healy, we also have Bai Fei. You'd better watch your words, you half-buried old fossil." "Ha ha ha. Susan, don't be angry, I'm just too excited. Healy is also from our northern division, how could I not be happy?" Susan snorted coldly and said, "Healy isn't an awakener. Surveillance files on him can be destroyed, he's now part of my Binjiang bureau. I won't stand for any trouble later when he gains access to those records." Don't worry, I'll handle this. Once Healy and Bai Fei grow strong enough and either of them takes over your position, you can return to the division." A flicker of impatience flashed in Susan's eyes. "Alright, I've notified you. Get it done as soon as possible." Snap. Susan set down the phone, rubbed her forehead, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes before vanishing. Then, she walked out carrying the neatly arranged contract. "Healy, sign the contract." "Understood." The contract was only 2 pages, highly irregular in appearance, with no special clauses. It was straightforward, mostly outlining the payment amounts to be received after completing missions. It felt more like an employment contract. After reading it, Healy saw no issues and signed it. "Alright, Healy, you're now officially a member of my Binjiang branch." Susan stood up and solemnly extended her hand to him. Healy also stood up, shook Susan's hand, and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a playful, clear voice rang out. "Are we having team building tonight?" Healy released Susan's hand and turned to look. It was Tao Shued. Tao Shued smiled at the trio on the sofa and said, "How about I treat everyone?" This was Healy's first team building event, and also his first time trying Japanese cuisine. It wasn't particularly tasty, but he found the novelty of the experience interesting. During the meal, Susan introduced Healy to all members of the Binjiang Division's tactical squad. Bai Fei, age 35, a dual-capable agent possessing both spiritual power and supernatural abilities. A 5th-level spiritual martial artist from the materialization system, with second-stage genetic locks. Specializes in close combat and swordsmanship. Member of the operations team responsible for tactical execution. Tao Shui, age 22, a second-generation heir from a wealthy family. A telekinetic system pyrokinetic with first-stage genetic locks. Member of the operations team responsible for tactical execution. Min Liang, 24 years old, level 4 spirit warrior, information division, responsible for desktop information processing. Zhang Jin, 27 years old, psychic system, psychic control expert, Genlock stage 1, command division, responsible for desktop information processing and tracking demons. Susan, 31 years old, materialization and psychic systems, dual ability user, Genlock stage 2, action division, responsible for tactical execution. At the dinner table, Healy also joined the Action Division. Originally, the Action Division consisted of Susan working alone, while Bai Fei and Tao Shui formed another team. Now, with Healy's addition, the team dynamics have changed. Bai Fei was paired with Healy, Susan with Tao Shui, while the other teams remained unchanged. Healy had listened to Susan's introductions of everyone, but the one who left the deepest impression was Bai Fei, constantly smiling and extremely gentle. Unexpectedly, he was also a dual-powered individual, sharing the same spiritual and manifestation abilities as Healy. He's probably the strongest one among everyone here. Jin Fong suddenly appeared beside Healy. Without responding verbally, Healy shot him a glance, signaling him to continue. Everyone was eating, suddenly talking to Jin Fong out of the blue would make him look like a lunatic. Jin Fong nodded, swiftly moving behind Bai Fei and observing him with keen interest as he drank. Squinting slightly, he said, a dual-capable individual like you means he has two methods of attack. Spiritual power and supernatural ability. Moreover, he belongs to the materialization category. The strength he exhibits by combining a manifested weapon with spiritual power isn't as simple as 1 + 1. Have you forgotten the scene in the laboratory during your test when you tapped into Li Qin's power? Although Bai Fei's abilities aren't on par with Li Qin's, he's undoubtedly a dangerous individual. Healy blinked. Bai Fei was his teammate and would soon be a senior in their group. How could he be labeled as dangerous? He could only be described as formidable. By the same logic, Healy himself was quite formidable too. Bai Fei noticed that Healy wasn't eating anything, just staring blankly at something behind them. Turning to look, there was only a folding screen, nothing particularly interesting to see. Healy, is Japanese cuisine not to your taste? Should I order you some ramen or grilled meat? Their grilled meat is fairly decent. Healy gave an awkward smile and shook his head, saying, no need, no need. This is perfectly fine. I've never had these kinds of things before. Bai Fei paused for a moment before recalling Healy's background and circumstances. With a slight inner sigh, he then said warmly with a smile, no problem. We can come here often from now on. The Spirit Management Bureau offers quite good salaries. In the future, you can book a private room and enjoy a quiet feast without anyone watching. Healy was also taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile, yeah, I got it. Bai Fei continued, get some good rest tonight. Tomorrow I'll teach you how to cultivate spiritual powers and special abilities. Alright, thank you, Brother Fei. It's nothing. Once you've grown stronger, I'll feel more secure during missions too, Bai Fei said with a chuckle. Every word of their conversation fell clearly upon the ears of the assembled crowd. Min Liang propped one hand on the table while raising a wine cup with the other, teasing, Healy, don't bother thanking him. He's just taken by your talent and wants to train you thoroughly so you can protect him on missions once you've mastered your skills. Brother Fei, you're practically raising yourself a guardian angel here. Only you could think this far ahead, always playing the long game, aren't you? Chapter 13, Bai Fei's Silent Lament. I am a dual-capable individual, and Healy is also a dual-capable one. I am double B rank, while Healy is double A rank. I teach Healy, nurture Healy, and wait until Healy becomes stronger than me, then Healy can protect me in return. Is there anything wrong with that? Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Isn't that how it's always written in novels? What do you mean by raising your own future boss? Healy is already a big shot in the seedling stage. How can he grow into a towering tree if we don't nurture him properly? Besides, when Healy becomes awesome in the future and we from Binjiang branch go to division meetings, we'll have the halo effect of being teammates with a big shot. The prestige is totally different. Bai Fei felt that his thinking was correct. After the team-building event dispersed, Healy walked home leisurely. He could somewhat accept the current changes. After all, if he had experienced something like time travel, why would he care about this? Night fell, and the dark sky bore neither moon nor stars. The occasional flickering light resembled more the blinking eyes of demons gazing down upon the world. Healy took out a cigarette case, pulled one out, and put it between his lips. Lighting it, he didn't continue walking but instead sat down on a bench by the roadside. Huff. Healy exhaled a puff of smoke and asked softly, "What exactly is an awakener? Why didn't Susan tell the truth?" Jean Fong appeared out of thin air to Healy's left, crossing his long legs elegantly with hands resting on his thighs. At this moment, even Healy had to admit Jean Fong looked undeniably handsome, exuding an aura of dangerous mystique. Jean Fong replied, "We don't know what awakeners really are either, but judging by how closely they're monitoring you and Susan's demeanor when she explained, an awakener definitely isn't just someone born with spiritual power as she claimed. They must be far more dangerous, and more mysterious. It's possible Susan is lying, or perhaps even she doesn't truly know what an awakener is." Healy nodded and said, "But for now, the only information we have about awakeners comes from Susan. The rest we'll have to figure out on our own." Healy glanced at Jean Fong, hesitating before speaking. After a brief silence, he said apologetically, "You're not angry, are you?" Jean Fong waved his hand dismissively and replied generously, "Angry? Not at all. Chen Sui and I were just worried about your safety. The frequency of demon encounters around you has been increasing lately. In such circumstances, if you keep actively engaging them in combat, something unfortunate might happen." Healy smiled softly and reassured, "Don't worry, I still have you all with me. Besides, the frequency of demon appearances is increasing, and staying hidden forever isn't a solution. I suspect this is related to the spirit awakeners always being on the defensive isn't the way forward." Jean Fong gave a quiet hum of acknowledgement before vanishing. Healy froze momentarily, then chuckled to himself. The cold-blooded killer was being surprisingly tsundere. The next day, the 33rd floor of the Spirit Management Bureau's building had been entirely converted into a martial arts training ground. Healy and Bai Fei sat cross-legged facing each other. Bai Fei said, "When the activity of body cells reaches its peak and then undergoes transformation, spiritual power is generated. With every cellular transformation, our bodies and spiritual power receive a certain degree of enhancement. The method to strengthen cellular activity and accelerate its transformation is precisely our way of cultivating spiritual power. It's called breath technique." Healy nodded in understanding. The term breath technique made perfect sense to him upon hearing it. Bai Fei went on to say, "Breath control techniques involve actively regulating the rhythm of breathing, guiding one's organs, muscles, blood, meridians, and cells to remain in a state of peak vitality at all times. The biggest difference between spirit warriors and psychics lies in their physical and mental aspects. Spirit warriors cultivate their bodies through breath control techniques, while psychics enhance their mental powers through genetic locks. Moreover, we dual masters must cultivate both spiritual energy and mental strength. We have to put in several times the effort and time compared to ordinary spirit warriors and psychics." "Alright, I understand," Healy responded gravely. Bai Fei was quite satisfied with Healy's earnest attitude and continued, "You've reached the 3rd level as a spirit warrior without even mastering breathing techniques. While this surprised me at first, after learning you possess AA grade talent, it all made sense. Perhaps conventional logic simply doesn't apply to geniuses." Healy gave an embarrassed smile, unsure how to respond to Bai Fei's words. Bai Fei didn't continue teasing Healy. "Now, follow my breathing rhythm to master the breathing technique. Exhale. Inhale. Ha. Inhale." Two grown men sat facing each other, eyes closed, inhaling and exhaling in perfect unison. The scene was almost too beautiful to behold. "So, have you grasped the breathing technique yet?" Bai Fei asked with a smile. Healy nodded blankly, feeling surreal. The much-anticipated method of cultivating spiritual power turned out to be just breathing? It was simply breathing slowly, making each breath full and deliberate, feeling the fullness during inhalation and the emptiness during exhalation, observing the subtle transformations within the body with every breath, mobilizing every part of oneself to resonate. Seeing Healy's dazed nod, Bai Fei understood. The breathing technique was profound and difficult to master. Achieving resonance with one's body was no easy feat. Even he himself could only accomplish it when fully immersed. Well, these things took time. In the morning, he practiced breathing techniques. In the afternoon, Li Xiang asked Bai Fei to teach him some combat skills, but Bai Fei said there was nothing to teach. All techniques are fragile in the face of speed and strength. Being fast and ruthless with your strikes, and having enough power, is all that matters. Techniques are for relatively equal fights, where the weak can use skill to defeat the strong, but this balance only applies when all combatants are in a normal state. Spirit warriors, superhumans, and demons clearly don't fall into this category. Demons aren't going to wait for you to use some fancy technique on them. How are you supposed to perform a shoulder throw on a 5-meter-tall demon? Or just slide in with a leg sweep? Healy suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Novels and TV dramas were lying to us, damn it. Bai Fei led Healy to the weapons depot downstairs, an entire floor filled with all kinds of firearms and melee weapons, everything you could imagine. Healy swallowed hard and asked, "Fei Ji, aren't you afraid criminals might come to rob this place?" Bai Fei was stunned. For a moment, his mind went blank. Criminals robbing the Supernatural Management Bureau's headquarters? He had never considered that possibility before. Or rather, why would regular people even think of raiding a gathering place for superhumans to steal weapons? This isn't seizing weapons, it's delivering ourselves to death. Sorry, I'm a bit slow on the uptake. Healy scratched his head awkwardly. Coming here to steal weapons was no different from robbing a military camp. Bai-Fei shook his head, thinking, this kid's a bit reckless, isn't he? Every time we go on a mission, we can select weapons here. All the weapons here are specially designed to channel spiritual power and supernatural abilities, extremely powerful. A 6th level demon-born could be taken out with a single shot. You could also choose cold weapons like swords, spears, or halberds, but we materialization users don't need those. Both of us manifest actual weapons. Chapter 14, The Mentally Ill Are Truly Terrifying. 19, Renmin Road. Healy returned home and prepared dinner with a clatter. While eating, he watched TV. You seem to be in a really good mood today, Xiaoyu said, sitting at the dining table with a beaming smile. Healy turned his head toward Xiaoyu, holding his rice bowl, and grinned foolishly, saying, not only did I learn breathing techniques and methods to refine my abilities today, but Captain Susan even gave me my paycheck from working at the bookstore. Xiaoyu was also delighted, resting one hand on the coffee table with his palm supporting his chin, listening to Healy with a doting gaze and a warm smile. I had already decided to keep it to myself and not ask for it, mostly because I felt too awkward to bring it up, but I never expected she'd actually give it to me. 2,400 yuan, can you believe it? Xiaoyu could clearly sense the thrill Healy felt the moment he got the money, or rather, he shared that same exhilarating excitement. Xiaoyu, you didn't come out today, so you didn't see how hilarious Brother Fei looked. During the breathing technique practice, I mastered it immediately, but to spare his feelings, I deliberately pretended to be clueless. It was exhausting. Yet I had to keep up the act. Just like back in school, when I worked so hard to control my scores to secure 5th place in the grade, you have no idea how difficult that was. But I have to at least try to act like I'm one of them, you know? What if they think I'm different and gang up to exclude me? Even though pretending is exhausting, I've gotten used to it. Before you all came, I got along just fine with my classmates. In freshman year, girls even had crushes on me. But I couldn't afford to date. Where would I get the money? Besides, I was too busy working part-time jobs to even think about dating. It's totally not like what Jean Fong said about me being frigid. Xiaoyu, the funniest thing today was when I asked this ridiculous question, what if criminals tried to steal the Spirit Management Committee's weapons? Just thinking about it now cracks me up. Xiaoyu didn't speak, just gazed gently at Healy as he listened to him recount the day's adventures. 4 a.m. Healy's half-dead fish eyes blinked open as the phone's ringing ripped him from sleep. Hey! His voice emerged low and heavy, thick with annoyance and rage, because waking up grumpy was a disease, one caused by poor sleep quality. Unfortunately, Healy had it bad, terminal, even. Healy, get to Happiness Boulevard now, a demon's appeared. The captain and the others are already on site. Sister Zhang's voice was urgent. Got it. Healy pulled a long face as he grudgingly got up and dressed, then opened the window and leaped out. His figure twisted and jumped across rooftops, heading straight toward Happiness Avenue. Soon, Healy arrived at Happiness Avenue. Standing atop a streetlight, he surveyed the area before springing high into the air, landing on a residence balcony where laundry dried, then vaulting up to the roof. Happiness Avenue was a main thoroughfare in Binjiang, connecting to Binjiang Bridge. Upon the iron framework of Binjiang Bridge, Tao Shui maneuvered nimbly between the beams. Flames burst from her hands as she relentlessly blasted them at a massive serpent armed with 2 razor-sharp foreclaws. Healy was just about to leap off the rooftop to support Tao Shui when his phone rang. Healy, where are you? The captain and Bai-Fei will arrive in 2 minutes, came Sister John's urgent voice from the phone. While jumping down the building, constantly finding footholds and sprinting toward Binjiang Bridge, Healy held the phone and said, I'm already here. I'll support Tao Shui immediately. Good, be careful. This is a level 5 demon, the Scaled Serpent. My advice is for you and Tao Shui to hold it off until the captain or Bai-Fei arrives. I got it. Healy still wore a resentful expression, his face dark as thunder. The entire team was mobilized for just a 5th-tier demon. Anyone would mistake it for a 2nd-tier threat with this level of response. On the Binjiang Bridge, police and traffic officers had already blocked off vehicles on both sides, evacuating them continuously. During Tao Shui's delaying action against the Scaled Serpent, the bridge had been completely cleared of traffic. Healy glanced up at the bridge's framework where Tao Shui stood, still in her pajamas, evidently summoned straight from bed by Jiang Jie without even time to change clothes. Without hesitation, Healy leapt onto the bridge amid shocked gasps from the team members and swiftly ascended the steel cables to reach the iron framework. Tao Shui, move aside. Healy shouted loudly. Tao Shui froze for a moment before leaping high backward. At that exact instant, Healy had already slipped beneath Tao Shui's body and delivered a powerful kick to the Scaled Serpent's neck. Bang! The Scaled Serpent was sent flying by Healy's kick, toppling from the iron frame and crashing heavily onto the bridge deck. Tao Shui was somewhat astonished. That Healy could defeat a 4th level demon wasn't surprising, after all, Healy was a dual A ranked by ritualist whose combat prowess was no joke. But what truly shocked Tao Shui was that Healy's kick just now hadn't used any spiritual power or special abilities. It was as if he had purely relied on physical strength to send a 4th level demon flying. While Tao Shui was still stunned, Healy had already leaped off the iron frame onto the bridge deck, gripping the scaled serpent's tail and slamming it left and right. His frenzied state resembled a child throwing a tantrum utterly devoid of logic or reason. Bang! 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 Each dull thud shattered Tao Shui's worldview. Was this how one fought demons? Shouldn't they be killed with guns, blades, swords, or supernatural abilities? What kind of tactic was this? Healy's wild, merciless swings and brutal suplexes? Bang! The scaled serpent crashed heavily onto the ground. It roared, it shrieked, and it fought back, its razor-sharp claws scarring the steel bridge deck with deep gashes, producing a grating, spine-chilling screech. Listening to the scaled serpent's furious howls, Healy only grew angrier, showing up in the dead of night to cause trouble instead of sleeping. Damn thing still had the nerve to yell? What fucking excuse did it have to scream like that? Boom! Healy flung the scaled serpent away with brutal force. Screech! The serpent struggled upright, hissed furiously at Healy, then twisted around and slithered straight into the Binjiang River. Healy furrowed his brows. At that moment, Tao Shui also jumped down and, seeing Healy's gloomy expression, hurriedly said, "The scale snake has entered the water, it won't be easy to chase. Let's wait for the captain and have Sister Jiang track it." Healy turned his head to look at Tao Shui, then began taking off his clothes. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Tao Shui was startled. After all, this Healy was mentally unstable, who knew if he'd have an episode now? Unable to kill the scale snake, might he vent his anger on her instead? Healy removed his upper garment, revealing his toned torso, tossed the clothes to Tao Shui, and then, with a leap, followed the scale snake into the rushing waters of the Binjiang River. Tao Shui was completely stunned, holding Healy's clothes in her hands, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this point, Susan and Bai Fei arrived one after another. "Where's Healy? What about the demon?" Susan asked urgently. Tao Shui saw the captain approaching and pouted her lips, complaining pitifully, "Captain, mental illness is so scary." Chapter 15 So scary. Both Susan and Bai Fei were left somewhat bewildered by Tao Shui's words. Then, Tao Shui vividly recounted the entire process of Healy slaying demons and monsters, emphasizing how Healy's behavior was completely different from the obedient, good boy image he'd shown before. Susan furrowed her brows and stood by the bridge, gazing at the turbulent river waters churning in the darkness below. First, she beat the 5th level demon into submission, then jumped into the river to chase it down? Susan glanced back at Bai Fei, who took a deep breath and nodded. He leaped onto the railing, just about to jump when the sound of splashing erupted not far away. At the ferry dock by the river, a loud splash burst upward. Moments later, Healy emerged from the water, step by step climbing the stairs. Then, as Healy reached the dock, he dragged out the nearly 10-meter-long corpse of the scaled serpent from the river, clutching its tail in his grip. Bang! Healy flung the dead scaled snake onto the stone platform of the ferry, then plopped down on the steps, staring blankly at the crimson-stained river water before him. He was somewhat annoyed with himself. Why did he have to kill it in a fit of anger? What if they thought he'd had a psychotic episode? He just started this job, hadn't even earned a day's wages yet, and now this mess. Getting fired here would mean losing the bookstore job too, damn it all. As Healy's thoughts spiraled chaotically, the sound of disordered footsteps approached from behind. Healy turned around, looking at Susan, Bai Fei, and Tao Shui, forced an awkward smile on his face. "Captain, this was an accident. To be honest, I have a condition, mainly poor sleep quality due to low blood pressure and a pretty severe case of morning grumpiness. You know, being suddenly woken up in the middle of the night would make anyone upset, right?" Susan glanced at the scaly snake's corpse on the ground, nodded, and replied earnestly, "That's right. Anyone would feel emotional in such a situation. Don't overthink it, we all understand. MHM, 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 MHM. Bai Fei and Tao Shui quickly nodded in agreement. Healy breathed a sigh of relief, seemed like his job was safe, then glanced at the scale snake corpse and cautiously asked, does this thing count for money?" Susan fell silent for a moment at this sudden curveball question. "Counts. Dead or alive, mission completion is all that matters. But for this job's payout, you'll be splitting it with Tao Shui." Susan didn't care about the money. Her real purpose was testing Healy's mental state. After all, psychiatric patients exhibit fierce protectiveness over what they value. And what Healy valued was money. Tao Shui immediately waved her hands, and no need, I didn't. Of course. Healy's eyes brightened as he breathed a sigh of relief, promptly rising from the stone steps and saying cheerfully, "This was a mission battle we fought together with Sister Shuet, splitting equally is only fair. A 5th level demon of this caliber could be effortlessly slain by him even without borrowing Li Qin's group strength, just like a morning jog, no effort required." Finishing his statement, Healy flashed Tao Shui a broad grin. Tao Shue's expression turned somewhat unnatural as she smiled politely and handed over the clothes. Susan made a phone call to arrange for someone to collect the scaled serpent's corpse. Bai Fei sat yawning on the sightseeing boat, while Healy followed Bai Fei's instructions, using spiritual energy to dry his damp clothes. Tao Shui stood to one side, occasionally stealing discreet glances at Healy before quickly averting her gaze. At approximately 5 past 5, a truck arrived with a team of soldiers who immediately set about dealing with the serpent's remains. The entire process unfolded with military precision. Some team members cut, others dissected, while still others carried, bagged, or labeled the pieces with professional efficiency. Healy finally understood what the captain had truly meant by cleanup. It was meant in the most literal sense. Bai Fei tossed a cigarette to Healy, gestured toward the scene cleanup, and asked, "Anything unsettling for you?" Healy shook his head to indicate he was fine but felt mere headshaking wouldn't convince Bai Fei. So he explained, "During New Year's at the orphanage growing up, donors would gift pigs or chickens. We'd always watch them get slaughtered at the canteen entrance." After a thoughtful pause, Bai Fei said, "So exterminating monsters feels like butchering hogs to you?" Thinking Bai Fei was accusing him of overreacting, Healy tentatively clarified, "Chickens work too. What I meant was, killing that monster felt as simple as slaughtering a chicken, and their cleanup resembled chopping poultry." Ha. Healy let out an awkward, embarrassed chuckle, realizing he'd made a mountain out of a molehill. It was just a level 5 demon beast. Had he really made it sound so terrifying? Suddenly, it dawned on him that he was being too flashy. No, he shouldn't act too strangely. That would make him stand out, and then he'd face rejection from the group. Thinking this far, Healy pursed his lips, then turned to Bai Fei with a smile. "A 5th-level demon, how terrifying, huh?" Bai Fei. Dawn. The riverside waters turned gold. The cleaned pier waited patiently for today's new batch of tourists. "Let's go, breakfast is on me," Susan announced with a grand gesture, insisting on treating everyone. Bai Fei and Tao Shui didn't say anything, clearly accustomed to this. Healy was also hungry. He felt he could devour 3 steamers of soup dumplings today, plus 2 tea eggs and a bowl of century egg with lean pork congee. Yet, Riverside Grand Hotel, breakfast buffet, 230 yen per person. Healy, being a country bumpkin, was completely dazzled by the variety, but he restrained himself, grabbing only a few things he particularly wanted to eat before returning to the table. Susan noticed Healy's restraint and exchanged a glance with Bai Fei and Tao Shui. Understanding her hint, the two got up in turn and brought back a variety of delicious foods, placing them on the table. Susan took a sip of coffee and laughed. "I'm not like Shoshua, a wealthy second-generation heiress. I can't afford to treat you two spirit warriors with big appetites to a fancy meal. This is a breakfast buffet, eat as much as you like. It's 230 per person, let's not end up losing money." "Don't worry," Bai Fei said between bites, pointing to the place where the pan-fried buns were being made. "Once the food's on the table, there's nothing we spirit warriors can't finish." "Healy, when the pan-fried buns are ready, go grab a basket. I'll get the soy sauce fried eggs." "Oh, okay." Healy nodded, then focused on his meal. "Your teammates are quite kind, very considerate of your feelings." Xiaoyu appeared on the chair at the next table, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a jovial smile. Healy blinked, then chuckled softly in response to Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu's next words instantly turned Healy's joyful feast into something as tasteless as chewing wax. "Last night, someone was watching you in the shadows. Their abilities are decent. The moment my mental power brushed against them, it dissipated. Be careful." Chapter 16 Top Secret The Spirit Awakener Heli. To be able to shatter Xiaoyu's mental energy, just how formidable must one's strength be to achieve such a feat? He could never have imagined this, falling momentarily silent as countless calculations and conjectures raced through his mind. "Why aren't you eating, Heli? Doesn't it suit your taste?" Heli snapped out of his thoughts and saw all three looking at him puzzled. He quickly shook his head and chuckled sheepishly. No, I was just wondering if I could get another serving of crab rokanji. This stuff is way better than the century egg and pork version." Susan suppressed a smile and said, "Of course you can. This place offers unlimited crab rokanji. Go get another bowl, and while you're at it, bring back some other things you'd like to eat too. Remember, breakfast is the most important meal of the day." "Got it. I'll go grab some then. Sis Sean loves bacon rolls, and Sis Shwe prefers egg tarts, right? I'll bring some of those back too." Healy grinned foolishly as he stood up. Then, his expression turned serious, and he whispered, "They're definitely coming for me. There's a chance I've been discovered as a transmigrator, but the most likely reason is still the matter of being an awakener." Xiaoyu, walking beside Healy, agreed, "Right. Only we ourselves know that we've transmigrated to this world. There's no way outsiders could know, but we still shouldn't dismiss that possibility too easily." Healy picked up a portion of crab roe porridge, offering a shy smile to the attendant nearby before heading toward the bacon roll station. "Xiaoyu, I can't use spiritual powers casually anymore. The Spiritual Management Bureau registered my ability as manifestation. For now, let's stick with Li Qin's crescent moon double-edged halberd and gravity manipulation." Chef, 4 bacon rolls, 4 soy sauce fried eggs, and 4 portions of ham slices. That much? Don't let it go to waste, young man. Don't worry, there are 4 of us eating. You can call Li Qin anytime, but given his temperament, I'm afraid he might lose control again and cause some trouble, Xiaoyu said. Healy nodded, taking the tray handed by the chef as he walked and said, relax, Li Qin usually listens to me most of the time anyway. After all, he's an old man now. It's normal to have little mood swings, some daily emo moments. Alright, but don't neglect your spiritual cultivation either. Breathing techniques are quite simple. Every breath I take is cultivating my energy. Master, 4 egg tarts, 2 with cheese, 2 without. Got it, young man. What's your table number? We'll bring them over when they're ready. Table 39. Alright, you may return to your seat and wait while enjoying your meal. Thank you. You're welcome, it's my pleasure. Xiaoyu, I might have to trouble you, keep sensing the situation around me at all times, Healy whispered. Of course, enjoy your meal. Also, the pan-fried buns are almost ready, there's quite a queue forming already. Xiaoyu pointed toward the distant line of people. Healy smiled slightly and returned to his seat, eagerly digging in. The meal left Healy thoroughly satisfied. A 230 yuan per person breakfast buffet, was this the simple, unpretentious luxury of the wealthy? However, Xiaoyu's remark about someone secretly watching him stuck in Healy's mind like a thorn. The most frustrating part was knowing he was being observed yet feeling powerless to do anything about it. For now, all he could do was pretend ignorance to avoid tipping off the watcher. Sigh, time to put on an acting performance again. After finishing the meal, Healy followed the trio back to the Spirit Management Association building. Sister Jiang sat on the sofa with lifeless eyes, relying entirely on coffee to stay awake, while Min Liang, who had pulled another all-nighter, remained full of vitality. Healy returned to his assigned room and plunged face-first into bed, falling asleep instantly. At the same time, Northern Division headquarters of the Spiritual Administration Bureau. The conference room was shrouded in smoke as 2 elderly men sat on either side of the meeting table. Director Yu, seated at the head, narrowed his eyes slightly. His left hand absently rubbed the documents on the table while his right held a cigarette. After a long while, Director Yu crushed the cigarette butt in the ashtray and picked up the document. Top secret, Spirit Awakener Healy. Minister Yu said, Susan from Binhai branch has confirmed that Healy is not an awakener and has already recruited him to join the Spirit Management Committee. This document can be destroyed now. The elder on the left looked up and spoke, since Susan has confirmed Healy isn't an awakener, there's no longer any danger of him being eliminated. A dual powered with AA grade talent will inevitably gain access to classified documents once fully developed. I agree to its destruction. Minister Yu nodded, then turned to the elder on his right and asked, what does Mr. Liu think? The old man on the right nodded silently, then looked up at the confidential document in Minister Yu's hand and said, destroy it. Otherwise, when Healy gets to see this document, we'll be in trouble. Minister Yu sighed deeply, gazing at the top-secret file in his hand. After a long moment of contemplation, he said, since Healy is not an awakener, our Northern Division can lift surveillance on all suspicious individuals. Submit this document to headquarters to be destroyed along with other top-secret awakener files. The 2 old men on either side exchanged glances, then closed their eyes in silence once more. Although all signs indicated that Healy wasn't an awakener, Minister Yu still harbored doubts. A dual-talented individual with AA-level gifts, reaching 3rd-level spiritual warrior status through sheer innate growth without breathing techniques, with a manifestation-type special ability no less, and whose weapon's additional ability was gravity, considered a higher-tier ability. And to think, Healy was only at the first stage of genetic unlocking. This talent is on par with that of a true spiritual initiate, if not superior. This was precisely what haunted Minister Yu. Holding the classified document in his hands, he pondered for a long while before ultimately choosing to trust Susan's judgment. Minister Yu picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Susan's number. Susan, Mr. Jia, Mr. Liu, and I have all agreed to destroy Healy's investigation files. We're preparing to send them to headquarters for disposal, you can rest easy. Susan said, as soon as possible. Healy is growing up very fast. Minister Yu was somewhat helpless in the face of Susan's cold remarks. Susan, this is our trust in you. Don't. Beep beep. Minister Yu froze, glanced at the 2 elderly men, and said awkwardly, a grown son is beyond maternal control, a grown daughter beyond paternal control. It's perfectly normal. Actually, Susan and I have a very good relationship. Mr. Liu, Mr. Jia. The interaction model between this new era father and daughter is so peculiar. Incident reported on South 12th Street. Captain, Xiaoxue, respond immediately. North Mausoleum Road, number 177. Fei Ge, Healy, go there immediately. Sister Jiang typed on the keyboard while speaking into the communicator beside her. In the armory, Bai Fei tucked a narrow blade behind his back before tossing a shotgun to Healy. Healy held the pistol hesitantly and said, I don't know how to use a handgun, can I swap it for something else? Bai Fei nodded. Of course you can. Healy set the pistol aside and picked up the XM1014 shotgun with its 7-round capacity directly. AKA, the Big Spitty. Chapter 17, You. Try to bear with it. 117, Bei Ling Road, the Sure residence. In the car across the street, Healy put on his communication earpiece. Min Liang's voice came through, followed by a glance at the map watch on his left wrist. He inwardly sighed in relief. Finally, some proper high-end equipment. Last night's sight of Tao Shui fighting monsters in pajamas had nearly convinced him they were Wakanda soldiers, wielding the most advanced technology to wage the most primitive battles. Bai Fei was no better either. Among all the firearms in the armory, he had to insist on wielding a knife. Would it kill him to stick to being a steady marksman? Healy strapped a shotgun ammo belt around his waist, then slung the shotgun behind his back for quick access. Bai Fei adjusted the comms and said, "Hey, White-Eyed Wolf, respond if you copy." "Roger that. Good afternoon, Brother Fei." "Good afternoon, Xiao He." Min Liang's teasing voice came through the headset. "White-Eyed Wolf, is that Min Liang's codename or?" Healy asked Bai Fei. After packing up all the gear, Bai Fei chuckled and explained, "It's a nickname." Min Liang obliterating one's conscience. Might as well call him White-Eyed Wolf. Healy was taken aback for a moment before asking again, "What about Brother Fei?" Bai Fei didn't answer, but Min Liang from the earpiece responded on his behalf. "Brother Fei's nickname is slacking off." Bai Fei might as well mean wasted effort, since everything he does is useless. Might as well do nothing and just slack off. Bai Fei rolled his eyes but didn't bother refuting it. Healy suddenly understood their nicknames were all derived from their names. Min Liang grew more and more animated as he spoke. Tao Shui's nickname is Academic Slacker. Tao Shui sounds like playing truant, and students who skip school are naturally slackers. As for Sister Jiangjun, her nickname is Big Sis. Her old-fashioned demeanor rivals my mom's. What about you, Healy? Don't you want to know the captain's nickname? Healy, who was just about to push open the car door to get out, paused and turned to look at Bai Fei beside him. Bai Fei shook his head, raised his watch, and pointed to the screen showing the public channel. Healy was stunned. Damn it, so Ming Liang had listed everyone's nicknames on the public channel, and now he was about to spill the team leaders too. Healy gulped, not answering Ming Liang, but adjusted his posture, ready to soak in the gossip. "So eager to know, aren't you? Ha ha, fine. Since you want to know, I'll tell you, the captain's nickname is Old Lady Susan Boyle. Ha ha ha, BZZZT. Bai Fei cut off the comms, sighed, and turned to Healy with a solemn warning, "Never, ever pronounce Big and Mom consecutively in front of the captain. Promise me that." Healy was utterly baffled. Were all these people just messing around? Alright, Min Liang's probably a goner. From now on, the mission's just the two of us. Bai Fei said with a dead serious expression. 117 North Mausoleum Road, the Sure Mansion, an abandoned old house with front and rear gardens, 3 floors above ground, 2 basement levels. At 5:17 p.m., the monitoring system picked up significant demonic energy fluctuations here. It's now 5:33 p.m., 16 minutes since the energy surge. Our mission is to investigate this area. If there are any demons or monsters, eliminate them on sight. Healy nodded to show he understood. To put it simply, if there's a monster, shoot it dead, mission accomplished. Good, clear objective. Let's get to work. After saying this, Bai Fei pushed open the car door and stepped out. Healy followed him out of the vehicle, running his hand over the shotgun on his back and the bullet chain at his waist. The reassuring weight made him feel secure. As long as they had enough firepower, there was no room for fear. At the entrance of the Sure Mansion, Bai Fei said, "After we go in, we need to search every room, basement and upstairs. You choose one." Healy blinked at Bai Fei with a clueless expression. Bai Fei nodded. "I'll take the basement, you go upstairs. Be very careful." "Alright, thanks, Fei Gu." Healy grinned. Bai Fei rolled his eyes again, leaped into the courtyard, opened the door, entered the house, and headed straight for the basement. Impressive skills. Watching Bai Fei's smooth and effortless movements, Healy couldn't help but silently admire them. Then, gently pushing open the courtyard gate, he swaggered in. Not taking the door but insisting on climbing over the wall. What an idiot. Though the Sure residence was dilapidated, the general decor and furniture arrangements made it clear that its former owner had been quite the notable figure in Binjiang. The carved wooden spiral staircase, walls inlaid with entire slabs of naturally patterned stone, and cloud motifs adorned with gold filigree on the railings, though long since picked clean by thieves. The remnants of gold threads still clinging to crevices left no doubt. There's wealth that shouts extravagance, and wealth that whispers understatement. Healy began checking each room one by one. He could sense an extremely faint demonic aura but couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Creak. The door, long fallen into disrepair, emitted a hair-raising scraping sound as Healy entered a room. Judging by the decor, it appeared to be a young girl's bedroom. The window was large, with the desk positioned about 1.5 meters from the bed. This setup would allow the morning sunlight to perfectly illuminate both the foot of the bed and the desk. Healy turned his gaze toward the wardrobe by the bed, then reached behind him to pull it open. It's not very nice to go through a girl's room like this, A lazy, mocking voice came from behind. Healy, however, remained unfazed. After all these years, the owner of this room probably has grass 3 feet tall growing over her grave. Li Qin sat on the windowsill, then leaned back until his upper torso passed through the window, resting in a half-reclined position as he gazed upward. Healy, would you consider checking the rooftop? I've got 2 more rooms to inspect, then I'll go to the rooftop, Healy responded. Do you think the demon is on the rooftop too? Li Qin asked. No, I believe the demon is in the basement. So that's why you had Bai Fei go to the basement? Don't accuse me, it was Brother Fei who proposed both options, and it wasn't my choice, Brother Fei chose for himself. Ha, Healy, you know what? This hypocritical act of playing innocent while having ulterior motives is just adorable. Thanks for the compliment. Healy finished checking all the rooms and walked up the stairs, heading toward the rooftop. Li Qin stood at the rooftop entrance, arms crossed, chuckling as he asked, what if the demon's on the rooftop? Healy calmly raised his loaded shotgun and replied, blow its head off. Standing before the iron door, Li Qin grinned again and asked, what if the gun doesn't work? Healy paused in thought, then curled his raised hand poised to open the door into a fist. The fist is big, so bear with it. Li Qin helplessly spread his hands, signaling Healy to go ahead and open the door. Healy slid open the bolt, pushed the door, and raised his gun. Bang! The massive ghostly face before him shattered into pieces on the ground in an instant. Healy stepped onto the rooftop, then closed the door behind him. Watching the wriggling fragments of the ghostly face on the ground, Healy shifted 2 steps to the right and raised his gun again. Bang! Bang! Conductive weapons could channel spiritual power and supernatural abilities. Whatever power the wielder possessed, their bullets would carry corresponding effects. Li Qin stood behind Healy, whose fired bullets carried gravitational force. The gravity-enhanced bullets blasted a hole directly through the rooftop. Healy didn't even glance at the crater he'd created, calmly pulling 3 rounds from his belt-mounted ammunition pouch and loading them into his gun. Then, he turned around, gazing at the flower in the corner of the rooftop behind, as large as a wash basin and vividly red, each petal blushing from inner to outer edges, its crimson petals encircling a black stamen, at the center of which lay a terrifying ghostly face. Even more horrifying was how that ghastly visage was fixed on Healy, grinning. Chapter 18 Your sister is a demon. Click. Bang. A chrysanthemum the size of a wash basin burst apart under Healy's gunshot, its petals scattering and littering the ground. That grinning ghostly face shattered in an instant. Healy's earpiece transmitted by Fei's urgent voice. Healy, you fired? Did you find the fiend? What's the situation? Healy reloaded another bullet into his gun, gazing at the scattered flower petals on the ground, and said, Chrysanthemum's situation is flourishing across the land. What flourishing situation? Wait, across the land? What do you mean? Fei suddenly realized. Healy watched indifferently as the black mist slowly drifted up from beneath the flower petals. Then, the mist gathered in large quantities, forming the terrifying ghostly face of the girl from earlier. It's not a big problem. How about on your end? Fei hesitated for a moment before saying, my situation is a bit complicated. There's a massive cluster of plant roots in the basement, tangled together, with an eerie aura emanating from within, like a time bomb? Healy offered the perfect analogy. Fei, that's right. Can we fix it? Healy asked again. Fei replied, not sure. I've already scanned it and sent the data to Min Liang. We'll need Min Liang to analyze the data before we can figure out a solution. Alright, I'll come down after I finish off this demon. Bang! Healy fired another shot at the ghostly face. But this time, the bullet didn't shatter the ghostly face, it simply passed through and blasted a corner of the rooftop apart instead. Healy froze for a moment. The shotgun wasn't working. Was it because the thing had no physical form, making it impossible to hit? Wait, no. The ghostly face from earlier, when he opened the door, had been shattered by his shot. How could this one be any different? Just as Healy was pondering why he couldn't shatter the ghostly face, the floating spectral face in midair gradually transformed into that of a delicate-looking girl. At first, her expression was vacant, then her gaze softened as she looked at Healy and asked, little brother, do you like flowers? In this pitch-black environment, a pale woman's face hovered in midair, gently asking him whether he liked flowers. Healy fell silent, contemplating whether he should engage in conversation with a floating face, even if it was a pretty one. Then, the petals on the rooftop slowly rose, gathering beneath the woman's face. Within seconds, they coalesced into the form of a girl, curvaceous, tall, and slender, while the crimson petals transformed into a red dress. Healy slung the shotgun back over his shoulder and extended his palm toward the siren. The siren smiled coyly and said, little brother, do you like flowers too? As she spoke, she stretched out her pale hand toward Healy. Healy shook his head, gripping the siren's wrist, and said, I don't like flowers. Oh, the demoness showed slight surprise, then a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Then, do you like me? Healy stepped forward, his left hand directly gripping the demoness' throat as he pinned her to the ground. Ah, what are you doing? The demoness panicked, realizing she couldn't break free from Heli's grasp. Heli released his right hand that had been clutching the demoness' wrist, clenched it into a fist, and whispered softly, "This fist is pretty big. Bear with it, it'll be over soon." Boom! With the gravitational power of Li Qin's fist, he punched the banshee directly in the head. The entire three-story building trembled, and the ground around the Tong mansion shook along with it. Heli raised his fist again and struck down once more. Boom! Bang! The banshee's body burst apart, scattering bright red chrysanthemum petals all over the rooftop. Heli clapped his hands, wrapping up the job. The whole time, the female demon hadn't managed to let out a single scream because she simply hadn't had the chance. Li Qin, who'd been watching from the sidelines, also clapped his hands and laughed. "Heli, you really don't have a shred of gentleness for the fairer sex, do you?" Heli retorted irritably, "If I were gentle, I'd have ended up as fertilizer for a flower pot in no time." Li Qin said, "There's an old saying, better to die under the peony than live without romance." Heli pointed at the petals on the ground and said, "These are chrysanthemums. Basement level 2. Bai Fei lifted his watch face and scanned the massive root knot that occupied nearly half the basement space. Each entwined root was as thick as an arm, with countless roots tangled together to form an enormous oval-shaped knot. The root knot pulsed with a faint red glow like breathing. "Ungrateful wretch, what's the result?" Min Liang's somewhat muffled voice responded, "This is a ghost birth flower, classified under the demonic flora system of 4th grade monster. While non-aggressive itself, it contains demonic energy. Its pollen induces hallucinations, and prolonged inhalation can turn living humans into demons. Records show 7 members of the Sher family from Sher Mansion died mysteriously in succession 20 years ago. Only the youngest daughter, Sher Yu, remained. However, she too passed away 10 years ago due to illness. After all 7 members of the Sher family passed away, their business and inheritance were managed by a distant nephew of Mr. Sher. This Sher Mansion is one of the inherited properties, but it has been left uninhabited and thus fell into disrepair." Bai Fei nodded and asked, "So how should we deal with this binding bloom?" Min Liang replied, "Wait a moment. The headquarters database has records on handling binding blooms. Let me check first. Don't act rashly. This binding bloom contains demonic energy, and if mishandled, its pollen could spread, covering the entire 5-kilometer radius of Biling Road." Bai Fei immediately grew tense. He wasn't afraid of 4th-level demons, he had slain plenty of them, but this binding bloom wasn't a creature that could be exterminated by brute force. As He Li had said, this thing was a ticking time bomb, with a coverage range encompassing the entire Bailingdao area. Bai Fei waited anxiously for Min Liang's answer while also worrying about He Li's condition upstairs. Meanwhile, He Li stood at the rooftop entrance, staring in confusion at the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared on the rooftop. The man had a robust build, wore an expensive suit, and sported a slick-back hairstyle with frameless glasses, exuding a sense of violent elegance. He Li was just about to speak. The man spoke first. "Hello, my name is Luo Kuan, chairman of Shifeng Group and also the owner of this place." He Li nodded. "Oh, hello. I'm He Li, a civil servant here on official business." Luo Kuan jumped down from the rooftop ledge, brushing past Li Qin without noticing the mocking look in his eyes. Behind his glasses, Luo Kuan's gaze fixed intently on He Li as he asked, "Did you kill my sister?" He Li pondered for a moment and said, "Your sister is a demon." Luo Kuan looked sadly at the chrysanthemum petals scattered on the ground and whispered, "So, you killed her?" He Li nodded earnestly and then said, "I told you, I was handling official business." Then, He Li added, "I'll not only kill her, but I'll kill you too." Luo Kuan looked up at He Li, who was carrying a shotgun, and sneered, "Why do you think you can kill me? Because of that gun? Or just your first-stage gene lock ability?" He Li shook his head, pointing to the communication earpiece on his ear, and said, "Because we've got high-tech." As the words fell, He Li took a step sideways and pulled open the rooftop door. The moment the door swung open, Bai Fei dashed out from inside, charging straight at Luo Kuan. A silvery blade flashed past, blood spurting out like freshly scattered crimson chrysanthemum petals. Chapter 19 My Ability, Straight Downwards. Luo Kuan had no idea that his entire conversation with He Li was being transmitted word for word through the communicator. And just as Luo Kuan appeared and politely introduced himself, in the earpiece, Min Liang shouted, "Strong demonic aura detected. He Li, be careful, Luo Kuan is actually a distant nephew of Shifeng, the owner of Sher Mansion." Bai Fei yelled, "He Li, I'll handle him." Min Liang said, "Stay alert. I suspect Luo Kuan is the one behind the parasitic flowers at Sher Mansion." Bai Fei, He Li, open the door in 5 seconds, let's catch them off guard. Inside He Li's earpiece, the two voices were practically erupting, while Luo Kuan stood there with a haughty sneer. "Why do you think you can kill me?" Sigh. He Li exhaled softly. This Luo Kuan seems to be missing a screw in his head. He claims to be a civil servant here on official business. Does he really think he'd come alone? Demons are terrifying, of course you'd bring someone brave along. So, open the gate. Release Bai Fei. After Bai Fei's slash, he stood on the rooftop edge behind Luo Kuan, gripping his blade, watching Luo Kuan warily. Luo Kuan's body gushed blood from Bai Fei's strike, the wound stretching from his left shoulder all the way to his right lower abdomen. Yet Luo Kuan didn't die, nor did he even fall. Instead, he leaned back in an eerily unnatural posture, his head tilted backward. His torso faced Healy while his head craned backward, his eyes fixed on Bai Fei. Under the night sky, the ground was littered with shattered petals and fresh blood, lending an eerie and particularly terrifying air to the scene. Crack, 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 crack. Luo Kuan's body emitted crisp sounds of bones colliding, his frame beginning to tremble violently. Healy frowned. This was shaping up to be a transformation. According to martial arts tradition, both fighters must wait until the opponent finishes transforming or announces their move's name before officially commencing the battle. But I'm a public servant, not some martial arts rogue. So, bam, bam, bam. Lu Kuan, writhing like a zombie, was blasted 3 times by Healy's shotgun, sending him flying through the balcony and crashing into the backyard. Healy felt no guilt about the ambush, only astonishment. 3 shotgun blasts hadn't torn Lu Kuan's body apart, despite this being no ordinary shotgun, but one enhanced with gravity manipulation abilities. Bai Fei was also stunned. He hadn't expected Healy to pull the trigger so decisively. The two jumped off the rooftop together, landing not far from Luo Kuan. By now, Luo Kuan's expensive suit was in tatters. He climbed up from the ground, tearing off the ruined jacket with both hands, then grinned at them maliciously. You two alone can't kill me. I'll finish you off first, then fuse with the Jiexing flower and spread its pollen, making everyone here, just like the Shi family, tear each other apart, bite and claw, until they die and become nourishment for the Jiexing flower. Healy pursed his lips, raised his hand, and pointed a finger at Luo Kuan. Boom! Luo Kuan was instantly crushed into the ground by an overwhelming gravitational force, his body emitting a series of sharp crackling sounds, the unmistakable noise of his bones shattering. Healy frowned disapprovingly and said, "You really do love to flap your gums. We've already told you, we're public servants carrying out official duties, not martial artists dueling on the streets. We don't abide by the rules of martial virtue." Bai Fei listened, his lips twitching uncontrollably, while Healy's ruthless efficiency sent chills down his spine. Healy truly was unpredictable. He'd shoot at the drop of a hat, attack without warning, with no rhyme or reason. Was this what it meant to be mentally unstable? I couldn't help but recall Tao Shue's words from last night. Healy grabbed the 5th-grade demonic scale snake and began violently swinging and beating it. The scale snake fled into the Binjiang River, and Healy stripped off his clothes and jumped into the river to chase it down. Most astonishingly, he killed the scale snake in the river using just his fists. He clearly saw the snake's internal organs shattered into pulp. Bai Fei swallowed hard. Steady now, he's his teammate. He probably wouldn't turn on him. Healy frowned, grumbling inwardly. What the hell kind of dumbass rule is this anyway? Who the hell decided you have to talk shit before a fight? What if you lose after all that trash talk? Then you're just the one left looking like an idiot. After venting in his mind, Healy turned to look at Bai Fei and asked, Fei Gu, what should we do about the flower buds in the basement? Bai Fei paused for a moment, unsure how to handle this hot potato, and replied, I'll ask Bai Yanlang to see if he's found a solution. Good. Heh, it's too late for that now. Luo Kuan, with every bone in his body shattered, struggled on the ground and sneered coldly, the Jiexing flower has matured and is about to bloom. When that happens, everyone near the Bailing path will die. Boom! As if to confirm Luo Kuan's ominous words, the ground began to tremble. The entire Shigong mansion collapsed with a thunderous roar, the earth splitting apart as thick, twisting roots of the Jiexing flower surged up from beneath. Enormous nodules pulsated with a red glow like breathing. This was demonic energy, the pollen of the Jiexing flower. The massive nodules slowly rose, lifted by the twisting vines and roots. Healy and Bai Fei watched with grim expressions as the Jiexing flower ascended behind them. Ah ha, the binding flower, rise to the highest point, and then collapsed on the ground. Luo Kuan, who had been screaming madly, suddenly fell silent as if witnessing something unimaginable, his excited voice cutting off abruptly. For the rising binding flower had abruptly stopped, then slowly began to retract, as if being forcibly pressed back down. Bai Fei couldn't see it, and neither could Luo Kuan. Healy could see it was Li Qin, standing lazily atop the not-blooming flower with his hands in his trouser pockets, using gravity to forcefully press the flower back into the ruins of Shi Mansion. Healy turned around and looked at Luo Kuan's dumbstruck face, impatiently snapping, What are you yelling for? Do you think you're the only one with a mouth? Bai Fei nearby could clearly sense the change in the atmosphere around them. His body felt extraordinarily heavy, his feet sinking several inches into the ground. He stared at Healy in awe. This was the power of a superior psychic ability, gravity. During testing, the intensity even startled the team leader. Bear in mind, this wasn't just any ordinary supernatural ability, it was merely an auxiliary power attached to Healy's materialized weapon. Your gravity can forcibly suppress the entanglement blooms, that's remarkable strength, Bai Fei remarked in admiration. Healy glanced at Li Qin, who was sulking on the ruins of the Kronos mansion because Healy hadn't spoken to him. Scratching his head sheepishly with an awkward chuckle, he said, It's not that impressive. Since gravity is a vertically downward force, it just happens to be perfect for pinning down the entanglement blooms. Bai Fei? Bai Fei was dumbfounded. Did I even ask you? And what's this about a perfectly vertical downward force that just happens to press down on the binding bloom? Besides, is pressing it down even the issue here? Bai Fei couldn't help but doubt himself. Was there something wrong with how he'd phrased it? Sigh, whatever. Bai Fei spoke to Min Liang through the communicator. The situation is temporarily under control. Find a solution as soon as possible. Chapter 20, The Gun of True Love. Susan was a dual ability user of telekinesis and materialization. Among them, telekinesis granted her the power of mind control. She enveloped the birthflower with her telekinetic force before detonating it, causing an enormous burst of blood-red pollen within the psychic shield. Then, Tao Shui used her flames to thoroughly burn away the blood-red pollen. Meanwhile, after examining Luo Kuan, Min Liang came to a conclusion. Luo Kuan had used the binding flower to torture the 7 members of the Shi family to death and embezzled their family fortune. However, he had also been parasitized by the seeds of the binding flower, turning him into a puppet demon. Most importantly, Luo Kuan had transformed from human scum into demon scum, literally. Every bone in his body had been crushed by gravity, and the only reason he wasn't dead yet was due to a lingering breath of demonic energy. Min Liang sat beside Luo Kuan, took out pen and paper, glanced at him, and began a criminal profile based on the information he had gathered earlier. Luo Kuan, chairman of Shifeng Group, distant nephew of Shifeng. 20 years ago, he sought shelter with Shifeng and became his driver. During that time, he had several arguments with Shifeng's second son, Shi Xiaolu, because Luo Kuan was infatuated with Shifeng's youngest daughter, Shi Xiaojia. But since you were living under someone else's roof, dependent on their goodwill for survival, and had conflicts with Shi Xiaolu, coupled with the Shi family never acknowledging you with even a glance, though nominally you were their relative, in reality your status wasn't even equal to that of a regular Time Wind Group employee. Thus, you harbored deep resentment and plotted against the Shi family to seize their wealth. In early 2019, you took a 16-day leave under the pretext of visiting family, and upon returning, your personality underwent a complete transformation. According to some disparaging remarks made by Time Wind Group's gatekeeper at the time, you went from being a pathetic nobody who constantly flaunted your distant relation to the Shi family with a cold face to an outright bootlicking lapdog. That was when you obtained Jixinghua, wasn't it? And you placed those non-lethal but hallucinogenic Jixinghua flowers in the Shi family mansion. However, in the end, things unfolded exactly as you might have expected. In July of the same year, Shifeng and his wife suddenly fell ill, and the doctors diagnosed them with mania. Soon after, Shifeng's father and mother also became afflicted with the same manic disorder. The following year, Shifeng's eldest son died in a car accident while on a business trip. Later that same year, their second son, Shixiala, was beaten to death by his psychotic parents. By the end of that year, both of Shifeng's parents had passed away. At the beginning of the next year, Shifeng and his wife succumbed to their illness and died suddenly. The entire Shi family was wiped out, leaving only Shixiojia alive. At this point, Shifeng's lawyer presented the will. Of Shifeng Group's shares held by Shifeng, 19.7% in total, 2.7% were to be donated to charity, while the remaining 17% were fully bequeathed to Shi Xiaojia. In August of the same year, Shi Xiaojia fell ill and was hospitalized, again diagnosed with manic disorder. By December of that year, you and Shi Xiaojia registered your marriage, making you her lawful husband. Naturally, as the spouse of someone diagnosed with manic disorder, you, Luo Kuan, became her legal guardian. 10 years ago, Shi Xiaojia died suddenly. Cause of death, self-harm during a manic episode. The 17% shares of Shifeng Group held by Shi Xiaojia were subsequently and lawfully transferred to your name. Min Liang closed his notebook and glanced at Bai Fei, who was silently smoking, Healy, who was clutching the shotgun like a fool in a daze, and Susan and Tao Shui sitting atop the ruins of the temporal mansion. Finally, he turned to Luo Kuan and asked, Luo Kuan, anything else to add? Luo Kuan, slumped like a pile of mud, looked at Min Liang and actually began to chuckle, a laugh so smug and gleeful, laced with mockery and disdain. His laughter drew sharp gazes from everyone present. Susan and Tao Shui descended from the rubble to stand behind Min Liang. Bai Fei crushed his cigarette underfoot, and Healy shot Luo Kuan a sidelong glance. Luo Kuan grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, and said with a laugh, let me add 2 more points. Min Liang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and opened his notebook. Go ahead, he said. First, I don't go around flaunting my connection to Shifeng with a cold face, it's them who are jealous of me. We're equally uneducated, yet they can only work as security guards while I get to be a driver. How ironic, isn't it? People at the bottom are always busy tearing each other apart instead of figuring out how to climb up. Second, my love for Jia is real, I truly. Bang! Luo Kuan's head and upper body were blown apart, shocking everyone and making them jump. Then they all turned to look at Healy and the still smoking barrel of his gun. Healy holstered his gun, carefully ejected the 3 remaining bullets, and meticulously slid them back into the bullet chain one by one. Then he looked up to see everyone staring at him. He suddenly touched his face shyly and smiled awkwardly, saying, "Captain, I'll pay for this bullet myself." Susan simply didn't know what to say. She waved her hand helplessly and replied, "Just report it. We can afford one bullet." "Thanks, Captain." Healy was pleased to save the cost of another bullet. After all, these specialized shotgun shells weren't cheap. Healy slung the gun over his shoulder, pulled out a cigarette case, offered Bai Fei one, and enthusiastically lit it for him before lighting his own. Truth be told, Bai Fei had just tossed his last cigarette but since Healy had offered this one, he couldn't refuse. Tao Shui noticed the awkward silence, blinked her eyes, and said with a cheerful smile, "Mission accomplished. Let's leave the cleanup to the team and go for dinner. How about Junting Villa?" "That place isn't cheap," Min Liang remarked. Tao Shui crossed her arms and tilted her chin up, scoffing, "This young lady is treating eat whatever you like. With you saying that, Miss Tao, this old Bai won't hold back." Min Liang stood up, laughing as he pulled Healy and Bai Fei along, stepping over the ruins of the Shi mansion toward the car by the street. Tao Shui didn't dare look back at the bloody mess of flesh in the pit behind her. Drawing closer to Susan, she asked in a whisper, "Captain, Healy's illness, is he really completely recovered now?" Susan shot a glare at Tao Shui upon hearing this, then reached out to pinch her chubby, baby-faced cheeks. Softly, she whispered, "Remember, you can doubt many things, but there's one thing you must never question, your teammates." Tao Shui rubbed her face and pouted slightly, whispering, "I'm just a bit scared, Captain. You didn't see how terrifying he was when he beat that scaled serpent. That huge serpent was like a ragged sack in his hands, tossed around like nothing. And then, when the serpent escaped, he chased it into the water and kept pounding it. That's a scale serpent. It's even more terrifying in water than on land, yet he literally beat it to death. Is he even human? More like a demon in human form." "Ah." Susan sighed softly and patted Tao Shui's head. It seemed Healy's frenzied combat style had left quite a shadow on the little girl. "Don't worry, Healy only gets that intense when fighting demons. He's perfectly normal otherwise. After we got back this time, I had a serious talk with him about toning it down in the future." Susan comforted Tao Shui, though truth be told, when she heard Luo Kuan claim his true love for Shi Xiaojia moments ago, she'd felt an overwhelming urge to kill the bastard herself. The impulse had barely formed before Healy made it reality. With an arm around Tao Shui's shoulders as they walked, Susan suggested, "How about getting a spa treatment after lunch? I think all these late nights lately have really dehydrated my skin." Tao Shui's eyes lit up as she said, "Great, me too. My skin gets so dry." "Captain, do you think it's because I'm a fire elemental?" "Actually, what I want most is to be a water elemental, that way I could hydrate anytime, anywhere." "That little brat. To be honest, I've had the same thought. I know a water elemental ability user, that person's skin is just ridiculously soft." Chapter 21, He-She. Those who play with fire will burn themselves. This is exactly the kind of person Luo Kuan was, using demons to harm others for profit, until he himself became a demon, ultimately meeting a violent end. He ruthlessly tormented Shi Xiaojia for 9 years, and in the end, even buried her alive in a flower pot, using life-binding blooms to transform her into a flower demon. To Healy, such a monster deserved worse than just getting a bullet to the head. That'd be letting him off too easy. After dining at Junting Xiaozhu, the group returned to the Spirit Management Bureau building to rest. During the meal, apart from Healy and Tao Shui, Captain Susan, Bai Fei, Min Liang, and Sister Jiang all drank alcohol. At one point, Min Liang even tried to share a drink with Healy, but Healy declined, saying he had a low alcohol tolerance and tended to act out when drunk. Min Liang immediately stopped pressing the matter. A mentally unstable person acting out while drunk and a dual-powered individual with gravity manipulation abilities at that was definitely more than anyone could handle. Deep down, everyone engraved this golden rule in their minds: never, ever let Healy drink. Although I don't know what Healy looks like when he's drunk and violent, judging from how he killed Luo Kuan, it's clear he shoots without hesitation, no formalities whatsoever. After returning the weapons to the armory, he went upstairs to his room to get ready for bed. Just as Healy finished showering, put on his pajamas and lay down to sleep, his eyes suddenly flew open. He turned his head toward the windowsill. A little girl in a cartoon-patterned dress sat perched on the windowsill, swinging her legs back and forth. She wrinkled her nose and grinned foolishly at Healy. Healy smiled and sat up from the bed, asking, "He-She, it's so late, why aren't you asleep yet?" The little girl shook her head and said, "I've slept enough. Recently, it's always Uncle Lee and Uncle Gene who come out. I haven't had a chance to come out and play." Healy let out a breath, scratching his head, and said, "I've been busy with some things lately." "I know, and since I can't help, that's why I didn't come out," He-She replied. She jumped down from the windowsill and then bounced onto the bed. Finding the mattress soft, she playfully gave it a few more hops. Then, standing by the bed with hands on her hips, she lifted her chin proudly and said to Healy, "Night Healy, I, the princess, command you to play with me as compensation for being so well behaved these past few days and not causing you any trouble." Hallie couldn't help but smile at Hishi's adorable demeanor. Playing along perfectly, he flicked his right hand before placing it at his side, then gave a slight bow with his head lowered. As you wish, my princess. Really? Hishi's eyes widened as she stared at Hallie expectantly. Of course, the past few days were tense because of joining the Spirit Management Committee. Now that everything's settled and I'm officially part of it, I can finally relax a bit, Hallie explained with a smile. Wonderful, Hishi shouted joyfully, bouncing up and down on the bed. So, my princess, could you allow your most loyal knight get some proper sleep? To regain strength and serve as your squire tomorrow, holding the reins for her beautiful highness. Alright then, get some rest, my knight. This princess wants to go shopping tomorrow, eat crispy ice cream cones and white rabbit milk candies. Got it? Understood, my beautiful princess. After Hallie agreed, she vanished. Hallie breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and leaned back. Bang! Sleep. The next day, at Binhai Center Square, a whale leaped out of the naked eye 3D screen. Wow, Hallie, let's go see a real whale someday. She stood on Hallie's shoulders, her small hand shading her forehead as she watched the giant whale, exclaiming excitedly. Hallie chuckled, but we've already seen whales at the aquarium. She pouted her lips. Those are orcas, belugas and spotted whales, not blue whales. I want to see blue whales, see sperm whales. I want to ride a blue whale. I'm going to be the blue whale princess. Hallie couldn't help but laugh. My beautiful princess, since you already have a blue whale as your knight, do you still need me? This question clearly stumped the 6-year-old Hishi. Torn between her desire to be the blue whale princess and not wanting to lose Hallie, she hugged her tiny shoulders and pondered for quite a while before tentatively proposing. Then, can I have 2 knights? Feigning reluctance, Hallie replied, fine, but I get to be the captain. Absolutely, the leader of Princess Hishi's knight order will always be Knight Hallie. Thank you, my beautiful and kind Princess Hishi. Come on, let's go buy some crispy waffle cones. Let's go, giddy up, giddy up. Hey, I'm the knight, not the horse. Mom, that older brother over there is so weird, talking to himself and laughing so happily. Don't stare at people, it's impolite. Mom, that boy bought 2 crispy cones, some white rabbit candies, and strawberry cream. I want 2 crispy cones too. Let's have 1, and buy a Mont Blanc pudding too. What do you think? Great. Evening. Hallie brought Hishi back to the Spirit Management Association building. They had just put away the pile of sweets and snacks they bought in the room and were heading to the sofa area when the door to the monitoring room burst open with a bang. Sister Jian rushed out in a hurry. Hallie, there's demonic activity at Swallow Lane. Go there immediately, I'll notify the others. Hallie froze for a moment, then quickly said got it, descended to the 33rd floor to retrieve a shotgun and ammunition, took the elevator to the underground garage, and drove straight to Swallow Lane. After putting on the communication headset, Bai Fei's voice soon came through. I'm on Linghua Street, about 10 minutes away from Swallow Lane. Then, Captain Susan's voice followed, 15 minutes out. Finally, Tao Shui announced, 10 minutes. After all members of both action teams had gathered, Sister Jiang said, the situation arose suddenly, and we can't determine the demon's level. I'm requiring both teams to act together. I've already notified the police to evacuate the residents of Swallow Lane. Once you arrive at the location, activate the video sync on your communication devices immediately for analysis and to formulate an elimination plan. Unlike Min Liang, who specialized in desktop information processing, Sister Jiang not only handled desktop information but also tracked demonic auras. During operations, she provided real-time suggestions and methods for handling situations to the action teams. On certain occasions, even Captain Susan had to follow her commands. The 4 of them hurriedly made their way to Swallow Lane. After adjusting his communication earpiece, Hallie glanced at the shotgun on the passenger seat and at Hishi, who was sitting right next to it. I'm going on a mission. Are you coming along, or should we ask Uncle Lee to come instead? Hishi snorted and said, Uncle Lee's skills can help you, and so can mine. Don't look down on me, I'm actually more capable than Uncle Lee. Hallie pursed his lips and replied, that's not what I meant. It's just that we might encounter demons later, really scary and disgusting ones. I'm afraid you'll get frightened. Hishi, however, brushed it off, saying, come on, what demon could possibly be scarier than Chen Sui going berserk? Hallie fell silent. Based on his current understanding, no demon or monster was truly more terrifying than Chen Sui's madness. Chapter 22, The High-Tech Warrior. 10 minutes later, Hallie arrived at the entrance of Swallow Alley. Binjian was an ancient capital with a long cultural history. As time progressed, the city kept expanding. The old town area from several centuries ago was no longer the urban center, but quietly nestled in the northern part of the city, standing as the most powerful witness to Binjiang's development. Like the alleys of Kyoto, the lanes of Shanghai, the hutongs of Tianjin, the gardens of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and many ancient houses in villages elsewhere, bamboo houses still inhabited by people who have lived here for generations. To others, these are cultural heritage sites, but to them, they are home. Yanzi Hudong was cordoned off with police tape, and officers were busy evacuating the crowd. Such occurrences had become routine for the locals. People left without hesitation, knowing there was nothing worth lingering for. Most importantly, watching this kind of spectacle could get you killed. Healy, carrying a shotgun, flashed his badge to the police and entered Yenzi Hudon without any trouble. She followed closely beside Healy, her dark, round eyes darting around before wrinkling her little nose for a sniff. Tilting her head up, she said to him, "Healy, from now on, I'll only have one crispy ice cream cone." Healy was puzzled. Why bring this up out of the blue? Why not? Hushy's petite body floated up lightly, hovering beside Healy. Her lips quivered as she fought back tears and said, "You work too hard for money." Healy chuckled and replied, "It's fine. Just a minor demon, I can handle it." Hushy said, "Who told you there's only one?" Healy. Hushy continued with a bitter face, saying, "Healy, you need to be careful. With so many demons around, don't get torn to pieces." Then, Hushy abruptly changed her tone and said with a grin, "If you die, we'll finally be free." Healy was speechless. "Uncle Lee, I miss you. Come take this little drama queen away already." The last rays of the setting sun faded as skyscrapers blocked out the final glimmer of light. All 4 members of the Spirit Management Bureau's action team entered Swallow Lane. Susan commanded, "Everyone, split up first. Send all the infrastructure details of Swallow Lane to Jiangjin. Jiangjin, immediately create a model and share it with us." "Understood," Jiangjin replied. Healy followed Susan's instructions through his earpiece, first pressing the communication device on his ear, then opening the watch face to activate the video synchronization function. Next, he pulled the lens on the headphones up to his left eye, and an image of Swallow Lane immediately appeared, somewhat resembling VR goggles. Healy felt like a futuristic soldier now, completely armed with high-tech gear. 3D modeling, image transmission, utilizing demonic energy detection devices to pinpoint the exact location of the monsters, then joining forces to eliminate them. Efficient and secure. However, the only drawback is the lack of the thrilling hide-and-seek tension found in novels. It's like using cheats after the initial excitement. All that remains is a sense of dullness. Click. Healy switched off the shotgun's safety, loaded the ammunition, and moved forward along the narrow alley. Old alleys are always messy, piles of bricks here, potted flowers there, stacks of cardboard boxes as tall as a person at the corners. Even the not-so-wide alley had a parked car, prompting Healy to click his tongue in admiration. This driver's skill was clearly honed to perfection, likely passing the driving test on the first try. She flitted about ahead, now standing on the wall, now sitting on a pancake cart, poking at the little spatula on it and giggling with delight. Moments later, Healy stopped at the gate of a small courtyard. The door was open, and inside stood 2 osmanthus trees. On the left was the kitchen, on the right a side room, and from the main house behind the trees came the sound of a TV program. Listening carefully, he could make out the voices broadcasting. Healy paused. The family must have left in a hurry, forgetting to turn off the television. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if someone was breathing on it. The breath was icy, a sinister cold. He jerked his head around. Perched on the wall behind him was a black cat with gleaming green eyes, its small black pupils staring fixedly right at him. Healy frowned, lowered his gun, and glanced at the alley corner where she stood, hands clasped behind her back as she surveyed their surroundings. Instantly, he felt much more at ease. At this moment, his sense of security came from Ishi, and he didn't find it embarrassing because Ishi truly was more formidable than Li Qin. Of course, Healy had never actually witnessed Ishi's capabilities firsthand. He'd only heard about them from Jin Fong and the others. Even Li Qin had admitted it. Healy walked towards Ishi and said, "Little Shi, stop running around. Stay by my side." "Oh." Ishi nodded obediently, then floated up to follow beside Healy. "Healy, let's go to the right," Ishi said. "Why?" Healy asked. "Because there are demons on the left, not on the right," Ishi replied. Healy. The simplicity of children lies in how utterly serious they are when telling lies. Healy turned and walked towards the right. She. Pouting her little mouth, she muttered unhappily, "Can't even fool you. How boring." Healy silently sighed in his heart. "Uncle Lee, I miss you." Yenzi Hudon live imagery completed, Sister John's voice rang out. Healy pressed the receive button on his watch dial, and instantly, a real-scene 3D model of Swallow Lane appeared before his left eye through the glasses. It really is a swallow. The modeled image took the shape of a swallow, complete with a forked tail. According to the red dots displayed on it, Healy sought his own location at the swallow's left wing section of Swallow Lane, Captain Susan at the right wing, while Bai Fei and Tao Shui were positioned at the head area. Most importantly, there were 7 blue dots above, representing demons, with 4 of them being closest to him. Healy immediately fell into deep thought. He glanced at Ishi floating beside him and regretted his earlier show-off behavior. What would it have mattered if he'd just taken the left path? Not only could he have avoided the demons, but also amused the child, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thoughts aside, Healy still headed toward the nearest demon. It was a small courtyard with its gate wide open. The walls were covered with ivy, the paving stones in the yard uneven, and there was a well covered with an iron lid. Healy lowered his shotgun. Surrounded by 4 demons, he couldn't risk firing. If more were drawn in, he might truly end up torn to pieces, just as she had said. Approaching the main house, Healy first peered through the glass. Nothing seemed amiss, but the moment he laid his hand on the door, an intense surge of demonic energy erupted. A violent gust of wind blasted the door inward, hurling Healy backward. Healy twisted midair and landed in the courtyard. Steadying himself, he looked up and a figure clad in ancient soldier's armor emerged step by step from the main chamber, wearing a half-demon mask with crimson eyes, dragging a long halberd behind him. Chapter 23, Bang, Crash. Susan, Helly, are you okay? By Faye, Helly, I'm coming to back you up. Jiangjin, Healy, be careful, it's a 5th level ghost demon. I'm fine, Healy responded, watching the ghost demon approach step by step. His body instinctively began circulating spiritual power, but Li suppressed it upon realizing what he was doing. Until Xiaoyu figured out who was secretly observing them, they couldn't afford to casually use spiritual power. Just as Healy suppressed his spiritual power, the ghostly demon had already raised its long halberd and swung it down towards Healy. Healy hastily retreated half a step to dodge while raising his hand and pressing downward, but the expected gravitational force did not appear to crush the demon to the ground. Suddenly, he realized this time it wasn't Li Qin who had emerged, but she. Healy shouted. The little girl floating in midair gave Healy a mischievous smile. Then, a delicate dark blue ring adorned with 2 diamond patterns appeared on Healy's right index finger. Then, the ring gradually transformed until it became a dark blue glove. The moment the ring appeared, Healy instantly understood Heishi's ability. After the ghost demon's strike missed, it swung its halberd horizontally again, slashing toward Healy's waist. Yet, Healy, however, calmly raised his right hand, and in the next moment, a circular surge of energy erupted from his body. As the energy burst forth, everything around them froze in an eerie stagnation. The ghostly demon's halberd halted just 5 centimeters from Healy's waist. Healy exhaled softly and said to Ishi, who was floating in midair with her hands behind her back and her small face tilted upward, "Little Shi, no wonder even Uncle Li is afraid of you. Turns out you're this powerful, huh?" Upon hearing Healy's praise, Ishi snorted lightly and proudly declared, "Of course. Besides He Jun, I fear no one." Don't be fooled by Jin Fang and Chen Sui's constant bluster. Would they dare raise their voices in front of this princess? Then, Ishi raised her right hand, thumb and forefinger opposing each other with a tiny gap in between, and said to Healy, "Actually, the gap between me and He Jun is just this much, really, just a teensy bit." Healy was now brimming with curiosity about He Jun's abilities, but this wasn't the time for curiosity. Healy nodded at He and said with a serious expression, "Actually, I think Princess Xiao Shi is more impressive than He Jun. At the very least, Princess Xiao Shi is much cuter than He Jun, right? Ha ha ha." She laughed triumphantly, hands on her hips mid-air. The ghostly demon had already begun to disintegrate from the long spear, arm, body, head, then vanishing entirely, until the dissipated dust gathered in the air, coalescing into a black brick. Healy swallowed hard and glanced down at the glove on his right hand. Materialization type, weapon, rule glove, ability, deconstruction and reconstruction. When manifested as weapons in Healy's hands, they were materialization type abilities, but their inherent powers could be shared with Healy once they appeared. Take Li Qin for example. His ability is gravity manipulation. When he appears by Healy's side, Healy can either utilize gravity powers or materialize a halberd. She is the same. Her ability allows her to decompose and then reassemble objects within the range of her psychic energy, including living organisms. Healy took a deep breath. No wonder everyone was so afraid of He. Even Li Qin, who possessed gravity powers, admitted he was no match for her. Jiang Jie's urgent voice crackled through the headset again. Healy. I'm here. What's the matter, Sister Jiang? Helly snapped back to attention. What just happened? Why did your audio suddenly cut out? Are you okay? What about the demon? Sister Jiang asked. Healy looked at the black brick on the ground and replied, "The demon has been vanquished." Sister Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then asked in bewilderment, "Eliminated? How did you eliminate them? I don't see anything here." Healy pondered for a moment and said, "It was just a loud bang, and then, crash, and then, it was destroyed." What? Sister Jiang was baffled. What do you mean by bang and crash? Healy, never mind, as long as you're okay. All the demons have appeared now, hurry up and join the others. Alright, got it. Healy curiously examined the ring on his finger once more before leaping up and landing on the rooftop. His glasses display showed that the remaining 6 demons had all gathered at Bai Fei's location, and Captain Susan had gone there as well. Healy hurried along the eaves toward Bai Fei and Tao Shue's location. Just as Helly was about to arrive, the agonized howls of demons echoed from ahead. Helly leaped abruptly into the air, landing on a large tree. Then, he witnessed the most gruesome scene he had ever laid eyes upon so far. Captain Susan held a demon in each hand, gripping them tightly before crushing them effortlessly. Like disposing of trash, she flung their lifeless bodies to the ground. Towering in stature, Susan stood several centimeters taller even than Heli, who himself measured 1.85 meters tall. She stood right there, using her psychic powers to control the 6 charging demons, suspending them all mid-air before twisting their necks one by one. In mere seconds, all 6 level 5 demons were strangled to death by Captain Susan with her bare hands. Healy asked Sister Jiang with great confusion, "Sister Jiang, with the captain here, why do we still have to come along?" Over the channel, Sister Jiang hesitated for a moment before replying, "Because fishing needs bait." Healy? Healy rubbed his face. Such an answer was rather damaging to one's pride. They had originally thought the 3 of them were here to showcase their prowess, but the reality was that they were nothing more than bait the captain had used to lure out the demons. This is just too ridiculous. "Hey, Healy, what are you doing squatting up there? Time to wrap up." Bai Fei waved and shouted at Healy crouched in the tree. "Alright," Healy responded, then jumped down from the tree and landed beside Bai Fei. Susan turned around and clapped her hands together dismissively, as if tossing out a bag of trash. Pressing her lips into a faint smile as she regarded the trio, she said, "Good work tonight, everyone. 7 tier 5 demons, count 2 each for you 3, and I'll take 1. Xiao Jiang, write up the report." "Got it, Captain," Jiangjin replied through the comms. With a fluid motion, Susan swept her long curls over her shoulder and grinned breezily. "None of you've eaten yet, right? Let's go, my treat." Xiao Jiang, Xiao Liang, meet at Spicy Joy on Kaiyun Street for some street food. Susan left with Tao Shui in tow. Healy moved closer to Bai Fei, watching Susan's retreating figure with envy, and said, "I wish I could be as effortlessly cool as the captain." Bai Fei chuckled and patted Healy's shoulder. "First, try unlocking the 2nd stage of your genetic limit." Healy turned to Bai Fei and said, "Brother Fei, aren't you also at the 2nd stage of the genetic lock? Plus, you're a dual energy wielder. Logically, you shouldn't be any weaker than the captain." Bai Fei gave a bitter smile and replied, "Healy, let me tell you another secret." "What secret?" "The secret is, the captain is far more powerful than you could imagine." Chapter 24, Li Qin's suggestion. Waking up naturally, lying in bed spacing out, then getting up, brushing teeth, going for breakfast, checking the time, 10:34, and heading to work. This current lifestyle was exactly what Heli had always pursued, though, it'd be even better if he could get paid without having to work. This damned yet charming laziness. Healy silently chastised his own indolence before setting off on foot towards the Spiritual Management Bureau building. His rented apartment was a 30-minute walk away. Even though there were direct buses and subways to the bureau, not to mention the official vehicles parked downstairs that he could freely use. Yet, Healy still chose to walk. His rationale was simple. By the time he arrived at the bureau, it would already be past 11 a.m. All he'd need to do was wait 1 more hour before getting free lunch at the 30th floor cafeteria. Healy never took pride in his wit, for it was the most fundamental skill of a time assassin. As permanent duty personnel, Sister Jiang, Min Liang, and Susan lived at the Spirit Management Bureau. Bai Fei and Tao Shui would only stay there occasionally after completing missions, when they were too lazy to move. Healy almost always went home to sleep. Though the bureau's rooms were luxurious and high-tech, he found the moldy smell and the plastic bags stuffed in the radiator of his own home gave him a reassuring sense of security. On the way, Li Qin accompanied Healy in a leisurely stroll. Li Qin asked with a smile, "So, what did you think of Xiaoxi's abilities after seeing them yesterday?" Healy shook his head and said, "Actually, I'm more interested in He Jun's abilities. Xiaoxi's power is already beyond formidable, yet she claims He Jun is even more impressive." Li Qin chuckled and replied, "He Jun's abilities aren't something you'll need for now, and He Jun prefers not to use them casually. What we've seen so far is more than adequate for the time being. Moreover, your registered abilities with the Spiritual Management Bureau are materialization and gravity manipulation. Using additional powers would only raise suspicion." Healy nodded. "Exactly. If there are more missions without you around, Uncle Li, I'll rely on firearms as much as possible. Revealing too many abilities might attract unwanted attention." After a moment of contemplation, Healy added, "There's nothing wrong with being cautious." Of course, Li Qin agreed wholeheartedly. To this world, we are outsiders or even invaders. Within our capabilities, we should do everything necessary, but always with our own safety as the priority. Healy grinned and said, "Conversing with Uncle Li is always simple and enjoyable." Li Qin did not follow along with Healy's words as usual. Instead, he shook his head seriously and solemnly said, "Healy, this is just how I am indecisive and hesitant in everything. That's why you find me so easy to get along with. But I tell you, this is not good. Others too, you must try to understand them. Jin Fang's cruelty, Xiaoyu's rationality, Chen Sui's madness, Yin Ping's romance. Understand, then accept. We are you must never despise any part of yourself." Healy stared intently at Li Qin, who happened to stop outside a cake shop's display window. As he caught his own reflection in the glass, he froze. "Don't despise any version of yourself?" Healy didn't fully understand this statement, but he knew one day some version of himself would. For matters he couldn't figure out, he wouldn't obsess. For endeavors without clear outcomes, he wouldn't pursue them relentlessly. This had always been Healy's way of doing things. "See, sir, would you like to buy some cake?" A faint voice sounded, snapping Haley out of his reverie. Haley followed the voice and saw it was the bakery clerk, a girl who looked even younger than him. Haley's height and robust, upright physique gave him an intimidating presence. It was clear the girl was somewhat afraid of him. Haley smiled slightly and looked at the cakes in the display window, $13.99, $19.99, $20.99, $26.99. He took a deep breath and said, "No way." With that, she turned and walked away. What kind of family spends $1,000 or $2,000 on a tiny 10-inch cake? Utter madness. With that kind of money, you could buy a whole rack of ribs. Wouldn't that be way more satisfying? Ha ha ha. Li Qin burst into laughter. That girl gets commission for every cake she sells. Buy one, and who knows, you might just meet someone. Maybe that's your ticket to ending your single life. Uncle Lee, what you're saying is completely baseless. Healy countered, whether it's 4S store salespeople, real estate agents, or stockbrokers, they all work on commission. They've seen too many wealthy clients to care about someone buying a small apartment, a base model car, or the cheapest stock option. That's their job, providing products according to needs. The focus is on the product, not the person. Li Qin shrugged his shoulders, you never know for sure. Healy rolled his eyes and ignored the old rascal. At his age, he should find a place to be emo instead. The world of normal people really isn't suited for Li Qin. No man with a sane mind would think buying a cake at a bakery could lead to something with the staff. After another half-hour discussing what to do after getting rich with Li Qin, Healy arrived at the Spirit Management Association building. Min Liang was still in a state of exhaustion from pulling an all-nighter, while Sister Jiang was sustaining herself on coffee alone. These two were responsible for desktop information processing and reportedly earned higher salaries than Bai Fei. They worked in 4-hour shifts, which was quite demanding. Healy walked over to the bar. Bai Fei took out a glass and poured him some ice water before saying, the lunch menu for the canteen's already been posted in the group chat. Check if there's anything that suits your taste. If not, let's go to Tim's restaurant at noon. Heard they switched chefs. Let's try it out. Healy took a sip of the ice water and said calmly, I don't know about the chef, but I do know that Tim's restaurant replaced all their servers the day before yesterday. Now they don't have a single male waiter left. Oh, really? Bai Fei exclaimed in surprise. Looks like Tim's restaurant is about to see an explosive surge in business. I'd better reserve a table quick. Chatting with Bai Fei is as pleasant as ever. Heading to the sofa area, Haley sprawled onto the couch, took a deep breath in, then slowly exhaled. He was practicing his breathing techniques at every possible moment. Bang! The monitoring room door was slammed open again with force. Haley jumped in surprise. By now, he'd come to view Sister Jiang and Min Liang as teachers. Their appearances always brought tension with them. It's either assigning homework or organizing a full team cleaning session. However, this time Sister Jiang and Min Liang didn't call them out for a mission. Instead, the two of them got into an argument. Sister Jiang, your 3D modeling is outdated. Take Swallow Alley this time. You spent a full 4 minutes on realistic modeling. Those 4 minutes would have been enough for the team to eliminate 2 waves of demons. Compared to your time-consuming and labor-intensive 3D modeling, my demonic energy detection system is much better. It can detect demons within a 50-meter radius, allowing us to eliminate them promptly while saving both time and effort. Sister Jiang sat furiously on the sofa, arms crossed, and retorted, modeling the mission site allows us to scan every demon in the area. Not only can we determine their numbers, but we can also track their movements, making it easier to strategize combat. This isn't outdated, it's about ensuring everyone's safety. Your demon detection system can only scan a radius of 50 meters, what about beyond 100 meters? Your technology is immature. If you could achieve full coverage, my 3D modeling would naturally become obsolete, but clearly, you can't do that yet. Min Liang sat across from Sister Jiang at the wooden table and confronted her directly. Sister Jiang, the demon hunting operation demands speed to minimize civilian casualties and losses. If even a small place like Swallow Lane requires 4 minutes for modeling, what about the entire Bailing Road? Or the entire Hualan district? How much time would that take? Half an hour? Or a full hour? Healy pursed his lips slightly, turning sideways to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling window while the two tech gurus' discussion had already ventured beyond the boundaries of his expertise. He preferred pondering more pressing matters like whether to deposit those 2 mission stipends in the bank for interest earnings or, perhaps just leave them in the bank for interest. Chapter 25, Severing the Prying Mental Gaze. The clash between tech experts is refreshingly straightforward yet razor-sharp. Sister Jiang and Min Liang's debate had escalated from technical aspects to moral principles. In the end, it was Susan who stopped this war after finishing her shopping before coming to work. The conclusion was to use Min Liang's detection system until Sister Jiang completed her model, while encouraging Min Liang to keep striving to expand and strengthen the demonic energy detection system globally. No one could resist the gentle encouragement of a 1.92-meter-tall bombshell dom, not even Min Liang with his obsessive devotion to technology. Because if he didn't listen, Susan's fists would make him comply. Ever since he saw Susan casually squashing 6 level 5 demonic creatures last night as effortlessly as crossing the street, Helly understood that the reason Susan remained single had absolutely nothing to do with her height. The nickname Auntie really suited Susan. Dating her came with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sometimes, it was better to sit still than to move. Susan tossed her shopping loot onto the sofa, then went to the bar for a drink. Let's skip the cafeteria for lunch, she said. How about Tim's restaurant? I heard they got a new head chef. Helly and Bai Fei froze for a moment, exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their heads away. Their visit to Tim's restaurant had ulterior motives. While diners' interests lie with the waitstaff, what was Susan really after? Could she genuinely be wanting to taste the new chef's skills? Great, let's go together, hee. Bai Fei awkwardly laughed while wiping glasses. Susan gave both Bai Fei and Healy strange looks, sensing something fishy between the two of them. Tim's restaurant was quite elegant, but much to Healy's surprise, it served fusion cuisine rather than the Western or French fare he'd imagined. But it's really delicious. Helly and Susan were enjoying their meal, occasionally commenting on it. Mostly Susan did the talking while Helly listened. Given Helly's previous financial situation, he wouldn't have dared to even think about dining at such a place. 8 shrimp balls and a plate of cheese shrimp balls cost 99 yuan, and 6 small lamb chops cost 278 yuan. The only good thing about this restaurant is that it never scams the poor. This meal left Helly eating with trepidation, while Bai Fei sat rigidly upright, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead, a faint smile perpetually hanging on his face. Helly came to a conclusion. Bai Fei liked Captain Susan, but his affection wasn't particularly obvious, it was overshadowed by fear. If Susan were to confess her feelings to Bai Fei, he probably wouldn't have the courage to refuse. After finishing the meal, they returned and arrived at their lunch break time. In fact, when no demons appeared, these people spent their time either cultivating or idling around, and then spending money, all sorts of money. For example, the hundreds of bottles of liquor in the wine cabinet were bought by Bai Fei himself, who then mixed drinks for everyone. The equipment in the surveillance room was personally bought by Sister Jiang and Min Liang, who claimed they worked better with these, insisting the ones issued by headquarters were garbage. As for the funds distributed by headquarters every month, everyone will split the share and treat it as a bonus. Helly reclined lazily on the long sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, squinting as he basked in the sunlight refracted through the glass. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, first scanning his surroundings before glancing toward the bar cabinet. Bai Fei wasn't there. Healy looked toward Xiaoyu, who stood with his hands behind his back in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and asked softly, "Did you see who it was?" Without turning his head, Xiaoyu gazed at half of Binjiang City and replied, "I saw. My psychic energy isn't strong enough to cover the entire Binjiang City, nor can it break through the psychic barriers of those observers. However, I borrowed He Jun's psychic energy, so I saw quite easily." "Who was it?" Healy asked. Xiaoyu said quietly, "Not a who, but a strand of psychic energy lingering over Binjiang. The owner of this strand isn't in Binjiang, but this energy can still observe you." Xiaoyu chuckled softly, though his laughter carried a hint of anger. "Quite amusing, isn't it, to think they left behind a trace of mental energy here to monitor you?" As Xiaoyu spoke these words, he slowly raised his hand, extending his wrist beyond the floor-to-ceiling window. His fingers gently curled inward, as if clutching something unseen, before withdrawing his hand. Xiaoyu then turned around to face Healy. Healy stared at Xiaoyu's hand. Though his vision couldn't make it out clearly, he could distinctly sense a thin thread in Xiaoyu's grasp, the very thread Xiaoyu had called spiritual force. The next moment, another figure materialized beside Healy, his expression cold and detached, yet his eyes exuded an imperious aura that demanded reverence. "He Jun, do you know whose spiritual force this is?" Healy asked the man standing beside him. He Jun's figure blurred as he flashed before Xiaoyu, seizing the thread of spiritual force in his hand. Xiaoyu immediately released it and took half a step back. Healy could clearly sense that Xiaoyu held deep respect for He Jun, not fear, but a genuine reverence from the heart. He Jun gently pinched the strand of spiritual energy between his fingers, then applied slight pressure. The strand vanished. "This spiritual energy resembles yours closely," He Jun said to Healy. "What?" Healy was startled, sitting upright to look at He Jun. Nodding calmly, He Jun confirmed, "Exactly. Though not as potent as yours, its signature is strikingly similar to your spiritual energy." He Jun paused, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Rather than spying on you, it's more accurate to say he was looking for you." He Jun gazed into Healy's eyes and said, almost as if searching for someone of his own kind. "Looking for his own kind? My own kind?" After a moment of thought, he said, "An awakened one, or a transmigrator?" Perhaps kindred spirit isn't the most fitting term, but the truth remains, there are only two types of people like me, awakeners and transmigrators. Though unsure whether I was truly a so-called awakener, one thing was certain, I was indeed a time traveler. If you're looking for someone similar, it can only be one of these two. It couldn't possibly be an orphan seeking another orphan, could it? I'm not sure, Hee-jun said, at least not for now. I can only block their surveillance of you, but we're on the defensive. I believe they'll return soon, and when they do, I'll step in to resolve the trouble for you. Healy pursed his lips. This was what it meant to be a true powerhouse, using the calmest tone to deliver the most domineering words, without the slightest hint of arrogance. It felt like a simple statement of fact, yet brimming with an overwhelming sense of security. Hee-jun glanced at Healy and gave a slight nod before vanishing. The moment he disappeared, Healy felt the air flow freely again, as if relieved from that domineering pressure. Healy looked at Xiaoyu and asked, "Are you all really that afraid of Hee-jun?" Xiaoyu shook his head and chuckled wryly. "What do you mean we're afraid? Aren't you scared too?" Healy awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Let's change the subject. What are your abilities? I was so busy bickering with you before that I went crazy from all the nonsense. Now can you tell me?" Xiaoyu looked at Healy's eager eyes, smiled, and asked, "Do you really want to know?" "Meshem, I'm really curious," Healy said like an inquisitive child, wide-eyed and gazing expectantly at Xiaoyu. "I won't tell you." With that, Xiaoyu disappeared. TSK, you motherf. Healy lay back down on the long sofa and went to sleep. Chapter 26. We are very gentle. Without that intrusive mental surveillance, Healy felt noticeably more energetic. Though it would return soon enough, by then it would be time for the hidden expert to step in. At that moment, Susan approached in heels, a 1.92 m tall woman wearing a slim fit suit and stilettos who now stood towering over Healy. Truth be told, when Healy opened his eyes, the first thing he saw wasn't Susan's face. Healy shifted his body slightly to the other side, then sat up from the couch and looked at Susan. Cautiously, he asked, "Captain, is something the matter?" Susan sat on the adjacent couch, her long legs crossed, and inquired, "The cleanup team mentioned that the ghost demon you killed turned into a brick. Also, the audio cut out when you took it down. Care to explain what happened?" "So that's what this is about." Healy felt slightly relieved. He had momentarily worried Captain might have been alerted by Hee-jun and Xiaoyu's earlier appearance. "Captain, before I answer this question, I'd like to ask you one first." Susan nodded and said, "Sure, go ahead and ask. What was your major in college, Captain?" "Humanities." Susan paused, then asked, "What does that have to do with answering the question?" Healy breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, because this will involve some basic physics principles." "What?" Susan looked at Healy in confusion. With a confident smile, Healy explained, "As we all know, gravity always pulls vertically downward. But why is that? Because the source of gravity is Earth. So let's hypothesize if the source of gravity changed from Earth to me, the gravitational potential and density would undergo dramatic changes. In other words, stop." Susan frowned and interrupted, "I don't really understand what you're saying. Just tell me why that ghost demon turned into a brick." "I crushed it with gravity." "Alright, got it. Go back to sleep." Susan got the answer she was satisfied with, or rather, an answer she could fudge into her report to placate her superiors, then swayed off with a self-satisfied strut. Healy grinned wryly, thinking to himself, "That was close. I only knew that much trivia. Any more and I'd have been dredging up middle school knowledge. If you study humanities, I'll teach you physics. If you study physics, I'll teach you reasoning." The final interpretive authority belongs to Healy. "Anyway, I'm mentally ill. As everyone knows, no matter what a mentally ill person does or says, it's always reasonable, including compressing demons into bricks." There wasn't much going on in the following days. Healy still managed his time efficiently, seamlessly connecting breakfast and lunch. Along the way, he discovered another money-saving trick, sleeping an extra half hour and heading straight to the Spiritual Management Bureau building for lunch. Healy treated everyone to lunch and dinner, and even went downstairs twice in the afternoon to buy coffee and snacks, expensive stuff. But that's how friendships work, with give and take. Even if a family is poor, they should still be able to afford to buy a friend a bottle of soda. Bam! 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 On the 27th floor in the firearms training room, Healy practiced shooting with a handgun, thinking he shouldn't always rely on scattergun tactics. Sometimes, precise strikes were necessary, and shotguns were just too overpowered. Like last time, when he blew Luo Koen's upper body to pieces with a single shot. He had only meant to blow off Luo Koen's head, but instead, the entire torso was obliterated, leaving him nauseated for several seconds. Shooting requires practice and skill. At first, he believed he was the chosen one, that no matter what weapon he picked up, a +1+1+1 proficiency marker would appear above his head, and he'd effortlessly level up with a few pew-pew-pews. But reality proved him wrong. He was just an ordinary schizophrenic after all. Hitting the bullseye depends entirely on luck. Random shot fighting technique. Since Hee-jun personally handled your troubles, you've become much more cheerful. Jean Fong stood by the metal rack stacking bullets, looking at Healy as he spoke. Of course. Healy ejected the empty magazine, then pressed the bullets into it one by one. "Even you said by Lord He himself, looks like you're afraid of Lord He too." Healy was teasing Jin Fong, who was arrogant and looked down on everyone, yet held unusual reverence for Lord He, just like Xiao Yu and Li Qin. Back when they were arguing about whether to join the Spirit Management Committee, Jin Fong would fire off a stream of national epithets and intangible cultural heritage phrases at even Xiao Yu and Li Qin. But after He Jun appeared, everyone shut their mouths, including Jin Fong who had been cursing and Chen Sui who had murderous intentions. They all obediently listened to He Jun speak. Jin Fong shrugged, not the least bit embarrassed, and spoke frankly, "That's completely normal. We're all afraid of him. The only exception is He-She, who shares the same surname. And even then, it's only because He-She's abilities are second only to He Jun's. Lacking skill isn't something to be ashamed of, especially when compared to He Jun and He-She." "I'm growing more and more curious about what He Jun's abilities are," Healy said, visibly excited. Seeing this, Jin Fong smirked coldly and said, "You'd best curb that curiosity. If you ever find yourself in a situation where He Jun has to intervene, you'd be lucky to escape with your life." Click. Healy loaded the magazine into the pistol and asked with confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Jin Fong caught 2 bullets, flicked them lightly with his fingers towards a target 150 meters away, and both bullets struck the bullseye. Then, with a resounding bang, the metal target exploded into fragments. "I mean, you'd better not even think of asking He Jun to step in. His methods are nothing like ours, so gentle." Healy gazed at the scattered metal fragments 150 meters away, witnessing Li Qin compressing the demon into a bead before crushing it, while She disassembled the monster and molded its remains into solid bricks. "Is this what you call tenderness? Then I ask you, what kind of scene could possibly be called violence?" "Mr. He said that when those people watching me show up again, he'll take action himself." Jin Fong waved his hand with a sigh, saying, "That was just Mr. He teasing you." "Are you kidding me?" "That's right." Jin Fong moved closer to Healy, staring into his eyes with an amused smile as he said, "He can even crush psychic energy. Who'd be foolish enough to provoke him, or rather, provoke you? Though there might always be an exception." Jin Fong swiftly moved beside Healy, steadying his gun hand, and said, "Perhaps there really is such a fool?" Bang! 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 Every bullet was fired, each hitting the bullseye. "When that time comes, stay as far away from this city as you can, otherwise, not a single person here will survive. You'd better not use guns anymore. Practice with blades instead. You're just wasting bullets with gunplay." Chapter 27 Zhang Qining. Jin Fong's words plunged Healy into deep thought. Was he truly unfit to wield a gun? Bang bang bang. Unconvinced, Healy changed the magazine and emptied all the bullets at the target paper. Unsurprisingly, only one round hit the mark. Healy furrowed his brow, stared at the pistol in his hand, and then fixed his gaze on the assault rifle nearby. This gun not only had fierce firepower but, more importantly, could launch grenades. Sigh. As expected, I'm better suited for saturation fire. HAAA. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Healy sat on the sofa, taking deep breaths in and slowly letting them out, feeling the spiritual energy within his body pulsate joyfully with each breath. He knew it, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Relying on breathing techniques to cultivate spiritual energy wasn't difficult for Healy. As he said, who doesn't know how to breathe, right? The real challenge was unlocking the gene lock, repeatedly tempering one's mental strength until it reached a threshold, and then, naturally, releasing the genetic constraints within the body. This was something elusive. Unlike spiritual energy cultivation, which had clear traces to follow and established methods, no one truly knew how one was supposed to temper their mental strength. According to Bai Fei, unlocking the gene lock depended purely on talent, not effort. Simply put, it's about repeatedly stimulating and overwhelming one's mental strength, triggering massive dopamine secretion, continuously raising the dopamine threshold, and frantically stimulating oneself. Dopamine brings pleasure and stimulation. Ordinary people would indulge in the pleasure, and then, descend into madness. For those with supernatural abilities, it enhances their powers by reconnecting the potential and genetic fragments within their bodies, thereby unlocking the next stage of genetic constraints. The heights one can ultimately reach are determined by their innate talent from the moment of birth. Though harsh, that's the undeniable truth. Evening, Healy went about his usual grocery shopping at Dadong Market as always, buying half of a free-range chicken to make soup at home. Just as he was selecting some shiitake mushrooms, "Healy?" A girl's clear voice rang out behind him, brimming with pleasant surprise. Healy turned to look. The girl was someone he knew, named Zhang Qining. She was Healy's high school classmate, and they had both been admitted to Binjiang University, though they weren't in the same major. "Zhang Qining? What are you doing here?" Zhang Qining came from a well-off family. To this day, Healy still remembered how her father would pick her up in a luxury car after night self-study sessions during their senior year. That's why he found it puzzling to see Zhang Qining at Dadong Wet Market. Zhang Qining wore a plain white half-sleeve top paired with straight-leg white trousers, her feet in a pair of sandals, an outfit exceedingly common on university campuses. It was a style caught between youthful innocence and maturity, striving for sophistication yet not quite achieving it, retaining a touch of fresh-faced sweetness. "Why shouldn't I be here?" The entire Dadong market belongs to my family. All the vendors pay rent to us. Tell me, shouldn't I be here? Zhang Qining was clearly dissatisfied with Healy's attitude. This guy had been like this since school, always acting detached and aloof with a keep-out expression, yet participating actively in every class event. His grades weren't the very top, but consistently hovered at the bottom of the top tier. While the top 9 positions in the grade rankings kept changing hands, the 10th spot was always his. In the end, he became the student the teachers worried about least precisely because his performance remained so stable. Healy was also surprised. He knew Zhang Qining's family was wealthy, but didn't realize they owned the entire Dadong market. She was undoubtedly a genuine white rich beauty, by Fumii. I just wonder which family is richer, hers or Tao Shui's. Healy looked slightly embarrassed and responded with a strained smile. I see. Well, in that case, you should stay. I won't disturb you any further. Healy didn't want to prolong the conversation with Zhang Qining. After all, they were hardly birds of a feather. But Zhang Qining had no intention of letting him go. She took a step back and blocked his path, quirking an eyebrow as she inquired, "You've been on leave for over a year now. Are you really not planning to go back to school?" "Let's talk about it after I recover," replied Healy calmly. "When will you recover then?" pressed Zhang Qining. Healy paused before answering. "That depends on what the doctor says." "And what does the doctor say?" "The doctor said my condition is very stable." "So that means it's getting better?" "No, it means there's no hope." Zhang Qining was momentarily stunned by Healy's retort, then furrowed her brow in displeasure. "Hey, I'm just trying to look out for you," she snapped irritably. "What's with that attitude?" He shook his head and replied, "No, I'm telling the truth. That's precisely why I don't go back to school anymore. Besides, I'm already working full-time now." "At work already?" Zhang Qingning's expression was somewhat peculiar. Without even finishing college and still being a psychiatric patient, what decent job could he possibly find? Factory work? Construction site? Or something like a cleaner? Are you really giving up? After all, they were old classmates, and he was an orphan with a hard-knock life to begin with. Now that he'd lost his only chance to change his fate, Zhang Qining couldn't help feeling sorry for him. Well, Healy didn't know how to respond. His base fee for killing a 5th-tier demon was at least 150,000 yuan, and special circumstances paid even more, like that 4th-tier Jiexing flower. Including the flower demon and Luo coin he'd taken down, it totaled over 900,000. Then there was the 330,000 yuan Sister Jiang had reported for his recent operation at Swallow Lane. That should be pretty decent, right? Noticing Healy's silence, his absent gaze and visibly struggling expression, Zhang Qining sighed inwardly, then softly comforted him. "There's nothing we can do about getting such an illness. How about this? I'll go back and ask my father to arrange a job for you. I don't mean anything else by it, and I certainly don't look down on you. Helping out an old classmate is only natural. No need. I'm doing really well right now, honestly, no need. I work at the Spirit Management Association." Healy quickly refused. What kind of job would she introduce him to? What job pays over $1 million a month? Besides, he outright mentioned he worked at the Spirit Management Association. He had no intention of creating some wolf in sheep's clothing misunderstanding with Zhang Qining. It wasn't just cliched, but also a waste of time. The Spirit Management Association? Zhang Qining was stunned for a moment. Of course, she knew about the Spirit Management Association, but she never imagined Healy would be part of the action team. Instead, she assumed he worked in logistics, basically, the cleanup crew that comes in after the action team finishes dealing with demons. Yeah, the Spirit Management Committee pays pretty well and doesn't have much work usually. It's not bad. Healy breathed a sigh of relief, grinning as he spoke. Zhang Qining found Healy increasingly resembled a foolish boy the more she looked at him. Everyone else was either a spirit warrior or a superpower holder, while he was just an ordinary person. Were you earning money without caring for your life? Is that really a place for someone like you? It's way too dangerous. Quit immediately, I'll help you find another job. With that, Zhang Qining turned and walked to the roadside, hopping into a little white sports car that roared away in a puff of smoke, disappearing in an instant. Healy smacked his lips, thinking to himself, had his words not been clear enough? Besides, why was she suddenly so concerned about him? If she had always been this concerned, then why hadn't he seen Zhang Qining even once during the 6 months he spent in the psychiatric hospital or the year he worked at the bookstore, when he came to Dadong Market almost every day to buy groceries? Coincidence? Just pretending to care? Or maybe, pitying me? Damn it, strange things keep piling up. Chapter 28, You're Not Fit to Be in My Sight. Evening, observation deck of the Spiritual Administration headquarters. Susan stood on the rooftop edge, gazing at the nightscape of Riverside City. The wind tousled her long hair, but she paid it no mind as she pulled a pack of cigarettes from her blazer pocket. Then, lit one. Ha! Susan exhaled a plume of smoke. Beyond the rooftop, the void opposite Susan began to ride unnaturally, then rippled outward like water. From the epicenter of these ripples emerged a man wearing khaki casual wear. Susan, I've told you many times, women shouldn't smoke. It's bad for your health. The man stepped forward through the void, chuckling lightly as he approached Susan. Susan remained silent, then looked into the man's eyes and took another deep drag of her cigarette. Ha ha ha. The man burst into laughter and said, "This is exactly why I like you, untamed and proud, to the point of not even sparing me a glance." Susan glared at the man with a stern expression and said coldly, "Wang Ke, quit the nonsense. Unless, of course, you're eager to meet your end." Wang Ke spread his hands helplessly. "Fine, Susan. I came here to inform you the investigation documents on Healy weren't destroyed. The higher-ups at headquarters still strongly suspect he might be an awakened." Susan gave an impassive nod, signaling she understood. But Wang Ke didn't leave. Instead, he added, "Susan, you should hand Healy over to headquarters. Whether he's awakened or not, keeping him here will only hold you back. You're a member of the Hunter Division, yet you're stuck dealing with low-level demons day after day. It's wasting your talent. Or is there someone here that you care about? Susan, don't be foolish, you're not the same as them. Your abilities and talents are beyond their imagination. How much longer will you keep playing with these people?" Susan took a drag from her cigarette and said nothing. Wang Ke took another step forward, pleading, "Come on, Susan, this isn't the place for you. Facing those low-level demons day after day, alongside comrades whose talents are pitifully weak, how long are you going to keep this up? Susan, listen to me. Take Healy back to headquarters, hand him over, then return to the Hunter Division. Things can go back to how they were." Finally, Susan finally moved. Slowly raising her left hand, she grasped Wang Ke's head in a single motion, his face frozen in alarmed confusion. In an instant, countless chains of psychic force materialized in the surrounding void, coiling around Wang Ke's body, while behind him emerged an enormous spiderweb woven from intertwined strands of these mental bindings. To his horror, Wang Ke found himself powerless to resist. The countless chains not only immobilized his body but also sealed away his abilities. Staring incredulously at Susan, he struggled to comprehend, when had this woman become so formidable? "Susan, you." Susan's left hand gripping Wang Ke's head slowly tightened its fingers. Susan, you, let me go." Held in Susan's grasp, Wang Ke cried out in agony. Susan gazed at Wang Ke writhing in her hand like an insignificant ant. She spoke calmly. "You don't deserve to appear in my sight. If anything really happens, you'll bear the consequences yourselves," Susan said coldly to Minister Yu on the display screen. Minister Yu smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "This is beyond my control. I've already submitted an application to headquarters to destroy the investigation files on Healy, but they disagreed. There's nothing I can do. In any case, this matter has nothing to do with our Northern Division anymore." Susan snorted coldly, "That's none of my business. I've already warned you, if Healy ever finds out about this and takes any drastic actions, it has nothing to do with our Binjiang precinct." Minister Yu glanced at Susan and sighed softly, "Right now, we can only hope Healy isn't a spiritual awakener." Susan scoffed disdainfully, "Your hopes are quite flimsy." Ignoring Susan's sarcastic remark, Minister Yu asked instead, "Has Wang Ke left yet?" Susan said, "He's gone." "That's good." Minister Yu nodded. Susan continued, "He fled after I broke both his legs." Minister Yu? The next day, Healy was still sitting on the sofa practicing his breathing technique, while Bai Fei was mixing drinks for Susan and Tao Shui. Min Liang came out of the surveillance room and said, "There's been a homicide at number 37 Binjiang North Road. The police want us to send someone to check it out." Healy opened his eyes and looked at Min Liang. Tao Shui asked, "A murder case? What does that have to do with us? Why are we being called over?" Min Liang explained, "They suspect it was done by demonic beings, because the victim was quite ghastly." Tao Shui questioned, "How ghastly?" "Enough to fill a basin," Min Liang answered with a grimace. "Oh, using a basin. Holy shit, a basin, torn to shreds." Tao Shui practically leaped off the bar stool. Min Liang nodded and said, "That's how the police described it. Even seasoned investigators couldn't stomach it, they threw up multiple times. The forensic team also vomited after collecting blood and bone fragments." "Oh my god, ugh." Tao Shui covered her mouth mid-sentence and dashed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Susan remained unfazed as she picked up her glass, took a sip of wine, and calmly suggested, "Just send Healy and Bai Fei over." "Healy? Bai Fei?" The two exchanged glances, their stomachs cramping. Even veteran detectives and coroners were vomiting, just how gruesome could it be? But since the captain had given the order, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and head in. In the armory, as Healy fastened the shotgun ammo belt around his waist, he asked Bai Fei, "Fei, do you think this was done by a demon? If it were demon murder, the demon energy detection devices couldn't have missed it." Bai Fei placed the dagger on his right thigh and slung the longsword diagonally across his back before replying, "Not necessarily. Take Jiexing flower for example, the detection devices didn't pick up its demonic energy either. It was only exposed when the flower demon on the rooftop leaked its aura. Either way, caution never hurts. If there are demons involved, Your mission is to protect the police officers on site while I handle the demon extermination. Alright, I got it. Click. A bullet is chambered. Clang. The long blade is sheathed. Bai Fei gulped hard. Let's go. Binjiang North Road runs along the northern bank of the Binjiang River. The nearby residential complexes, being Riverview properties, are exceptionally expensive. As a result, the neighborhoods along Binjiang North Road are often referred to as the wealthy district. For instance, Tao Shui lives in one of the villa complexes along this road, while Captain Susan's home is located in a high-rise Riverview apartment at the central stretch of Binjiang North Road. Number 37 Binjiang North Road is a standalone villa, now cordoned off with police tape. Inside, the air is thick with the metallic scent of blood, because all 4 members of the villa's household were completely obliterated. Chapter 29. Let's make a hypothesis first. In the villa courtyard, the ground was littered with broken glass shards. The stone bricks from the gate to the villa entrance bore countless bloody footprints, likely left by police officers who had entered to investigate before coming back out. To the left of the yard stood a flower bed containing a fish rearing tank and a skylight designed specially to provide daylight to the basement. On the right was a garage housing 2 heavyweight motorcycles and 1 large pickup truck. Healy was observing the situation in the villa courtyard. After chatting briefly with the police captain, Bai Fei took another look at those basins of flesh and blood before returning to Healy's side with a grim expression. Clearly, those grotesque contents had sickened him too. Frowning, Bai Fei asked, I ordered them to retreat 50 meters and evacuated the surrounding residents. Did you find anything? Healy turned his head and stared earnestly at Bai Fei. Brother Fei, I'm scared. Could you go in alone? Bai Fei didn't even acknowledge Healy, just gave him a shove on the back as the 2 of them stepped into the villa. Pulling down the glasses, the complete 3D model of the villa appeared before my eyes. Bai Fei said, a single-floor basement with a 6-story ceiling, 3.5 floors above, and a rooftop garden. Huh? Wide-eyed wolf, since when did you start using 3D modeling too? In the channel, Min Liang said, although I find the 3D modeling dated, I never said it wasn't practical. For missions inside buildings, 3D modeling remains the most excellent and effective method available. Sister Jiang and I were engaged in academic discussion, not pointless arguments. Don't blow it out of proportion. And don't try to sow discord in the pure bond of camaraderie between Sister Jiang and me. After hearing this, Bai Fei chuckled and said, the camaraderie between technical experts is truly peculiar. Min Liang snorted, mortals shouldn't presume to comprehend the divine. Amid their banter and laughter, Healy and Bai Fei had already stepped into the villa. The entire ground floor lobby was lavishly decorated, yet every corner bore traces of blood, as if the entire interior had been painted crimson, a vision of overwhelming red. The pungent stench of blood and decay assaulted their nostrils relentlessly. Crunch! Healy halted, looked down, and slowly lifted his foot to reveal a tooth beneath. He glanced at Bai Fei, who silently pointed toward the elevator direction. Healy suddenly froze. Several strands of long black hair were stuck to the elevator glass, not hanging but glued there by blood. The crimson blood and eerie hair formed a chilling scene steeped in Chinese horror aesthetic. Brother Fei, it's confirmed. This was done by a demon, Healy said. Oh, why do you say that? Bai Fei asked. With utter seriousness, Healy replied, first, someone chopped 4 people into mincemeat, then spread their blood into every corner of this villa. Think about the sheer manpower that would take. Bai Fei was stunned for a moment, somewhat admiring Healy's perspective on things. Could this be how a mental patient views the world? But what he said did make sense. The 2 quickly inspected every room in the villa. Every corner of the villa was covered in blood, except for half of the rooftop garden, which remained blood-free, and the glass of the basement's light well, also untouched by blood. The 2 split up. Bai Fei stayed in the first floor hall while Healy remained in a second floor room. Healy stood by the window in the room, looking outside. The blood on the glass hadn't dried but was slowly trickling downward, making the view outside appear blurry and indistinct to him. Healy was puzzled. Why hadn't the blood coagulated yet? From the moment the police discovered the scene to when they requested support from the Spiritual Management Association, 3 hours had passed. It took them 20 minutes to get here, and the inspection lasted over 10 minutes. That meant, excluding the time from when the incident occurred to when the police arrived, just calculating from the police's arrival to their own arrival totaled 3.5 hours. For so long, the blood showed no signs of coagulation, and judging by its color and scent, it seemed as fresh as if it had just flowed from a wound. Healy hesitated for a moment before drawing his military knife from his leg and reaching toward the nearby wall, intending to scrape off the blood for examination. I advise you not to touch it. The abrupt voice made Healy pause mid-motion, his knife still raised. Healy glanced to the side and saw Jin Fong, dressed in a black suit with a white shirt. He stood absurdly on the blood-covered table, yet there was an indescribable elegance about him, as if by merely standing there, he transformed that table into a stage. Healy sheathed his military knife and asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Jin Fong vanished from the desk in a flash, then stood upside down on the ceiling, walking over to confront Healy with a smile. It's extremely foolish to act recklessly without understanding the true situation, he said. One careless move, and the mission could fail, and you know very well what the consequences of mission failure are. He shrugged and pressed his earphones to mute them temporarily. Then he asked, do you know what's going on here? Jin Fong came down and stood beside Healy, placing a hand on his shoulder as he said, I don't know, but we can start by making an assumption. Healy asked with confusion, what assumption? Jin Fong replied, the assumption that it's a demon killing people. Of course, I think this must be the work of a demon. Ordinary killers wouldn't have time to smear the victim's blood all over the villa after committing murder, Healy said, then realizing his statement wasn't comprehensive enough, added, I mean they wouldn't have time, not that they aren't twisted enough. Jin Fong nodded meaningfully with an understanding look, for after all, only a pervert truly understands another pervert. Jin Fong said, but now, you haven't detected any demonic aura from monsters, yet the villa is filled with such eeriness. You can't see outside, and the blood surrounding us hasn't coagulated. Normally, blood clots within 4 to 12 minutes, and even with large amounts, it would solidify within hours unless this blood still retains its activity. Jin Fong's words sent a chilling shiver down Healy's spine. His eyes widened as he scanned the blood-smeared room, the windows blurred and indistinct. Jin Fong continued, suppose this isn't a villa at all, but a bizarre space filled with blood that pulses with unnatural life. Moreover, the indistinct outside world. What could it be? With that, Jin Fong raised his hand and gave a gentle wave towards the wall. A soft hiss sounded, the wall didn't shatter, but instead split open a gash, from which a surge of blood gushed forth. Healy stared at the wound on the wall gushing blood. Suddenly, Healy's body stiffened as a terrifying possibility struck him. This wasn't a murder scene, but rather, a digestion site. That is to say, this is not a villa, but rather inside the body of a demon, or more precisely, its stomach. Why can't the demon energy detection device sense any demon energy? Because this place isn't the real world, it's outside the detection range of the device. Ha! Healy let out a sigh and said gravely, are you saying this is a demon's stomach, and it will eat people again? Jin Fong chuckled and replied, it's already eating. Healy suddenly looked down at his feet. Chapter 30 Healy, Brother Fei, suppose. The pooling blood had nearly risen to cover his feet. Healy immediately turned around and fired a shot at the window. Bang! The expected shattering of glass never happened. Instead, the dispersed pellets embedded themselves into the flowing blood, gradually being enveloped before vanishing completely. What's wrong? Bai Fei's voice came from the doorway. Healy leaped backward, exiting the room. The blood inside didn't flow outward but instead piled up like jelly, quickly rising to the level of the bed. Healy said gravely, Brother Fei, suppose. Yeah, this place feels like we're inside some creature's stomach. Healy suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Fei, then checked his communication earpiece. He suspected that Bai Fei might have heard every word he'd just said. While pulling Healy back, Bai Fei said, I realized earlier, this isn't a murder scene. It looks more like somewhere they disposed of the bodies. Surprisingly, the blood hasn't clotted. Calling it blood isn't quite right. It's more like mucus. So, I suspect those people weren't dismembered but digested instead. That's why there's so much blood everywhere, while the indigestible parts, bones and hair, are scattered all around. What the police took away, those vats of flesh, those were just the portions that hadn't fully digested yet. Alright, Fei, stop talking. I feel like throwing up. Healy stopped Bai Fei from continuing. At that moment, Jin Fong spoke up, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll end up like the stuff in that basin. Healy froze right. Why were we just standing here watching instead of leaving? Fei, let's go, quick. Ha, leave? Oh, alright, let's go then. The two made their way to the first floor lobby and quickly retreated, stepping over bloody footprints as they returned to the yard outside. They stared blankly at the villa before them, as if some monstrous phantom 100 feet tall loomed behind it, watching them from above. Fei Gu, Healy, are you two okay? Fei Gu, Healy. Min Liang's urgent shout came through the communication earpiece. We're fine. Healy turned on his earpiece, then asked, just now, was Fei Ji's comms cut off? Yeah, both of your communications were down for 13 minutes. Min Liang's answer sent waves of terror through both of them. It meant their communications had been cut off from the moment they entered the villa. Most horrifying of all was how completely unaware they'd been, never once considering the status of their communications. They began recalling in detail the moments when they'd entered the villa to inspect it. They stood rooted to the spot, exchanging glances, each seeing the same fear reflected in the other's eyes. In fact, the two of them were like headless flies, wandering around the villa for 13 minutes without a single thought about the outside world. They saw things, thought things, but never once considered reporting anything to Min Liang over the communicator. Yet, they could freely communicate with each other, as if they were the only two people in that shared space, utterly indifferent to the world and people beyond. This was truly the most terrifying part. The door was right there. They could come and go as they pleased, yet they never thought to leave. Instead, they stood there dumbstruck, watching the blood in the room slowly pool and rise. If not for Jin Fang's warning, they might have truly become just another pair of corpses in the mix. Bai Fei snapped back to reality. I'll send the information back and have Min Liang analyze it. You take a rest. Alright, Healy nodded, retreating nearly 20 meters before plopping down on the ground. Ha! Healy let out a long sigh, his spine still chilled with lingering fear. Retrospective dread was the most terrifying, recalling how close he'd come to falling into that basin had Jin Fang not warned him. Glancing at Bai Fei, who was reporting the situation to the villa using his glasses and smartwatch, Healy then turned to Jin Fang and quietly asked, what exactly was that? Jin Fang shook his head and said, I don't know either. It could be some bizarre space that affects the mind, or perhaps we're really inside the belly of a high-level demon. One thing's for sure, it feels utterly fearless. Utterly fearless? Healy turned his gaze back to the villa, his expression grave, and asked, is it targeting me? Jin Fang looked at Healy with interest and asked, why would you think that? Healy shook his head. It's hard for me not to think this way. Forget about before we came to this world, just in the year and a half between when I entered the mental hospital and started working at the bookstore, the Spirit Management Association never encountered any paranormal incidents. But after I joined, the flower of binding went undiscovered in Shurgong Mansion for 20 years, and yet my very first mission led me straight to it. Not to mention Swallow Lane, that was at least a group mission. But this time? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Healy uttered coldly, in all 3 missions I participated in, 2 involved dangerous paranormal monsters. Has my luck been just a little too good? Jin Fang glanced at Bai Fei and asked, do you suspect it's them? Healy shook his head. I don't know. While not ruling out that possibility, I'm more inclined to suspect that guy or organization secretly watching me. Jin Fang shrugged and said, that's exactly why I opposed you joining them. Weren't you fine before? Even if we're being watched, so what? We can put on an act for them. Treat it like playing with monkeys. If we're unhappy, we can just kill them. It's us in the open and them in the shadows. What about now? We know danger is following us but have no idea what it is. We can only take punches blindly. So, Xiaoyu clearly has bad intentions. Healy rolled his eyes. How did the conversation shift to Xiaoyu again? The first half of the remark made sense, but the tone of the second half took a sharp turn. Healy paused briefly before continuing. Whatever the case, we have no choice but to play dumb now and brace ourselves for the upcoming crisis. If they're really after me, we need to dig them out. Jin Fang narrowed his eyes and asked, and then? Healy looked at Jin Fang, chuckled lightly, and said with a faint smile, kill them. Hee, that's more like it. Jin Fang patted Healy's shoulder with a grin and said, if no one provokes us, we'll live peacefully. But if someone does provoke us, we'll kill them all. As the words fell, Jin Fang straightened up and turned to face the villa 20 meters away, asking, curious about my abilities? Healy, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Jin Fang nodded, raised his right hand toward the villa, and from his fingertips slowly extended 5 black iron chains. The chains slithered through the air like serpents, probing their way toward the villa. Then, a soft bang resonated. The 5 chains multiplied into dozens, and in an instant, hundreds of chains tightly wrapped around the villa. The sound of clanking metal grated at Healy's ears. He couldn't comprehend what kind of ability this was. Mere chains? No, it couldn't be that simple. The next instant, the iron chains abruptly contracted, piercing straight through the villa's structure as they gradually shrank into a spherical formation of interwoven chains. Jin Fang manipulated the chains, dragging the metallic sphere out from the villa. Then, the iron sphere began shrinking midair until it became fist-sized by the time it flew into Jin Fang's palm. Jin Fang raised the chain sphere, presenting it before Healy. The chains gradually retracted back into Jin Fang's fingertips, revealing a blood sphere no larger than an infant's fist. Healy stared blankly at the blood sphere in Jin Fang's hand, blinking, and then, Jin Fang pointed at Healy's hand, and a compact karambit appeared in his grasp. Healy instinctively gripped the karambit, and in an instant, he understood Jin Fang's ability. Materialization type, karambit, ability, fate-severing chains. Healy raised his hand and gently drew the claw knife's tip across the blood sphere. The instant it split open, the sphere withered before crumbling into a pile of black ashes. Chapter 31, What the hell is this? Exactly, definitely a demon. Every corner of the villa was soaked in blood, though it looked more like some kind of slime. Not slime, I meant it resembled slime. The stench of blood was overpowering. Teeth, bones, and hair were scattered everywhere. Of course I know, bones and hair aren't digestible. No, just hair isn't digestible. When the two of us went inside, it was like entering some kind of alternate space. Our consciousness became distorted, and we didn't even realize the communication had been cut off. To be exact, at that time, I didn't even think about coming out. It was Healy who dragged me out. Right, it was like some kind of mental interference. It's dangerous here now. You mentioned Healy. Healy. He sat on the ground, raised his hand toward the villa, and then, a massive blood sphere floated out from inside. The blood sphere drifted toward Healy, gradually shrinking as it settled into his palm. Healy took out a karambit knife, sliced the blood sphere, and it deflated, turning to ash before vanishing. Ungrateful bastard. Tell the captain he doesn't need to come anymore. Bai Fei closed the watch display, retracted the lens from his left eye, and slowly walked over to Healy. Then he crouched down in front of him, staring blankly at Healy. Healy looked at Bai Fei, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Fei Ge, what was your major in college? Mechanical engineering. Why do you ask? Bai Fei froze for a second. He shook his head and said, let me explain what just happened. Here's the thing. As we all know, the direction of gravity is always vertically downward. But why is that so? Because the source of gravity is the Earth. Let's make a hypothesis. If the source of gravity were to shift from the Earth to me, then the gravitational potential and density would undergo tremendous changes. If this hypothesis holds true, that would mean... Stop. Bai Fei scratched his head and frowned. Say something I can understand. The demon was crushed to death by my gravity, Heli answered immediately. I see. Bai Fei nodded with half understanding. At this moment, Min Liang's voice came through the headphones. Don't stop now. I minored in physics in college, I can follow this. What's really going on? The smug expression Healy had been wearing while bluffing Bai Fei froze. After hesitating, he said, Liang, do you know why our orphanage director is still healthy and eating like a boss at 92 years old? Why? Because he never digs too deep for answers. Heli and Bai Fei stepped back into the villa, the pungent stench of blood still hanging in the air, scattered hair and crushed bone fragments still littering the floor, as horrifying and nauseating as before. But it felt real this time. Heli checked the 3D model, there were faint traces of demonic energy lingering this time. After photographing the scene in the villa, the two left. It's already confirmed to be the work of monsters, but which specific kind remains unclear. In truth, Healy didn't know either. Just as Jean Fong said, their only option was to wait for them to strike again, then follow the faint clues to track them down step by step, and ultimately, eliminate them. In the Spirit Management Bureau headquarters, everyone was gathered in the monitoring room, watching the live feed from the villa displayed on the large screen. Susan asked, do you two think this is some kind of stomach space belonging to monsters? Bai Fei said, exactly. Judging from the scene, it didn't look like a murder site. The blood hadn't coagulated even after more than 10 hours. Healy fired a shot that didn't shatter the glass, the slash marks on the wall were still bleeding profusely, and there were bone fragments and lots of hair everywhere. Although the blood had an acrid, metallic smell, it resembled some kind of mucus more than anything, so we concluded that place was inside some kind of demonic creature's body, or perhaps a digestive system capable of blocking communications and affecting the mind. Susan glanced at the large screen, then turned to Ely and asked, if it can affect the mind, how come you're fine? Bai Fei was so disoriented he couldn't even find his way out, yet you remained completely unaffected. Healy looked up at Susan and slowly pulled out an ID card from his breast pocket. At the very top was a serial number, 05468. Team leader, it's because I'm extremely spirited. There was no way around it. How could she possibly tell them she had schizophrenia and that the split personality had made her leave? Everyone stared at the documents in Healy's hands and fell silent. This explanation seems to be the best one. Susan cast a deep glance at Heli, but refrained from pressing further. Instead, she addressed the group. We must continue the investigation. A demon capable of evading our aura detection poses an extreme danger. I'll personally oversee this matter, consider it no longer your concern. Heli didn't show any reaction, but everyone else was staring at Susan with astonishment. Ignoring the stunned looks from the crowd, Susan stood up. Meeting adjourned. Susan left the monitoring room. Heli glanced at everyone's horrified expressions and asked puzzled, the captain said he'll personally handle this demon case. Why are you all looking so spooked? Bai Fei sighed. You don't understand. If the captain takes action, we'll lose a lot of money. Healy looked even more confused. What do you mean by lose a lot of money? Tao Shui groaned as she slumped onto the table, saying weakly, Healy, do you remember last year's major explosion at Binjiang Port? Healy thought for a moment before replying. I think it was something about a gasoline tank exploding. Binjiang Port was shut down for 4 months. That's the official statement. Bai Fei said to Healy, the truth is, the captain punched a third-level demonic creature to death and destroyed half of Binjiang Port along with it. What the hell? Healy was dumbfounded. He knew exactly how big Binjiang Port was. The idea of someone destroying half of it with a single punch, was this guy One Punch Man or something? Had he somehow traveled to the wrong world? Noticing Healy's stunned expression, Tao Shui rested her chin on her hand with a melancholy sigh. When the captain attacks, he usually relies purely on physical strength, just like what you saw last time. A 5th-level demonic creature? He can crush it to death with one hand. If the captain uses his abilities in battle, our activity budget for the second half of the year might not be enough to cover the damages. What the hell is this? Heli's expression shifted straight from surprise to horror. Taking a deep breath, Heli said with a grave expression, everyone, our current situation is critical. We must shoulder some responsibilities now, we can't let the captain squander all our funds. Sister Jian looked up in confusion and asked, aren't we supposed to protect society's property and safety? Healy paused for a moment before correcting himself. Sister Jiang is right. Our main duty is to safeguard social property. The people of Binjiang have it tough, comrades. Protecting Binjiang is our shared responsibility. Damn it, I haven't even gotten my share of the money once, and now it's gone? No way. Chapter 32, The Fog Rolls In. Healy's impassioned speech failed to rally the team because they knew Susan better than he did. Since Captain Susan had taken charge of the matter, there was virtually no way for anyone else to intervene. Seeing everyone's listless appearance, Healy let out a deep sigh. These fools aren't worth conspiring with. My money, is it really going to vanish like water down the drain? Healy's long sighs didn't escape Bai Fei's notice. Smiling, he reassured him, don't worry, the captain wouldn't act recklessly. Healy nodded silently, already envisioning a certain street reduced to ruins and piles of gleaming silver slipping right through his fingers. His heart ached. The group dispersed reluctantly, each going about their duties. Healy settled back into his usual spot and began practicing his breathing technique. It was a bit dull. Healy even started missing his days in the mental hospital, the boxing sage from Binjiang in bed 3, the Blade King of Wooly in bed 4, the Great Archmage in bed 7, and the Hammer King of the Northwest in bed 11. Playing with them had been genuinely amusing. And then there was the director, whose relentless toil had left him gray-haired and haggard before even turning 50. He was the only one who truly understood him. Of course, what I miss most is actually Dr. Liu, those collarbones, TSK. Ha! Healy let out a long sigh and chuckled bitterly. I really must be crazy actually missing life in a psychiatric hospital. Evening, Healy left work as usual and walked to the Dong market to buy groceries. He had a vague feeling that Zhang Qining would come looking for him again. 1 grilled chicken leg and 4 grilled chicken gizzards. Healy particularly enjoyed eating roasted chicken legs and gizzards, but preferred even more the mixed pig's head meat and soy-braised beef. Just as Healy finished paying, the fog is rising. Suddenly, an ethereal and distant voice reverberated by Healy's ear. Healy whirled around sharply, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, but aside from passers-by, there was no one else suspicious to be seen. But the voice had unquestionably reached his ears just now, as if spoken right beside him, yet also as if descending from the sky. Healy was certain he hadn't misheard. Healy warily scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the rooftops of nearby buildings. Catch! The voice of the shop owner came from behind as a plastic bag containing chicken legs and gizzards was handed to him. Healy answered the phone as it rang. Hello, Sister Jiang. Healy, Central Overpass. Bai Fei and Tao Shui have already gone there. I got it. The next moment, Healy leaped from his spot and instantly stood atop the 5-story building, then swiftly dashed off, the plastic bag in his hand rustling sharply in the wind. On the overpass of the heart, Bai Fei lifted a mangled car with both hands, gently setting it down before tearing open the door with one hand. Seeing the driver trapped in the seat, he ripped off the entire roof and pulled the driver free. Not far away, a woman stared at Bai Fei with an amused smile, her crimson eyes gleaming with danger and mockery. A 5th-stage spiritual martial artist, at the 2nd phase of the gene lock. Just 2 more levels of spiritual advancement, and you'll reach the soul nourishment realm. Truly, a prodigious dual energist. Bai Fei placed the blood-soaked driver aside, where police officers immediately took over, then quickly retreated. Bai Fei turned to look at the woman, his brows furrowed tightly. The woman before him was clearly a demonic creature. Moments ago, merely by landing here, her shockwave alone had overturned a car. A humanoid demonic entity, possessing autonomous consciousness, capable of detecting that he was a dual-powered individual, as well as his spiritual martial artist rank and genetic locks. This was a 2nd-tier demonic entity. Bai Fei pursed his lips, exhaled softly, and stepped toward the woman. As he walked, he gave his hand a shake, and a snow-white battle blade appeared in his grasp. The woman watched Bai Fei approach, her crimson eyes brimming with excitement. Manifestation type. A weapon, huh? So, does your blade have any special abilities? Fire, lightning, or frost? You know what? I've killed plenty of spirit warriors and psychics, but never a dual-powered one before. You're the first, this'll be worth commemorating. The woman screamed wildly as she spoke, extending her arm only for it to explode instantly, transforming into countless blood-red threads that lunged toward Bai Fei. Clang! 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 Bai Fei swung his blade to block the attack, then dodged sideways to evade the blood threads before charging at the woman with a surge of spiritual power. Clang! His blade froze inches from the woman's abdomen, halted by a single blood thread. The woman then raised her leg and viciously kicked toward Bai Fei, who swiftly lowered his blade in a downward slash to deflect the attack while using the momentum to create distance between them. Clang! Bai Fei was sent flying backward, somersaulting twice midair before landing on the ground. After this brief exchange, Bai Fei realized within moments that he stood no chance against the full power of the female demon alone. A 3rd-tier demonic entity would have been manageable, but this woman was clearly a 2nd-tier humanoid demon, whose strength and abilities far surpassed those of 3rd or 4th-tier monsters. Ha! What incredible luck, to actually encounter a 2nd-level demonic creature. Bai Fei flicked his combat blade and calmly observed the woman before him. In the next instant, a layer of cyan light shimmered across the gleaming blade, spiritual energy. The reason dual capability practitioners are so revered is precisely because they can fuse spiritual energy with psychic abilities, unleashing unpredictable and formidable power. Take Bai Fei at this moment, for example. His materialization type ability, the combat blade, becomes even more razor-sharp when infused with spiritual energy. Moreover, the blade itself transforms into a conduit for channeling this energy. Bai Fei took a deep breath and then vanished from his spot. In the next instant, he appeared on the woman's right side, slashing horizontally with his blade. Clang! After being blocked, Bai Fei disappeared again and reappeared behind the woman, gripping his sword with both hands. He delivered another slash, this time diagonally upward from below. The woman's face twisted in shock. She was astonished that Bai Fei dared to engage her in close combat. Slish! The woman was cleaved in two by Bai Fei's blade, her upper body exploding instantly into a mist of blood that hung suspended in midair. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Fei arched backward, driving his legs against the ground to propel himself into a sliding retreat. Blood droplets midair connected by crimson threads, coalescing back into the woman's form until she stood whole once more. Bai Fei rose to his feet, squinting as he spoke. "So you're the demon haunting that villa?" The woman raised her hands, adjusting her short hair, but instead of answering Bai Fei's question, she said, "You're not the one who broke through my ability. Where is that person? That young man whose blood smells so sweet? The secondary demon is coming for Healy." Bai Fei remained expressionless and silent, merely raising his knife in silence. "Dual attribute wielder, your combat strength is formidable. Ordinary foes stand no match against you, but before me, you remain far too weak." The woman chuckled. Then, she raised her hand, extended a finger, and pointed at Bai Fei. Slish! Bai Fei froze, glancing down at his shoulder, which was pierced by a blood-red thread. When? How did she launch the attack? He hadn't seen it nor sensed it coming. Without daring to overthink, Bai Fei swiftly swung his blade, severing the blood-red thread, then retreated at lightning speed to put distance between himself and the woman. Chapter 33 Susan's Power. "My name is Kuelong," the woman said, watching Bai Fei distance himself from her as she spoke unprompted. Bai Fei paid no attention to Kuelong's self-introduction. Instead, he flexed his shoulder, blood still oozing from the wound until a faint blue glow enveloped the injury. He'd used his spiritual energy to seal the puncture wound. Demon hunters from the Spirit Management Bureau never cared to learn the names of their prey. Bai Fei lifted his head, lightly tossed the knife in his hand, and in an instant, a single blade became two, held conventionally in his right hand and gripped inverted in his left. He stepped forward with his left foot, bending his left arm inward while pulling his right arm back, raising the blade high. In this stance, Bai Fei resembled a warrior gripping a spear in his right hand while raising a shield with his left. Skilled with blades in close-quarters combat, though not the most naturally gifted, he was a dual-capable fighter, seamlessly merging spiritual energy and supernatural abilities into one lethal force. Whoosh! Bai Fei surged forward, streaks of afterimages trailing behind him, his twin blades striking at Kuelong from alternating angles, one leading, the other following in ruthless succession. Kuelong's hands danced, unleashing crimson threads of blood with every motion. As Bai Fei's attacks rained down, she watched him, the corners of her lips curling into a mocking sneer. Like a hawk toying with a young snake, she allowed its futile strikes, those venomous fangs seeking purchase, only to pin it relentlessly to the ground with her talons before releasing it again, over and over. She was toying with Bai Fei. Bang! Bai Fei was sent flying, his body slamming heavily onto the asphalt surface of the overpass. He skidded backward before crashing into the concrete guardrail and coming to a stop. Kuelong sneered, "Your captain didn't come to save you, and I'm getting a bit tired of playing. What should we do now?" Using his knife to prop himself up, Bai Fei slowly rose to his feet. The wound on his left shoulder had reopened, and a fresh cut now marred his chest, a mark left by the blood-red thread moments ago. Bai Fei glanced at the wound, furrowed his brows, and inwardly cursed, "Damn it, what lousy luck. This suit of mine cost a fortune." Boom! 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 A muffled rumble sounded around them as the asphalt on the overpass abruptly cracked. The entire bridge seemed to be enduring immense pressure. Kuai Lang turned to look behind him, where a young figure strode calmly from the curve of the overpass, his posture upright, his face wearing a faint smile, and in his hand, he gripped a long, black halberd. With each step the young man took, the elevated bridge rumbled violently, as if the space around him had become disconnected from its surroundings, carrying immense pressure. "Sorry, Miss Demonis, I didn't mean to interrupt your show-off session, but my friend here is injured. Mind if I take him away?" The young man spoke with a smile, his tone courteous yet laced with sharp edges, his eyes brimming with defiance. For a brief moment, Kuelong seemed to freeze in silence before suddenly realizing something. Her gaze locked onto the approaching young man, unfazed by the crushing atmosphere. As her smirk deepened, her crimson irises flickering with excitement. "How thrilling," she murmured, voice trembling with anticipation. "Healy? Exactly. The density of this blood, it's just like at the villa, brimming with immense spiritual power. So rich, so sweet. If I devour you, I'll be intoxicated. Come, let me consume you. Let us become one. Healy glanced at Bai Fei behind Kuei-Long, exchanging a silent signal with him. Then, his body levitated, and the next moment, he appeared to Kuei-Long's left, just as Bai Fei materialized on Kuei-Long's right. One left, one right. The giant halberd swept horizontally, while dual blades slashed sideways. Clang! Clang! Kuei-Long raised both arms, simultaneously blocking Healy's and Bai Fei's attacks. Boom! The asphalt beneath Kuei-Long's feet shattered instantly, sending debris flying in all directions. Kuei-Long still stared excitedly at Healy. In the blink of an eye, Healy and Bai Fei simultaneously dodged aside, then attacked Kuei-Long from front and back in perfect coordination. Halberds and twin knives left afterimages in their wake, blood streaks chaotically crisscrossing the air around them. Though they were no match for this second-class demon in combat, demon hunters and demons share one immutable rule of engagement: no victors emerge, only death can end their battles. This section of the overpass has already been half destroyed, and the battle rages on. Bai Fei was burning with ruthless determination, his azure spiritual energy blazing fiercely. Clearly, he was prepared to fight tooth and nail. Healy was astonished, not by the second-tier demon's strength, but by Bai Fei's prowess in battle. Bai Fei shouldered most of the pressure effortlessly, his masterful swordplay and unpredictable angles leaving Healy in awe. In truth, it wasn't just Healy, even Li Qin, who was lending his power to Healy from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel at Bai Fei's extraordinary skill. Clang! Boom! Healy was struck by 3 blood-red streaks that whipped against the halberd, sending him flying backward. In that instant, Bai Fei crossed his twin knives before him, his entire body shooting forward like an arrow from a bowstring, charging straight at the Wolf King. Slish! Thump! The blades flashed, tearing through the Wolf King's body. His right side exploded in a shower of blood and gore. Bai Fei appeared beside Healy, his cold eyes fixed on the injured wolf Kuei as it regenerated. Healy, get out of here now, he said grimly. I'll hold them off until the captain arrives. Healy's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but scoff. Fei Go, at a time like this, stop copying those cheesy TV drama tropes, it's downright cringeworthy. Shall I say if we die together? Healy jokingly turned down Bai Fei's proposal. Yet, Bai Fei wasn't joking either. He flipped his twin blades, gripping them properly while taking a sidestep to shield half of Healy's body. I understand what you mean, he said, but it's a second-level demon. If we keep fighting, we'll both die. Whether one or two of us perish makes no difference to it, but to us, it's everything. Healy didn't answer Bai Fei but instead turned to look at Li Qin. Li Qin fell silent for a moment, nodded at Healy, and then vanished. In that instant, Healy felt the halberd in his hand grow several degrees heavier. Huff! A gust of wind blew past. Then, an overwhelming force of gravity poured down, destroying half of the viaduct with a thunderous roar, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. Bai Fei glanced sideways, looking at Healy with disbelief. With such power, only at the first stage of the genetic lock? Healy's stance was clear, he would fight alongside Bai Fei. Yet in his heart, he understood he wouldn't casually throw his life away. A heroic death? Sorry, my thoughts haven't reached such heights yet. Stall, keep stalling until Captain Susan arrives. Ha ha ha, is this the power of an awakener? Blood, the blood of an awakener I've been dreaming of. Ha ha ha, the werewolf felt the gravity, its crimson pupils instantly contracting as it stared at Healy with excitement, like a vicious wolf eyeing a feeble lamb, greedy, ravenous with the desire to devour Healy whole in one bite. Suddenly, the gravity vanished. Bai Fei sheathed his twin blades and slumped to the ground, clutching his wound, while Healy withdrew his halberd and leaned against a pile of rubble, panting heavily. Kuei Wolf froze for a moment. Had they realized they were no match for her and given up? Suddenly, step! A faint sound came from behind. Kuei Wolf whirled around to find herself engulfed by a massive shadow. Slowly raising her head, her gaze met Susan's indifferent eyes looking down at her. It was Susan. At the same time, she found herself unable to move, as if her body had been immobilized. Terrified, she stared at Susan. It was telekinesis. Susan was using telekinesis to restrain her. How was this possible? How could she be bound by telekinesis? She couldn't make a sound, could only watch helplessly as Susan reached out, grasping her head. Ouch! It hurt. Why did it hurt so much? She would crush his head, and unlike before, it wouldn't heal, he would die. Boom! Kuei Lang's body exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere but suspended mid-air. Then, under Susan's telekinetic force, the blood gathered into a single mass, continuously compressed until it formed a fist-sized blood sphere. Unlike the blood sphere extracted by Healy in the villa earlier, which was merely an ability Kuei Lang had manifested, the sphere in Susan's hands was Kuei Lang's actual body. Susan held the blood sphere indifferently, and in the next moment, it was obliterated by overwhelming telekinetic force before vanishing completely. Healy watched intently. If watching Bai Fei's swordsmanship had filled him with amazement, then witnessing Captain Susan's abilities left him utterly shocked. That demon which he and Bai Fei had struggled desperately against was just casually crushed to death by Captain Susan? So in Captain Susan's eyes, what exactly was the difference between a second-tier demon and a fifth-tier demon? Chapter 34, No Opening Lines. Susan walked slowly towards the two men. At this moment, Healy was somewhat nervous because just now, Grey Wolf had loudly shouted that he was an awakener. He knew Captain Susan had heard it, and Bai Fei had too. Given that he had previously been under surveillance for over a year on suspicion of being an awakener, had he just been publicly exposed as one by his supposed accomplice? Damn it! Healy felt like a prized ingredient that the chef had failed to recognize, only to be pointed out by a diner. It really was a stroke of bad luck. He looked at Li Qin, who nodded in response. Li Qin understood Healy's implication. Susan's strength was currently beyond Healy's ability to counter, even with Li Qin's assistance. The only one who might stand a chance against Susan was He Jun. If Susan were to attack Healy, then no matter what, Healy would have to bring He Jun into the fray and gamble on that slim possibility. Susan stepped before the two of them. Standing over 1.9 meters tall and bolstered by the intimidating aura of having just crushed a second-level demon, Susan radiated overwhelming pressure at that moment. However, Susan smiled at the two. She was stunningly beautiful, with her appeal concentrated particularly in her voluptuous figure. This exceptionally tall and mature woman looked radiant when she smiled. You two have worked hard. Holding out this long against the Bloodfiend while waiting for me to arrive, that's truly impressive. Healy froze briefly before secretly exhaling in relief how utterly terrifying she was. Tao Shui arrived late, hurrying over with medical personnel in tow. A flustered group of people hastily lifted Healy and Bai Fei onto stretcher carts and wheeled them away. Healy was merely exhausted and unharmed, but Bai Fei, who had borne the brunt of the pressure, had severe external injuries. The penetrating wound on his shoulder had reopened several times, leaving the flesh torn outward. The next morning, Healy went to work as usual, but he remained uneasy about the incident from the previous evening. The demon had already identified him as an awakener, so why hadn't Captain Susan responded at all? The more Susan acted this way, the more uncertain Healy felt in his heart. Bai Fei was still recuperating in the hospital, leaving Healy alone in the entire 34th floor lobby. He had no mood for cultivation and was instead discussing with Xiaoyu. If Susan asked whether he was an awakener, what should he do? Xiaoyu's answer was simple: run. Healy wholeheartedly agreed. Since he couldn't win in a fight, running away was the only option. At that moment, the door to Susan's office opened, and she emerged. Under Healy's watchful gaze, she walked straight to the bar counter, glanced around, casually picked up a bottle of whiskey, opened it, and then tilted her head back to take two hearty swigs. Healy was stunned. Drinking whiskey straight like that? Definitely a badass. After downing several large gulps of whiskey, Susan wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and let out a contented sigh. Sensing Healy's eyes on her, she turned to look at him, blinked, hesitated for a moment, then raised the bottle and shook it slightly. Want some? She asked. Healy shook his head. What kind of sane person drinks whiskey straight from the bottle like that? Susan shrugged, tilted her head back, and downed an entire bottle of whiskey in a few gulps. Then, she grabbed a bottle of flavored gin from the selection, popped open the cap for a sniff, and much to Healy's astonishment, tilted her head back again to drink nearly half of it in one go. What a formidable woman. What kind of sane person drinks like that, much less hard liquor? Susan let out a boozy burp, exhaled deeply, and carried the bottle out from behind the bar. She plopped onto the couch opposite Healy, crossing those long legs effortlessly as she lounged against the cushions, a tipsy grin spreading across her face as she studied him. Something to say to me? Healy shook her head. Susan pursed her lips and asked again, any questions? Healy still silently shook her head. Susan curled her lips, took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, let's talk. What style do you prefer? Healy pondered for a moment before replying, either way works for me. Good, then I'll talk, and you listen. Feel free to interrupt me anytime. Understood. I know you're an awakener, Healy? Healy was covered in question marks, staring blankly at Susan. Just, without any preamble at all? Even the introduction was skipped, jumping straight into the main event. Out of habit, Healy turned to look at Xiaoyu, but at that moment, Xiaoyu had already disappeared. I knew from the very beginning that you were an awakener. When I recruited you, I lied and misinterpreted what an awakener is, all to make you lower your guard and join us. After a moment of thought, Healy asked, then what exactly is an awakener? Legend has it that several deities descended from the heavens, but these gods didn't possess divine power from the start. They lived like ordinary humans, yet they were born with spiritual energy and possessed an unmatched affinity for it. Upon reaching maturity, they would eventually ascend to godhood. Moreover, these gods displayed extraordinary talents even in childhood, especially regarding spiritual power. They hardly needed to cultivate it, yet their spiritual energy grew effortlessly. These people, to become awakeners. Spiritual awakeners, in the eyes of humans, are the most powerful weapons against demons. But in the eyes of demons, spiritual awakeners are the most delectable dish. Devouring them brings an explosive surge of power. Whether humans or demons, all are seeking the awakened. Compared to human efforts, the senses of demons are undoubtedly far more keen. Therefore, those who frequently encounter demons yet remain unharmed have a high probability of being awakeners and need to be monitored. Heli fell silent. Awakeners were highly coveted by both humans and demons alike, treated as combat weapons by one side and devoured as food by the other. Neither outcome seemed favorable. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Even though I know you're an awakener, I never planned to hand you over to the headquarters. I wanted you to grow on your own. Sure, if I handed you over, they wouldn't dare do anything to you, they'd nurture you with all their resources. But that kind of nurturing comes without freedom. Healy asked, why? Susan took a sip of wine, chuckled softly as if mocking herself, then slowly raised her head to look at Healy. With a scoff, she said, would gods allow themselves to be domesticated? Healy's heart trembled suddenly, gripped by an inexplicable palpitation. Susan continued, or perhaps, would gods ever submit willingly to domestication? They wouldn't. Gods would never be domesticated. They would endure, grow with terrifying swiftness, then annihilate those who once confined them. Healy, do you understand this? The Illuminator project hasn't had a single success in its 600-year history up to now. These delusional bastards are truly laughable, yet there remains a group obsessively fanatical about the Illuminator project. But it's fine, Heli. You're here with me. I'll protect you until you fully mature, until you gain your strength. I hope you won't hold a grudge about what happened that year. Heli looked at Susan and calmly asked, Captain Susan, why are you helping me? Susan swayed the wine bottle, as if lost in memories, as if in sorrow. She whispered, because I've seen a true Qiling practitioner, that invincible power, I still remember it vividly. Chapter 35, Molan. Another sweltering day. August in Riverside carries a damp heat, where the river splits the city in two. Westward lies the sea, drawing floods of tourists to Riverside this time of year. They leave the places they've grown tired of, only to visit the places others have grown tired of. The beach was packed, and Healy couldn't fathom why anyone would find entertainment in a heap of sand dug up from distant mountains. But this didn't stop him from praising his hometown, and he did so without restraint. Fei still needed 5 more days to be discharged from the hospital. Considering such severe injuries, being able to recover within just a week of hospitalization, it must be said, the constitution of spirit warriors is truly remarkable. No wonder so many women prefer dating spirit warriors. A healthy body is indeed the greatest asset. Susan's confession left Heli perplexed. It wasn't that he was being overly suspicious, mainly, he felt a deep lack of security in this world, forcing him to consider every possibility. Could she really be so carefree? Or was it simply because, at this current stage, he was still extremely weak? Healy couldn't understand it, but what puzzled him most was the blood demon. They had just discovered the demon's abilities within the villa when suddenly it leapt out. After fighting for so long, it neither killed Fei nor devoured him. Instead, it just toyed with the two of them. Then Susan arrived. Without even putting up a fight, the demon was effortlessly crushed to death. Though Susan was extraordinarily powerful, was this really how a second-tier demon met its end, without even the slightest dignity? Or perhaps, in Susan's hands, second-tier demons simply had no dignity at all. Heli, let's go to Bayview Restaurant for lunch today. Tao Shui stepped out of the room carrying her designer handbag, followed by Susan from the neighboring office. In the monitoring room, Min Liang and Sister Jiang also stepped out, each holding a tablet. Oh, okay, Healy responded. He knew of Gulf Restaurant, one of the top high-end dining spots in Binhai, famous more for its prices than its flavors. The 5 of them went directly to the underground parking garage on the basement level. Susan tossed a car key to Healy, who drove them straight to Bay Restaurant without even turning on the navigation. He was familiar with the place, having worked there during his summer break. After all, high-end restaurants like that had stringent requirements for waitstaff, especially in terms of looks and demeanor, and Healy clearly fit the bill perfectly in that regard. The rugged, high-performance SUV was always one of men's favorite big toys. Healy parked the off-roader right in front of Bay Restaurant and turned off the engine. Engine off. He affectionately patted the steering wheel. Heli absolutely adored this temperamental beast of a vehicle. Susan in the passenger seat smiled and said, since you like this car so much, it's yours now. Give to me? Healy didn't process it immediately. Susan said, of course, it's no issue. Do you mean to say risking your life to protect Binhai isn't even worth the price of a car? Healy fell silent. What else could he say? Susan had shut down the conversation with just one sentence. The car now belonged to Healy. It was that simple. The 3 in the back seat didn't care either. What use was a car? Could it boost spiritual power or unlock genetic potential? As for transportation, they preferred taking the subway when there was no traffic, or simply jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Getting out of the car. He tossed the car keys to the valet, who went to park the vehicle. This kind of service didn't warrant tips. Both the valet's and waitstaff's gratuities were included in the dining fees. As for how they divided them, Healy didn't know, because at the time Healy wasn't a full-time employee, just a summer temp, and summer hires weren't eligible to share in the tips. The task of ordering food had always been handled by the experienced Tao Shui. When Tao Shui selected several of the day's main dishes and then pulled out a business card from her small bag, Hallie finally realized this restaurant actually belonged to Tao Shui's family. Hee, down-to-earth rich second generation, bringing friends to eat at her family's place, how mischievous. Boya building, top floor office. Fu Chang, have you witnessed Susan's power? That's right, Mr. Morin. A second-tier blood demon was crushed to death in Susan's hands without even uttering a scream, like an ant. I've never seen anyone that powerful before. Morin lit a cigarette with a smile, twirling an exquisite lighter in his hand as he chuckled. After all, she's one of the elite in the hunters group. To them, a second-tier demon is essentially no different from a fifth-tier one. Fu Chang stood respectfully opposite Morin, placing a document on the table before him. Here's some of Healy's information, he said. The more detailed investigation files are in the top-secret archives at the Supernatural Management Headquarters. Without at least a director-level ID card, they can't be accessed. The Spirit Administration's Awakener project, all original participants were disbanded and reassigned by the headquarters to different parts of the world. The new person in charge only inherited a pile of classified fragments. Morin flipped through the documents before tossing them onto the table, visibly uninterested. Anything you manage to investigate is just trivial information anyway. Fu Chang glanced up at Morin, hesitating for a moment before probing. Mr. Morin, how can we be certain that Healy is an Awakener? No idea, Morin chuckled, shaking his head. There are only 13 Awakeners in the world. And Awakeners aren't what you think, they aren't people born with spiritual power. They're gods who haven't awakened their true strength. There are many people in the world with innate spiritual power. Does that mean they are all spirit awakeners? Fu Chung fell silent, not fully understanding Mo Lin's point that not everyone born with spiritual power qualifies as a spirit awakener. Have you met Healy? Mo Lin flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked. Yes, I've been to the bookstore where he works to buy books. What kind of person do you think Hallie is? He's very knowledgeable, speaks gently, is patient, and is a very polite young man. Morin tapped the folder on the desk and said, Alright, that's enough. Get back to work. Your investigation into Hallie ends here. And one more thing, stay away from Susan. If she finds out and kills you, I'd be very sorry. Understood, Mr. Morin. Fu Chang gave a slight bow before stepping out of the office. Hiss, puff. Morin exhaled a deep lungful of smoke, his ever-present faint smile gradually fading as he flipped open the file on the desk. Hallie's photo came into view before his eyes. Morin stubbed the half-smoked cigarette butt into the ashtray, grinding it out with force. Hallie, your true kindred, are us. Chapter 36 Hallie's Little Worry. People with the superpower of wealth are always particularly adorable. Take Tao Shui, for instance. Not having to pay for meals alone was enough to make Hallie envious. After finishing the meal, the valet brought the car to the entrance and handed the keys to Hallie before turning back toward the door. But just as the valet turned away, Hallie spotted a familiar face. By the window of the restaurant, Zhang Qining was chatting happily with a middle-aged man. Only appetizers were on the table, suggesting they hadn't been there long. Healy, let's go. Tao Shui rolled down the car window and called out to Healy. Oh, sure. Healy responded verbally, walked around the front of the car, took the driver's seat, glanced once more at Zhang Qining, then drove away. In the restaurant, Zhang Qining tasted the appetizer, then set down her utensils, smiling at the man across from her. Mr. Molin, what do you think of this restaurant? A mature and refined middle-aged man always possesses a special charm, elegant, witty, and humble in conversation, attracting not just married women but also many young girls who flock to him. Molin was exactly such a man, his lips curved in a confident smile, his gaze profound, and his manner impeccably courteous. Thank you, Miss Qining, for bringing me here to dine. The food is excellent, and the ambience is lovely, but what I admire even more is that at your age, you're already involved in the family business and willing to have dinner with a middle-aged client like me. Zhang Qining smiled faintly and replied, age doesn't prove anything. I've been involved in the family business for a long time. To be honest, just a few days ago, I was collecting rent at a produce market. Zhang Qining sensed that Molin looked down on her because of her youth, and her words carried a hint of rebuttal. Of course, Molin looked at Zhang Qining and chuckled. Age can only measure a person's height, not their depth. With her abundant experience and innate talent, I believe Miss Qining is more than qualified to serve as the liaison between our two companies. Zhang Qining's lips curved slightly in suppressed delight, though she maintained her professional smile as she raised her wineglass. Thank you for your confidence, Mr. Molin. You've also taught me a rather philosophical phrase today. Molin likewise raised his glass, tapping it lightly against Qining's before taking a sip. As he set down his glass, his gaze drifted to the window, following the disappearing off-road vehicle rounding the street corner. He inquired, Miss Qining, do you know the person who just left? I noticed you were looking at that boy driving the car earlier. Is he your boyfriend? Mr. Molin, you've misunderstood. He's not my boyfriend, just a high school classmate. Zhang Qining paused before continuing. Actually, we were university classmates too, and good friends. I was just surprised to coincidentally see him dining here. Surprised? Molan smiled knowingly. Miss Qining chose that word carefully. Was it the coincidence that surprised you, or the fact that he was eating here specifically? Zhang Qining pondered for a moment, then glanced at the street corner before replying, because he eats here. You know, the food here isn't exactly cheap. That's true. If Miss Qining hadn't invited me to dine here, I doubt I would have come. You flatter me, Mr. Molan. Similar age, handsome boy, you and Miss Qining make quite the perfect match. Ha, Mr. Morin, don't joke around. How should I put it? He's not exactly reclusive, but I can clearly sense his arrogance, the kind that looks down on the world. He has this attitude of disdain toward everything. To be honest, I'm a little afraid of him. Well, not exactly afraid, more like genuine respect. Whenever I stand next to him, I feel this sense of looking up to him. Ha! Morin chuckled but didn't respond. Inside, however, he sneered coldly. You dare stand beside God? Healy, who had now joined the ranks of car owners, found himself with a new set of worries, sighing every now and then. Min Liang looked at Healy sitting blankly on the sofa, poured 2 cups of coffee, and walked over. Comrade Xiao He, what's troubling you? Share it with your brother Liang. Healy looked up at Min Liang. There are some troubles, but brother Liang, you can't solve them. Oh? Min Liang became intrigued. Healy could instantly kill a 5th-level demon below and stand his ground against a 2nd-level demon above. If someone like him had troubles, it must be love. AI. Min Liang sighed, looking at Healy with the weathered eyes of someone who'd been through it all, and murmured, Healy, truth be told, I have such troubles too. Every night when it's quiet and I'm alone, there's always an indescribable sorrow in my heart. Healy blinked and said, Brother Liang also can't afford gas? What? Min Liang was stunned, staring blankly at Healy. He explained, gas prices are way too high now, it's like 18 or 19 liters per 100 kilometers. I honestly don't think I can afford to drive anymore. Don't we have any gas card benefits here? Hey, wait, Liang, don't walk off, let me ask you something. Also, wasn't that cup of coffee for me? Thud. Min Liang walked into the surveillance room with a cold expression, carrying 2 cups of coffee in his hands. With a deft flick of his foot, he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Wasted emotions. I was all geared up to talk about love with you, and here you are blabbering about gas prices? Are you out of your mind? Healy pouted resentfully. People who don't consider fuel efficiency when buying cars are truly enviable. Our good baby has reached the age of worries now? The abrupt voice startled Healy into a shiver. He turned sideways to see a young man lounging carelessly in his seat, dressed in flashy casual wear and looking even more handsome than Healy himself. With a light sigh, Healy asked helplessly, Yen Ping, what brings you here? Yen Ping looked at Healy with a faint smile, then darted to stand before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the riverside view. Turning back, he said to Healy, Isn't it about time for me to make my entrance? Healy asked in confusion, Is it time for you to make your entrance? Shouldn't it be? Yen Ping walked over to Healy and sat down opposite him, saying with a grin, Our good boy has reached the age where love troubles him. Of course, it's time for me to step in. Who understands love better than I do? Jean Fawn, that killer? Shin Sui, that madman? Xiao Yu, that icy abstainer? Or He Jun who keeps strangers at arm's length? Let's not even mention Li Qin, that greasy middle-aged man. Surely you can't be expecting He-She, that little girl, to show you the way? Healy hesitated for a moment before saying, What's troubling me isn't love. What is it? What else could trouble you now besides love? Yen Ping asked. Fuel prices, Yen Ping. I've got a car now, but I can't afford to fill the tank. Even though I've got over $1 million saved up, I've got to be careful with spending. We still need to buy a house, and those riverside property prices. Yen Ping, don't walk away now, come out and chat with me for a bit. Chapter 37. At best you're just alive. Bai Fei lay half reclined on the hospital bed, tilting his head toward the window with a calm expression. He felt that these days in the hospital were the most beautiful and peaceful time, even though his whole body was wrapped in bandages like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. Would you like to go out and get some sun? Heli muttered with half a banana in his mouth, his words unclear. Bai Fei looked at Heli, pursed his lips, and said, This fruit basket. Healy swallowed the banana in his mouth and said, It's really good. Bai Fei was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, Whatever, go ahead and eat. Healy ate an orange next, then got up and left the ward. Shortly after, he returned pushing a wheelchair. Come on, brother Fei, let's go get some sun. Bai Fei resisted strongly. He didn't want to move, wishing only to enjoy this moment of peaceful solitude here. No, I don't need, alright, I can move myself. No sooner had Bai Fei refused than Healy scooped him up in a princess carry and deposited him into the wheelchair. As Healy pushed the wheelchair, he marveled, This is truly amazing nowadays even wheelchairs are electric. The nurse just told me this thing can go 20 miles per hour. Bai Fei was utterly exasperated. How could anyone speed while confined to a wheelchair? Healy wheeled by Faye to the hospital garden downstairs. Watching the patients strolling through the park, Healy sat on a bench and asked, "Faye Go, any dietary restrictions with this injury?" "Alcohol's off limits, no seafood or spicy food either," Bai Fei replied. "That's good then," Healy nodded. Then, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and held it to Bai Fei's lips. Bai Fei was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the cigarette at his mouth. Healy said, "Smoke it. Weren't you saying you have no dietary restrictions?" Bai Fei opened his mouth and took the cigarette. Healy lit it for him, then lit one for himself. Bai Fei's mind was a bit slow to grasp. What the hell did smoking have to do with dietary restrictions? One sat in a wheelchair, wrapped up like a mummy, cigarette dangling from his mouth. Another sprawled lazily on a bench, cigarette in mouth, gaze vacant, like an idiot. On the distant lawn, a white-haired, portly old man was being supported by a young, beautiful woman as they strolled together, one old, one young, beaming with radiant smiles, their gestures intimate. Healy asked, "Caregiver?" Bai Fei shook his head. "No." Healy continued, "Grandfather and grandson?" Bai Fei still shook his head. "No." Healy pondered for a moment, his expression gradually turning serious, and said, "A lover?" "Yes." Bai Fei nodded affirmatively and said, "He's staying in the high-end ward next to mine. This old man's grandson is 4 years older than his wife." Healy thought about it, then exclaimed in shock, "In real life, am I 4 years older than my own grandmother?" Bai Fei sighed and said, "Ah, the life of one's dreams." Healy responded non-committally, "That's quite an ambitious dream you've got there." "Ha!" Bai Fei sighed with emotion, "Now this is truly living." Healy curled his lip, "What they have is called living. What you're doing is, not dying." Bai Fei remained silent for a moment before saying, "Push me back. I'm tired." "Okay. How's Bai Fei doing?" Susan asked, sitting at the bar with a half-empty bottle in her hand. Healy shook his head and replied, "The recovery isn't going too well. Just sitting makes me tired." Susan frowned, "How could this be? Didn't they say I could leave the hospital as soon as the bandages were removed?" Healy pondered for a moment and said, "I read in a book that patients may experience certain side effects from residual medication in their bodies after treatment, but it's nothing serious. The body will break down and eliminate the leftover drugs. Besides, Brother Fei is a spirit warrior, so it's fine." "Oh, that's good then," Susan replied without thinking much about it. Such injuries meant little to a spirit warrior. This hospital visit weighed heavily on Healy's heart. Brother Fei was such a good person, yet after getting injured, he'd become like a different person. Originally not very talkative, he now spoke even less. Healy sat on the sofa reading when suddenly, his body felt unusually warm, and his throat grew dry. Ahem, ahem. Healy coughed twice, then took a sip of water from the table. Susan turned her head, giving Healy a peculiar look, and asked, "You broke through?" "What?" Healy's hand holding the water cup paused slightly as he said in confusion, "I had a bit of a cough, so I took a sip of water." Susan said, "There was a clear fluctuation of spiritual power around you just now, and your aura became denser after drinking the water compared to before." Healy stared at the half-filled cup in his hand and fell silent. Did he just level up by drinking water? Then, he raised the cup and downed it in one gulp. Susan looked at Healy with envy in her heart. An awakener who didn't need cultivation, whose spiritual power grew automatically. Could it be true, as legend said, that he was a god? "Captain, how do I unlock the next stage of my gene lock?" The growth of spiritual power only brought Healy a fleeting moment of joy. It was like getting a paycheck, brief euphoria, followed by car loans, mortgages, and credit cards. Once all debts were cleared, he still ended up owing another 200. And for Healy, that remaining debt of 200 was the ever-elusive gene lock he yearned for. He couldn't find the direction to unlock the next stage of genetic locks. This question made Susan pause for a moment. She explained, "By repeatedly tempering your mental strength and stimulating dopamine to continuously surpass its threshold until the threshold reaches its peak and enters the next stage, you can unlock the genetic lock." Everyone's threshold is different, so there's never been a definitive standard for unlocking genetic locks. But, according to Qi-Ling legends, unlocking the next stage of genetic locks should be easy for you, because both your body and mental strength have always been in a highly active state. Healy frowned. If what Susan said was true, that everyone had different thresholds for unlocking genetic locks, then what did that mean for him? Natural talent, high or low? Increasing spiritual power is as easy as drinking water, but the genetic lock that enhances paranormal abilities shows no signs of moving to the next stage. Despite being a dual energy wielder, could it be that I'll have to limp along using just one ability from now on? Healy felt both frustrated and disheartened. Genetic locks, how exactly are they supposed to be unlocked? In fact, he didn't even know how to unlock the first stage genetic lock. Previously, he had relied solely on brute force, spiritual energy, or Jean Fong's group helping him eliminate demons, but now he couldn't find any clues. Susan looked at Healy's dejected expression and smiled reassuringly. Opening genetic locks usually depends more on luck than accumulation or training. It varies from person to person. The stronger your abilities, the harder it is to unlock them. Healy looked up with a bitter smile. Like, gravity? It's undeniable that your manifestation-type weapon carries gravitational powers, a formidable, upper-tier ability in the natural order. Hallie, with your current first-stage genetic lock ability, many second-stage genetic lock users are no match for you. This is your gift. If you unlock the second-stage genetic lock, your power will undoubtedly grow exponentially. Hallie opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, no words came out. He sighed deeply and left. Watching Hallie's lonely retreating figure, Susan thought to herself, did I comfort him wrong? That can't be. Susan hadn't comforted him incorrectly, but for Hallie, it weighed exceptionally heavy. Healy said, I have 6 other abilities similar to gravity, and 2 or 3 of them are even more powerful than gravity. Chapter 38, The Rationality of Healy's Cultivation Method. Self-righteous love becomes a burden to others. However, the overflowing abundance of talent didn't become a burden to Healy, but it became shackles preventing him from unlocking his genetic potential. Susan's words suddenly brought clarity to Hallie's mind. Repeatedly tempering and grinding one's mental energy, pushing dopamine to continually break through its thresholds and reach new heights, that was how to unlock the genetic lock. Among these powerful abilities was Li Qin's gravity manipulation, an elite-tier power that was inherently difficult to elevate beyond dopamine thresholds. What's more, there were 6 similarly formidable abilities, with He Shi and He Jun's powers surpassing Li Qin's gravity manipulation in strength. These extraordinary talents, meant to empower, had ironically become shackles instead. Healy felt both elated and helpless. Elated because so many powerful abilities resided within him, yet helpless precisely because there were too many. Yet, Healy also faintly grasped what the genetic lock was all about. Dopamine, threshold. Such familiar terms. What is dopamine? The joy you feel after fulfilling a desire, it's given by dopamine. In short, dopamine is about pleasure, greed, desire, indulgence. Wanting more is dopamine. Put another way, it's the source of striving to gain more. Within the supernatural gene lock system, dopamine serves as the driving force that pushes superhumans to unlock the next stage of their genetic potential. Healy arrived at the 20th floor of the Spiritual Management Association building, the library. Flipping through books. Ordinary people have only 1 in 200,000 brain cells that can produce dopamine. Paranormals undoubtedly have more than ordinary people, but there are no exact numbers to prove this, since not everyone has the same number of brain cells. Healy's expression darkened somewhat. When cultivation becomes intertwined with science, all matters inevitably grow more complex. Take some poor sod, for instance. Feeling troubled? Healy gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. After returning the book to its shelf, he moved to another bookcase, pulled out a different volume, and began leafing through it while speaking. The currently known method for unlocking genetic constraints involves dopamine secretion, to put it simply, stimulating brain cells to secrete more dopamine. But my doubt is this, can all human brain cells truly secrete dopamine? Yen Ping folded her arms and walked beside Healy, pondering for a moment before saying, I'm not good at this thinking business, but I know what you're suspecting. Healy turned to look at Yen Ping and asked, what do you know? Yen Ping answered seriously, human potential has no limits. Healy was immediately speechless. Annoyed, he retorted, of course I know that body cells rubbing against each other to divide, generating spiritual energy through activity, brain cells secreting dopamine to unlock genetic constraints. Rather than saying we're gradually cultivating to higher levels, it's more accurate to say we're exploring our own bodies, breaking through limits again and again. No, you don't truly understand, Yen Ping outright denied. Oh, then what's your take on this? Yen Ping's denial piqued Healy's curiosity. As everyone knows, cultivation itself defies science, spiritual energy, genetic locks, they're more like glitches. A form of self-evolution humans developed to resist demons, the activation of a survival mechanism. Some people unlocked genetic potentials, gaining supernatural abilities, while others awakened spiritual power, becoming spirit warriors. Then, those with special abilities began grasping at the tail of their powers, climbing upward, cultivating to higher levels. It's like digging a well in the ground, yet remaining unsatisfied, continually expanding the well, building dams to create a reservoir. But even with a reservoir, you're still not content, you desire great rivers, until you crave the ocean itself. But Ely's philosophy was this, the human body is like flat land, with spiritual power and supernatural abilities being the well dug upon it. This well connects to a spring below, the spring links to underground rivers, which flow into great rivers, and those rivers merge into the ocean. Through relentless exploration, one journeys from the well's mouth to the spring, to underground rivers, to great rivers, and finally to the vast sea. Though the processes are similar, both requiring initiative, their directions are diametrically opposed. One accumulates outwardly while the other excavates inwardly. Yen Ping wagged his finger with a light chuckle. That's where you're mistaken. Your entire perspective stems from your formidable innate abilities. It's hardly surprising you'd think this way. Yet, consider the inverse scenario, what if you lacked such extraordinary gifts? If your body weren't a treasure trove, but barren soil instead? Would you choose to build dams to channel surface rivers, or drill downward to tap subterranean streams? After a moment's pause, Helly suddenly understood and said, "You mean I shouldn't just focus on exploring my inner potential, but also need to accumulate external resources?" Exactly, Helly. Since you've realized you're different, your cultivation path should also be distinct. Ordinary people reach higher levels through gradual accumulation. But you must both explore your potential and engage in continuous accumulation. Of course, don't rush things. Dopamine is both motivation and poison, Helly, don't get addicted to it. Yen Ping's final words were a warning, to gain power and then wield it, rather than to pursue power and abuse it. Healy fell silent for a long moment before smiling faintly, closing the open book, placing it back on the shelf, and walking away with the half-empty water bottle from the table. Yen Ping gave Healy a new insight. Cultivation was like a learning method, it wasn't set in stone. As long as knowledge was acquired and applied flexibly, no matter how it was learned, that was good enough. Healy always remained composed and unruffled. In the first semester of 7th grade, due to nervousness, he scored first in his entire year. By the end of the second semester, he was again ranked first in his grade. It wasn't until 8th grade that he realized his classmates had begun to distance themselves from him, prompting him to start controlling his scores. From that moment on, he adopted his first life motto, chill the fuck out. During the 3 years of high school, Healy came to realize that he understood his classmates' behaviors less and less. What was there to spin about textbooks and pens? Despite being exhausted from studying, they still had the energy to jump up and touch the doorframe every time they passed by. And then, unnecessarily pulling on girls' shoulder straps or untying the knots behind their necks. If you liked a girl, why not just confess directly? Instead, they had to make noise to get her attention. Healy walked to the entrance, finished his water, then posed as if shooting a basketball. With a gentle leap and a fadeaway shot, clang, he tossed the empty bottle into the trash can. Helly's eyes flashed with a mix of disdain and pride as he declared, the one who made the buzzer beater was none other than he, Chrisley. Then, with a swagger, he stepped into the elevator. The librarian who witnessed the whole scene softly muttered 2 words, pathetic. Arriving at the shooting range, Healy emptied 3 magazines before glancing at the target paper. Instantly, all excitement drained from him. Only the poor aim precisely, am I poor? Clearly not. Heavy firepower is the truth. Shotguns and grenade launchers are the weapons I should wield. Chapter 39, A Pro's Drive. Ditch the pistols and rifles. Grab the shotgun, sling the grenade launcher. Pretend all's peaceful in the world. After scoring a free dinner at the Spiritual Management Committee's cafeteria, the thrifty Healy happily drove his gas guzzler home. Of course, it wasn't just about the meal money, most importantly, he'd obtained the fuel card from the logistics department. Home, shower, sleep. In the dead of night, Helly's eyes snapped open abruptly. The silver glow of moonlight fell across the floor at the foot of the bed, where Yen Ping stood by the window, without a shadow. What's wrong? Healy asked. Yen Ping gazed at the road outside the window, his expression solemn, and said, the apartment faces the street. It's too noisy. Damn it! Healy cursed under his breath, then quietly remarked, street-facing apartments have cheaper rent. Healy sat on the bed and let out a long sigh, rubbing his neck. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep again, he heard Yen Ping sigh in admiration. So beautiful. Healy looked up, paused for a moment, and said, you don't need to praise me. Yen Ping then exclaimed with admiration, what a beautiful dog. Healy? Seeing Yen Ping standing by the window looking outside, Healy also got out of bed and looked out the window. There, under the street lamp across the road, crouched a large wolfhound with bluish-brown fur and piercing silver-blue eyes. It sat perfectly upright, head held high, exuding an aura of majestic authority. Is that a blue bay shepherd? During his part-time job at the bookstore, Helly had come across a novel whose protagonist owned a blue bay shepherd. The breed carried wolf bloodlines, strikingly handsome with an imposing presence when still, yet gentle, shy, and eager to please. But Helly sensed something peculiar. This dog seemed to be watching him intently, as if it could even see Yen Ping standing there. Yen Ping, don't you think this dog can see you? Yen Ping shook his head and said, it can't see me, but it can sense that you're schizophrenic. Healy rolled his eyes and retorted irritably, I'm not joking with you. Yen Ping looked at Healy seriously and said, I'm not joking with you either. It can't see me, but it can sense your psychic energy. Put that way, do you understand now? Healy pondered for a moment, nodded, then looked toward the dog and asked, what's the story with this dog? Yen Ping replied, it showed up not long after you fell asleep. It's been squatting there the whole time, watching this place. Is it a demon? Healy asked. No. Yen Ping paused before adding, it's more like a dog that's gained sentience. The word spiritual is well chosen. A dog with spirituality is still a dog, just not a very serious one. Just then, the blue bay shepherd, which had been crouching under the streetlight, stood up and then slowly walked away, disappearing around the street corner. Healy didn't pay it any mind. In a world where ghosts and monsters existed, what was so extraordinary about a mere spiritual dog? Glancing at the time, 2 a.m., he took a sip of water and went back to sleep, while Yenping sat on the living room sofa, watching TV. Could you turn the TV down? I'm trying to sleep. Oh, then turn it down. I was just acknowledging you, not agreeing with you. The next day, Heli opened his eyes listlessly, haunted by dreams of last night's dog. After driving to the gas station and filling up with his fuel card, his vitality returned in full force. Nothing else, freeloading simply brings joy. The middle-aged woman refueling the car gazed at Healy sitting inside the vehicle, dressed in a clean white short-sleeved t-shirt with a round neckline featuring a small V-shaped opening. His robust frame, upright posture, and handsome face paired with a slightly upturned corner of his lips. The female attendant stared almost spellbound. It wasn't infatuation, merely an appreciation for something beautiful. Healy smiled at the female gas station attendant. Don't fall for me. If you like me, you'll have to accept everything about me, including Chin Sui sitting in the passenger seat wiping a goosequill saber with a murderous glare, and Jean Fong lying on the car roof, spinning a karambit knife between his fingers with a wicked grin. On the road, Healy asked while driving, I'm quite surprised to see both of you here at the same time. Just getting some fresh air, Chin Sui replied before obsessively stroking the patterned blade of his saber. Jean Fong suddenly appeared on the front hood, crouching down slowly as he smiled at Healy inside the car. This guy came out, he said. I don't trust him, so I came to keep an eye on him. Clang! As Jean Fong's words faded, Chen Sui thrust his knife through the windshield straight at Jean Fong, who blocked it with his karambit. Narrowing his eyes coldly, Chen Sui hissed, a sneaky third-rate killer like you only belongs in the filthy sewers where you crawl. Jean Fong's glasses glinted with murderous intent as he grinned, a butcher who can't control his emotions, blindly swinging his blade. How could he understand the art of death? You don't belong in this factory, you should be standing amidst the stinking guts of pigs in a slaughterhouse. Crack! Jean Fong's karambit flicked open Chen Sui's Yenling saber. Then, Chen Sui vanished from the passenger seat and reappeared on the car's hood, executing an upward slash that clashed against Jean Fong's karambit. Seizing the momentum, Jean Fong bolted onto the roof, his body crouched like a leopard poised to strike, arms crossed in front of him, each hand gripping a reverse-held karambit. Meanwhile, Chen Sui stared at Jean Fong, his facial muscles twitching with exhilaration, eyes brimming with manic excitement. Simultaneously, another Yenling saber materialized in his grasp. He stepped back, left leg and arm forward in a vertical blade stance, right leg braced straight behind him, right arm raised horizontally with the saber leveled, its tip aimed squarely at Jean Fong. Then, clang, clang, clang. Chen Sui and Jean Fong battled from the car roof to the hood, then back to the roof again, their metallic clashes ringing out in crisp succession. Healy drove calmly, lighting a cigarette as he casually glanced at the rearview mirror where Yenping sat quietly in the back seat. Not going out to join the fun, he asked. Yenping shook his head with a light chuckle. Duels are sacred for gentlemen. Though I highly disapprove of this uncivilized way of fighting, I respect their decision to duel. Moreover, if one of them gets killed, all of our spiritual energy will be strengthened. Why not seize the opportunity? Healy couldn't stop shaking his head upon hearing this. Just listen to that utterly inhuman words. The car began to shake violently. Healy simply pulled over to the roadside, letting the two of them fight it out freely. The vehicle began shaking even more violently. Bystanders turned to stare, with several young women gaping in astonishment at the wildly rocking off-road vehicle. In broad daylight on a public street? Shouldn't they have gone somewhere secluded and uninhabited? Like, suburban woods. And another thing, damn impressive. Then, he picked up his phone, click, click, took a video, and posted it on his social feed. Inside the car, Healy's phone rang, transferring to the display screen where Min Liang appeared, urgently saying, Healy, head to 88 Yanhong Street immediately, Binjiang Bank, there's massive demonic energy detected. The captain and Tao Shui are already on their way. Copy that. The off-road vehicle lurched forward as it sped away. The onlookers were even more astonished. How could he drive while doing this? What a master. Chapter 40, Reckless Driving. Binjiang Bank. A man with 3 bony protrusions growing from his forehead slowly tore open his clothes. His emaciated body was covered in black spots, and his chest began to split open. Ribs burst through his flesh, forming a crisscrossed bony breastplate on his torso. Spikes also emerged from his elbows and shoulders, glistening with streaks of blood. Most terrifying of all, his spine writhed like a worm as bony spikes sprouted from each vertebra, piercing through skin and muscle until they stood exposed. Inside the bank lobby, 2 security guards lay in pools of blood, their fate unknown. More customers lining up for services didn't even dare to scream, crouching motionless on the ground. They weren't fools, making random noises to alert this demon would only hasten their deaths. They could only hope the spirit control department would arrive soon to eliminate the creature, or pray that when the killing spree began, they wouldn't be its next victim. The demon's golden eyes swept across every prone figure as it turned, searching for its next prey to tear apart. Its tailbone resembled a white chain, emitting a grating, teeth-setting sound with each turn of its body. Money, money, you maggots born for money, since you love it so much, I'll tear you apart along with that filthy cash and knead you together, let you become one with your precious money. The demon stretched out its long tongue, licking its fanged teeth that curled outward. A pair of palms, stripped of flesh, only ghastly white bones dangling with blood threads, slowly rose with brittle, creaking sounds. Then, everyone looked up simultaneously, their gazes shifting upward in unison. For slowly, the demon began to float upward. Click, click, crack, 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 crack. The demon folded in midair, contorting until its right arm and left leg knotted together, then threaded its head through that tangled loop. The spectators felt their scalps prickle with terror. The bravest among them could no longer bear to watch, while those faint of heart had already collapsed in unconscious dread. Tap, tap, tap. Susan walked in through the door, first scanning the situation in the bank lobby. Upon seeing the two guards lying in pools of blood, she frowned, removed the slender cigarette from her crimson lips, and then casually waved her hand. The floating human sculpture in the air was flung outside the bank, landing with a heavy thud on the street. Susan led Tao Shui to the side of the two injured guards, crouching down to examine their wounds. Liang, has the ambulance arrived yet? I'm already on my way, estimated arrival in 3 minutes. Susan looked at the security guard's abdomen and chest pierced by the demon bone spines, feeling troubled. As a dual ability user without spiritual energy, she couldn't use spiritual power to heal others. At this moment, a scream erupted outside the bank, followed by a roar of explosions. Tao Shui ran toward the bank entrance and cried out, "Captain, the demon isn't dead, it's possessed a large truck and escaped." Not dead? Susan froze for a moment. This was the first time a target had survived her strike. Her figure flickered as she materialized on the street. On the street, a heavy truck roared as it plowed through vehicles along its path, speeding down the road. Meanwhile, the dark green truck began to twist and deform. The demon inside the train car began to melt all over, its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears oozing dark red blood as the bone spikes across its body pierced various parts of the compartment. Steel spikes suddenly protruded from around the truck as it rampaged wildly down the road. Susan took a step forward, poised to approach, when she saw a wobbling off-road vehicle speed out from the intersection ahead of the monster truck. It was moving rapidly, its body swaying violently, intermittently screeching with harsh braking sounds as it left several tire marks on the asphalt. Most importantly, that off-road vehicle was about to collide with the monster truck. Captain, isn't that Healy's car? Tao Shui stammered. Had he been drinking? And in that very instant, the truck collided with the off-road vehicle. There was no explosion or deafening roar as one might have imagined, just an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Because the monster truck was split cleanly in half from front to rear. Then, the bisected truck halves rose into the air. As they soared, the two truck segments rapidly shrank, transforming into fist-sized steel spheres moments before they plummeted back down. Upon impact, both iron orbs shattered completely, scattering into a fine rain of metallic dust across the pavement. At the same time, squelch! The swaying off-road vehicle also came to a stop outside Binjiang Bank's entrance. Heli opened the door and stepped out, tossed the cigarette but clenched between his lips onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. Then eyed Susan and Tao Shui calmly as he inquired, "Where's the demon?" Tao Shui stared blankly at Heli for a moment before suddenly snapping back to reality and turning to look at Susan beside her. Susan pursed her lips and said, "The demon has been dealt with. Now we're just waiting for the ambulance to take the injured away." Heli nodded. "Oh, that's good." Then he patted the car door and asked, "Ready to go back? I can give you a lift." "No, don't need to." Tao Shui quickly waved her hand, casting a glance at Susan before saying to Healy, "I'll go shopping with the captain. You can go back first." "All right, I'll be going now." Healy smiled at the two of them, got into the car, started the engine, and drove off smoothly. Tao Shui watched the disappearing off-road vehicle, let out a long sigh of relief, patted her chest, and said with lingering fear, "Captain, you saw it too, right? I wasn't lying. He even dared to crash into a demon-controlled heavy truck. That guy's completely reckless." Susan, on the other hand, was lost in thought. The demon-controlled heavy truck had first been split apart, then crushed into a ball, before finally turning into a pile of iron scraps on the ground, dead. How did Healy split the heavy truck open? Wasn't Healy's manifestation system supposed to be a halberd? Even if a halberd could split a truck, Healy was driving at the time and wasn't using it. The split truck was crushed into a ball midair. Was that gravity? Gravity is a vertically downward destructive force. Could it envelop and compress objects like that? This was similar to the footage Bai Fei had sent back earlier. Healy raised his hand and forcibly tore out part of the demon in the villa, crushed it into a ball, then slit it open, and just like that, part of the blood demon died. It resembles the demon from today. Is this really gravity? Susan pursed her lips and said, "Let's skip shopping today." Tao Shui asked in confusion, "Then what are we going to do instead?" Susan glanced at Tao Shui and said, "Find a physics teacher to study physics." "Ha! Too impulsive. Can't you two keep a lower profile?" If I hadn't known how to bluff, what would we have done today? Even the captain got suspicious. Shinsui, do you really think it was cool when you split that truck in half with your blade? You're so over the top. Jin Feng, you think you're so badass for crumpling the truck into a ball and stabbing it twice? How shallow. Jin Feng replied, doesn't he already know you're a spirit awakener? Healy snapped back instantly, is that what I'm talking about? I'm talking about abilities, I'm a fucking dual wielder. Have you ever heard of a dual wielder with 7 or 8 different powers? Jin Feng fell silent, while Chen Sui maintained his usual expressionless demeanor. Say what you will, he remained unmoved. Healy sighed and pleaded earnestly, keep a low profile. Even if you're rich, you can't just flaunt your money on the streets. Remember, private glee is true happiness. Meanwhile, Yen Ping, sitting in the passenger seat, pointed ahead and interjected, stop arguing already. Pull over, there's a dog in the road. Holy shit. Screech. Chapter 41 Performance Art. The car stopped. It stopped right in front of the giant wolfhound. Bang! Healy got out of the car, slammed the door shut with a loud bang, and stared at the massive dog. It was the same Blue Bay Shepherd that had appeared outside his apartment building last night, the very same dog. Healy recognized those proud, alert eyes, because just last night, he had dreamed of this very dog in his sleep. The Blue Bay Shepherd lifted its head slightly, those silver blue eyes fixed on the fuming Healy. Healy stared into the dog's gaze and froze. Strangely enough, the anger that had been boiling within him moments ago suddenly subsided into calm. Healy swallowed hard and turned to look back. Chen Sui leaned against the engine cover with a cold expression. Jin Feng sat cross-legged on the engine cover, the corners of his mouth raised in an unmistakable sneer. Yen Ping stood atop the car roof with both hands in his pockets, grinning broadly. Healy turned to look at the Blue Bay Shepherd once more. Just then, a man emerged from a street corner not far away, hurrying toward them while panting and shouting, Xiaolan! Xiaolan! Healy glanced at this well-dressed man in a suit, then back at the Blue Bay Shepherd sitting patiently before him, its eyes fixed on him. The man had already approached, standing beside the Blue Bay Shepherd while stroking the fur on its back, letting out a long sigh. Don't run around everywhere. What if something happens? After scolding the dog, the man finally looked up at Helly and smiled apologetically, saying, Sir, I'm really sorry. My little Blue always loves to wander off. Last night, he ran out and played half the night before coming home, and today he ran off again. He's such a handful. I hope he didn't cause you any trouble? Helly shook his head, glancing at the man's apologetic smile before looking at the Blue Bay Shepherd named Little Blue. It's fine. This guy is adorable and really handsome, he said. Right? The man smiled happily, simultaneously giving Xiaolan an affectionate pat on the head as he asked, Sir, do you like dogs too? Healy fell silent for a moment, recalling a little dog he'd raised in the orphanage during his childhood. Yes, he said finally, I once had a dog. It was born on the 5th day of the 12th lunar month, so I named it La Wu. Really? That little dog must have been adorable, Mo Lin said with a smile. Healy sighed. My La Wu died. The man looked startled, then sighed as well. Every pet lover has to go through this moment. Healy glanced at Xiaolan and said to the man, I have to go now. Keep a closer eye on him from now on. It'd be bad if something happened. The man froze for a moment before smiling and replying, Alright, I will. My name is Mo Lin, what's yours? Healy paused, turned back, and after a brief silence, answered, I'm Healy. Healy drove the off-road vehicle roaring into the distance. Mo Lin stood in place, watching the off-road vehicle disappear from sight, then crouched down, reached out to hug Xiaolan, and chuckled softly, La Wu, love, AI? My La Wu is dead. My love is dead. Xiaolan, Mr. Healy is playing games with us. Xiaolan slowly turned her head, those silver blue eyes fixed on Mo Lin. Mo Lin paused, then hastily corrected himself, playing games with me, not with you. Little Blue stretched out his claws to scratch at the asphalt road, then stood up and headed toward the sidewalk, Moran following behind with a helpless expression on his face. Meanwhile, Healy returned to the headquarters of the Spiritual Management Association. Jin Feng and Chen Sui, having presumably exhausted themselves from fighting, had gone back to sleep, leaving Healy alone with Yin Ping. Why hasn't Uncle Li been coming out lately? Li Qin had been appearing less frequently recently, while Yin Ping was turning up more often, leaving Healy feeling quite puzzled. Originally leaning against the window to enjoy the scenic beauty of Binjiang City, Yen Ping turned around at Healy's question, looked at him with a smile, and said, Isn't it good that I came out? Li Qin is too negative, always pessimistic. You should be more like me, appreciate beautiful things and keep a joyful heart. Yen Ping, you didn't answer my question. Healy sat on the sofa, organizing the firearms and bullets on the table. Soon, he would pick up Bai Fei from the hospital, after which the two of them would investigate a mummified corpse case together. The workload division between the two teams was simple. Binjiang City was split into the eastern and western districts. Susan and Tao Shui were responsible for the eastern district, while Healy and Bai Fei took charge of the western one. Most emergency situations were handled together. They weren't arrogant enough to think their quasi-superhuman abilities could easily solve every problem. In fact, They were the most cautious of all, understanding the preciousness of life better than ordinary people and cherishing it more deeply. I've answered your question. Li Chin is too pessimistic. His negativity would affect you. That's precisely why he chose not to come out. Because he didn't want to ruin your good mood. Yen Ping's words left Healy in silent contemplation. He sped up the process of arranging his bullets, slung the shotgun over his back, fastened the ammunition belt, then pushed the door open and headed straight for the hospital. Bai Fei had fully recovered. The physique of a 5th-level spirit warrior was astonishingly robust. Despite such severe injuries, a week's rest was all it took for him to heal completely. According to Bai Fei, once a spirit warrior reaches the 7th level, advancing further would lead them to an entirely new realm known as the Soul Nurturing Realm. By then, conventional firearms would no longer be able to harm spirit warriors who have attained the Soul Nurturing Realm. One could say, Wu Daolang sucking giraffe milk, jumping to reach it. Didn't bring my knife? Bai Fei asked after getting in the car. Healy said curiously, your manifestation ability is a battle blade, why would you need conductive weapons? Bai Fei was clearly used to such questions, shrugging as he replied, sticking to one ability saves energy. Bai Fei's response left Healy speechless, a masterclass in corporate slacking literature from a high-level employee. When it comes to abilities, you may choose not to use them, but you must possess them nonetheless. The two drove all the way to the entrance of Sunshine Community. Wah, 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 beep, beep, beep. Police cars and ambulances continuously sped past the off-road vehicle and into the residential compound. Heli and Bai Fei put on their communication earpieces. Heli opened his watch display and reported, the deceased family of 4 has all turned into mummified corpses, Huang Chenglu, Dong Li, Huang Jiaqi, and Huang Jiaming. Among them, Huang Chenglu died in a particularly gruesome manner. His limbs and head were severed and arranged in a distorted formation in the living room. Bai Fei examined the photographic evidence on his watch display, clicking his tongue. What do you think this resembles? He asked. Healy looked at Huang Chenglu's peculiar outfit, pondered for a moment, and said, performance art? It's malicious revenge. Bai Fei instantly lost his composure. Bai Fei stared at Healy's genuinely naive expression, let out a deep sigh, and thought, they're all fucking lunatics. Chapter 42 The Male Leads. Huang Chenglu had turned into a desiccated corpse, and so had his wife and their 2 children, a boy and a girl. The entire family lay neatly arranged together. Huang Chenglu's limbs and head had been dismembered and placed atop his torso, with the limbs draped over it like a campfire. His head served as the flame, while the limbs and torso were the fuel like dry firewood. His wife knelt devoutly before this campfire with their 2 children, as if in worship or admiration. Bai Fei was right, this was revenge, retribution from a demon, and an extremely twisted one at that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone to the trouble of plating everything so thoughtfully after killing them. After signaling the police to leave, Bai Fei sat on the chair by the dining table, took a photo of the neatly arranged family, and said to Healy, there's faint demonic energy lingering here. It shouldn't be a beast-type demon, more likely a spectral one. After inspecting the entire house, Healy stood in front of the family and nodded. That's right. The whole place is untouched. It wasn't a physical beast demon but a spectral one, something without a tangible form yet capable of inflicting harm. These were brutal deaths, especially Huang Chenglu's. The demon's revenge seems aimed at him. Since we're treating this as retaliation for now, we'd better dig into what this artistically inclined guy did to provoke such a monster, one that had the leisure to style him after killing everyone. Bai Fei tapped his earpiece and said, Liang, it's your turn to work. Copy that. Liang acknowledged, and the faint sound of keyboard tapping came through the earpiece. Healy walked to the dining table, took out the laptop he had found in Huang Chenglu's study along with a stack of paper documents, and placed them on the table. Since it's a soul-type demon and a revenge killing, we should start by investigating his social connections. This neighborhood is the second affluent district in Binjiang. Everyone living here is wealthy, so malicious murder isn't out of the question like the case of the Carnation. But realistically, revenge homicide is the more likely scenario. Heli turned on the computer, detached the watch from his wrist, and pulled out the strap, revealing a USB port, which he plugged into the computer. He said, Big Brother Ali, I'm connected. You can start now. Brother Fei and I will go through the paper documents. Understood. Min Liang chuckled and said, Heli, you've become quite the professional now. Heli smiled while flipping through the files and replied, technology isn't just for show or admiration, it's meant to serve the people. Bai Fei looked up teasingly and remarked, that's why you're so fond of using guns instead of spiritual powers or superhuman abilities. No. Healy shook his head and said, I'm just using power rationally. If a problem can be solved with one bullet, why should I charge in to fight demons hand-to-hand? Of course, that would showcase martial prowess. But then, what's the purpose of inventing ranged weapons? Bai Fei stubbornly replied, it's so that low-level spiritual warriors and espers can also deal with demons. After all, their power is limited, and fighting demons is dangerous for them. What about at higher levels? Take Captain Susan, for example, even if she bombarded them with missiles, she wouldn't get hurt. Healy blinked and said, that just means there aren't enough missiles, and their power isn't great enough. You've got me there. Bai Fei waved his hand. He didn't know how to respond to such a question. Perhaps Healy was right, but he himself didn't care for firearms. He much preferred slashing through demons with a blade. That sensation thrilled him far more. 3 minutes later, the sound of Min Liang typing on his keyboard stopped in the headphones. Healy and Bai Fei had finished reviewing the document materials. Min Liang, Huang Qinglu, 53 years old, owner of Dream Media Corporation. He's a fucking scumbag. Bai Fei, he's absolute trash. Healy replied, he's a pervert. Then, the three of them spoke in unison. Death is no cause for regret. Bai Fei tossed a cigarette to Healy, and the two of them lit up. After a long silence, Min Liang said, there are 22 videos, featuring different girls, women. Healy and Bai Fei exchanged glances while looking at the stack of documents on the table. There were clearly more than just 22 people here. Healy remained silent. Bai Fei let out a deep sigh and said, hand these over to the police. Min Liang will be responsible for cross-referencing and analyzing the demonic energy. Without ruling out the possibility of malicious murder, we'll identify those who might transform into demons and then eliminate the demons. Bai Fei cast a disgusted glance at the family in the middle of the living room and said coldly, as for them, burn them, then dump the ashes into the sewer. Healy also stood up and remarked calmly, I'd rather throw them into the sea to feed the fish, or turn them into specimens and hang them on a flagpole. Bai Fei shot Healy a look and said, making specimens is illegal. Also, don't you want to eat seafood anymore? Healy grinned and replied, I never eat seafood. The two drove back to the Spirit Administration building, their faces gloomy all the way. The two, still weighed down by the oppressive atmosphere, had just stepped out of the 34th floor when they noticed three people seated in the sofa area. Opposite them sat Susan, her face expressionless. She glanced at the pair who had just pushed the door open, tilted her head slightly, and motioned for them to stand aside for the moment. Tao Shui walked over from the bar, grabbed both their arms, and pulled them to the counter. Bai Fei didn't step behind the bar to mix drinks as usual. Instead, he sat on a high stool, his gaze heavy and somber. Healy lit a cigarette and placed it along with the lighter across from Bai Fei. Calmly, he observed the three men sitting opposite Susan, talking incessantly. Your Excellency Susan, Mr. Huang was our dear friend, and we are deeply saddened by his death. Now that the demons have grown so rampant, we are each willing to contribute 8 million to hire you to eliminate these monsters and avenge Mr. Huang and his family. Healy took a drag from his cigarette, narrowed his eyes, and thought to himself, Feng Hui, 57 years old, chairman of Zhaoye Group. Indeed, just as Chairman Feng said, in this era where trust is in such short supply, how many people can truly call someone a close friend? Mr. Huang's death has devastated us old friends, especially since he was killed by demons. We hope you can eliminate these monsters and give justice to Mr. Huang's death. Of course, if this amount isn't enough, we're willing to contribute more. Healy glanced at the man in the white suit with gold-rimmed glasses and thought, Zheng Bolin, 46 years old, CEO of Jiangdong Industries. We understand the Spiritual Management Bureau is a state agency, where money doesn't necessarily signify anything. We simply hope to swiftly avenge Chairman Huang's family. Consider these funds as our personal donation. We only wish for the demons to be eradicated quickly and justice served for Chairman Huang's family. Healy's gaze shifted to the sallow-faced man, thinking to himself, Lu Shangnan, 55 years old, Vice President of Platinum Real Estate. Feng Hui, Zheng Bolin, Lu Shangnan, along with the deceased Huang Qinglu. All the male protagonists from the documents and videos have assembled now. Chapter 43 I understand. Healy held a cigarette between his lips, gazing calmly at the three people in the sofa lounge area. Tao Shui stood behind the counter, hanging her head in silence. Bai Fei leaned on the bar counter, silently smoking. Healy couldn't see Susan's expression, but from her posture and the aura she radiated, he could tell she was struggling to suppress her killing intent. Then we'll leave it to you, Lady Susan. Yes, Lady Susan, we're counting on you. The money will be delivered by our people. The three men smiled obsequiously, rose to their feet, and headed toward the door when suddenly, they sensed someone watching them. Simultaneously, they froze and turned their gazes toward the bar counter. Healy looked at the three big shots, grinning broadly, sunny and radiant. The trio understood that everyone present here was either a spirit warrior or a superhuman, the very people who fought demons. So they responded with their own fawning smiles, nodding at Healy before pushing the door open to leave. Healy's smile didn't fade as he turned to Susan, asking softly, Captain, can I kill them? No one expected Healy to say it outright, leaving Bai Fei and Tao Shui staring at him in shock. Healy had spoken with a smile, a radiant, warm one at that. Susan stood up without responding to Healy. Instead, she pointed at the large couch across the room and said, Tell logistics to burn this sofa. No, burn the entire set and get me a new one. Susan walked toward her office, pausing by the bar as she passed. She looked at the smiling Healy, hesitated for a moment, then murmured quietly, Stop killing. Clip, clip, clip. Bang! Susan walked back to her office in her high heels, then slammed the door heavily behind her. Heli took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled, then turned his gaze to Bai Fei. Big Fei, what does the captain mean by saying don't kill people? Tao Shui widened her eyes staring at Healy, forcing herself to stay calm. She swallowed hard. Don't kill means exactly that. What else could it possibly mean? This lunatic, this psychopath, he actually wants to kill someone. Tao Shui instinctively took 2 steps back, maintaining distance from Healy. Bai Fei glanced at Healy, then lowered his head. After a moment of silence, he said, you know the condition for unlocking the genetic lock is reaching the dopamine threshold, right? Simply put, it's about stimulating yourself, getting excited, and then secreting more dopamine. Healy frowned slightly. What was Bai Fei talking about? What had he even asked? Bai Fei continued, dopamine is addictive in a way, killing can be addictive too. Healy nodded and said, I see. So, superpowered individuals can't just kill people indiscriminately. Bai Fei grunted in acknowledgement. I see. So, ability users can't just kill people as they please, he said. Healy asked again, then how many years would they be sentenced to? Don't know. Bai Fei shook his head and replied, actually, they didn't commit any serious or substantial crimes, they just checked into a hotel with their girlfriend, and Huang Chenglu filmed them. If Huang Chenglu had actually threatened them, they would be considered victims too. Ha! Healy was amused. He stubbed out his cigarette but in the ashtray, rubbed his face, and scoffed. So it all comes down to the lawyer's skills, huh? Bai Fei, more importantly, it depends on the evidence or the testimonies of those girls, whether they appear in court or sign. Got it, brother Fei. Thanks for the crash course. Healy grinned as he gave Bai Fei a playful pat on the shoulder. Then he turned to Tao Shui and said, Sister Shui, could you pass me that bottle of sparkling water? Oh, sure. Tao Shui handed a bottle of sparkling water from the wine rack to Healy. Thank you, Sister Shui. Healy took the sparkling water to the floor-to-ceiling window, sat down on the long sofa he often favored, took a sip, and then gazed absent-mindedly at the scenic views of the riverside. Will those people prioritize eliminating the demon that killed Huang Chenglu? Asked Lu Shangnan, his sallow face fraught with worry. Zhang Bolan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gentle demeanor belying his words as he smiled and said, nobody would turn their nose up at money, would they? If 24 million isn't enough, make it 30. If 30 million won't do, offer 50. There's always a number that'll move them. Feng Hui took a deep breath, vigorously rubbed his face, then pinched the bridge of his nose. We can't pin all our hopes on the Spiritual Management Committee, he said. Tonight, the team of supernatural mercenaries I hired abroad will arrive in Binjiang. You two need to cough up another sum. If the committee won't handle things, we'll handle it ourselves. You all saw how that idiot Huang Chenglu died, saw what happened to his family. If you don't want to be torn apart, you and your families, then don't be stingy with the money. Old Zhang's right, nobody refuses money. If the committee won't take it, someone else will. Lu Shangnan's face darkened as he pondered, then said, money isn't the issue, what matters most is ensuring absolute personal safety. Moreover, all the documents in Huang Qinglu's possession have already fallen into the hands of both the police and the Spirit Management Committee. We might very well face trial. No, Zhang Bolan said decisively, so what if the materials are in their hands? Do we have any financial dealings with Huang Qinglu? Nothing. On the contrary, he secretly filmed us being intimate with our girlfriends in an attempt to blackmail us. We too are victims. What do you mean? Lu Shangnan pressed further. Are you saying we shouldn't fear proper legal channels? Exactly. Zhang Bolan chuckled. Except it would be terribly embarrassing. Your wives might use this as leverage to divorce you and secure more favorable property settlements. Lu Shangnan and Feng Hui exchanged glances, both visibly relieved. Feng Hui sneered, my wife? You mean that vase of a woman who lives off me, eats off me, dresses off me, spends my money, and does nothing but act coy and doll herself up? Dividing property in a divorce? Ha, as if she deserves it. Lu Shangnan also gave a cold laugh and said, since we don't have to worry about that anymore, all that's left are those female monsters. Deal with them, and we'll be in the clear. As for those documents and videos, I'll take care of them. Zhang Bolan reminded them, our current stance is to avenge our friend's family. We know nothing about those documents and videos. Dealing with them must wait until after the incident blows up. Even so, our company will suffer some impact, but compared to losing lives, these financial losses are something we can bear. Exactly, let's do as old Zhang suggested. In any case, once the supernatural organization arrives, we'll deal with the demon problem first, Feng Hui said. Lu Shangnan leaned back on the sofa, twisted his neck slightly, and gazed at the red wine on the table before suddenly laughing. Tell me, he said, what does it feel like to become a mummy? Zhang Bolan and Feng Hui glanced at Liu Shangnan but remained silent. Chapter 44 A Bit of Struggle. At the rooftop of the Spiritual Management Committee headquarters, Healy finished his braised duck leg, wiped his mouth, then opened a bag of potato chips, munching away while watching Xiaoyu standing at the edge of the rooftop. Found anything? Xiaoyu opened his eyes, turned around, and shook his head, saying, although my spiritual power can cover the entire Binjiang city, I can't precisely locate demons who aren't using their demonic power unless Jun helps you search. Healy gave Xiaoyu a withering look and grumbled, if I could approach him, would I even need you? Xiaoyu spread his hands and said, well, then there's nothing to be done. Actually, if you asked Jun to help you, he wouldn't refuse. Healy hesitated for a moment. I don't dare. Xiaoyu gave Healy a disdainful look. Ha! Healy stopped talking, put the potato chips aside, and didn't look at Xiaoyu either, just sat there spacing out. Angry? Xiaoyu blinked, then let out a helpless sigh and said, you don't dare confront Jun, so you send me as the vanguard instead, how shameless. Worst of all, a muscular guy over 1.8 meters tall like you actually acts coquettish. It's disgusting. Healy shot a glance at Xiaoyu and still didn't say a word. Xiaoyu pursed his lips, resting his forehead on one hand, and muttered, what a sin this is. Mr. He, your little darling is being spoiled, come and handle them quickly. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, a tall man promptly appeared by his side. Jun didn't even glance at Xiaoyu, merely taking in Healy's expectant gaze before slightly turning aside. Without a word, he directly raised his hand to point southeast, then vanished. Healy and Xiaoyu both looked toward the southeast. Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, focusing his psychic energy that blanketed the entire Binjiang city onto that southeastern line. After a moment, he spoke, 43 kilometers, Shantytown, number 133, rental apartment. Healy grinned broadly and picked up another potato chip, crunching loudly as he ate. Xiaoyu, you're the rational one. Tell me, what should I do? Xiaoyu sat on the rooftop edge, legs casually crossed, pushing up his glasses with a smile as he said, you've already made up your mind, haven't you? Otherwise you wouldn't have asked me. Asked Jun to locate the demon's hiding spot. Healy hesitated before replying, I'm just fulfilling my duty as a demon hunter. After all, I'm on the Supernatural Management Committee's payroll. He continued, what should I do? I was referring to those male protagonists. Xiaoyu said, haven't you already decided to act on your faint and insignificant sense of justice? Healy stopped eating his chips, lit a cigarette. Looking up at Xiaoyu, he said, a faint and insignificant sense of justice? Xiaoyu said matter-of-factly, wasn't it only after gaining superhuman power that you developed this sense of justice? As Jin Fang said, your heart is cold, and your world revolves only around yourself. Healy nodded unabashedly and replied, yes, I completely agree with that. Before, I was just a bottom-tier worker at a bookstore, earning a little over 3,000 yuan a month. I could barely afford food, how could I possibly care about those things? Yet, now, I'm different. I no longer have to worry about basic survival, so naturally, I can consider more important matters. Poverty breeds deceit, while wealth nurtures conscience. This phrase suits me perfectly. So, Xiaoyu appeared across from Healy, squatting down to meet his gaze. So, Healy also looked at Xiaoyu in bewilderment. Xiaoyu sneered, so you think just because you've got money and a full stomach, you can meddle in other people's business, transform into some kind of righteous avenger, and punish those people with your own methods. Healy, you're part of the Spirit Management Association, a demon hunter. You people are the righteous law enforcers of the supernatural world. They are ordinary people who naturally fall under the jurisdiction of police and legal systems. Don't think your special abilities give you the right to disregard and trample upon the law. If you casually deal with those people, not only will you cause trouble for yourself, but your teammates will also be implicated. Healy slightly furrowed his brows. Isn't that putting it too strongly? Xiaoyu stood up and said indifferently, I'm just giving you advice. You're free to disregard my suggestion. Healy sat up from the stool, muttering curses under his breath. Xiaoyu, you're a fucking cold-blooded bastard. You always make me choose what's best for me, even though I don't like it. But I know you're right. Xiaoyu casually fired back, my dear Healy, you're not cold-blooded, just indifferent. You know there's a difference between being cold-blooded and indifferent. Healy walked to the 34th floor, where the large sofa in the lounge area had changed from brownish red to dark gray, and the long table had been replaced from glass to solid wood. However, Healy's firearms and equipment, which hadn't yet been returned to the arsenal, were lying on the solid wood long table. Susan and Tao Shui sat at the bar drinking, while Bai Fei remained silent as usual, wiping glasses before sending drink after drink to Susan. Min Lian lay feigning sleep on the long sofa before the floor-to-ceiling window. Sister Jiang leaned against the surveillance room door holding a steaming cup of coffee. Who knows if she'd be able to sleep tonight after drinking coffee in the evening. Under the gaze of everyone, Healy walked directly to the long table, sat on the sofa, put on the communication earpiece, picked up the shotgun, deftly ejected the shells, checked the barrel, and reloaded 7 rounds. Then, he held the shotgun, hesitated for a moment, then set it down again. Healy stood up, looked at Susan who was drinking, pursed his lips, and said, Captain, I'm heading out on the mission. Susan glanced at Healy, then at the shotgun on the table. Bring the gun. Healy hesitated. He wasn't sure if he'd need it against those demons, but following Susan's order, he slung the shotgun over his shoulder and fastened the ammo belt carrying 20 shells. It'll be dark soon. Go early, return early. Understood, Captain. Heli glanced at Bai Fei, noticing he had no intention of joining him, then lifted his foot and left alone. Bai Fei mixed a strong drink and placed it before Susan, who downed it in one gulp. The fiery burn and potent alcohol contorted her face slightly. Huff. Susan exhaled deeply before turning to Jiang Jin and instructing, Sister Jiang, get me the police station, city hall, welfare department, and logistics department on the line. I have matters to discuss with them. Understood. 43 kilometers, it takes an hour and a half to drive in the city. My verdict is, might as well take the subway. Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat, watching the congested traffic on the road, clicking his tongue with commentary. Healy smiled and said, in some people's eyes, taking the subway when you own a car is for convenience, but taking it when you don't is seen as poor. Besides, I'm carrying a gun, can't exactly ride the subway with that. What do you plan to do once you find that demon? Xiaoyu asked doubtfully. Destroy it, of course. Healy's words were decisive. Chapter 45, Emergency Disposal Authority? August 19, 3657 New Era Calendar, Summer, 1957. Night falls, and the city lights begin to shine. Healy maneuvered his car free from the congested traffic and drove into the shantytown. The flickering yellow streetlights barely illuminated the uneven road, which posed no challenge at all for his rugged off-road vehicle. Healy stopped the car as the alley ahead was too narrow for his vehicle to enter. Healy had always been meticulous. Before getting out, he checked his ammo belt, 20 rounds, plus 7 in the chamber and 4 emergency spares holstered on the side of his gun, totaling 31 bullets. Then he glanced at the cold-blooded psycho beside him with gold-rimmed glasses. And suddenly, a sense of security overwhelms. Turn off the engine, open the door, step out, shut the door. Healy walked into the shantytown, searching for rental unit 133. This was the old outer ring district of Binjiang City from decades ago. Rows upon rows of single-story houses, some still inhabited, with prefabricated steel sheds built outside the courtyards for renting out. With Xiaoyu present, finding number 133 wasn't difficult at all. Before long, Healy now stood before the gate of a single-story house, flanked left and right by prefabricated steel structures. These makeshift steel sheds, exemplars of winter chill and summer swelter, had but one redeeming feature: quick, easy, cheap installation. Standing outside the courtyard, Healy could distinctly sense the thick miasma of resentful demonic energy. Moreover, there's more than one trace of demonic aura. A glance into the courtyard revealed no inhabitants. The owners likely lived in the city while renting this place out. Xiaoyu surveyed the surroundings and remarked, in the house to the left, there are 3 fifth-tier demons, the so-called soul-type demons you mentioned. They have no physical form but can harm tangible entities. Your gun, augmented by my abilities, can easily exterminate them. However, besides the demonic aura from those 3, I also sensed another peculiar aura, sinister and eerie. Another peculiar demonic aura? Healy asked. Is it here too? Xiaoyu replied, it's either on or inside these 3 demons. This is the aura that corrupted them, turning them into fiends. Can we trace it? Healy inquired. No, but I'll remember this distinct demonic aura. The next time I encounter it, I'll notify you immediately, helping you stack up some work achievements. Xiaoyu, that joke isn't particularly funny. Every time we're on a mission, I'm literally risking my life. Sorry, my darling Hali. I was just trying to lighten the mood, because what comes next is going to put you in an even worse state of mind. Hali stepped forward, pressed the gun muzzle against the color steel door, tested it twice, then pushed it open, revealing the scene inside. Healy suddenly felt a shudder in his heart. The room was eerily empty. To his right stood 3 wardrobes assembled from aluminum tubing, while to his left was a small window with drawn curtains. Beneath it lay cooking pots and utensils, 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and several empty instant noodle cups that hadn't been thrown away. The floor was strewn with tangled extension cords, 3 power strips snaking toward 3 steel-framed beds in the corner. The beds were unmade, their blankets in disarray. No one was there. Because the people were hanging from the ceiling beams. The steel beam was entwined with electrical wires, from which hung a dim yellow bulb. Besides the wires, 3 taut steel cables were fastened, each suspending a girl's body. They were scantily clad, emaciated figures with bulging eyes, their skin marred not only by death stains but also by signs of torture, burns, whip marks. Perhaps due to Heli opening the door, a draft entered the room, causing the dim bulb to sway slightly. The flickering light alternately illuminated and obscured the deathly appearances of the 3 girls, casting their shadows dancing macabrely across the walls. The air was thick with the pungent stench of decomposing corpses mixed with the excrement of the dead. Should we go in? Xiaoyu asked, then added, I can use my psychic power to pull them out. Healy stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed on everything inside the room. The bodies of the 3 hanged girls began to move, slowly rotating as the steel beam and iron wires emitted a piercing screech of friction. 3 corpses faced Heli. Heli raised his eyes to look at them. The electric lamp stopped swaying, yet the shadows of the 3 girls on the wall continued moving. They wriggled free from the wall, flowing across its surface like water, then slid along the steel beams back into the bodies. Suddenly, 3 ferocious black shadows slowly emerged from the 3 corpses. Their viscous bodies like dark water, sharp claws, and only 3 girls' faces twisted with hatred, such a bizarre and repulsive form. The lower halves of the 3 monsters remained embedded in the corpses while their upper bodies stretched out with bared claws, their savage eyes glaring down at Healy. Xiaoyu stood beside Healy, eyes narrowing slightly before turning amused. I was wrong, they weren't 5th level demons, just newborn level demons cowering around the body. But for ordinary people, they absolutely are nightmares, demons without physical form, just like ghosts. Healy nodded. With such faint demonic energy, no wonder Xiaoyu couldn't find them, Jun had to come personally to locate them. Then, he sighed again and said, so it was those 3 who died after all. Healy had gone through Huang Qinglu's pile of materials, 22 videos and 41 documents, and these 3 girls appeared among those files. He knew the unimaginable abuse these 3 girls had endured. Ah, I'll kill you. Kill you. The ferocious visage exuded malice, fangs dripping with blood as it let out a piercing shriek. The 3 girls transformed into demons roared as they lunged at Healy, but they were blocked by Xiaoyu's psychic barrier. Against these mere nascent-level demons that weren't even 5th tier, his barrier was more than sufficient. Healy calmly watched the 3 demons relentlessly attacking the psychic shield. After a moment, he slowly raised his gun. Click. Bullet loaded. Healy. Min Liang's voice came through the communication earpiece. Here. Healy put down his gun. An overseas paranormal organization illegally entered Binjiang City at exactly 8 p.m. tonight, suspected to be hired by Feng Wei, chairman of Zhaoye Group, for unknown purposes. The team leader has requested an emergency response plan from the Northern Division, which has been approved. You are to proceed immediately to Zhaoye Group Tower, with special authorization for emergency handling privileges. Healy glanced at Xiaoyu and asked, emergency handling privileges? Meaning? Min Liang said quietly, it means the standard for handling the situation is whatever standard you decide. Copy that. Healy holstered his gun, looked at Xiaoyu, and pointed at the 3 demons still attacking the psychic barrier. Xiaoyu understood his intent, raising his arm and opening his palm before giving a gentle squeeze. A psychic barrier formed into a large net, enveloping the 3 demonic creatures before clenching them tightly within his grasp. Xiaoyu said with a grin, let's go, my precious Healy. Xiaoyu, don't call me precious, it makes me a little sick. Fine, my Healy. Chapter 46 Arrangements. Susan, why activate the emergency protocol? Is there anything in Binjiang that's beyond even your capabilities to resolve? In the video, Minister Yu asked with evident puzzlement. Susan swirled her wineglass, the ice clinking against the crystal as she said impatiently, I said launch it now. Are you going to grant me emergency authority or not? Minister Yu saw Susan getting angry and immediately fawned with a smile. Alright, I was just asking. Decision-making authority for emergency protocols is no trivial matter. Nothing much. A group of foreign superhumans called Saltwater Crocodile illegally entered Binjiang. They need to be dealt with, Susan replied. What? That's impossible, how could they possibly enter Binjiang with you here? Minister Yu was stunned. Was this some kind of joke? Susan was overseeing Binjiang, how could she allow foreign supernatural organizations to breach the city? Bang! Susan slammed her glass heavily on the table, looked up at Minister Yu on the big screen, and angrily said, are you annoying? Will you give me emergency authority or not? If you won't, I'll just ask my mom for it. Don't! I'll give it. I agree, you can handle things first and submit the application procedures afterward, Minister Yu replied, his smile squeezing the wrinkles on his face together. Susan rolled her eyes, picked up the glass, downed the wine, then waved her hand and said, alright, that's settled then. Shanshan, do you think you could come home for New Year's this time? Susan turned off the video call, stepped out of the office, placed her cup on the bar counter, and clapped her hands. All 4 people in the room turned to look at her. Susan took a deep breath and began issuing orders. Bai Fei, you and Xiaoshu head to Zhaoye Tower. Coordinate with the police and traffic police to set up a perimeter. Clear everyone within 500 meters of the building and ensure all personnel are evacuated. Sister Jiang, you have full authority to mobilize the city's traffic control system. Monitor Wani, I've already coordinated with the Binjiang police to let them pass. Ensure they enter Zhaoye Tower and make contact with Feng Hui and his team. Min Liang, send the 3D model of Zhaoye Tower to Healy. Activate full spiritual force detection and supernatural ability detection. Alright, everyone get to work. Remember, this is emergency protocol. Afterwards, sign the confidentiality documents. Copy that. Bai Fei and Tao Shui hurried off. They needed to reach their designated positions before Healy arrived at Zhaoye Tower to clear a battlefield for him. Sister Jiang immediately activated 16 large screens. Within moments, densely packed small square surveillance feeds covered all 16 displays. While creating a 3D model of Zhaoye Tower, Min Liang activated 2 programs on Healy's communicator, spiritual energy detection and supernatural ability detection. Susan picked up the liquor bottle on her own, initially intending to pour herself another drink. After a moment's thought, she instead tilted her head back and dumped the ice cubes from her glass into her mouth. Then she raised the bottle and took 2 large gulps before noisily crunching the ice between her teeth. The Spiritual Affairs Bureau has no jurisdiction over ordinary people's matters, but when it involves spiritual warriors or those with supernatural abilities, that's when we step in. As is well known, our department is called the Lingwu Supernatural Management Bureau. Susan smiled, put down her cup, and walked straight towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Without stopping her steps, the window rippled like a water curtain as Susan passed right through it. She stood suspended in midair before vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, the steel behemoth of an off-road vehicle roared down the road. Inside the vehicle, Xiaoyu looked at Healy with amusement and asked, "Mind sharing what's on your mind right now?" Healy glanced at Xiaoyu and snorted, "You already know what's on my mind, why bother asking? I just think it would be more interesting if you said it yourself." "I don't think it's interesting," Healy mercilessly retorted Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu didn't seem to mind. Healy asked, "How are illegal immigrants usually dealt with?" Xiaoyu replied, "Deportation." Healy nodded and asked again, "What about illegal immigrant organizations with superpowers?" Xiaoyu countered directly, "How would you deal with an armed organization illegally entering your country with guns and rocket launchers, strutting around your territory?" Healy nodded, then stomped on the accelerator again, pushing it to the limit. Jaya Building, reception room. "Ha ha, Mr. Manhwa, you finally arrived. I thought it would take you some trouble to get here." Feng Wei looked around the conference room packed with armed members of the Wan Crocodile Squad and burst into laughter. The arrival of these people gave him a strong sense of security. After all, he had paid for their services. Perhaps, to him, anything that could be bought with money was the most tangible. The tall black man wearing a beret glared disdainfully at 3 impeccably suited gentlemen before him. Still, they had money enough to effortlessly turn his scorn into affection. Mambo spoke in broken, clipped tones. "Don't worry, Mr. Feng Wei. I'll complete your commission as quickly as possible. It's not even worth calling a week's work. In fact, your country's defense network is laughably weak. I literally just strolled in here with my weapons. And luckily so," came the smooth rejoinder. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have this opportunity to cooperate." Mambo looked back at his team members behind him, feeling quite pleased with himself and disdainful of this country's defensive measures. If he had known that Susan had deliberately given him the green light all along, waiting for them to enter and make contact with Feng Hui's trio just to create a plausible reason for killing, he probably would have wanted to die on the spot. He couldn't comprehend why Susan would sacrifice 10 minutes of her drinking time to arrange the best and fastest route for them to reach Binjiang. Both the Gulf Crocodile operatives and Feng Hui's group should be grateful for Susan's painstaking efforts. "Brothers, let's take a look at this mission." Manbor tossed the documents on the table to the people behind him, then said to Feng Wei, "Mr. Feng Wei, my team members are all spirit martial artists and supernaturals. They will be spread out across this building. No matter where that demon appears, my people will kill that little demon immediately. A few of us will stay here with the 3 of you. If the demon doesn't appear, I'll find it and eliminate it." Feng Wei turned to glance at Zhang Bolan and Lu Shangnan, then nodded. "All right, then I'll leave it to you." Across the street from Jaya Tower, a lone off-road vehicle came to a slow halt on the deserted road. He examined the shotgun and shells, then pulled down his glasses, revealing the 3D model of the Jaya Building before his eyes. Looking at the dozen or so red dots spread across the entire 27-story building, Heli clicked his tongue and chuckled. Quite a crowd has gathered. He then said to Xiaoyu, "The captain told me not to kill people. Fei Ge said killing can become addictive." Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Didn't they say using supernatural abilities to kill is what becomes addictive?" Healy grinned, pushed open the car door, and walked into Jaya Tower. "The Bay Crocodile members are all above the 22nd floor. Should we go straight to the 22nd floor?" Healy said. Xiaoyu shrugged and said, "I wouldn't recommend wasting your energy on climbing stairs." "Xiaoyu, talking with you has been really pleasant." "Thank you, I've enjoyed talking with you too." "Because I'm stupid?" "Yes. Thank you for your honesty." "You're welcome." Ding! The elevator doors opened. Bang! Bang! Healy fired one shot into the chest of the black man guarding the elevator, and another right into his head. Then, Healy stepped out of the elevator, calmly stepped over the black man's corpse, reloaded 2 shells into his shotgun, and headed toward the staircase. The 3D modeling displayed in the glasses showed someone lying in ambush at the doorway. Bang! Bang! 22nd floor cleared. Load the ammo, get in the elevator. Exactly, using supernatural powers to kill can be addictive. But I can use spiritual energy, though when spiritual bullets hit fellow spiritual warriors, they don't shatter like demons. I suspect their spiritual energy partially neutralizes mine. Xiaoyu stood beside him and said, "You still have 27 rounds left." Ding! 23rd floor. Healy sidestepped to stand beside the elevator door as 2 fireballs blasted inward through the opening. Boom! The elevator roared and shuddered. Healy dashed out in one swift move, jamming his gun muzzle directly against the head of a short, dark-skinned man. Sorry, you walked right into the line of fire. Bang! Then, Heli rolled to the left, dodging the viciously swung axe, and fired a shot at the man's left leg. The leg shattered instantly, causing the man to lose balance and crash forward. Heli raised his gun, now perfectly aligned with the man's head. Bang! You see, the impact is much greater when it hits an ability user compared to a spirit warrior. Of course, we can't rule out that ability users generally have lower physical resilience, but the main reason is still the offset effect of spirit power. At this moment, even Xiao Yu was somewhat dumbfounded. He asked, "Were you thinking about these things while killing someone?" "Yes, this is invaluable combat experience that will be useful later," replied Healy as he loaded bullets into his gun, walked back to the elevator, and pressed the button for the 24th floor. "What I mean is, this is your first time killing someone. Don't you feel anything bad? Like nausea or something?" Xiao Yu persisted, refusing to let it go. Healy nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "I do. I feel sick, want to vomit, and my legs are a bit weak, but it's alright. I believe I can overcome it. After all, everyone has to go through their first time. Nervousness, fear, and hesitation are all normal for the first time." "Are you sure you're describing killing someone for the first time?" "Pretty much. In fact, I've been using this conversation with you to ease my anxiety and tension." Xiao Yu was speechless. This guy was clearly a complete lunatic. On the 27th floor penthouse, in the reception room, Mambo's face darkened as he watched one signal after another disappear on the display screen. He glared fiercely at Feng Wei. "Mr. Feng Wei, I don't believe demons use shotguns to kill people." Feng Wei looked at Mambo in panic, then glanced at Lu Shangnan and Zhang Bolan sitting on either side of him. "Humph. Mr. Feng Wei, you'll be responsible for our losses this time. If the compensation doesn't satisfy me, I'll personally deliver you to that demon myself." Mumble finished speaking, then stood up and looked at the 5 burly men behind him. He tilted his head and led them out of the reception room. Only the 3 panicked individuals remained, trembling all over. Click, click. "Not good news indeed, you're out of bullets," Xiao Yu chuckled. Healy slung the shotgun back over his shoulder just as the elevator doors on the 27th floor dinged open. At the far end of the corridor, 6 burly men stormed out of the reception room, advancing toward him with menacing intent. Stepping out of the elevator, Healy casually lit a cigarette, unfazed as the 6 figures hurtled toward him. "For spirit warriors, 2 espers. The leader is Bay Crocodile's boss, Manbor, a 4th-tier spirit warrior," Minliang urgently reported through the earpiece. After listening, Heli took off his earphones and put them into his pocket. At the same time, for spirit warriors, led by Manhwa, ignited with azure spiritual energy, their sabers thrusting straight toward Heli. Meanwhile, the 2 superhumans behind them, one wielding fire, the other lightning, unleashed a simultaneous barrage of thunder and flames. He remained utterly unfazed by the 4 military sabers thrusting toward him through the air, nor did he pay any mind to the flames and lightning snakes skimming the floor as they surged in his direction. Snap! Xiao Yu snapped his fingers. Then, space froze. Mambo's saber was still enveloped in azure spiritual energy, less than a meter away from Heli's forehead. Phew! Healy exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly raised his right hand, where a silver-white pistol abruptly appeared, pressing its muzzle against Manboer's forehead. Watching Manboer's terrified, trembling eyes, his pupils gradually constricting. "Daring to swagger into my house with a gun? Of course you have to die." Chapter 47, Following the Rules. Bang! A golden bullet fired from a silver-white pistol. In Manbel's terrified gaze, that golden bullet drew nearer and nearer until he could see it no more. For the bullet pierced through his forehead and exited the back of his skull, tracing an eerie arc in midair before piercing through the heads of 3 spirit warriors behind Manbel. Then, the bullet flew toward 2 Asian-faced superhumans at the end of the corridor. As expected, the bullet pierced through their skulls once more, then came to a halt midair, dissipating on its own as if having fulfilled its mission. The instant the bullet vanished, the frozen space unfroze. Bang, bang! 7 consecutive thuds of corpses hitting the ground. Flames and lightning snakes landed just before Healy's toes, scorching the pristine white floor tiles black, only to be quickly drowned in fresh blood. Healy glanced at the exquisite silver-white pistol in his hand, Xiao Yu's ability flashing through his mind. Psychokinetic Series, Telekinesis, Manifestation, Psychokinetic Pistol. Your ability is telekinesis, a very powerful one, Healy said as he walked inside. Xiao Yu shook his head and responded, "Not telekinesis, psychokinesis. Theoretically, as long as my mental strength is strong enough, my psychokinesis can do anything. In other words, if I will it, I can make it happen." Healy paused, then said, "So, your ability is precisely what it sounds like?" "That's right, literally speaking, telekinesis." Xiao Yu smiled faintly. "Though not as powerful as those 2 surnamed He, I'd say it's no worse than Li Qin's gravity manipulation." He. Healy twitched his lips. He-Shi's ability was decomposition and reconstruction, formidable indeed. So what terrifying power did He-Jun possess to be considered even stronger than He-Shi? Jin Fengxing had warned that if He Jun ever used his ability, he should distance himself from the city immediately, or not a single soul here would survive. Healy couldn't comprehend it. He felt inexplicably fearful of He Jun. Despite He Jun's gentle treatment during their few encounters, an indescribable dread lingered in his heart. He arrived at the door of the reception room. Healy pulled open the door of the reception room. Healy's sudden appearance startled the three people inside, who never expected the one coming to unleash slaughter wouldn't be some demon, but a member of the Spirit Administration Committee, the very same person who had nodded with a smile that afternoon, only to massacre their company that night. Ha! Healy took the last drag from his cigarette, removed it from his lips, and flicked it onto the deep brown solid wood conference table with a tap of his finger. Healy's gaze lingered briefly on each face before he chuckled softly. Gentlemen, good afternoon. According to reports from concerned citizens, you've hired foreign superhuman organizations to destabilize Binjiang City's order, planning terrorist attacks and attempting armed insurrection. The evidence is conclusive. The charges stand. On behalf of the Supernatural Management Committee, I'm placing you under arrest. Please don't resist or attempt to attack me. Otherwise, I'll be forced to use necessary enforcement measures. Feng Hui and his two companions swallowed hard, exchanged nervous glances, and remained speechless. Behind Healy, the door stood open, revealing a corridor strewn with corpses, the metallic tang of blood already creeping into the meeting room. Healy furrowed his brows. They weren't resisting, so what now? He glanced back down the corridor, then shot Xiaoyu a look. Xiaoyu froze for a beat before understanding dawned. Nodding at Healy, he raised his hand in a sweeping gesture, releasing all three monstrous girls. Healy's mind went blank. I told you to shut the door. Why the hell are you unleashing them? Is there really no tacit understanding at all? But to Healy's surprise and shock, the three demons released didn't roar and pounce on the three scumbags to vent their anger by biting. Instead, they clung tightly to each other, huddled in the corner of the reception room, trembling with fear. Both Healy and Xiaoyu were deeply shaken by this scene. They couldn't imagine what kind of person could frighten demons to such an extent. Are they truly human? Or rather, are their hearts more terrifying than those of demons? The moment the demon appeared, the three people collapsed onto their seats in terror, mouths agape but unable to make a sound, trembling fingers pointing shakily at the monster in the corner. That was terror from the depths of their souls. No screams, no frenzy, no rage, just complete physical collapse, incapable of uttering even a whimper. Healy realized for the first time that the fear and terror portrayed in movies were all fake. Real terror makes people's eyes bulge, bodies stiffen before going limp, faces turn deathly pale, and eyeballs bloodshot. Ha, ha, ha. Feng Hui gasped with his mouth agape, continuously inhaling and exhaling, his finger trembling as he pointed at the demon in the corner. Finally, summoning strength from who knows where, he pointed at Healy. Healy raised an eyebrow. Mr. Feng Hui, I must advise you against attempting to threaten law enforcement personnel. Alright, there's no other way now. Xiaoyu snapped his fingers with a smile, and the three Feng Hui and his companions levitated in midair, their bodies completely immobilized except for their eyes. Whimpers of terror escaped their lips. With a flick of Xiaoyu's fingers, the three crashed to the ground simultaneously with a loud thud. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I'm not some naive do-gooder, I'm just an enforcer. I can't kill people, but I can slay demons. Healy pulled out a chair, sat down, took out a cigarette and lighter, and lit it. And over there, the three demons huddled in the corner finally stopped trembling. They stared at the three people lying on the ground, whimpering, and after a few moments of dazed silence, his eyes bloodshot, roaring maniacally as he lunged forward. Biting, venting, soon those three scumbags deflated like punctured balloons. How to describe that scene? Cathartic? Ha! Healy chuckled lightly and murmured, when demons attack humans, how can a demon hunter just stand by? Healy raised his hand, gripping that silver-white pistol. Bang! 3 demons were scattered by the bullets. He stood up and walked over to the 3 withered corpses on the ground. Put! The cigarette in his mouth fell onto the 3 desiccated corpses, instantly setting them ablaze. Exiting Zhao Industry Building and returning to the car, he put on the communication earpiece from his pocket. Helly grinned sheepishly and said, "No need for you guys to come anymore, I've taken care of it all. First, I warned them, intending to bring them in for questioning at the police station, but they resisted arrest and even shot at me. I had no choice but to fire back. During the confrontation, I discovered that Feng Wei, Zhang Bolan, and Lu Xiangnan had hired foreign superhumans to disrupt Binjiang City's order, carry out terrorist attacks, and launch an armed coup. Left with no alternative, I had to use force to subdue them." Perched atop a nearby streetlight stood by Fei and Tao Shui. Susan stood on the rooftop of the building across from Jiayi Plaza. Min Liang and Jiang Jin sat in the car at the intersection next street. They were all intently listening to Healy's serious-sounding nonsense. It was Bai Fei who finally asked, "So did they submit?" Healy pondered for a moment and said, "Even if you're not convinced, you'll have to wait until your next life." Chapter 48, Suspected Entrapment. Refreshed and recharged after a full night's rest, I went to work full of energy. Yawning, Healy stepped out of the elevator and pushed open the door, only to find Min Liang lying on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Brother Liang, why are you alone here? Where is everyone? Min Liang answered without looking up, Sister Jiang is catching up on sleep, Brother Fei went to buy alcohol, the captain is handling business at the police station, and Xiaoxue didn't come. Alright. Healy walked toward his usual spot, pausing when he passed Min Liang. Feeling curious, what could he be staring at so intently, he stopped and leaned over to look. Damn! Seriously, Brother Liang, you're restoring old toys? Could you be any more childish? Min Liang rolled his eyes and muttered, what do you know? I still love watching Forged in Fire. Boring. Healy pouted, pulling out his phone and turning on a short video. Bro Liang, check this out. Damn, that's insane. 20 minutes later. Bai Fei came back carrying 2 crates of liquor and saw the two of them sitting side by side on the sofa, staring intently at their phones with utmost focus. He set the liquor down behind the bar and walked over. What porn are you watching so intently? Damn, you guys are actually watching a donkey hoof trimming. 30 minutes later. Susan returned carrying a document folder and saw 3 grown men sitting side by side on the sofa, staring intently at their phones with great concentration. She wondered curiously, what could they possibly be looking at? Walking behind them, he took a look, puzzled, and asked, what's so interesting about an excavator? Min Liang looked up in awe and exclaimed, Captain, don't you see? He's using the excavator to catch fish. Bai Fei, yeah, he's using the excavator to catch fish. Healy, Captain, don't you think this is super cool? Susan shook her head expressionlessly and said, you're all so childish. Grown men actually enjoying such bizarre things. Ah, Susan sighed, frustrated by their incorrigibility. Smack! Susan tossed the file folder onto the table. All the investigation materials from this incident are here. Take a look if you're interested. If not, Min Liang can take them away for archiving. Susan strode back to her office in her high heels. The 3 exchanged glances, then their eyes returned to the video of an excavator catching fish. The matter has been resolved. Some people received compensation, and some families got their due reparations, but for Helly and the others, it doesn't matter anymore. Although the scum is dead, they're not entirely eradicated. In the office, Susan repeatedly declined Minister Yu's video call requests until, with no other choice left, she finally had to answer. Shan, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering my calls? Susan stared at her phone and said impatiently, I'm watching a movie recap. If you have something to say it quickly. You're a grown adult. Wouldn't it be better to date properly and watch movies in the theater with your partner? What's the point of watching recaps on your phone all day? Shan, you should really. Susan abruptly ended the video call. Yet, the next moment, the video call came through again. Susan frowned and tossed her phone onto the table before answering the call. If you've got nothing important to say, stop bothering me. Yes, just hear me out. Minister Yu sighed softly after speaking. His children were surely debts from a past life, impossible to contend with, absolutely impossible. Susan, although I approved your request for emergency handling authority, headquarters inquired about it this morning. You privately allowed the Bay Crocodile organization into Binjiang to contact Feng Hui and others. They suspect you're abusing your power, with the real intention of killing Feng Hui and the other 2. Susan nodded shamelessly and said, yes. Minister Yu opened his mouth in surprise, at a loss for words. Susan shrugged, leaned back against the leather chair, lit a woman's cigarette, and said, we, the Spirit Management Committee, cannot interfere in ordinary human cases. That is to say, if a human trafficker or murderer stands before us, the most I can do is break their legs and then hand them over to the police, letting the normal judicial process take its course. I respect the rules and the law, but that doesn't mean I agree with them, does it? How dare they hire illegal foreign paranormal organizations within my jurisdiction? Are they asking for death? Since they're asking for death, why should I stop them? Minister Yu's expression darkened as he said, but you're enabling your subordinates to kill. Susan exhaled a puff of smoke nonchalantly and retorted airily, on one condition, they'd have to be human first. Ha! Susan smiled contemptuously, headquarters getting involved? They don't care how many scumbags we kill. What they care about is, Helly. 2 second-stage gene-locked mutants, 3 4th-level spiritual warriors, and 1 5th-level spiritual warrior all fell by Helly's hand. What truly concerned them was Helly's combat capability. But, unfortunately, Helly is now a dual-powered individual, a 4th-level spiritual warrior and a 1st-stage gene-locked mutant. So, for Helly, such a one-sided battle was perfectly justifiable. Minister Yu frowned slightly and said, wasn't she Tier 3 spiritual martial artist? She's already advanced to Tier 4, Susan replied. When? While drinking water. Since that's the case, then it's fine. I understand your little schemes, but don't let some things go too far. Director Yu irritably rubbed his temples. I got it. Susan acknowledged before ending the video call. after crushing out her cigarette butt, she lit another one, pondering whether Helly's combat capabilities were truly reasonable. Apart from Helly, only she knew the truth. Last night, standing atop the opposite skyscraper, she had witnessed the entire scene from Helly fighting his way up from the 22nd floor to the 27th floor, including the moment in the corridor when he gunned down all 6 members of Bayou Crocodile. The most important thing was, Healy's bullets could curve. Wasn't he both a spiritual warrior and a materialization user? Even if the weapons he materialized had gravity effects, that still shouldn't make bullets curve. Susan bit lightly on her cigarette filter, an incredible possibility surfacing in her mind. What if Healy possessed more than just materialization abilities? Once this thought took root, Susan couldn't shake it off. It wasn't impossible, after all, she herself was a dual ability user. Moreover, Healy was also an awakener. When something like this happens to an awakener, everything suddenly seems to make sense. Huff. Susan exhaled a deep puff of smoke, steadying her emotions. She suddenly felt the urge to post something on her social media, complete with perfectly reasonable photos. Holy shit, guess what the hell I just found? Isn't it incredible to be an awakened one with both spiritual power and special abilities? What's even more unbelievable is that he possesses more than one special ability. Ha! Susan suddenly laughed, raising her hand to rub her forehead. What kind of nonsense is all this? Chapter 49. Let's talk about it. Evening. Healy finished his meal at the Spirit Management Association and returned home. Just after showering, he sat on the sofa ready to watch some TV. Xiaoyu appeared on the other side of the sofa. Then, Jin Fong, Chen Sui, Yin Ping, Li Qin, and He Xiao appeared too. The small sofa was completely packed. With no space left, poor He Xi sat pouting on top of the TV, swinging her little legs up and down. Everyone except He Jun showed up. The last time we had such a complete gathering was in the mental hospital director's office, discussing whether to join the spiritual management committee. Healy swallowed hard. Was this going to be a family meeting? Last time they ended up arguing, almost coming to blows. If He Jun hadn't suddenly shown up and made the final decision for him to join the spiritual management committee, who knows what might have happened to Susan. At the very least, the old dean would have long since passed his 7th-day memorial. Healy glanced solemnly at the gathered crowd, then picked up the water glass from the table. Strategic hydration. Jin Fong glanced at Helly with a half-smile, then turned to Xiaoyu and gave a light hum. Chen Sui straightened his clothes, crossed his arms, ignored everyone, and closed his eyes to feign sleep. Li Qin continued sighing helplessly as he spread his hands toward Helly, a gesture clearly indicating his stance. He didn't want to come, nor did he want to attend the meeting. As for He Xi, needless to say, he jumped down from the TV stand again, grabbed Helly's phone, ran to the bedroom, threw himself onto the bed, and started playing mobile games. Xiaoyu adjusted his glasses. As for Susan discovering my use of abilities, that was within my expectations. My intention was to test whether Susan would take any action against Healy after learning about his additional capabilities. Clearly, judging by Susan's behavior this afternoon, she hasn't made any moves against Healy. As the initiator of this meeting and someone who had long looked down on Xiaoyu's emotionally detached personality, Mr. Jin Fong opened his mouth to ask, "Are you sure it wasn't your own carelessness and misuse of your abilities that led Susan to discover you? Or perhaps you didn't even notice Susan watching you from the building across the street?" Jin Fong sneered coldly. "So, you're just skipping over your own mistakes? Then directly coming up with excuses to shut us up?" Xiaoyu calmly replied, "This isn't a mistake. Everything is under my control." TCH, Jin Fong scoffed derisively. "I really believed your nonsense, Xiaoyu. You never gave a damn about Healy's safety." Jin Fong turned his gaze to Chen Sui, who was allied with him in their shared dislike of Xiaoyu, and asked, "What's your opinion?" Chen Sui slowly opened his eyes and calmly replied, "Kill that woman, then slaughter them all." "Alright, shut up." Jin Fong waved his hand dismissively and sighed. He felt like an idiot himself for asking advice from someone whose only thoughts revolved around kill, kill, kill. What about Uncle Li? Li Qin slowly raised his head, his drowsy eyes scanning the room before he sighed softly, "Do whatever you want." "Alright, Uncle Li, you go get some rest." Jin Fong turned his gaze to Yin Ping. This was his last hope for condemning Xiaoyu. Yin Ping straightened his posture, cleared his throat twice, and spoke solemnly, "I believe Healy may have already been discovered by Susan, but she hasn't done anything to him. Moreover, she knows Healy's secret as an awakener." I pondered over and over. There's only one possibility. All eyes in the room turned to focus on him. Yin Ping was quite satisfied with their rapt attention. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, "That possibility is, Susan likes Healy." Fuck. Damn it. Everyone was at a loss. They'd truly set their hopes too high if they expected Yin Ping to make any sense. Yin Ping panicked. "Don't you doubt it, Susan is also a leftover woman now. As the saying goes, at 30, they're like wolves, at 40, like tigers. When a woman reaches that wolf and tiger age, it's perfectly normal to crave a man. And Hallie, being young and vigorous, still in his prime, strong enough to pierce steel plates, this is just, MMPH. Xiao Yu lowered his hand, which had been channeling his psychic energy, and continued, don't worry, I've thought this through. He Li's spiritual power is progressing rapidly, there's no need for concern. But the genetic lock is a major problem. Consider your abilities, consider the abilities of those two surnamed He. How long will it take for Healy to unlock the next stage of the genetic lock? The only solution now is to increase the frequency of his use of our abilities, thereby strengthening his mental power through tempering. Surely we can't keep hiding and avoiding unlocking the gene lock forever? Are we really going to let Healy walk on just one leg? This probing is dangerous. At least for now, Susan's abilities far surpass any of ours. But after our last conversation, her intentions have become clear, she'll protect Healy, at least until he truly crosses the threshold of cultivation. Susan has her own motives too. That's normal. She needs something from Healy, and that's actually good, it's a transaction. If she had no need for Healy, this kind of inexplicable kindness and protection would be the real danger. Healy listened as the two big shots discussed matters concerning his personal safety, staying silent as he tactically took a sip of water and then turned his attention to the TV. Healy's AQ mentality even made him feel they were making a mountain out of a molehill. So what if it's exposed? What can they do to me anyway? With He-jun by my side, who do I have to fear? Who dares to disagree? Unleash He-jun. Xiao Yu's explanation clearly convinced Jin Fong. During this meeting, only Jin Fong and Xiao Yu were seriously speaking. It wasn't that the others didn't care about Healy, they simply weren't concerned about these matters. One was absent, one was gaming, one was obsessed with killing, in-game, one was depressed, and one just couldn't stop spouting nonsense. If you wanted real thinking done, you still had to rely on Jin Fong and Xiao Yu even though the two of them couldn't stand each other. Healy set down his water glass and sighed softly. Life these days was just too damn chaotic. From then on, Healy mainly continued using Uncle Lee's abilities. Only when no one was around or when undertaking solo missions would he employ our powers for training. Alright, meeting adjourned. No one paid any attention to the person concerned, they all vanished one by one. Finally, Xiao Yu stood up, dragged Yenping who remained in a shut-up state, and disappeared. Healy nodded. This chairperson declares the first family meeting a complete success. Then he stood up and went back to his room. Xiaoxi, what game are you playing? Why are you still on the second level? Match 3 game? I'm good at that, let me help you. 3 hours later. Damn it, I quit playing. Eastern Suburbs Cemetery. A plume of black smoke drifted from a tombstone, gradually taking the shape of a human figure standing upon the grave marker. So this is what it feels like to become a mummy. Haha. Chapter 50 Missing Teammates, No Team Fight. Early in the morning, when Bai Fei pushed the door open, he saw Healy sitting on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding his phone as if playing a game. Bai Fei approached. Healy, what game are you playing? Without lifting his head or stopping his hands, Healy said, Candy Crush. Oh, Candy Crush? I'm the best at that. Let me play. Half an hour later, Fei Yubai shouted angrily, damn it, how is level 2 so hard? In the end, both silently put down their phones, refusing to play anymore. What a garbage game, wasting time, energy, and emotions. Before long, Susan pushed the door open and entered. She had changed into another outfit, though it was still a tailored, well-fitted light red pantsuit. Healy deliberately stole a subtle glance at Susan's expression and eyes, but finding them as usual, he soon stopped paying attention. Yet, after Healy looked away, Susan, sitting at the bar sipping coffee and eating a sandwich, lightly curled her lips into a smile. Healy was somewhat nervous, and Susan knew about his nervousness. Pretending ignorance at this moment would be doing everyone a favor. Healy waited for Susan to reveal why she had been covering for him. Susan was also waiting for Healy to truly grow up. Still, there was no conflict between them. In truth, Healy remained skeptical about Susan's claims regarding soul awakeners, but it was undeniable that he possessed numerous abilities without deliberately cultivating spiritual power. He couldn't afford to expose himself. In this dangerous world, revealing his capabilities would be inviting death. After all, he had no powerful backing, no protagonist's halo, and the people around him were far from fools who could be manipulated at will. Bai Fei stood up to fetch Susan a bottle of wine, then went to the monitoring room to retrieve a tablet and 2 backpacks. Healy, our mission today is to replace all 149 demonic energy detection devices. Every single one needs to be swapped out. Oh, okay. Healy got up from the sofa and followed Bai Fei to the armory. Seeing Healy pick up the shotgun with practiced ease again, Bai Fei hurriedly stopped him. This isn't a combat mission. Don't take such weapons on the street, it'll cause panic. As he spoke, Bai Fei tossed Healy a pistol and then threw him 3 magazines. Healy looked at the pistol with a troubled expression and said, Fei Ge, I'm not cut out for precision strikes. Then get closer before you shoot. Bai Fei ignored Healy, counting the demonic energy detection devices as he packed them into his bag. Click! A thumb-sized metal detection device popped out from the base of a building's wall. Bai Fei removed it, handed it to Healy, then took out a new detection device from his backpack, placed it into the groove, and pressed it in. You've probably seen this kind of thing often before. They're replaced every 3 months, the old ones are collected, sent back to headquarters for maintenance, and then redistributed to various cities. Healy nodded while looking at the 148 signal sources on his tablet, unable to help sighing in admiration. What a glorious land awaits our conquest. Bai Fei snorted with exasperation. General He, how about you take charge of the remaining 148 enemies? Healy frowned and spoke with earnest sincerity. Commander Bai, I simply cannot do without you. Let's move to the next location. My dear General He. Please, please. General He, you first. Commander Bai, please go first. After you. After you. They scanned 2 electric scooters and set off on their joyful journey. Halfway there, the scooters went out of service range and lost power. They had to push the scooters for 7 minutes to return them to a designated parking spot before checking them back in. Then, starting my walk, I embarked on the miserable journey of swapping power cards. Eastern suburbs. Hey, flying brother, why are we assigned to swap cards in the Eastern District too? Isn't that Captain and Snow Sister's territory? Heli moved like an emotionless assembly line worker, taking power cards, swapping power cards. Bai Fei pulled out a cigarette and lighter, his face expressionless. Can you imagine 2 women walking over 30 kilometers in high heels just to swap a detector? Healy pondered seriously for a moment before replying. That would indeed be a splendid sight to behold. Bai Fei tossed his cigarette to Healy and said with an expressionless face, beautiful my ass. They're just afraid of hard work. No, General He, I asked you to imagine, but you're really imagining it. Healy shrugged, not quite understanding. But you're the one who told me to imagine it. He looked up at the setting sun, then said, Fei Ge, just ahead is the Eastern Suburbs Cemetery. There's a noodle shop beside it. Let's grab a quick bite and get a couple bottles of iced soda pop. Bai Fei sighed, let's go. I'm hungry too. Finally changed the damn thing. Then he complained, I'll call a cab later. Who knows if it's easy to hail one near the graveyard. How about Greenfield's restaurant? Bai Fei asked. Healy shook his head. I don't want rice with toppings. I think Lu Laowai Grand Restaurant's hand-pulled noodles taste better. Alright, let's go to Old Lou's Crooked Tavern then. Your treat. Bai Fei made the final decision. Why should I pay? Nonsense, you picked the place, should I be footing the bill? Boss, 2 servings of boiled noodles, marinated eggs, meatballs, kelp, a plate of braised beef, and 2 bottles of old-fashioned soda. How should I put it? I'm completely stuffed. As for the taste, let's just say it lives up to the reputation of this grand restaurant. Bai Fei had already booked a car while eating. The 2 of them squatted by the roadside, cigarettes dangling from their lips as they waited for the ride. Beep beep, beep beep. Bai Fei glanced at Healy's backpack, pursed his lips, and said, the demon energy detector is going off. Ha! Healy exhaled a puff of smoke, gave an affirmative hum, and nodded, saying, I heard it. Bai Fei paused briefly, opened his communication watch, checked the map, and said, at the Eastern Suburb Cemetery, the demonic energy level is 4th grade. Healy nodded. Got it. Wait a minute. Bai Fei raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Wait for what? Healy glanced around. Li Qin and the others were nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, the pistol strapped to his waist gave him little confidence. Healy paused. Team's not complete. Don't rush in. What the hell? Bai Fei scratched his head, thought for a moment, but couldn't figure it out. Their teammates were all here, so how could the team be incomplete? Stop yapping. I've got your back. Bai Fei dragged Healy towards the cemetery at a breakneck pace. As he was forced to run, Healy screamed internally, Uncle Lee, hurry! A level 4 demon, we're in danger. Bang! Gravel sprayed everywhere. Fei Ji, slow down, I just smashed my foot on a rock. Bai Fei didn't even turn his head as he shouted, no big deal. A spirit warrior's body is tough as nails. Besides, a tier 4 demon comes with $1 million bounty. Healy's eyes lit up. Pivoting at the waist, he sprang forward like a tiger, grabbing Bai Fei's arm and dragging him along in a mad dash. Whoa, holy shit! Slow down. I just crashed into a tree. Bro Fei, stop yapping. Only pigs run into trees. As they neared the cemetery, the pines and cypresses grew denser, and the alarm in Healy's backpack grew increasingly louder. Bai Fei opened his watch face, his expression grim as he said coldly, General He, have you ever fought zombies before? Chapter 51 The Symbiote. Fight what? Just as Heli was puzzling over this, a tearing growl erupted from deep within the forest ahead. The sound acted like a valve switch. Then, and soon more growls joined in, multiplying. Behind the woods lay the graveyard, where a shadowy figure stretched its arms wide. Beneath those arms swirled a dark vortex, from which crawled forth zombie-like humanoid demons, one after another. They emerged from the swirling darkness, pausing for a brief moment as if adjusting to their bodies, then darted forward like leopards, vanishing into the trees. Binjiang, brace yourself for the grand hunting feast. The shadow let out a shrill, sinister laugh, then slightly lowered its head. The gradually clearer face was unmistakably Lu Xiangnan. In the forest, the pine and cypress trees opposite Heli trembled, rustling loudly, accompanied by dull thuds of collision. Suddenly, from the darkness emerged over a dozen grotesque demons with festering bodies, green faces, and fangs. Hunched over, they stretched out their sharp claws and pounced forward. Heli froze momentarily before his steps halted decisively. Planting his feet in a bow stance, he tensed his right arm with force. Captain, we're in the east. Holy shit, Heli, you bastard. Bai Fei, who was in the midst of reporting to Susan, was suddenly hurled by Healy into the swarm of oncoming demons. The white figure in the air swiftly adjusted his posture, activating his materialization ability, a pair of combat blades manifesting firmly in his grasp. Cold glints flashed through the skies. Bang, 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 step. Bai Fei landed, flicking his twin blades as a dozen zombie demons fell behind him, their heads severed from their bodies. Healy, you goddamn. Bai Fei was furious, this bastard was using him as a human projectile. Fei Ge, look. Healy pointed behind Bai Fei, where more zombie demons came charging. Even the decapitated demons on the ground weren't dead yet, their bodies made click-clack sounds as they crawled around searching for their severed heads. Bai Fei's gaze turned icy as he pivoted, cleaving the demon that had been slowly rising at his feet clean in two with a sweeping blade strike. Healy, inform the captain about this situation and have them investigate what kind of demon this is. Most deceased in the cemetery are cremated before burial and shouldn't be susceptible to demonic manipulation. These puppet-like demons must be controlled by a more powerful entity. I suspect it might be the level 4 demon shown on the Combs watch earlier, but it doesn't quite match. A level 4 demon wouldn't possess such immense demonic energy. With these words, Bai Fei propelled himself upward, his twin blades flashing consecutively as he charged toward the incoming horde of zombie-like demons. Healy drew his pistol, chambered around, and fired at the demon's head on the ground while raising his arm, his watch face aimed at Bai Fei slashing through demons ahead. He pulled out his communication earpiece and put it on, the channel connected. Is it Brother Aliong or Sister Jiang? That's me. Ah, Sister Jiang. The video feed's already been sent back. Check what kind of demons these are and give us feedback ASAP. Brother Fei and I will handle them here first. Got it. Bai Fei was cutting through demons ahead, while Healy swiftly followed behind, finishing off the monsters with his handgun. Behind them, a horde of headless zombies lurched forward, without heads. They could only rely on instinct, clawing at each other in their hunt for prey. Out of bullets. Healy frowned, gazing toward Bai Fei, now nearly surrounded by demons in the forest ahead, silently calling out in his mind, Uncle Li. Li Qin appeared beside Healy without wasting words. Be careful when using your ability, he warned. You're still not skilled with gravity manipulation. Don't wreck this cemetery. Healy nodded with a grave expression, stretching out his right arm as a black halberd materialized in his grip. Then, leaping high into the air, Healy shouted, Fei Ge, get out of the way. Just as Bai Fei hacked through the encircling zombie demons with his blade, he turned to see Healy soaring upward, body fully extended while gripping the massive halberd in reverse. Bai Fei knew precisely what that halberd could do: manipulate gravity. If it came crashing down like this, wouldn't they be crushed to death on the spot? Damn it! Bai Fei cursed under his breath as he swiftly leaped sideways. At the same moment he jumped, Healy hurled his massive gravity halberd forward. Whoosh! Clang! The halberd's tip plunged deep into the horde of zombie demons. Instead of the earth-shattering impact one might expect, an overwhelming gravitational force came crushing down. Boom! Dozens of zombie demons were instantly pinned to the ground by gravity, unable to move, letting out furious roars. Boom! The ground collapsed, forming a deep pit as those dozens of demons were crushed flat, their bodies, flesh, and bones all shattered to pieces. Healy landed lightly and raised his hand in summons. The gravity halberd vanished from the pit and reappeared in his grasp. The voice of Sister Jiang came through the communication earpiece. This is a newborn-grade puppet-rotted demon, belonging to the humanoid subtype of bestial demons. It's a 4th-tier corpse demon created through demonic energy and corpse chi. Its offensive capabilities are weak, it lacks life and operates purely on the corpse demon's demonic energy. Recommended elimination methods: disable its mobility or slay the corpse demon to sever the energy source. Heli asked, if the puppet-rotted demon is bestial, is the corpse demon bestial or spectral? Sister Jiang replied, the corpse demon strictly falls under the bestial category. What does strictly speaking mean? It means that corpse demons are symbiotic beings, a combination of beast and spirit types, but the dominant part is the physical body, the beast type. Healy looked at Bai Fei, who was walking over with his knife, and asked, Brother Fei, do you understand what Sister Jiang just explained? Bai Fei nodded and said, so corpse demons have both physical bodies and spirit forms, 2 modes of existence. Then he added, there are all kinds of creatures in this world, nothing to be surprised about. Healy grunted in agreement. Indeed, since humans had dual ability users and dual supernatural users, it wasn't so hard to accept that demons could have freaks too. Carrying the gravity halberd on his shoulder, Healy gazed into the depths of the forest. Behind him lay a mountainside of tombstones. Binjiang had 2 affluent districts and 1 noble district. The affluent districts consisted of riverside properties along Binjiang North Road and the urban Sunshine City Villa residential area. As for the noble district, that would be the eastern suburb cemetery. Rumor had it the premium plots here could reach 400,000 yuan. By square meter standards, a single plot measuring about 1 square meter costing 400,000 yuan completely overshadowed the riverside properties, making this unquestionably the nobles district. Of course, not all options are that expensive, there are cheaper ones too. But more people opt for the ossuary, also known as the resting hall. The demonic energy signal indicates the cadaverous demon is inside. Let's go. Bai Fei glanced at his wrist panel and snapped it shut. Alright, I'm curious to see what kind of creature this hybrid of beast and wandering spirit turns out to be. The two traversed the woods and reached the stone steps. Channeling their spiritual energy, their steps quickened, leaping swiftly, they soon stood at the foot of the cemetery. I encountered that so-called corpse demon. The two exchanged glances. Healy shook his head in disappointment and said, Lu Shangnan, you're already dead. Why are you still haunting around? Your family bought you the most expensive cemetery plot. Lu Shangnan looked at Healy, slowly emerging from the shadow. He jumped off the tombstone, still wearing his suit and looking emaciated with a sallow complexion, while the shadow behind him, seemingly tangible, drifted down and stood silently at Lu Shangnan's back. Lu Shangnan raised his hands, clenching and unclenching his fists, savoring the long-lost sensation of power. Tilting his head back, he let out a maniacal laugh. Only through death can one be reborn. You rotting fools are nothing but nutrients for my new life. Chapter 52, Killing Him Again. As they faced Lu Shangnan, resurrected from death or perhaps a demon all along, Healy and his companion fell into momentary contemplation. Bai Fei adjusted his grip on the battle blade, fingers flexing slightly, before turning to Healy. Do you understand what he's talking about? He asked. Healy pondered for a moment before answering earnestly, I don't understand. Bai Fei was speechless. If you don't fucking understand, why the deep thoughts? Lu Shangnan slowly lowered his hand, his entire demeanor turning cold and fierce, while the surrounding air filled with the stench of decay. Human life is finite. No matter what wealth or status I possess, in the end I must still face death. So what is the meaning of my existence? Simply living for the sake of living? Or drowning myself in the absurd and hypocritical delusion of self-actualization? Healy and his companion quietly channeled their spiritual energy while glancing at Lu Shangnan, simultaneously awaiting Sister Zhang's calculations and kill instructions. This was also Bai Fei's first encounter with a corpse demon, a monstrous entity that coexisted in both physical and spectral forms. Neither of them had any prior experience dealing with such creatures, so they waited for Sister Zhang's directions. Liu Shangnan pointed at Healy with his finger, then gestured to the surrounding tombstones. He smiled and said, You killed me, made me just like them, yet I don't hate you. You've completed the most crucial part of my immortality plan. After death comes eternal life. Healy hefted the gravity halberd and tapped his shoulder with it, asking, Can I interpret this as you deliberately killing those girls, then using your demonic power to turn them into monsters, employing them to drain living people into mummified corpses, meaning you're using them to suck the life force from the living for yourself? Ah, what's referred to as essence or blood chi, I suppose. Correct. Lu Shangnan reached out and tore open his shirt, revealing his upper body with a smile. Look, my new body, isn't it much better than that withered old shell I used to have? Then, Lu Shangnan's gaze turned icy and savage again as he said coldly, What a pity. Those women were too useless, only 3 out of 8 could transform into soul demons. And even those 3 pathetic creatures only dared to feed on the essence of Huang Qinglu's family. Lu Shangnan fixed Healy with a glare full of malice, took a deep breath, and wore an intoxicated expression on his face. Bai Fei rolled his deadfish eyes and remarked, Healy, it seems to be craving your body. Healy nodded. I noticed. Actually, it's not just this one, pretty much all demons crave my body. Sometimes I get the illusion that I'm Tang Sanzang, with every monster wanting a taste of me. Bai Fei chuckled. Not entirely. The way female demons lust isn't pure, they'd rather use first, then devour. Healy paused for a moment. Bro Fei, your choice of the word use is quite profound. So, Sister Jiang, have you figured out a safe way to eliminate this idiot before us? After 2 seconds, Sister Jiang replied, For this symbiotic demon, both its physical form and spirit must be destroyed simultaneously. But there's one thing to note, your battle will likely damage the surrounding graves. After listening to Sister Jiang's suggestion, the two felt a lingering emptiness. It was as if she hadn't said anything at all. My intuition tells me I can't handle spirits, Healy said. Brother Fei, can you kill them? Bai Fei hesitated before finally letting out a light sigh. Every time Healy spoke, it left him at a loss for how to respond. Yes, you can't handle spirits. What a coincidence, I'm a 5th level spirit warrior, just capable of using spiritual energy to deal with them. So, when Sister Jiang proposed her battle strategy, you'd already assigned me this role, hadn't you? Huff. Bai Fei let out a sigh, leaned his body forward, released the battle knife from his left hand, and then suddenly leaped up on the spot, turned around, and kicked the hilt hard. Whoosh! The battle knife infused with cyan spiritual power shot toward Lu Shangnan like an arrow. Lu Shangnan tilted his head slightly, dodging the incoming cyan battle knife. The shadow behind him grew faint, an attempt to evade Bai Fei's relentless assault. But Bai Fei's spiritual power was imbued in the blade. Clang! Bai Fei's combat saber pierced straight through the shadowy spectral form, its tremendous force sending the spirit flying toward higher steps before impaling it into the stone floor, nailing the entity in place. Then, Bai Fei swiftly dashed forward, just as he was about to pass by Lu Shangnan. Lu Shangnan reached out to grab him. Clang! The crescent blade of the halberd blocked Lu Shangnan's hand. Lu Shangnan turned his head to look at Healy, who had appeared before him unnoticed, his gaze sharp and fierce. Bai Fei had already swept past, heading straight for the black shadow pinned to the ground above. Healy grinned and said, "Mr. Lu, this time, I'll kill you myself." An immense gravitational force transmitted through the halberd and bore down on Lu Shangnan. Bang! Boom! The first sound was Lu Shangnan being forced to his knees by the overwhelming pressure. The second sound came as the stone pavement beneath Lu Shangnan's feet shattered into pieces. Healy smirked coldly, twisting the halberd inward with its curved blade resting against Lu Shangnan's nape. Then, with a forceful yank, he sent the kneeling man tumbling forward off balance. A faint blue spiritual energy enveloped Healy's body as he lifted his leg, bent his knee, and violently slammed it into Lu Shangnan's face. A dull thud echoed through the air. Healy grabbed Lu Shangnan by the hair with his other hand, another muffled crash, and smashed his head against the ground. The heavy halberd spun in his grasp before plunging downward with lethal intent, aimed straight at Lu Shangnan's exposed neck. Thud! The gravity halberd struck Lu Shangnan's raised arm, producing a deep, resonant clang like a temple bell. In the split second Healy was stunned, Lu Shangnan flipped over and kicked him away, his body hovering eerily in midair. As he glanced backward, his brow furrowed slightly, because his spirit form had already been pinned to the ground by Bai Fei's twin war blades, while his shadowy physical body was tightly gripped in the vice of Bai Fei's cyan glowing palm. Bai Fei was a 5th level spirit warrior, on the verge of advancing to the 6th. His spiritual energy had already begun manifesting the preliminary signs of external projection. A 4th level demon spirit form stood no chance of breaking free from his control. It seems there's no choice but to deal with him first. Lu Shangnan looked at Healy once again, crossing his arms in front of his chest with fingers splayed wide. Each fingertip sprouted razor-sharp bone blades roughly 20 centimeters long. Healy stared at the bone blades protruding from Lu Shangnan's fingers, pressed his earpiece to activate the recording function, and urgently said, "Sister Jiang, bone blades have grown from his fingers. Cross-check this, does it connect to that demon I ran over at the bank?" "All right." Sister Jiang finished speaking, then exclaimed in surprise, "Healy, so you actually knew you ran over a demon?" Healy was speechless. "Sister Jiang, I was just teasing Captain and Sister Xue for fun. Did you really take it seriously?" "Ha, alright, I'll note it down and check the comparison right away." At that very moment, Lu Shangnan had already swung his claws in an attack. Healy glanced at the woods behind him. Fighting here might affect the surrounding graves. He raised his gravity halberd horizontally to block Lu Shangnan's claw strike. At the same time, Healy exerted force with his legs and lightly tapped his toes, carrying Lu Shangnan backward with him as they retreated from the battlefield. This not only separated Lu Shangnan from the spectral entity but also took them farther away from the burial mounds. Chapter 53, Please control your emotions. Boom! Healy landed heavily, the tremendous momentum sending him sliding backward uncontrollably until he barely managed to stop by plunging his halberd into the ground. LV Shangnan waved both hands, tore his shirt apart, and slowly approached Healy. "Healy, I know you, a born awakener. You'll advance to Gathering Spirit Realm, Opening Consciousness Realm, or even higher like Chi Si Realm. Your body will grow stronger, maintaining youthful vigor without fear of illness or death. And you're also a dual talent. The gene lock will continuously strengthen your spirit and willpower. What a perfect combination of physical strength and mental willpower." Healy straightened his posture, swung the halberd with a flick of his arm, and shifted his feet lightly. A trace of doubt rose in his heart. It wasn't strange that the other recognized him, but how did he know about him being an awakener? Even Healy himself wasn't entirely sure about that. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy, muffled sound came from beneath Healy's feet as the halberd traced a circle behind him, transferring from his right hand to his left. "Lu Shangnan, who turned you into a demon?" An ordinary person cannot directly transform into a demon without being altered by demonic power infiltrating their body. Moreover, back at Jiaye Tower, he hadn't sensed any demonic energy from Lu Shangnan. Even earlier, when Lu faced Susan at the Spirit Management Committee, he had still been an ordinary human. How could he have suddenly become a demon and a 4th-level corpse demon at that? Who was it that turned me into a monster? Lu Shangnan halted his steps, spreading his arms wide and lowering his head as if admiring his new form. Healy, then who was it that made you an awakener? Oh, I forgot. Yours wasn't bestowed, you were born with it. You can walk in the open while I have to beg for scraps, only to turn into a rat crawling in the sewers. How enviable, Healy. Those mediocre people who've been living like walking corpses anyway. Rather than that, why not let their lives become mine? Drained of vitality and turned into mummies, dying without pain, without sensation, how splendid. Don't you think so, Healy? Lu Shangnan's gaze grew frenzied, his skin began to crack, and his irises shifted from a normal human hue to an ashen gray. Then, his grayish-white eyes fissured like parched walls, flaking away until only hollow sockets remained. Even without eyeballs, just empty darkness. Healy could still feel its gaze fixed upon him. At this moment, 3 doubts linger in Healy's mind. First, did Lu Shangnan transform into a demon before his death, or after? If it was after death, that would be terrifying. How horrifying is the power that could turn human ashes into a demon? But if he transformed while still alive, that would be even more frightening. To evade detection by the demonic energy scanner, even visiting the Spirit Management Bureau and sitting face to face with Susan without being discovered, what kind of ability is that? How many more people like Lu Shangnan could be lurking in Binhai, hiding amongst these demons? Second, are Lu Shangnan and that frenzied demon at the bank the same kind of creature? Third, and most crucially, in Healy's mind, why do they know about him? Healy's expression darkened further as an indescribable sense of crisis and rage welled up inside him. Had that self-monitoring spiritual power severed by Hee-jun somehow returned? Or had it returned even without Hee-jun noticing? Buzz. All of a sudden, an immense pressure erupted from Healy's body. Boom, boom, boom. The towering pine and cypress trees around Healy couldn't withstand the crushing gravity, beginning to fracture and collapse one after another, as the ground steadily caved in. His communication earpiece shattered under the overwhelming gravitational force and plummeted downward. Lu Shangnan, I'll ask you one more time, who turned you into a demon? Healy demanded in a grave voice. Lu Shangnan's body hunched forward as the bone claws on his hands elongated continuously, forming 10 sword-like blades that whooshed through the air toward Healy with a sharp crack. Let me see the power of an awakener for myself. Thud. Lu Shangnan crashed into what seemed like a solid wall, letting out a dull thud. He stopped mid-air. A figure emerged from behind Healy. It was Xiao Yu. Then, Jin Fang also stepped out slowly from behind Healy, as several iron chains materialized out of thin air, binding Lu Shangnan and dragging him to face Healy. Lu Shangnan, tell me, who is it? Once again, Healy asked calmly. He will come for you, Healy. You can't kill me. I am immortal. Slish. A figure flashed by, accompanied by a gleaming blade light. Chen Sui stood behind Lu Shangnan, gently flicking his Yenling blade. Ripples appeared in the void before Healy as Hee-jun slowly emerged from them. Without hesitation, he reached out and grasped Lu Shangnan's head. Then, Lu Shangnan's head instantly decayed into ashes, vanishing before they could touch the ground. Hee-jun expressionlessly slid his hand back into his trouser pocket and gave Chen Sui a sidelong glance. Chen Sui's figure instantly vanished. Then, a massive explosion sounded from the distant hillside, sending up a mushroom cloud of dust as dozens of large trees toppled simultaneously, clearing out an enormous area. Chen Sui returned, shaking his head at Hee-jun. Hee-jun turned to look at Healy and said softly, he runs very fast, but don't worry, we'll take care of everything. Go back, Xiaoli is tired. After tossing out these words, Hee-jun walked back into the rippling water. Healy glanced at Xiaoyu, Jin Fang, and Chen Sui. Chen Sui left without hesitation. Jin Fang shrugged and walked away too, while Xiaoyu spread his hands helplessly before vanishing. Uncle Li, do you know who that is? Li Qin appeared beside Healy, shaking his head. I don't know. In fact, even Hee-jun doesn't know. When Chen Sui went there, although that strike wounded that guy, nothing was left behind. Healy gave an acknowledging hum, smacked his lips a few times, then scratched his head before saying wistfully, Uncle Li, I'm feeling a bit restless. With even Chen Sui making an appearance, you're far beyond just a bit restless. Li Qin rolled his eyes and added, seriously, please try to restrain yourself in the future. Once Chen Sui goes crazy, it's extremely hard to control him. Is that so? Healy stiffened his neck and retorted, do I not restrain myself? Li Qin waved his hand dismissively and sat down on a fallen pine tree, unwilling to engage with Healy. Not far away, Bai Fei exclaimed in alarm as he ran over. Wow oh wow, our buddy Healy here seems pretty angry, huh? Healy retracted his gravity halberd, took out a cigarette, and tossed one to Bai Fei. This was an accident. You know how gravity isn't exactly easy to control. Besides, I did say I'm not cut out for precision strikes, I prefer saturation bombardment. So you didn't just blanket this area, but also covered that hillside over there? Bai Fei pointed at the distant slope that Qingshu had cleared with a single slash of his blade. That's none of my business. In fact, I somewhat suspect you did it. After all, you're an expert with blades. Bai Fei lit a cigarette. I'm happy you think so highly of me, but unfortunately, I haven't yet reached the level where I can flatten an entire mountainside forest with a single slash. What do we do now? Healy asked. We'll wait for the logistics department. Lu Shangnan's transformation is full of suspicious points. As the primary demon handlers, we need to stay put. Chapter 54, Canine Language Level 10. Susan arrived, with Tao Shui driving the car, as Susan was half drunk again. Susan sat on the tree stump, rubbing her throbbing temples. She squinted up at the hillside that had been cleared with a single brutal stroke, then turned her gaze to Helly and Bai Fei. He asked, "Are you two alright?" The two shook their heads to indicate they were fine. Good. Let's go then. We'll leave this place to the logistics department, they'll handle it. Susan didn't seem interested in anything that happened here. The only notable thing was the reason behind Lu Shangnan's demonization. The logistics team stayed behind to manage the aftermath, the surrounding trees, shattered stone bricks, collecting the ashes of the zombie demons scattered on the ground, along with Lu Shangnan's post-transformation corpse. On the way back, Bai Fei was driving, and they chatted about the details of the battle just now. Bai Fei didn't have much to say. Nail the spirit to the ground, wrap it in spiritual energy, then chop it dead with a single strike. Healy was much more cautious in his explanation. He merely said he used gravity to crush Lu Shangnan to death. After all, he couldn't admit he actually had several bodyguards who had done the killing, nor that Chen Sui hadn't gotten enough thrill and even wanted to take Fei Gu out for some fun. After saying all that, Bai Fei would probably lose it. So, Healy briefly recounted his combat experience, primarily voicing his concerns. After Healy raised his doubts, the car suddenly fell silent. The other three, aside from Healy, including Susan, subconsciously held their breaths. Whether it was the first speculation or the even more terrifying second one, either would bring an incalculable disaster to Binhai City. Moments later, Susan spoke up. Everything depends on the test results from the logistics department. Let's wait until Sister Jiang and Min Liang have conducted their investigation and comparisons before we say anything more. Whether Lu Shangnan turned into a demon before or after his death, the thing that transformed him remains the most dangerous. Susan took a deep breath and said gravely, right now, it's essentially holding everyone in Binhai City hostage. The incident didn't unfold dramatically, but it happened abruptly. Compared to the spectacular demon wars, this plague-like hidden threat proves far more deadly. Because there was no goal, the Spirit Management Committee had fallen into blindness, being led by the nose. A looming danger hung over their heads like an ominous cloud, refusing to dissipate. The Spirit Management Committee's car slowly entered the city, merging into the endless stream of vehicles as it headed toward the Spirit Management Committee building. And now, on the rooftop of another building, a small round table, a rattan chair, and a soft cushion. On the table sat a glass of red wine. Morin was seated in the rattan chair, while on the cushion spread on the ground lay the Blue Bay Shepherd, Xiaolan. I'd been looking forward to meeting him for so long, but I didn't dare. You couldn't resist observing him from below his apartment building the first time, and after getting caught, I still didn't have the courage to show myself. Not until the second time, when you blocked his car on the road, did I finally muster the bravery to step out and stand by his side. To be honest, I felt somewhat disappointed. Woof. You ask what disappointed me? Maybe it was how ordinary it all felt. He just stood there, smiling at me, speaking softly, not like those gods, proud and magnificent, but more like a student. Woof woof. What? You say I got the wrong impression? Perhaps. From anticipation to disappointment, all it took was one meeting. It felt like online dating, all beauty filters and illusions, but after seeing the reality, all I could muster was politeness. Xiaolan, I sincerely hope you'll reconsider your choice. Is this so-called god truly worthy of your unwavering loyalty? Even dogs have loyalty engraved in their genes as an admirable trait, but as the saying goes, fine birds choose the branches they perch on. Since you're choosing a master, why not pick a stronger one? At the very least, if he eats meat, you might get a bone. With him, you might not even get a sip of soup. Woof. Don't rush to criticize me. I'm in a tough spot too. If we're both going to be someone's lapdogs, why not choose a wealthy household? Woof woof woof. Fine, if you've made your decision, I won't insist. But you can't interfere with my choice. I don't believe he can give me what I want in the future. Under such uncertainty, becoming his companion would make me look foolish. Little Blue tilted her head, glanced at Morin, then closed her eyes and settled comfortably onto the soft cushion. Oh, foolish human, becoming a companion of the gods? Are you even worthy? A fine bird chooses its perch wisely, they say, but are you even a fine bird? Ha, ha. In the fragile moments of a god's formative years, they are invariably gentle. Has there ever truly been a god who declared to the world they were divine while still weak, only to await being besieged and devoured by all demons? Haven't you learned the ancient wisdom of biding one's time before astounding the world with a single feat? Pitiful humans, lacking both culture and foresight. Xiaolan secretly mocked Merlin, unaware that its god danced recklessly on the razor's edge of demise every single day. Xiaoyu, when do you think they'll come again? Healy leaned back on the sofa, slowly spinning his phone between his fingers. Standing by the living room window gazing at the night sky, Xiaoyu responded, it shouldn't be long now. Though we don't know who they are, whether demons or some human organization, their reconnaissance won't continue much longer. Such tactics seriously test both patience and fighting spirit. Healy then turned to look at Chen Sui, who sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, feigning sleep. Chen Sui, didn't your blade wound one of them? Couldn't you see anything? Chen Sui opened his eyes. It was just the slashing air from my blade striking something, whether human, demon, or something else entirely, I couldn't tell. Ah. Healy rubbed his face with his hand, looking utterly dejected as he muttered, easy to dodge an open spear thrust, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. He knew my name and that I'm a spirit awakener. That's right, another damn spirit awakener, Captain Susan said I am, and demons have their eyes on me too, and now some mysterious dark force has appeared. But the truth is, I don't even know if I'm a spirit awakener myself. Do you understand? It's like everyone thinks you're a genius, but you yourself have no idea where your genius actually lies. Xiaoyu turned back to look at Healy and chuckled, such a show-off. Chen Sui also shot a sidelong glance at Healy before disappearing into the sofa. Xiaoyu and Chen Sui left. Healy lit a cigarette on his own. He didn't turn on the lights, and under the flickering glow of the television, his gaze grew increasingly profound. Chapter 55 I have a feeling. Healy believed himself to be clear-headed and benevolent, even convinced that he wasn't mentally ill, just suffering from straightforward schizophrenia. There's no contradiction here, he thought. I'm simply more spirited than ordinary people, and then boom, my spirit split. 7 ways, in fact. Since my schizophrenia manifested, I've felt even more spirited. But these were merely Healy's personal reflections. To everyone else, he was unmistakably insane. No decent person holds conversations with themselves, switching between melancholy, uproarious laughter, quiet satisfaction, and resigned sighs, their expressions shifting as vividly as if entertaining a whole cast of characters. Healy casually bought 6 cups of coffee and several desserts from the cafe, chatting with Yen Ping all the way back to the Spiritual Management Association building. Yen Ping's thoughts were wildly imaginative and highly creative, his words carrying a carefree and romantic flair. Healy was quite similar to Yen Ping, fairly normal when not in the throes of an episode. Sister Jiang, you're Americano. Brother Aliang, you're caramel. Macaron or mousse? Mango mousse, matcha mousse. Understood. Thank you, Helly. Thanks, my little Helly. Well, Min Liang sometimes had the same issue as Xiaoyu. Who's your little Helly? Helly rolled her eyes and then glanced at their computer screens. This Helly, who only used computers for gaming and watching videos, was utterly baffled. To her, their screens looked more like frozen systems in need of a reboot. However, they were indeed analyzing Lu Shangnan's corpse. Zhang Jia, can we really analyze demon corpses with technology? Healy asked, somewhat puzzled. Why not? Zhang Jia took a sip of her Americano and said, just because superhumans and demons exist doesn't mean all technology and weapons become obsolete. For instance, HQ is developing internal response electromagnetic guns precisely so ordinary demon hunters can kill high-level demons. Demons evolve, cultivators advance, and technology must progress too. What, so having awakened spiritual power and unlocked genetic sequences means we should revert to primitivism? Healy found these words rather unexpected, yet strikingly reasonable. The poor rely on mutations, the rich on technology, and the strength of a funded warrior depends entirely on how much money they're willing to spend. Honest Healy smacked his lips thoughtfully and retreated from the surveillance room. This sanctuary of high technology wasn't meant for poor folks like him. Even placing a coffee cup required extreme caution lest he spill a drop. After delivering coffee to Susan's office, Tao Shuet, who was playing with her phone at the bar counter, and mixologist Buffet, he returned to the lounge area with his last remaining coffee and a strawberry mousse, eating quietly. Healy found these people quite intriguing. They literally put their lives on the line while working. The 4-member operations team took this dedication at face value. The 2-person intelligence team exerted themselves mentally. After receiving intel from the logistics group, they had worked non-stop for nearly 30 hours without a moment's sleep. Their division of labor was clear-cut, with no delays tolerated. After lunch, everyone except the 2 still monitoring in the control room returned to their rooms for a nap. Healy stayed behind in the lobby. The sofa was more comfortable there, and the air conditioning stronger. He couldn't stand the heat. Young master, aren't you going to cover yourself with a blanket? Yen Ping chuckled as he spoke. Who uses blankets in summer? Healy rolled over, facing the solid wood table while looking at Yen Ping sitting across from him. Well, some people might, but I've never slept with outsiders before. If you get a girlfriend someday, maybe I'll find out then. Yen Ping never missed an opportunity to remind Healy that at 20 years old, he should be dating. After all, in his mind, being a virgin was utterly shameful. Healy ignored him. Who would date someone with a split personality? Might as well open a blind box while you're at it. Today's me is different from yesterday's lunatic. Today I'm a pervert, but it's okay, tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow's version will be very simplistic because he's intellectually disabled. Yen Ping, why didn't you come out last night? You and she were the only ones missing. Yen Ping replied casually, I don't like fighting and killing. Let them handle those things, I'll just cheer and clap from the sidelines. And besides, you've gained many abilities now, haven't you? Uncle Li's gravity, Xiaoxi's decomposition and reconstruction, Jin Fang's direct kill chains, and Xiaoyu's telekinesis all are exceptionally powerful abilities. Healy sat up from the couch, stretched his arms across the backrest, and said with a pensive look in his eyes, but logically speaking, the later an ability appears, the stronger it should be, right? Yen Ping seemed to disagree with this viewpoint. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, your so-called logic itself lacks any trace of logical reasoning. The use of our abilities depends on your state of mind, or rather, your mental state at the time. Try to recall carefully, what kind of mental state were you in when you first used Uncle Li's gravity ability? Helly thought for a moment and replied, it was when I was eating barbecue and got treated like a lunatic, but Uncle Li had been around long before that. Then what was your mental state when Uncle Li first appeared? Yen Ping asked again. I was really agitated that time. Exactly. You were in such a foul mood that day, so Uncle Li showed up. What's Uncle Li like? He's just a middle-aged emo guy, perfectly matching your mental state at the time. Yen Ping looked at Healy with a teasing grin. Uncle Li said you almost impulsively killed your current teammate that day. Damn. Thinking back to that day, Healy felt somewhat embarrassed, as if his Chinibya tendencies had flared up again. Yen Ping didn't continue teasing Healy and went on, from this, it's clear that our abilities aren't something we can use whenever we want. Even for Yijun, how we use our abilities entirely depends on you, or rather, your mental state when you intend to use them. So last night, Xiaoyu emerged, Jin Fang emerged, Chen Sui emerged, and even Yijun had no choice but to emerge in the end. Because if he hadn't, Chen Sui might have lost control and killed your teammates. Healy didn't even register the latter part of the sentence. What was this about killing teammates? Kill teammates? It made him sound like some psycho who needed teammates to die left and right. But Yen Ping's words reminded Healy that mental and emotional states are easily influenced by external factors, often beyond one's own control. When using Xiaoyu's abilities, he wrestled with the rational dilemma of whether to eliminate those scumbags. When using Jin Fang's abilities, he was in a daze inside the blood demon's belly, his mind completely blank. When using Hishi's abilities, he had just finished shopping with her, his spirits uplifted in the child-pleasing stage. But considering all the previous incidents, Healy fell into deep thought, sensing that Hee-jun seemed unaffected by his emotional fluctuations. Chapter 56 Jinchuan. Was Hee-jun truly immune to his emotions or not? Healy didn't know, nor did he want to figure it out for now, because this matter was beyond contemplation and could only be observed slowly over time. With his mind now at ease, Healy calmly and composedly lay down to sleep. Yen Ping gazed at the sleeping Healy, shaking his head with a smile before lightly waving his hand. A folded thin blanket nearby floated up and draped over Healy. As Yen Ping left, Healy curled his lips slightly, turned over, and fell peacefully asleep. Dinner's ready. Tao Shue's crisp voice roused the sleeping Healy. Healy opened his eyes, stretched slightly, and glanced out the window. The sun was already setting, its golden rays gradually shortening until they vanished completely beneath the horizon moments later. Is it really this late already? Healy sat up, suppressing the irritation in his heart. He had morning temper, the chronic kind. At that moment, a bottle of soda water was handed over. Healy looked up at Tao Shui who was offering the water, smiled, and took it. Thanks, Sister Shui. Tao Shui grinned. Let's go for dinner. After eating, go back home and continue sleeping. Li Shui Pavilion, my treat. Healy sucked his teeth at the thought. Li Shui Pavilion, Cantonese cuisine, definitely not cheap. Wait a minute. Healy looked at Tao Shui and ventured to ask, Li Shui Pavilion, is that also your family's? Tao Shui blinked. I'll get you a membership card later, half price. Healy slumped down listlessly and muttered, Sis Shui, just take me in. I don't want to strive anymore. Tao Shui stood behind the sofa, leaning her arms on its back as she bent over with an amused smile. She teased him, if you want me to take you in, you'd better have some special skills, young man. Healy met Tao Shui's gaze intently and said seriously, persistent nagging and never giving up. Tao Shui laughed. That's not what I meant about chasing girls. Healy blinked and said, I'm talking about capability. Capability? Tao Shui wrinkled her little face in confusion, failing to comprehend, what kind of capability was this? Wearing someone down? Perseverance? Isn't that just the same old annoying persistence act? Tao Shui couldn't figure it out. Shaking her head, she muttered let's hurry up and go before striding straight to Susan's office. Healy sat up, took a sip of water, and then folded the bedding. Bang! The door to Susan's office swung open as a flushed Tao Shui shot Healy a glare before hurriedly rushing toward the main door and pushing her way out. Healy scratched his head. Wasn't she a woman in her 20s already? Why didn't she understand? Weren't girls supposed to be dirtier minded than guys? Could it be that Tao Shui had never watched any educational films? But Captain Susan seemed to know a bit too much about these things. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Susan walked out in her high heels, shooting Helly a knowing half-smile before leaving. Helly pursed his lips in annoyance, tossed aside the thin blanket, and followed her out. After dinner, Sister Jiang and Min Liang drove back to the Spirit Affairs Bureau building to continue working, while Bai Fei also went to the building to rest. The others returned to their respective homes. During the night, the rain poured down in torrents, with thunder roaring menacingly. Boom! With a sudden explosive crack, lightning streaked across the sky like a spider's web. Healy slowly opened his eyes, got out of bed, and walked to the window, silently watching the storm raging outside. Snap! Lit a cigarette. His brows furrowed tightly, his chest rising and falling uncontrollably, for that ethereal, distant voice had reached his ears once again. It's raining. Last time it's foggy, this time it's raining. The same tone, the same ethereal distance, as if whispering by the ear yet echoing from afar. Huff! Healy exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes turning sharp. He grabbed the clothes by the bed, opened the window, and faced the wind and rain as he leapt from the 19th floor. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared as raindrops pelted his face like gravel. Like a leopard chasing its prey, Healy bounded across rooftops and sprinted through the streets. It's raining! That familiar voice echoed in his ears once more. Clang! Healy landed atop a street lamp, slowly turned his head to gaze southeast, then immediately leaped forward. On Hanhai Avenue, rainwater relentlessly pounded the asphalt surface. The torrential downpour filled the drainage ditches to overflowing, sending excess water streaming into Binjiang River. Binjiang Avenue ran through the central southern part of Binjiang City, flanked by Binjiang Park on one side and the Great Binjiang River on the other. Following the road west would lead to Binjiang Bridge. Unlike the bustling central streets connected to the bridge, Binjiang Avenue saw remarkably little traffic. In the stormy early morning, Binjiang Avenue was shrouded in an extra layer of ominous silence beyond the howling wind and rain. Soaked to the bone, Healy emerged beneath a roadside tree, half of his body concealed in the dark shadows. The distant voice in his ear had ceased, and the heavy downpour blurred his vision. He knew there were people in the darkness, but not how many. Plop, plop. The sound of footsteps splashing through water exploded in Healy's ears. Despite the roaring storm, these footsteps came through with startling clarity. A man walked from the end of Binjiang Avenue, holding an umbrella, dressed in a black jacket with resolute features, narrow eyes, and a neatly trimmed beard around his chin. The man stopped in the middle of the street, staring at Helly. Helly also stepped out from behind the tree. Raindrops trickled down his hair as he silently observed the man. Snap! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating both the rainy night and the two faces. A prolonged silence ensued. Xiaoyu stood behind a large tree beside Healy, his psychic energy continuously expanding. Xiaoyu confirmed that apart from the man and Healy, there was no one else around on this street. Healy, I've finally met you, the man holding an umbrella said softly with a smile. Breaking the silence, the man spoke first. Healy couldn't discern this person's stance, whether he was the mastermind who turned Lu Shangnan into a demon, or perhaps whether this man was even human at all. Is he also an advanced demon, like the blood demon? Helly watched the man expressionlessly and asked calmly, you lured me here just to see me? Or do you have some other purpose? As you can see, I didn't bring an umbrella, I'm completely drenched. The man hesitated slightly upon hearing this, then glanced at the umbrella in his hand and held it out forward. Want it? Healy shook his head. It's already soaked through. The man holding the umbrella looked somewhat awkward, but the awkwardness lasted only a few seconds. He flashed a self-deprecating smile and then said, let me introduce myself. My name is Jin Chuan. Strictly speaking, we're the same kind of people. That's why I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw you. I apologize for calling you out in this kind of weather, but your captain, Susan, is quite formidable. It made things a bit complicated. Healy grew noticeably more patient after hearing the man say, we're the same kind of people. With Xiaoyu standing behind him, he also felt a surge of confidence. A spirit awakener? Healy asked. Jin Chuan shook his head and said, I'm not an awakener. I'm just closer to being one compared to the vast majority of ability users. Though I wouldn't call myself an awakener, I still believe I'm of the same kind as them. After all, I am the one who comes closest to divinity. Chapter 57, I secretly called the police. The torrential rain blurred his vision as Healy stood quietly beneath the tree. If Healy truly were an awakener, a god, then getting drenched like a drowned rat would be utterly unbecoming of such stature. Xiaoyu used telekinesis to create a barrier, shielding Healy from the rain. At least it preserved a shred of dignity for Healy as a god. On the rainy night street, two figures stood facing each other. If this had happened in Healy's original world, these two people are either mentally ill or a pair of lovelorn fools. But now, in this bizarre and kaleidoscopic world, stands a man called God, drenched from head to toe beneath a tree, while another man who claims to be the closest to God holds an umbrella at the center of the street. What kind of grotesque scene was this? On this rainy night, two men stood facing each other across the empty street. One was a man, and so was the other. Heli reached into his pocket and found to his surprise that both his cigarettes and lighter were there. He had the habit of smoking before bed, so he kept them in his trouser pocket. The cigarettes were wet. Heli slightly furrowed his brows, channeling cyan spiritual energy into his hand to squeeze the moisture from the pipe before placing it between his lips and lighting it. After lighting the cigarette, Heli switched hands, holding it in his right while slipping his left into his trouser pocket, and said, "Mr. Jin Xuan, from the moment I appeared, you haven't uttered a single meaningful word throughout. On a night like this, you drag me out just to spout nonsense. Are you joking with me? Also, I don't know if I'm the so-called awakener you all keep mentioning, but since everyone insists I am, then fine, I am. You say the awakener is divine, and that you're the closest to divinity. What's your purpose in telling me this? Showing off to me? Or do you want me to congratulate you? If that's the case, then congratulations, Mr. Jin Xuan. You've become the person closest to me now." Heli took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of white smoke. Growing impatient, he was deliberately trying to provoke Jin Xuan, hoping anger might loosen the man's tongue and reveal more of the information he sought. After all, when consumed by rage, people are far more likely to let slip what they shouldn't. Xiaoyu leaned against the tree, arms crossed, and smiled faintly. "The dominance you're showing now reminds me of He Jun's, but his dominance was built upon absolute power whereas yours relies on the seven of us. However, I still have some unfortunate news for you. This man Jin Xuan is surrounded by a barrier of psychic energy as solid as a fortress. I can't get close to him for now. But this is also your fault because you're still stuck at the first stage of the gene lock, restricting our power." Heli was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure. Since he had already committed to playing the show off, there was no point in stopping halfway, just like locking eyes with a wild beast. If you dared to look away mid-stare, you had to be prepared for its vicious retaliation. Jin Xuan had no idea Heli was putting on an act. At that moment, he was simply dumbfounded by Heli's provocation. A youngling, still in the growth phase. To think a god could be so arrogantly proud? Even a dragon in shallow waters may be teased by shrimp. A tiger that has fallen on hard times may find itself at the mercy of dogs. This statement doesn't seem to be well reflected in Heli's case. Jin Xuan stared fixedly at Heli, once again failing to understand how this man who had just challenged him could now fall into silence, even with the hand holding his cigarette trembling slightly. What exactly was this unusual awakened one thinking about? Heli was also extremely nervous at this moment, thinking to himself, damn it, that was reckless. The two slipped back into that eerie silence. A moment later, it was Jin Xian who broke the silence again. With a strange glint in his eyes as he looked at Heli, he chuckled softly and said, "I can't tell whether you're bluffing to intimidate me or actually have some trump card that makes you so fearless. But none of that matters now. I won't devour you yet, not when your divine nature hasn't truly awakened. Remember this, gods may be rare, but those watching gods are numerous. I'm merely one among them. Compared to those gods who have truly matured, you who are still in your infancy stage are the perfect target for everyone. This is a game of hunting deities. And you, Heli, are the target of all those who wish to become gods, including me." Heli fell silent for a moment before scoffing, "You all really deserve to die." Jin Xuan shrugged and said, "It's nothing. Exploiting the weak isn't exclusive to humans, it's a shared trait among all creatures. Who told you to be such an insignificant speck right now? Sorry for describing you as an ant. It's fine." Heli shook his head and said, "People who like to use ant to contrast their own strength usually have an inferiority complex. Jin Xuan, your sharp tongue is really annoying. Don't you think I'm very humorous? I don't think this counts as humor." "Oh," Heli nodded, then raised his finger to point at the sky behind Jin Xuan, saying, "Then did you know that when I was taking my cigarette earlier, I pressed the emergency call button?" "What?" Jin Xuan abruptly threw down the umbrella and turned to look at the sky. Crack! A bolt of lightning formed a spiderweb across the sky as Susan stood cold-faced in midair. Susan! Susan frowned, looking down at Jin Xuan. Her overwhelming aura repelled the raindrops, forming an oval-shaped space of air currents around her. Then, slowly, she lifted her leg as if stepping down a staircase, taking her first step downward. Buzz! Raindrops along the entire street froze in place, suspended mid-air. Then, with a resounding boom, a powerful shockwave erupted from Susan's body, sending all the raindrops flying outward as she cleared the street with her immense telekinetic power. Supported by Susan's psychic force, this space seemed to detach itself from reality. Heli could see the distant storm and lightning, while the thunder still echoed in his ears. But within this space, there prevails an extraordinary stillness. Susan ignored Heli standing beneath the tree and strode step by step toward Jin Xuan. Her towering height allowed her to look down at him. Susan enunciated each word with gravity. "Did I just hear you say you intend to hunt my people?" Squinting, Jin Xuan ignited a ring of fire at his feet before, with a thunderous boom, a towering pillar of flames erupted around him. Standing at the center of the fiery pillar, Jin Xuan said coldly, "Susan, since we're both ability users who have unlocked the 7th stage genetic lock, what can you possibly do to me?" Susan furrowed her brows and raised her right hand, directly reaching into the fiery pillar. Jin Chuan's eyes narrowed as the fiery pillar instantly expanded, flooding the entire street. A wall of flames formed in front of him, attempting to block Susan, while dozens of fire pillars, large and small, surged up from the flame-covered road, all blasting toward her. With her wrist caught in the wall of flames, Susan acted as if she didn't even see the surrounding attacks. Suddenly, her palm clenched into a fist. Bang! The firewall collapsed. Jin Chuan was momentarily stunned. How could his firewall have crumbled so easily under Susan's mere grasp? At that moment, Jin Chuan was frozen in fleeting astonishment. And in that fleeting instant, for Susan, this was enough. Susan's right hand grasped Jin Chuan's head directly, then forcibly lifted him up. At the moment when Jin Chuan was lifted by Susan's grip on his head, all the flames disappeared. On the street stood only the tall, domineering Susan, holding aloft the man who had unlocked the 7th-stage genetic lock, the so-called closest thing to a god. Susan held Jin Chuan and pulled him in front of her, saying, "Did you just say you wanted to hunt me down?" Chapter 58, The Hunting Game. Oh my god, is Captain Susan really that awesome? Helly was stunned. What did Jin Chuan just say? 7th-stage genetic lock. Then, like a dead dog, he was picked up single-handedly by Captain Susan without putting up any decent resistance. The entire time, Jin Chuan only managed to unleash some flames. But Helly knew he wasn't even qualified to intervene against such flames. Jin Chuan was still seriously issuing threats, while Healy had secretly called the police. It wasn't that Healy lacked martial ethics, it's just that without his usual powerful backup appearing, he really had no other choice. Susan coldly watched Jin Chuan in her hands, waiting for his response. Jin Chuan, gripped tightly in Susan's hand, tensed his entire body, wanting to exert his strength. Even if he couldn't defeat Susan, he had to break free from her grasp and flee. But no matter how he tried to use his abilities, the flames on his body refused to ignite. His mental energy surged violently against the telekinetic force restraining him, only to dissipate without a trace, like clay oxen sinking into the sea. Jin Chuan suddenly came to his senses. Peering through Susan's fingers, he looked at her, a tremor running deep into his soul. He couldn't understand why, as someone who had also unlocked the 7th-stage gene lock, did he have no ability to fight back against this woman? He understood genius because he was one himself. He believed his talent was no less than that of the awakened, and that all he lacked was fate's favor. This was his conviction, and he held fast to it. Yet, now, he was being held in Susan's hand like this. If he were just an ordinary awakened being, even one who had only unlocked the 4th or 5th stage gene lock, he wouldn't be trembling with this soul-deep terror. Because he was a 7th-stage gene lock user, he had already met the standard of elite hunter team members directly under the supernatural management headquarters. So why was he still utterly defenseless before Susan? At this moment, Jin Chuan's lifelong arrogance had crumbled. Susan's thoughts grew solemn as she observed the shifting emotions in Jin Chuan's eyes. With a cold snort, she retorted, "Hunting? As if you're worthy." Then, glancing at Healy, who still stood beneath the tree, she released her grip. With a thud, Jin Chuan collapsed to the ground. Susan raised her foot, pressing her red high heel against Jin Chuan's face. An immense psychic force, like countless nails, pinned him mercilessly to the earth. Susan waved her hand at Helly. Helly approached, his body radiating a cyan spiritual energy as a ring of mist rose around him. His damp clothes and hair quickly dried, and he stopped before Susan, calling out "Captain." Susan nodded and asked, "Did he reveal any useful information?" Helly shook his head. "I kept trying to fish for answers, but he was like a madman, constantly repeating that spirit awakeners are gods, that he wanted to devour the gods, become a god himself, then wait for me to grow stronger just so he could hunt me down. He didn't say anything else." Helly wasn't sure if Susan had overheard his conversation with Jin Chuan, so he chose to be truthful. Besides, since Susan already believed he was an awakener and had decided to shield him, further concealment would seem insincere. In their tacit collaboration, he currently held the weaker position and needed to show corresponding sincerity. After all, he was waiting for Susan to propose the terms of their cooperation. Susan pondered for a moment. Helly's account perfectly matched what she had heard. "Do you think this person might be connected to Lu Shangnan's demonification incident?" Helly gazed at Jin Chuan lying motionless on the floor, his eyes vacant, before responding thoughtfully, "We can't draw conclusions yet. Lu Shangnan transformed into a demon and then turned 3 girls into demons as well. This fact alone proves that Lu Shangnan had already become a demon before his death. Yet this demonized Lu Shangnan could sit right before you, Captain, without being detected, and freely enter the Spirit Management Headquarters building without triggering any alarms. This shows that whoever or whatever demonized Lu Shangnan must be highly unusual. During my battle with Lu Shangnan, he recognized me and knew I was an awakener." Healy looked up at Susan, took a deep breath, and said, "So that means whatever's behind Lu Shangnan is coming for me too. Most importantly, it has the ability to turn people into demons without detection." Healy sneered, Captain Susan, considering what I just said, have you noticed anything? Susan didn't answer but simply stared at Healy. Healy chuckled to himself, slowly crouched down to meet Jean Xuan's gaze, and whispered, as he said, this hunting game has already begun. The prey is me, and the hunter. Healy raised his head to look into Susan's eyes and grinned. The hunter is, all the townspeople. So what will you do next? Susan looked at Healy and asked. From Healy's eyes, she saw excitement, like that of a child hearing their parents say they'll go to the amusement park next week. It was anticipation-fueled excitement, already imagining what to play first, how to enjoy it, even wondering if they should spend their New Year's money on that coveted water gun they'd long desired. Yet, in Susan's eyes, such excitement was dangerous. Because prey doesn't just run away, it can also turn and bite the hunter. Even if the prey were merely a fawn, it would still have antlers. Not to mention when the predator is Healy, this wild wolf. Healy doesn't take on many missions, nor does he slay many demons, but what became of those he did hunt? The scaled serpent was chased into water and bludgeoned to death barehanded, the flower spirit was pulverized, the junction blooms were trampled into the earth, Luokuan didn't even leave behind a complete corpse, another was flattened into paving bricks, and the corpse demon fared worst of all, they couldn't even find its head. Susan dared not imagine what fate awaited those whom Healy suspected had come to hunt her. Healy's expression shifted from a teasing smile to seriousness as he stood up. Just wait, he said. The little lamb is still here. The hunter will inevitably reveal his gun barrel. Since he dared to fire the first shot, he'll certainly take the second. Susan asked, and what happens after the second shot? Healy replied, after the second shot, his position will be exposed. Then, he made a silly face at Susan and stuck out his tongue, and then I just gored it to death with my horns. Susan couldn't help but laugh at Healy's words. You really aren't your average kind of fierce. But that's just like you. Just don't take it too far. Applying for emergency protocol authorization is a huge hassle. Don't worry, Captain. This time, I'll go 4 precise strikes. Healy stretched lazily. In short, the hunt begins. Captain, want to grab some late-night snacks together? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Ha! Susan paused momentarily before replying. You shift gears so quickly, I can hardly keep up. So, shall we go eat? Go! Chapter 59 Perspectives on Life. Mr. Su Chang, I hope you respect life. Playing with and manipulating life is not something to be praised, but rather a disregard and disrespect for life. Yes, Mr. Chu Hong, I deeply respect life. I believe every person's life is a miracle, from our mother's careful pregnancy to our birth. We should be grateful for her caution. As we grow strong after birth, we should appreciate the care from our families and society. Everyone should feel gratitude for being granted life. In the study of a villa, a middle-aged man in a business suit spoke fervently of gratitude while casting ingratiating glances at the young man standing by the bookshelf flipping through a volume. Oh, is that what you think? Chu Hong stopped flipping through the book, looked up at the middle-aged man standing by the desk, gently closed the volume, walked over to the desk, leaned against it while hugging the book to his chest, and said with a light chuckle, Mr. Su Chang, please elaborate. You've given me new inspiration about life. This might be another groundbreaking path for my research on the subject of life. Su Chang nervously swallowed, instinctively stepping back to maintain distance from Chu Hong. His hanging hands trembled slightly, and he didn't even dare to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead and temples. Life is nature's miracle. The birth of every new life represents a magnificent wonder. Some say the beauty of life forever unfolds in its upward striving. Only through constant progress can life realize its intrinsic value. Take flowers, for instance, their beauty culminates in full bloom, yet the nourishment their stems provide to the buds before blossoming is equally praiseworthy. Therefore, I believe that beyond these, life should remember its origins, just as blooming flowers should give thanks to their roots, stems, leaves, soil, and sunlight. While we should express gratitude to our fathers, mothers, and all those who have cared for us along our path of growth. Chu Hong looked at Su Chang with astonishment, involuntarily clapping softly as he praised. Mr. Su, your perspective and theory have truly enlightened me. Nowadays, many people chase greater achievements, greater fame, and more wealth, yet forget that everything they have fundamentally stems from being alive. I once had a friend who said, people live to earn money, and earn money to pay for future illnesses. I don't think this is wrong. I respect his perspective. After all, everyone's circumstances are different. Su Chang nodded and flattered with a smile. Your friend was lucky to earn your respect. Where is he now? I'd love to befriend him too. He's dead. Su Chang's smile instantly froze. Seeing Chu Hong's sorrowful expression, he quickly backtracked. What a shame. I did the killing. Chu Hong added sorrowfully. Seems, you respected your friend's opinion, but didn't agree with it. Su Chang forcibly twisted his stiff neck and twitched his fear-paralyzed facial muscles, barely managing to smooth over his words. You're absolutely right, Mr. Su. I respect everyone's life and opinions, but that doesn't mean I have to agree with them. The two aren't contradictory, are they? Chu Hong placed the book on the desk, rubbed his brow in mild frustration, and walked to the window to gaze at the lush tree outside. I can't allow them to disregard their own lives. If they don't even cherish their own existence, well, they might as well give it to me. Don't you think? Yes, yes, yes. Sucheng hastily switched directions, trembling as he hunched his back. Academic competition has always been about expressing diverse opinions, but never at the expense of losing its essence. Absolutely. Chu Hong turned excitedly, took 2 steps forward, and patted Su Cheng's shoulder before speaking. I truly wish everyone could possess Mr. Su's knowledge and insight. Communicating with him feels completely barrier-free. Eliminating misunderstandings and establishing academic consensus has been my lifelong pursuit. Of course, I'm honored by your appreciation. As Su Cheng uttered these words, his entire body trembled, because Chu Hong's hand was icy cold. Just resting on his shoulder, its chill instantly penetrated through his suit jacket and dress shirt, freezing him to his core. Sigh. Chu Hong let out a light sigh, walked behind the desk, sat down, his eyes filled with sorrow. He said, the last person who, like Mr. Su, reached an academic consensus with me was Mr. Liu Shangnan. It's just a shame that he failed to cherish his life and passed away in regret. Yes, sir, it is indeed regrettable. Perhaps he should have been grateful and fortunate to have had 2 lives, yet he didn't treasure either. Su Cheng's eyes burned with fervor as he said with a smile, but I'm different, I will cherish it even more and truly feel the weight of life. Will you, Mr. Su? Chu Hong lifted his gaze to meet Su Cheng's. Su Cheng took a step forward to the desk, placing both hands on its surface as he looked at Chu Hong with agitation. Then, slowly kneeling down, his voice was deep and gentle, but more like a plea. Of course, this is what I've longed for. My body has long been unable to bear the strain. I need a stronger and younger body, a powerfully beating heart, and a mind that remains eternally clear, so that I may appreciate life. Chu Hong leaned forward, resting his arms on the desk, and asked with a smile, Mr. Su, you crave life? Yes. Su Cheng answered firmly, then added in a low voice. My family is waiting for me, watching over me. Their concern gives me endless motivation to pursue rebirth. Do you know? Their expressions are just like when I was young, about to inherit from my dying father, the same excitement, the same fervor, like a flock of scavenging vultures circling around me, their eyes full of craving for carrion, staring at me, waiting for the moment of my death to swarm forward and frenziedly devour my flesh. I truly don't want to leave, these lovely children of mine. Therefore, Mr. Chu Hong, could you grant me this wish? He, you shall. Chu Hong reached out and patted Su Cheng's shoulder again, whispering softly, Mr. Su, you've already obtained rebirth, go enjoy your new life. Chu Hong removed his hand from Su Cheng's shoulder, picked up his book, leaned back in the chair, opened it, and began reading. Su Cheng lay on his back, collapsed to the ground, dead. Moments later, Su Cheng moved again, slowly rising to his feet as his eyes shifted from ashen gray to pitch black. Then a ring of white emerged around them, compressing the darkness into the center, forming pupils. Thank you, Mr. Chu Hong, for granting me new life. Chu Hong didn't look up, only curling the corner of his mouth slightly into a faint smile. Go spend time with your children, Mr. Su. Share a meal with them, tell them your newfound perspective on life, perhaps they'll learn gratitude for it. Su Cheng licked his lips and smiled, all right, I'll teach them a proper lesson at the dinner table. Chapter 60, The Hunting Game, begins. Bang bang bang, click, click. Healy finished the rounds in the magazine, ejected it, set down the pistol, and began pressing brass bullets one by one from the table into the magazine. Nearby, Bai Fei watched with a pang of heartache as Healy handled the bullets, then glanced at the target paper on the monitor. Only 2 shots had hit the bullseye. He said, why insist on practicing with a pistol? You're excellent with a shotgun. Healy kept loading bullets while saying, just practicing with multiple weapons. If I run out of shotgun shells, I can still shoot with a pistol. Don't you ever consider using weapons at all? Bai Fei drew his combat blade from its sheath, admiring its gleaming surface. The blade had 2 blood grooves, one long and one short, running all the way to the tip. He said, take this blade in my hand, for example. It's 3 feet 4 inches long, with a straight body and a slightly curved tip. The spine is heavy, and the edge is long, perfect for chopping. Once infused with spiritual power, it becomes even sharper. I really enjoy the feeling of slicing through demons and monsters. The bodies of beast-like demons feel like sand, there's just the right amount of resistance when cutting through them. The feedback is excellent. Soul-type demons are more like tofu, smooth and effortless to cut through. Actually, what I like best are the more pure beast-type monsters among the demonic creatures. Their flesh and blood, the blade tears through skin, severs muscle and bone, and the blood that spurts out gives me a sensory thrill. Helly gave Bai Fei a disgusted look, scrutinizing him up and down before finally remarking, are you some kind of pervert, getting off on that kind of pleasure? Do you think the demons feel the same exhilaration when they're tearing you apart? Bai Fei pouted. How boring. You're a manifestation-type ability user, and what you materialize is a polearm like a halberd. Don't tell me you don't practice with it? Keep using the gun all day, and sooner or later you'll run out of bullets. What are you gonna do then? Wait for an airdrop? Healy froze for a second before looking at Bai Fei earnestly and saying, that might actually work. Damn it, talking to you is a waste of time. Bai Fei cursed under his breath, sheathed his knife, and dragged Healy over to the 34th floor. Healy was still gripping the freshly loaded magazine in his hand. He was growing more and more fond of the feeling of firing a gun, so much so that he believed if he could just shoot 10,000 more rounds, even if he didn't become a marksman who never missed, he could at least ensure every bullet would hit the target paper with precision. What a shame, Bai Fei didn't believe in himself and insisted on using a knife instead. Fighting monsters blade to blade, is that what proper people do? Isn't that just pure recklessness? He couldn't understand why anyone would use a blade when a single bullet could solve the problem. Had they watched too many martial arts movies? Or was their blood still boiling, reminding them of their glory days ruling the streets of Tung Lo Wan? What nonsense! Bro Fei, come quick. I want a slightly bitter cocktail, Tao Shui called out as she emerged from the room, just in time to see Healy and Bai Fei tugging at each other near the hall entrance. Alright, wait for me, Bai Fei replied while simultaneously pushing Healy toward the lounge area. Healy smacked his lips, feeling somewhat bored. Spiritual cultivation was in progress, the genetic lock wasn't something that could be rushed, and when he practiced shooting, he got mocked for wasting bullets. Sigh, life is hard. At noon, everyone gathered around the sofa area eating the lunch Bai Fei had brought back from the cafeteria. They didn't go out to eat because Min Liang and Zhang Zhen were nearing the end of their analysis of Lu Shangnan's corpse. They had to wait here for the final outcome. By now, Healy wasn't really that expectant anymore, because he knew this hunting game had already begun. Lying on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, Healy turned over and squinted at his teammates chatting over tea on the couch. Could there be a hunter among you? 2:40 p.m. The analysis report is ready. Everyone gathered in the monitoring room as a set of data and numbers appeared on the large screen. Zhang Jin stated, according to the analysis results of Lu Shangnan's transformed corpse, he wasn't a true corpse demon. Rather, his consciousness was sealed inside a corpse using demonic energy as the medium. The corpse could theoretically be anyone's, because when consciousness is sealed into a corpse, the body undergoes morphological deformation. In other words, when Lu Shangnan arrived at the Supernatural Management Bureau building, he wasn't a demon but a corpse, physically dead yet consciously alive. He's not a demon, but a living dead. That's why neither our captain nor any of us detected demonic energy, and why the monitoring devices didn't activate, because they don't scan for the dead. According to Eli's testimony, he controlled those female demons to drain living humans of their vital essence and life force to sustain himself. It is real. However, those essences of blood and life force gained from feeding on the living were not meant to attack him, but to control him, the demon controlling him. Corpse demons are symbiotic entities of beasts and spirits, whereas creatures like Lu Shangnan are merely living dead puppets. Even after their bodies are destroyed, they can find another corpse to parasitize. Their spectral essence then twists the host body according to their own will and appearance, reshaping it to look exactly as they did in life. According to the information in the headquarters database, there's only one demon that matches the description of creating living dead puppets like Lu Shangnan to feed on life force. Soul Class, Tier 2 Demon, Soul-Devouring Blood Fiend. The Soul-Devouring Blood Fiend is a symbiotic demon consisting of a bestial physical form and a spectral soul form, with the soul form being dominant. During the last mission, part of the Blood Fiend eliminated by Heli in the villa and the one destroyed by the captain on the overpass were actually the physical forms of this Soul-Devouring Blood Fiend, while its soul form never manifested. The demon at the bank was merely a newborn-level parasitic demon, unrelated to the Soul-Devouring Blood Fiend. Sister Jiang took a deep breath, surveyed the group, and said solemnly, the most terrifying thing is that this bloodthirsty soul demon is still in Binjiang. Who knows how many living dead like Lu Shangnan are still lurking in the city. As Sister Jiang's words fell, the monitoring room fell eerily silent save for the hum of equipment. A chill ran through everyone's heart. Healy's gaze flickered towards Susan. Susan happened to glance at Heli at the same moment. Others might not know, but the two of them understood. Just as Jean Chuan had said last night, the game of hunting Heli had begun. Just as Heli himself had predicted, he was the prey, and the hunters could be everyone else but him. Everyone left the meeting room with heavy hearts. On the rooftop, Healy sat on the edge of the building, quietly smoking while gazing at the beautiful riverside scenery. What are you planning to do? Susan's voice came from behind. Healy didn't turn around. Exhaling a light puff of smoke, he remained silent for a moment before chuckling softly. This is an interesting game. Captain, this game appears to be a hunting game targeting me, but in truth, it's a wager. Oh, a wager? Susan sat down beside Healy with keen interest, taking out a cigarette case from her pocket and lighting a slender cigarette. Explain it in detail. Heli stared straight ahead at the cityscape before him and said coldly, that soul-devouring bloodfiend has taken all the civilians of Binjiang City hostage, betting on whether I'll soften my resolve. Chapter 61, My plans always change. Keep talking. I need to know your complete plan before I can formulate how to coordinate with you. Susan smiled and said she strongly approved of Heli, not only because he was an awakener, but more so because of his calm mind and intelligence. Therefore, Susan was quite willing to cooperate with him and make adjustments to her own plans. "The captain trusts me so much?" Helly asked with a laugh. "Of course. You're my team member, so I naturally trust you, just like I trust Bai Fei to mix good drinks, Min Liang's instant mobile demon detection system, and Sister John's data analysis." "Ha, what about Sister Shui? I firmly believe Xiao Xue's family is loaded." Healy nodded in agreement. "I firmly believe it too." "Alright, enough talk. Out with your plan." Helly rubbed his temples with his fingers, organizing his thoughts before speaking. "Like I said, if he fired the first shot, he'll inevitably fire a second. By the third shot, that's when I'll show my horns. Since its target is me, I'll simply stand here waiting. But just now, I've figured it out. He hides in the shadows, capable of turning many people into demons to attack me repeatedly. How many people are in Binjiang? I just checked, over 4.3 million. Can you grasp what that means? It's essentially equivalent to having 4.3 million hostages in the dark. As long as I don't deliver myself to him, he'll randomly select one lucky winner to transform into a demon and challenge me. Then, round and round it goes." Susan nodded and said, "There is indeed the possibility you mentioned. If it's hiding in blind spots of the demonic energy detection devices, we truly wouldn't be able to find it." Healy stated, "But that's not the most crucial point. The most critical issue is, those were people. Standing before them were all 4.3 million residents of Binjiang City. As long as there exist people like Lu Shangnan, individuals craving immortality, it can keep manufacturing these undead demons endlessly." Healy raised his finger, pointing first at the distant hospital and then at the prison 60 kilometers to the north, and said, "For the dying, the desperate desire to survive, and for those facing death, sheer despair, the soul-devouring blood demons undead puppets are a fatal temptation to them. The undead puppets it creates possess demonic power comparable to that of fourth-grade demons. Even Lu Shangnan's newly born zombie demons spell utter annihilation for ordinary people. The soul-devouring blood demon is like a ticking time bomb now. If it explodes, it will bring a catastrophic disaster to Binjiang City." Susan remarked, "It sounds pretty serious, but you already have a plan, don't you?" Susan believed that since Helly dared to voice it, he must already have a corresponding plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it to her. The only reason he told her was that she, too, was a part of his scheme. Healy smiled. Of course, he had a plan. But his plan wasn't just aimed at dealing with a mere soul-devouring blood fiend. "Since the hunting game has begun, with me as the prey already exposed in broad daylight, isn't it unfair that the hunters still lurk in the shadows, hesitating to raise their guns? A single soul-devouring blood demon couldn't satisfy this little lamb's appetite. I want all the hunters participating in this hunting game to die. Captain, just wait a moment. My plans are always changing, and you're the most crucial force in my strategy. I need to plan carefully. After all, opportunities to boss you around don't come often. Gotta cherish them, right? TCH, brat." Susan snorted with a laugh, then leapt off the rooftop. With a swift grab at the tiny protrusions between the glass panels, she swung her body midair and landed back in her office. Healy gazed at the riverside scenery, took a deep breath, cracked his neck, and spoke. "What's on your mind?" Xiao Yu appeared beside him, sitting in the opposite direction. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Not much to think about. As you said, killing them one by one is too troublesome, better to take them all out at once." After finishing his words, Xiao Yu smiled and asked, "Let me ask you a question." "Go ahead. Do you genuinely care about these over 4.3 million people in Binjiang City? Or were you just putting on a show of kindness for Susan?" Healy glanced at Xiao Yu, saw his teasing smirk, and snorted with a laugh. "That's a great question, but don't ask it again next time." As the words fell, Helly gave a light push with both hands and plummeted directly from the 34th floor. His right foot tapped lightly against the building's exterior, propelling him sideways as he soared onto a nearby residential rooftop. After dissipating some momentum, he continued without pause, taking several running steps forward before leaping again onto a street lamp. Finally, he descended, walking calmly along the sidewalk. "How about braised pork trotters for dinner, stir-fried rapeseed, and a pot of steamed rice?" Healy asked. "Whatever, it's not like I can eat it anyway," Xiao Yu said, walking alongside Healy. "Don't say that. Even though you can't eat it, you can still see it. The presentation, aroma, and flavor, you can at least enjoy one of those. Then I want to see a full Manchuan imperial feast." "You're dreaming," Healy retorted. Night had fallen. Healy sat at the desk with a laptop in front of him, completely absorbed in the screen as his fingers danced furiously across the keyboard. Yen Ping stood by the bedroom window with melancholic eyes, resembling a slightly depressed young man of letters. Sigh. With a slight sigh, Yen Ping turned around and looked at Healy's progressively contorted expression in the living room. After several hesitations, he finally spoke. "There's something I need to tell you." "Wait a sec, I'm team fighting," Healy replied without looking up. "Damn it, stupid bot, why are you pulling Ramus? You need a mount or what?" "Jungler, for fuck's sake, we're team fighting and you're still farming chickens?" "Malphite, where's your ULT?" Misfortunes ULT deals so little damage? Shit. 22 minutes in and all you've built is Essence Reaver? Fuck this. I'm out. Block, report, quit the game, the move's so practiced it aches to watch. Healy turned his head to look at Yin Ping. What is it? Yin Ping abruptly snapped back to reality, pointing at the window and saying, that dog is back again. Oh, Healy hurried to the window and looked outside. The street had only parked cars along the curb, no dog in sight. Where's the dog? It's already gone. Why didn't you say so earlier? You were just in the middle of a team fight. Fine. I'll take a shower and go to bed. Healy took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and had just laid down on the bed, ready to scroll through his phone for a while before sleeping. The melancholy literary young man by the window, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight, spoke up again. There's something I want to tell you. Healy put down his phone and looked at Yin Ping. The dog's back again? Yin Ping shook his head and said, the dog didn't come this time. People did. Chapter 62, They Handle Fashion, We Handle the Banquet. Healy got out of the car in his pajamas and stood by the window, looking outside. A middle-aged man in a brown trench coat, with a portly figure, short hair, and round-framed glasses, stood under the streetlight, tilting his head up. His eyes briefly met Healy's before he lowered his gaze again. Who is he? Healy was certain he didn't know this man, but he was equally certain that stranger had just been looking straight at him. Yen Ping glanced at Healy and said, you don't even know him, and you're asking me? Yen Ping's retort left Healy unfazed. He opened the window and leaned lazily against the sill, though his eyes were filled with contemplative intensity. Those calm, vacant eyes naturally lack any sense of targeting easy to overlook. But as Jean Fong once said, such people are precisely born killers. I don't think he's an assassin. So then, Yen Ping, do you think he's a hunter? Yen Ping thought for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. I don't know. I'm not good at recognizing things like this. After a pause, he asked again, since you have doubts, why don't you just go down and ask him directly? Healy shook his head and pointed to the right intersection where a car was parked with its hazard lights on. If I make a move, that car will come pick this man up immediately. And if I do anything extreme, would they call the police? See? I just pointed, and that car is already coming over. The car slowly pulled up in front of the man and stopped. The man opened the door, didn't even glance at Healy, got in, and the car drove away. Yen Ping spread his hands and said, I have to admire your intelligence, but this makes you too passive. Healy smiled, turned around, and leaned back against the windowsill. His expression gradually turned cold. After a pause, he turned his head to look at Yin Ping and said, passive? I don't feel passive at all. Right now, watching them is like watching a bunch of children playing hide-and-seek, both childish and amusing. They're so self-assured, so confident. Yet, in fact, they're just a bunch of fools. Yen Ping silently stared at Healy, waiting for him to deliver even more shocking words. Healy continued, Jinchuan was a fool, he couldn't restrain himself and rushed out. But I'm certain he was just a pawn sent to test Captain Susan's strength. Guess what those hunters will do next? Yen Ping hesitated for a moment before saying, this will lure Susan out of Binjiang City. Correct. Healy sat on the bed with a smile, explaining, they'll create chaos in a city about 100 kilometers from Binjiang, forcing the neighboring city to request Binjiang's assistance. The only one capable of rapid response is Captain Susan, who can instantly kill mutants with 7th-stage gene locks. And then, this grand hunting feast will truly begin. Lying down with his hands behind his head, Healy stared at the ceiling and murmured, Yen Ping, this is the moment I've been waiting for. I don't know who the hunters are, so I can only wait for them to reveal themselves. But with Captain Susan here, they won't easily expose themselves. What should we do? I had no choice but to play along with those idiots who had shit for brains, acting like a timid little lamb cowering behind Captain Susan, waiting for them to finalize their plan, lure Captain Susan away, and then take turns pointing their guns at me. But little did they know, not only were they extending their shotguns, this little lamb would also reveal its horns. Yen Ping let out a long sigh, shaking his head repeatedly as he looked at Healy lying on the bed. You're truly a frightening person, he said. You've never been wary of those who come directly at you, but rather, Susan. Healy glanced sideways at Yen Ping and playfully winked. Yen Ping, being cautious never hurts. I don't have nerves of steel, suddenly finding myself here and being labeled as an enlightened one. Do you really think I'd just quietly accept that? To hell with that. I'm just schizophrenic, not stupid. A rugged off-road vehicle pulled up smoothly to the curb outside the Spiritual Management Bureau building, gliding effortlessly into the parking space. Rather than immediately heading into the bureau building, Healy first checked his WeChat. Min Liang, egg salad sandwich plus extra sugar soy milk. Sister Jiang, hot coffee with extra milk and extra sugar plus bacon and fried eggs plus whole wheat bread. Seeing that no one had responded, Healy replied with a got it, then got out of the car and headed straight to the coffee shop to buy breakfast for these two tech gurus. Their breakfast was generally bought by whoever arrived earliest, and no one ever asked them for money. After all, they were tech gurus, being that awesome gave them privilege. No explanation needed. After buying breakfast, I went upstairs and delivered the food to these two sleepyheads with dark circles under their eyes. More than an hour later, at 10:17 in the morning, Tao Shui finally arrived. Healy found it strange. Bai Fei usually stayed at the Spiritual Management Committee building, why hadn't he seen him today? Jiang Jie, where's Fei Ji? Healy craned his neck toward the surveillance room. Seems like he went to buy alcohol, Jiang Jie answered without turning her head. Alright, Captain Susan sure can drink. Bai Fei is mixing drinks, working hard as he practices multitasking, crafting cocktails while cultivating his breathing technique. Susan is drinking, slumped over the bar counter with drunkenly glazed eyes propping up her cheek. Tao Shui clutches a tablet, scrolling through something with a beaming smile. Some were buying drinks, others were drinking them, even the mascot was behaving like its usual self, and the two technical experts in the monitoring room occasionally had heated arguments. Healy lay on the sofa, smiling as he watched everything unfold. It seemed, things weren't so bad after all. Yes, Tao Shui suddenly cheered, putting down her tablet and announcing excitedly, tonight, we're all going to the fashion gala, I got the invitations. Everyone was drawn by Tao Shui's voice. Fashion, dinner party? That was everyone's second thought. Finally irritated by Susan's constant urging for drinks, Bai Fei directly placed the half bottle of base tequila in front of Susan. Looking at Tao Shui, he asked, are we fashionable? Healy couldn't resist teasing, Bro Fei, shouldn't our focus be on the banquet? Exactly. Min Lian walked out of the monitoring room and said, we have nothing to do with fashion. Xiao Shui means they handle fashion, we handle the banquet. Absolutely. Tao Shui snapped her fingers and said, tonight's fashion banquet is a small-scale promotion by Su Group to warm up their new generation of products. Only the wealthy of Binjiang City are invited. I asked my dad to get an extra invitation. Let's go, they can talk their talk. We'll eat our food. They all exchanged glances, and finally all eyes fell on Su Shan. Oh my god, that's the base liquor, how could you drink it all? Bai Fei exclaimed, snatching the bottle back from Susan's hand. Susan wiped her mouth and said, then let's go. Liang and Sister Jiang just need to bring the warning device. Great. Tao Shui cheered as she jumped down from the high stool, beckoning everyone to go buy clothes for tonight's banquet. Chapter 63, The Hidden Arrogance of Heli. Two cars pulled up in front of the five-star hotel, and the 6 members of the Spiritual Management Committee stepped out, all dressed in tailored navy blue embroidered suits with white shirts underneath. The women wore decorative ties while the men left the top buttons of their shirts undone. Their black leather shoes featured twisted patterns at the toes, and the dangling metallic boutonnieres on their chests served as the perfect finishing touch. The expensive cufflinks were gifts from Tao Shui, who often said that true wealth is always reflected in the details. Heli handed the car keys to the valet, straightened his posture, and fastened one of his suit buttons. He couldn't help feeling he looked somewhat excessively flamboyant at this moment. Healy possessed a heroic handsomeness, and his tailored suit made him appear even more tall and dashing. Of course, Bai Fei and Min Liang weren't bad either. As spirit martial artists, they naturally carried a warrior's boldness and pride. The 3 women were equally impressive in their sleek women's suits, exuding an air of striking elegance that couldn't be ignored. When these 6 individuals appeared at the hotel entrance, it wasn't the dashing Healy or the delicately charming Tao Shui who drew the most attention, it was the stunningly curvaceous Susu. Her tall, explosive figure and those unreasonable long legs kept drawing sideways glances from people around. The 6 of them entered the hotel lobby, with the evening's venue located on the 24th floor. Inside the elevator, Sister Jiang tapped her phone a few times and said, channel connection normal. The entire building is under surveillance now. As Sister Jiang finished speaking, Min Liang waved his phone and said, headquarters monitoring system successfully connected, but I might need a power bank. Bai Fei tugged at his slightly tight suit and said with a bitter smile, I always feel like we're secret agents. Healy chimed in, aren't we just security guards? Min Liang shook his head, no, we're more like waiters. Then, Min Liang turned to Tao Shui, slightly bowed, and said softly, would the lovely lady care for some champagne? No, sir, please give me a cola. Apologies, miss, but this is a high-end fashion gala, not your airplane, we don't serve cola here. Well then, I'll have a Sprite. Sorry, no Sprite, only champagne. The 4 spectators were utterly dumbfounded by Min Liang and Tao Shui's sudden comedic dialogue performance. Had they just spontaneously switched to crosstalk comedy? Ding! As the elevator reached the 24th floor, its doors slid open. The 6 were immediately ushered by an attendant into the banquet venue upon exiting. This being a private gathering, grand ceremonies were absent. Since all attendees were affluent elites from Binjiang who knew each other, people naturally gravitated toward familiar faces and joined existing conversations. Yet exceptions existed. For example, those 6 unlucky souls from the Spirit Management Committee went straight to the dining area as soon as they entered the venue. After grabbing a pile of food, they found a table to sit around and eat together. Although their behavior was quite unconventional, no one paid them any mind. The wealthy attendees might not know Bai Fei or Healy, but they certainly recognized Tao Xue and especially Susan. With the Spirit Management Committee members present, they didn't even dare look in their direction. Susan sipped her champagne with relish, put it down, then went to fetch several glasses of red wine which she poured into one cup before returning to savor the concoction. Before long, everyone had pretty much finished eating. The surreal fair-weather comrade smacked his lips and proposed, "Now that we're well-fed and drunk, when are we making our exit?" Bai Fei shook his head. "Later, after the Zus finish presenting their products, there's dessert. Let's stay for that before leaving." "Fine by me," Min Liang nodded. Since they'd already come, another moment wouldn't hurt. The group remained seated, some staring blankly, others fiddling with phones or drinking, wholly indifferent to the jewelry pieces appearing on stage one by one. Even Tao Xue was engrossed in her phone, perhaps having no regard whatsoever for the Zus so-called trend-setting new designs. Suddenly, Healy, lost in thought, felt his phone vibrating in his pants pocket. Taking it out, he saw it was a WeChat message from Zhang Qingning. "Look behind you." Healy paused for a moment, then turned to look back. After glancing around, he spotted Zhang Qingning by a round table, dressed in a cream-colored evening gown. Zhang Qingning was also looking at him at this moment. She blinked at Heli, then raised her hand and waved. Heli thought for a moment, put his phone in his pocket, and said, "I'm going to meet an old classmate." Everyone's gaze fell on Heli, eyeing him suspiciously. What old classmate could he possibly have here? Heli felt the burning curiosity from his teammates and helplessly pointed his thumb behind him. The 5 people followed Healy's pointing finger, their gazes shifting horizontally to land on Zhang Qingning. The fire of gossip blazed even more fiercely. Healy rolled his eyes, stood up, and walked away. Healy's old classmate is Zhang Qingning? Tao Xue asked in confusion. "Xiao Xue, do you know her?" Min Liang asked. Tao Xue watched Healy walking towards Zhang Qingning's retreating figure and nodded. "Yes, we were in the same circle when we were kids, but she was always on the fringes. Her family's rise to wealth wasn't exactly honorable, and their assets barely qualified them for that circle. After hanging out together for a while, she couldn't keep up anymore, quite literally, so she stopped running with our crowd." Min Liang clicked his tongue and shook his head. "I gather your couldn't keep up means exactly what it sounds like. Ah, the world of rich second-generation heirs is something we ordinary folks will never understand." Susan slightly raised her head, glanced at Morin sitting beside Zhang Qingning, then lowered her head again, silently drinking her wine. Meanwhile, Heli sat down at Zhang Qingning's table. Unlike his own table laden with food, the simple little table had just a few champagne glasses that might not have even been touched. Zhang Qingning looked behind Heli, her gaze filled with bewilderment and confusion, mostly disbelief. "You said you work at the Spirit Management Bureau. Do you mean a demon hunter?" "Yes, I did say that." Heli answered Zhang Qingning's question, then casually smiled and nodded at Molen. "Meet again, Mr. Heli. What surprises me is that you're actually a demon hunter." Molen extended his hand toward Heli. Heli shook hands with Molen and chuckled, "I've never concealed my profession." Even now, Zhang Qingning still found it hard to believe, but Susan was indeed sitting right there. Zhang Qingning let out a sigh and smiled bitterly. "I noticed you the moment you arrived. It took me 37 minutes to accept this reality before I finally gathered the courage to send you a message." Heli pursed his lips into a slight smile and raised an eyebrow at Zhang Qingning, unsure how to respond to her words. Zhang Qingning added, "If I shared this news in the class group chat, they'd probably lose their minds." Healy appeared quite indifferent. "Actually, I don't really care whether they blow up or not." Zhang Qingning opened her mouth slightly, then fell silent as she looked at Healy. She could sense that innate arrogance radiating from him once again. Perhaps he had come over and sat in front of her simply because she'd sent him a message and waved at him. If it had been anyone else, even a classmate he wasn't particularly close to, he would have done the same. He truly didn't care in the slightest who had sent him that message. Chapter 64 Enjoy your meal. However, Zhang Qingning quickly adjusted her mood and smiled, saying, "Heli, do you know Mr. Molen?" Heli nodded and laughed. "We've met once before, and it was quite an interesting encounter." "Oh, I'm rather curious about how you and Mr. Molen came to meet." "Because of a dog." Zhang Qingning, Mo Lin cheerfully recounted how they met. Zhang Qingning nodded, completely at a loss for words. Healy's dog was named La Wu? Was he serious? After the introduction of luxury jewelry, it was time to unveil tonight's auction items. Most of them had pre-arranged prices with buyers beforehand. Barring any surprises, these pieces would likely sell at their predetermined prices, though the appearance of an unexpected rival bidder would be even better. The chances of this happening were virtually non-existent. Following the auction, the highlight of the evening banquet began. Networking time. Zhang Qingning had arrived with a mission, so the moment the auction concluded, she immediately grabbed a wine glass and walked off. Heli also got up and returned to the rice squad, joining them and heading to the dessert area to sample the treats. "Mr. Heli, were the dishes and desserts to your liking this evening?" An abrupt voice sounded behind Heli. Holding his plate with a metal fork in hand, Heli turned to see a middle-aged man, not particularly handsome but exuding refinement, dressed in a well-tailored formal suit. His features were gaunt with a prominent nose bridge, and he wore a pair of round glasses. Healy was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Very well, you are. Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Chang, chairman of the Su Group." Su Chang extended his hand with a smile. Healy placed his fork on the plate and grasped Su Chang's hand, but the instant their palms touched, he froze slightly, lifting his gaze to study Su Chang more carefully. He said, "Mr. Su Chang, your hand is cold and hard, like that of a dead man, yet so strong, unlike a dead man's hand at all." Su Chang wasn't offended. With a laugh after releasing the handshake, he remarked, "You certainly have a sense of humor. I assumed demon hunters from the Spiritual Management Committee would be solemn and serious. I didn't expect someone as witty as you. Right?" Healy's eyes lit up as if he had finally found a kindred spirit. "No one else gets me. They don't understand my humor, but I'm actually hilarious." Su Chang continued, "Mr. Healy, I wonder if I might take a few minutes of your time. My personal chef has prepared a few signature dishes. I'd be honored if you could try them." Healy glanced at Bai Fei and the others, then turned his gaze to Su Chang, asking with confusion, "Just inviting me alone?" "Yes. Why?" Su Chang looked at the five from the Lingwan Association with an awkward expression and said, "I feel it would be quite difficult for me to become friends with them. After all, they're not as humorous, charming, and easygoing as Mr. Healy. I truly wish to befriend a demon hunter. Although I'm quite wealthy, having money doesn't mean having everything. For instance, I'm still just an ordinary person." Healy, however, shook his head and remarked, "You're no ordinary person." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "You're not even human. Great, I'd love to be friends with a billionaire who's rolling in money. That's wonderful. It seems being wealthy isn't such a bad thing after all," Su Chang said as he turned slightly and gestured with an outstretched hand. Healy set down his plate and followed Su Kong, walking down the hallway before entering the room at the far end. Many in the room had their eyes on Healy, having noticed he arrived with Susan. Seeing him being invited away by Su Chang didn't strike anyone as particularly surprising. After all, who wouldn't want to be friends with a demon hunter? Sister Jian quietly took out her phone, activated the channel connection, and then all five of them simultaneously removed the metallic boutonnieres from their chests and inserted them into their ears. On the other side, Morin sat there expressionlessly, stealing a very subtle glance at Susan before getting up and leaving the banquet. Inside the room, a crystal long table, 2 sets of tableware, 3 candlesticks with orange flames flickering slightly, and marble paired with glass decor exuding sheer luxury. Su Chang first pulled out a chair, signaling Healy to take a seat. Without any pretense, Healy sat down directly. Then, after Su Chang walked to the other end of the long table and took his seat, "Mr. He, having the honor to dine with you is my privilege. I won't waste words, let's serve the dishes and talk over the meal." "Great, I'd love to see your personal chef's skills. You won't be disappointed." Su Chang reached out and pressed the bell on the table. Ding, ding. After 2 rings of the bell, the small door behind Su Chang opened, and a chef slowly emerged pushing a dining cart. On the cart were 3 plates, all covered with metal domes to maintain their mystery while also keeping the food warm. The chef placed each of the 3 plates in front of Healy one by one. Healy raised his eyes to look at Su Chang. Su Chang nodded with a smile and looked at the chef, signaling him to lift the metal cover. After the chef removed the first metal cover, Healy chuckled. Well, a meat dish after all. There on the plate lay unmistakably the severed head of a woman. "She was my wife," Su Chang introduced with a sigh. "Marrying her was among the gravest mistakes of my life, though I've made many. Yet, it cannot be denied that she was once utterly captivating, sensual, intellectual, and profoundly learned. Her intellect was what drew me to her most. It wasn't until 6 months ago, when I was diagnosed with terminal cancer and realized my time was short, that I discovered she never loved me. Only my wealth. Perhaps I should have seen it sooner. But no matter, I still loved her. So," Healy pointed at the head on the plate. "So I ate her, that way we could be together forever. You must have really loved your wife." The chef then lifted the second metal dome. It was another woman's head, though much younger. Healy could tell at a glance that face was full of cosmetic enhancements. Even in this state, the damn apple cheeks remained rosy, the lips still plump and red. "This is my eldest daughter," Su Kong sighed deeply, his eyes brimming with sorrow. "I'm not sure if what I'm doing is right. I have deep feelings for her. I'm not that bad looking, and my wife is even more beautiful, but our daughter isn't very pretty, well, frankly, quite ugly." I was really shocked. At 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and even up to 7 years old, I secretly took a paternity test. On the day I received the notification confirming she is my biological daughter, I let it go. You see, certain flaws can be compensated for with money, can't they? But this foolish girl took the wrong path to make amends. Starting at the age of 14, she plunged into plastic surgery until she turned 21. Over those 7 years, she changed her entire face and refused to return home, choosing to live abroad instead. She believed countries without traditional cultures would more readily accept her surgically altered appearance. I've conceded, I respect my child's choice. I've made up my mind I'll leave her 31% of my estate. After all, I didn't give her beautiful features, so consider it compensation. Mr. Healy, do you know how happy I was the moment I learned she had returned to visit me? If only she hadn't brought a team of lawyers to surround my hospital bed and forced me to sign a will, I would have remained happy until the day I died. Yet, what's even more absurd is that the will she forced me to sign required me to leave her 16% of my estate. At that moment, my heart was filled with complexity. I never realized what I hadn't given her wasn't just a beautiful appearance, but also a brain. Healy fell silent for a moment before saying, "It must taste awful." To be honest, it's a bit hard to swallow so many chemical ingredients, full of that synthetic vibe. I'm not even sure if she's still my daughter anymore. The third metal cover opened, revealing the head of a young man, his eyes wide open in death, glaring fiercely. It was clear he had died in utter terror. "You don't seem to love your son," Healy said. "No, I love him dearly. In my estate plan, I intend to leave him 45% of my fortune and the 27% company shares I hold. Though he's foolish, so foolish it makes me laugh helplessly. After all, he's my son. I trust Mr. Healy can understand what I mean by this?" Healy nodded. "I've always believed there should be limits to stupidity. At the very least, one should keep a clear head in certain situations, like recognizing not to jump when standing before a cliff, or knowing not to stab oneself while cutting fruit. Or, he can wait until I'm dead, then burn that paternity test proving he's not my biological son and send it to me in the afterlife. That way, he can still inherit enough wealth to last several lifetimes, can't he?" Healy pursed his lips slightly. What a heartbreaking story. "So, I ate him alive. You're absolutely amazing," Healy exclaimed sincerely. Su Cheng pointed to the 3 human heads in front of Healy and smiled. "Now, please, Mr. He, enjoy your meal." Chapter 65. Let's talk while we eat. "Now, please, Mr. He, enjoy your meal." This sentence froze the atmosphere in the restaurant to its breaking point. Healy could even detect sincerity in Su Cheng's eyes, like a child who'd just gotten a piece of candy and couldn't wait to share it with a close friend. It was that kind of pure, crystalline sincerity, impossible to refuse. The 3 human heads before them, one with long hair covering the face, another with a face full of high-tech modifications, and the third utterly terrifying. Of course, this wasn't the reason Healy refused to eat. The main issue was that Healy currently felt like vomiting. Even though he had killed demons and humans before, with these 3 blood-dripping heads placed before him coupled with such soul-stirring backstories, his stomach and intestines kept convulsing uncontrollably. Is this something a human would do? No. This is the work of demons. This is a world where demons and humans coexist. Spirit warriors are madmen with formidable physiques and combat skills. Psychics are lunatics who constantly push their limits through dopamine surges. Combined with all manner of demons, together they form the high martial framework beneath our normal societal structure. Alright. At this moment, he finally gained his first profound understanding of this world. Damn it, they're all crazy. Healy raised his hand to rub the spot between his brows, steadying himself. He purposely avoided the sincere gaze of Su Cheng, choosing instead to look at the chef standing nearby, less than 2 meters away from him. Was that sentence from Su Cheng addressed to me, or to you, chef? Healy asked. Oh, is there a difference? The chef smiled as he looked at Healy. Yes. Healy explained, if he was speaking to me, then I still have the right to choose not to eat. But if it was addressed to you, that would be a final and decisive order. If I refuse to eat, then my head might very well become the 4th dish on this table. The chef listened to Healy's explanation with a smile, then removed his chef's hat and said, No, Mr. Healy, how could you think that way? Your head is absolutely not a dish to be placed on the dining table. Because, I'll devour you down to the last strand of hair. Hearing this, a subtle tremble ran through the muscles of Henry's face. Hair isn't particularly easy to digest. He glanced at Su Cheng staring blankly at him, then looked at the chef standing beside him, knowing this guy meant business. Healy tilted his head. Soul-devouring blood demon? Yes, I'm Chu Hong. The one you killed on the overpass was my other half. Oh, that's pretty messed up. Aren't you afraid of me? Chu Hong asked with keen interest. My teammates are right outside. Healy pointed at the door. Oh, Chu Hong smiled confidently and waved his hand, swinging the door open. The moment the door opened, the scene outside made Healy's pupils contract slightly, shaking him to his core. Blood everywhere. The entire banquet hall had transformed into something reminiscent of that riverside villa, every corner splattered with blood, shattered bones, and tufts of hair. The overwhelming metallic stench of blood made Healy's breath catch in his throat. Yet, in an instant, Healy regained clarity of mind. With detached calmness, he surveyed the human purgatory unfolding in the grand hall outside, then turned his head to gaze at Chu Hong and asked, Anything else? As for the banquet hall, Susan set down her wineglass, glanced at the door that had remained tightly shut since Helly entered the room, removed the sizzling headphones, and said to the four of them, "You protect this place. I'm going to find Helly. We'll handle things here." Bai Fei nodded in agreement. Susan gave a soft hum of acknowledgement, then abruptly vanished from her seat. Bai Fei stretched lazily, listening to the soothing light music in his ears as his gaze drifted over the business titans exchanging forced smiles around him. Finally, his eyes settled on Molan, who had remained quietly seated in place all this time. Bai Fei smiled faintly and raised his wineglass in a toast. Mo Lin had naturally noticed Bai Fei's gesture. In fact, he had been keeping an eye on all members of the Spirit Administration Committee, including Susan's sudden disappearance moments ago. Mo Lin also raised his wineglass and returned Bai Fei's gesture. The two men clinked glasses across the distance before downing the last drops of champagne remaining in their respective cups. Bai Fei set down his wineglass and whispered, "Min Liang, take control of the hotel's entire surveillance system. Sister Jiang, immediately start 3D modeling to search every corner of the hotel. Tao Shui, inform the logistics department to surround this place. As for me, I'll be responsible for keeping an eye on that mysterious gentleman." "What?" Chu Hong was caught off guard by He Li's question. He Li shrugged and said, "May I ask if you have any other performances lined up? If not, then it's my turn." Chu Hong shook his head with a cold laugh and said, "Should I say this is truly befitting of an awakener? I can't help but admire your courage and composure. Even in such a desperate situation, you still have the audacity to tease me." Healy said, "Not at all. I'm not courageous, let alone possessing such serene composure. Do you want to know why I'm not afraid of you? If this were before, I might have been interested in hearing your explanation, because I was stalling for time. Carefully, without alerting Susan whom you rely on, I've been wrapping this place with my own body to create an isolated space, the better to slowly devour you. Yet, now, I don't want to know anymore, because you're already inside me." Chu Hong spoke these words while swallowing hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, his eyes and expression growing increasingly voracious. He stared at Healy like a starving wild dog eyeing a sausage just pulled from the oven, its tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. "I can hardly wait to devour you. Of course, you can keep talking while we eat. I'll consume you. Tell me, I enjoy talking with you." The floor beneath Helly began seeping thick, viscous blood, softening underfoot as the surrounding marble walls beaded with crimson droplets. The blood slowly streaked across the polished stone surfaces, merging into a membranous web. Helly smiled. He could feel his shirt soaked through, his thigh, neck, and waist muscles taut with tension, yet he still hadn't reached out to Li Qin, Xiaoyu, or Jin Feng, not a single one of them. He was waiting for Susan. He wanted Susan to personally kill all the second-level soul-devouring blood demons. This was imperative because it was a crucial step in his plan. "Oof, you're truly an idiot, a stupid demon whose mind holds nothing but the desire to feed. You know what? Talking to you is simply a waste of time, just like listening to Su Cheng's tales about the emotional bonds with his family. The greatest difference between humans and other species on this planet is wisdom. I don't doubt for a second that if you possessed even an ounce of wisdom, you wouldn't be merely a second-level demon. Moreover, your bad breath is choking me." Healy stared coldly at the 2 rows of sharp teeth mere centimeters from his head. At this moment, nearly half of his skull was already inside the soul-devouring blood fiend's gaping maw. One bite would tear half his face clean off. Yet the blood fiend froze in place. Though its eyes could still move, they darted about in panic until pop, both eyeballs simultaneously exploded. Then, the fiend's jaws slowly retreated from Healy's head, as if pulled away by some invisible hand. Rip! A sound like tearing fabric came from the wall by the window as a rent appeared in the bloody membrane. A pair of pale hands reached out from the gap and began pulling it apart bit by bit. Ha, ha, ha! As the opening was gradually torn apart, the soul-devouring blood fiend trapped motionless before Helly emitted a choking, agonized sound akin to someone drowning in water. The gap in the wall was completely torn open, stretching from the floor to the ceiling. A long leg emerged first, followed by Susan stepping through. She glanced at Helly. Helly responded with a smile. Seeing that Helly was unharmed, Susan nodded in relief. She walked over to him, frowned slightly as she took in the 3 severed heads on the table and the vacant-eyed, puppet-like Su Cheng seated across from Helly. She reached out, grabbed the soul-devouring blood demon's head, and slammed it down with force. Clap! Bang! The body of the soul-devouring blood demon flopped onto the dining table like a pile of mud. Susan raised her right hand, fingers curled like claws, unleashing her psychic control. Sitting in the chair nearest to Susan, Helly could clearly sense an immense power unlike anything he'd ever encountered surge forth from her body like a tidal wave. The mud-like soul-devouring blood demon floated in midair, along with the dazed Su Cheng opposite, 3 severed heads, and all the blood in the room that had risen into the air. Centered around the soul-devouring blood demon, all the blood coalesced into a massive crimson sphere hovering in the air. As Susan's fingers gradually clenched, the blood sphere steadily shrank in size. In the end, Susan made a tight fist, and the blood sphere condensed to the size of a tennis ball. Susan reached out and grasped the blood sphere in her palm. With a gentle squeeze, it burst with a pop, the drops of blood slowly falling, turning black, before finally disintegrating into ash and vanishing without a trace. Healy pursed his lips, then pulled the floral pocket square from his left chest and handed it to Susan. Susan smiled, took the pocket square, wiped her hands with it, and then casually tossed it onto the empty dining table. "Let's go," Susan murmured softly. "Understood." Healy stood up, straightened his back, and smoothly brushed his hands down from his collar to the front of his suit, giving it a gentle tug. "Elegant. Or perhaps, pretentious." Healy opened the door and gestured politely for Susan to exit first, following closely behind her. "Bit too much like a sycophant." Walking beside Susan, Healy let out a quiet sigh. "I'm never pulling this kind of stunt again, it's downright life-threatening." Before Healy could relish the success of his scheme, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. He turned to look. Morlin was gone. Bai Fei and the others had disappeared too. Chapter 66. Let's talk. Susan paused her steps and swept her gaze across the banquet hall. Celebrities and tycoons from all walks of life were still enjoying the feast, with some already dancing across the golden ballroom to the music. Barely concealing their wealth, they unabashedly voiced their demands. A platinum necklace encircled the snow-white neck, while the fair collarbone served as the perfect display stand for diamonds that refracted dazzling lights. They had no idea that just moments ago, in the adjacent room, there had been a level 2 demon and 3 blood-drenched human heads. Of course, nor would they notice that several people were missing from the banquet hall. Susan pinched her communicator between her fingers, frowned slightly, then strode out of the banquet hall. Healy followed closely behind, stepping out after her. Zhang Qining stood by a high round table, champagne glass in hand, watching the two hurry away. She pursed her thin lips and lowered her head in silence. The banquet didn't cease continuing just because someone had left. Meanwhile, the battle didn't become one-sided despite the multiple attackers. On the rooftop of the hotel building, Susan stood at the edge, frowning as she watched the fight across the street in the soccer field. On the soccer field, Bai Fei, Min Liang, Tao Shui, and Jiang Jun were surrounding Mo Lin in a joint attack. Bai Fei charged at the forefront with dual swords, visibly positioning himself to shield the other three while taking on more offense and defense. His blades gleamed with cyan spiritual energy as he shot toward Mo Lin like a loosed arrow. With both swords leveled, he unleashed simultaneous horizontal slashes, one aimed straight for Mo Lin's neck, the other slicing toward his waist. Morin remained motionless, allowing the two battle blades to slash toward his body. Suddenly, a ring of golden runes erupted around him, violently expanding outward. Bai Fei was sent flying back with tremendous force. Min Liang crouched low, pressing lightly against the ground, then, with a resounding thud, crushed the turf beneath his feet as he leapt high into the air, catching Bai Fei as he rebounded back. Behind Tao Shui, like a sorceress stretching both arms, 8 basketball-sized fireballs gathered above her front. As she thrust her hands forward abruptly, the fireballs soared outward, yet they didn't crash toward Molin. Instead, they hovered suspended in mid-air at 8 distinct points. The next moment, 8 fireballs unleashed 8 pillars of flame, descending upon Morin from above. But they were all blocked by the golden runic barrier surrounding Morin's body. Sister Jiang was a telekinetic mutant, possessing the ability of mind control. With only a first-stage gene lock, her offensive capabilities weren't strong, and she lacked obvious attack methods. Yet she directly released her telekinetic power, spreading it beneath her feet until it covered the entire football field. Then, raising both hands high, boom! The grassy field trembled. Morin slightly lowered his head to gaze at the trembling ground beneath his feet when suddenly, a stone pillar rose beneath him, propelling him straight into the sky. Having caught Bai Fei, Min Liang widened his stance as cyan spiritual energy flickered around him. He gave Bai Fei a firm nod. Bai Fei understood. Min Liang sprinted forward, paused briefly, then abruptly leapt from the ground, charging toward Morin atop the stone pillar. Bai Fei followed closely behind. Boom! Min Liang's target wasn't Mo Lin himself, but rather the stone pillar beneath Mo Lin's feet. With one punch, Min Liang shattered the pillar. Without any footing, Mo Lin would have no choice but to plummet from the air. And with no point of leverage, he would be the perfect target for Bai Fei's attack. The pillar collapsed with a thunderous roar, debris flying in all directions. But contrary to their expectations, Mo Lin did not fall from the sky. Instead, he remained suspended, motionless in midair. Even so, Bai Fei's twin blades had already reached his own face. Clang! Clang! Bai Fei wielded one blade forward, another behind, twisting his body in an attempt to break through the golden protective runes surrounding Morin. No use. Bai Fei was blasted back again, but this time, instead of falling straight to the ground, he hovered mid-air. Bai Fei was stunned for a moment before letting out a light sigh. Raising his knife to point at Molin, who was also suspended in the air, he said, "Captain, after you left, he tried to open the private room door. I stopped him, but then he rushed into the hallway, jumped out through the window, and the fight carried on all the way here. And, he claims to be a divine envoy." Susan gave a quiet acknowledgement. With a nod, she used telekinesis to send Bai Fei safely back to the ground. Brother Fei. Helly came running over. Bai Fei turned to look at the approaching Helly and asked, "You alright?" Helly paused for a moment before laughing. "That's supposed to be my line." Bai Fei looked Helly up and down, then nodded. "Good that you're fine," he said before raising his head to gaze at the two figures confronting each other in midair. Susan observed the golden runes swirling around Morin's body and remarked, "Earlier, I casually crushed a piece of trash who claimed to be the closest to God. Was he with you?" Morin smiled and shook his head. "No, I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment of him. His delusions about his own worth doomed him to be squashed like a bug. But I'm different, I'm merely a messenger of God." "A messenger of God? Have you seen God?" Susan asked skeptically. Meeting everyone's gaze steadily, Morin nodded with conviction. "Of course I've seen God." Susan froze for a moment after getting the accurate answer, then murmured, "Is that so? So there really are gods in this world." Boom! Above the soccer field, a violent explosion suddenly erupted between the two figures, followed immediately by a tempest that swept across the entire pitch. Jiangjin stared blankly at the sky, muttering in dazed disbelief, "How is this possible?" He actually blocked the captain's psychic power. Healy suddenly realized that explosive gust of wind had been the collision between the captain's psychic energy and that person's power. Moreover, judging by their earlier conversation, this person definitely wasn't part of the hunters group. Morlin lowered his gaze, casting an almost imperceptible glance at Helly before raising his eyes to Susan. With a scoff, he said, "Susan, stop pretending. As a former member of the hunters, don't tell me you don't know about the existence of gods? The 13 ancient gods, the Cycle Awakeners, wasn't your hunters group established precisely to hunt down these 13 deities? But, honestly, it's rather amusing. Over thousands of years, the hunters, who once swore to slay gods as their sacred duty, have never succeeded in killing a single one. Now, they become nothing more than mascots, the so-called pinnacle combat order that spirit warriors and espers alike aspire to join." Helly, standing below, felt a chill run down his spine. The hunters, a combat order created to kill gods? Susan snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and met Maureen's gaze squarely. As pale light flared around her hands, it vanished the next instant, replaced by a pair of knuckle dusters now clenched in her fists. "Since we can't slay a god, then let's kill a divine envoy who's seen one." Susan leaned forward slightly before vanishing on the spot. She reappeared abruptly behind Maureen, delivering a crushing punch that landed on the protective runes with a thunderous clang like the tolling of a massive bell. Maureen turned slowly, her eyes devoid of emotion as she stated, "Divine envoys, you've never killed one either." His voice fell as he raised his fist, withdrawing his protective runes before delivering a fierce punch straight at Susan's fist. Bang! A shockwave ripple erupted between their fists, followed immediately by a second bone-shaking collision. Boom! 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 In mere moments, Susan and Morin had already exchanged dozens of punches, their movements accelerating as they rose higher into the sky, shrinking with altitude, every impact sending concentric shockwaves ripping through the air. The next moment, the two abruptly sprang apart. Susan curled her fingers into claws, reaching toward Moran, with overwhelming psychic force spreading across the sky. Susan's power was undeniable. Even second-tier demons and seventh-stage gene-lock awakened individuals were as insignificant as ants in her grasp. Yet, what shocked everyone even more was Moran. He was actually able to trade blows with Susan evenly, matching her strength for strength. Moran seemed to sense the psychic energy flooding the surrounding space. Raising his hand, he clenched a fist before his chest, and several golden runes flared to life once more, unleashing waves of golden light to resist the overwhelming psychic force Susan bore down upon him. Psychic crush. Susan's expression turned icy. Morin's words moments ago had stabbed deep into her heart like steel needles. For thousands of years, the hunter squad specifically formed for god-slaying had never actually slain a god. Now, it had completely lost its purpose, becoming nothing more than an empty title, a symbolic mascot of no real significance. Even though she looked down on the hunter squad now, she couldn't deny that she too had once walked through its doors filled with passion and earnest dreams, becoming the envy of countless ability users. "I can look down on you, but you can't." Susan clenched her 5 fingers fiercely. Boom! Morin's protective golden sigils instantly shattered. Before Susan could seize the opportunity to launch her next attack, the scattered golden runes in the air slowly converged in Morin's hand, forming a massive golden bow. Holding the bow aloft, he pulled the bowstring with his right hand, resembling a golden full moon in the sky. A golden arrow materialized, its tip aimed directly at Susan. The golden arrow shot straight toward Susan, a lethal assault. Susan bent slightly at the waist, raised her right arm close to her cheek, and delivered a punch squarely at the incoming golden arrow. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the golden arrow, painting the sky with extraordinary brilliance. Morin drew his bow taut as a full moon once more, a flash of gold flickering in his pupils. As the arrow loosed, his lips moved silently. Arrow star, golden rain. The released golden arrow trembled momentarily before multiplying into hundreds, all hurtling simultaneously towards Susan. Susan flicked her wrist and punched forward, her psychic energy as tangible as molasses, blocking all the incoming golden arrows. She pressed her lips tightly together, anger flashing in her eyes as she pushed her fist another half-inch forward. Psychic crush. Bzzzzz. Hundreds of golden arrows shattered simultaneously, their fragments scattering like golden rain before dissipating into the air. The two stood facing each other, but neither launched another attack. Morin put away the golden greatbow and chuckled, no more fighting. If this continues, the people by the riverside will suffer. Susan, since we've met, I'll give you a piece of advice. Gods are not the enemies of humanity. After saying these words, Morin turned and vanished without a trace. Susan didn't stop Maureen from leaving. Just as he had said, if the two of them continued fighting, Bin Jiang would be caught in the fallout, something she couldn't bear to see. They were demon hunters, after all, not madmen who would stop at nothing to eradicate monsters. Susan slowly descended and said to the crowd, let's head back for now. No matter what, we successfully eliminated the soul-devouring blood fiend tonight. That counts as an achievement. As for that fellow earlier, I'll keep a personal eye on him. The group didn't say anything more. Susan would have to be the one to keep an eye on things. They were no match for Morin at all. Some went home, while others left in vehicles from the Spirit Administration. Since it was close to Helly's place, they let Bai Fei drive the car back while he decided to walk home himself. As Helly walked along the road, the conversation between Susan and Morin earlier had left him full of doubts. Lost in thought, Helly wasn't in any hurry to get home. He sat down on a bench by the roadside to mull things over. Suddenly, he felt something bumping against his calf, snapping him out of his thoughts as he looked down. It was the blue bay shepherd named Xiaolan. What was he doing here? Then, his body tensed abruptly, strained to the breaking point. At the same time, Molin's voice came from behind him. Healy, said like this, let's talk. Chapter 67, A Pitiful Betrayal. Alright, what shall we talk about? Helly agreed. He had many questions to ask, such as, about the Divine Envoy. Divine Envoy, as the name suggests, is a messenger of the gods. If someone like Molin, who could evenly match Susan in combat, was a Divine Envoy, then where did it leave people like himself, who considered themselves gods? He simply pretended to know nothing, passively accepting the fact that he now possessed a divine emissary. Or perhaps this divine messenger was dissatisfied with merely being an envoy and wished to become like Jin Chuan and the other hunters, aspiring to become a god. Hence, it sought to hunt him down and consume him. Helly wanted to ask, but the right to question was founded on a basis of mutual equality. Currently, there was clearly an imbalance of power between the two. Thus, Helly lost the initiative to speak first, because one wrong word, and he might end up becoming a dish on the table. Although he had 7 companions and might stand a chance in a fight, his damned curiosity got the better of him again. He wanted to know certain things. Helly sighed inwardly, damn it, once I become powerful, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Morin had no idea that Helly's mind was already playing out a 45-episode dramatic saga. After a moment of hesitation, he let out a soft sigh and spoke in a low, apologetic tone. My deepest apologies, my God, please forgive my choice. In truth, just a few days ago, I still dreamed of following you, becoming the shield before you now and the spear in your hand in the future. Like Little Blue, I was once your most devoted believer and follower. Little Blue said that gods don't need companions. His underlying meaning was, we aren't worthy of being your companions. Our only worth lies in serving as tools under your command. He was right, and I couldn't agree more. But you're disappointed. Helly's hand was already resting on the head of that blue bay shepherd, gently stroking it as he calmly uttered these words. Morin trembled slightly and remained silent for a long time before finally saying, yes. Though it may sound disrespectful, this is truly what I feel in my heart. I'm willing to be a dog, to become the divine's hound, to be driven by the gods, to raise shields, wield spears, shed blood, and perish. This is the duty and glory of my divine rune clan. Yet, I think, Helly spoke up, do you believe you still have any choice in this matter? Rather than investing in someone as fragile and fleeting as me, it would be better to follow a far more powerful deity. Just as you said, the 13 ancient gods, the cycle awakener. Besides me, aren't there 12 other gods? Upon hearing Helly's calm yet stiff voice, Merlin's expression flickered with conflict for an instant before vanishing entirely, leaving only a trace of shame remaining. That's correct. Therefore, I beg for your forgiveness. It doesn't matter. Without the slightest hesitation, Helly spoke these words, and afterward, silence descended between them once more. Morin was doing his best to calm his emotions and steady his breathing. He didn't speak, he wanted to leave. As he slightly shifted his feet, the sound of his leather soles scraping against gravel became unbearably loud in such a quiet space. Clap, pop, pop. What was that sound? Morin's body stiffened. Just as he was wondering about the noise, a cigarette extended beside his head, the most common, mass-market brand called White Pagoda. Morin froze. Those faint tapping sounds just now, was he knocking a cigarette box to loosen tobacco? Want one? Healy's voice cut through. Sure. Morin hesitated briefly before accepting the cigarette, reaching for his lighter. Clap. A flame of orange-red stretched out once more. Morin clenched the cigarette between his teeth, frozen for a second, yet that single second was enough for countless thoughts to flood his mind, the most crucial among them being, God, give me fire. Even though he was weak now, he was still a god. The relationship between gods and divine messenger families wasn't built on power, but on hierarchy. Morin pressed his head closer, took a deep breath, and could almost foresee that this moment, now, and for the rest of his life, would remain the most glorious of his existence. Heli held a cigarette between his lips, crossed his legs, tilted his head slightly, tucked his left hand into his pants pocket, and gently stroked Xiaolan's head with his right. I've been abandoned. That was Heli's first thought. As a god, to actually be abandoned by a dog. This was the second thought that crossed Heli's mind. Although the meaning was the same, the significance behind it was entirely different. The first kind carries some indescribable, even inexplicable sense of betrayal. The second is anger. From the moment Moran opened her mouth until just now, Heli had remained expressionless, his gaze calm, without the slightest fluctuation in emotion. But now, a thread of anger had begun to surface in his heart. Everyone except Hijun abruptly appeared around the bench, all staring expressionlessly at Moran, who was enjoying his cigarette with relish. Xiaoyu stood beside Heli, his eyes downcast, half of his face hidden in shadow. Chen Sui and Jin Fang flanked Moran on both sides, the cold glint of their goosequill sabers and claw knives flashing in their hands. Li Qin stood on the backrest of the bench, holding a halberd whose spear tip was mere 5 centimeters away from the back of Moran's skull. Hushi's face was tense as she raised her right hand, her small fingers adorned with diamond-patterned gloves, pointing directly at Morin's forehead. Yen Ping simply sat beside Morin, tilting his head slightly. His handsome face had turned icy cold, his eyes locking onto Morin like a venomous serpent. Morin remained utterly indifferent, savoring the fleeting pleasure brought by the cheap cigarette he considered inferior. However, Xiaolan, with her keen senses, had already lowered her head, tucked her tail between her legs, and huddled close to Heli's feet, trembling uncontrollably. A very interesting idea suddenly flashed through Heli's mind. He smiled faintly and placed the half-empty cigarette pack from his pocket on the backrest of the bench. This pack is for you. If we ever meet again, let's sit together for a smoke like we did today. What a twisted sense of ceremony. Morin turned to look at the half-empty pack, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew this was Heli's way of telling him just how foolish his choice today had been, that if they were to meet again someday, he might not even be worthy to appear in this man's field of vision. And these half-pack of cigarettes held immense motivational power for Heli, who would never forget his betrayal today. Although, strictly speaking, he hadn't consciously chosen to follow him. Now, none of that mattered anymore. He had to voice his thoughts. Moreover, even if he remained silent, Xiaolan would eventually tell the story herself. Compared to an honorable departure, abandoning without a word would only breed greater resentment. Very well, as you wish. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, believing that by then you will have truly awakened your divinity. My shame leaves me too ashamed to face you directly. Little Blue is different from me, it has always chosen you with unwavering certainty. Understood. Morin held that half-pack of cigarettes, hesitated for a moment, then said, there are still 3 people watching you in Binjiang, 1 spirit warrior, 2 psychics. They may seize their opportunity to make a move within these couple of days. Today I took the liberty of testing Susan's skills for you, she's qualified to protect you. Got it. Heli's reply remained characteristically flat. Morin clenched his teeth, sighed softly, and then vanished from the bench. Heli slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, tilting his head back to gaze at the night sky as he couldn't help but murmur, damn it, the smog is so thick, you can't see the stars or the moon. Chapter 68, Doing Chores. Do you think his choice was the right one? Heli suddenly spoke up and asked. He was asking Xiaoyu and the others, unsure whether he was an awakener or even a deity, but he dared not contradict them, which effectively led to silent acceptance. Yet, even so, that was no reason to become a worthless stock. Moreover, the investor personally explained that the reason he wouldn't invest was simply because this juvenile god was too weak. His choice was correct. Xiaoyu raised his head, meeting everyone's gaze, and stared directly into Yili's eyes as he answered the question. The instant Xiaoyu's voice fell. Apart from Yili, the auras of the other 5 immediately shifted. Needless to mention the naturally murderous Jin Fang and Chen Sui, even the melancholic Li Qin, the languid Yen Ping, and the cheerful He Shi all turned sharp and formidable. They did not lower their weapons. Instead, they fixed their eyes on Xiaoyu's face, waiting for his next words. If those words failed to satisfy them, Healy had no doubt that Xiaoyu would face a joint assault from all 5 of them. Yet Xiaoyu remained unperturbed. He chuckled lightly, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a puzzled expression before saying, Healy, why would you be sulking over a dog that was never yours to begin with? Healy stared blankly at Xiaoyu. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Healy could no longer contain his laughter and burst out laughing heartily. Xiaoyu always spoke with piercing precision, pale yet potent. Phew! Healy took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, stifled his chuckle, then turned to look at everyone gathered around him. With evident chagrin, he said, I kinda regret giving him that half-pack of cigarettes now. There were over 10 left, adds up to 6 yuan. Li Qin hefted his halberd onto his shoulder and sighed, turns out posturing costs money. The overhead's too damn high. Yan Ping chuckled and chimed in, consider it a lesson learned. Let's try showing off for free next time our family isn't well off. Humph. After sweeping a glance over the crowd, Chen Sui let out a cold snort before vanishing. Jin Fang immediately lost his temper, frowning and demanding, what the hell was that cold snort from Chen the madman for? Is he sick? Who's he sneering at? Damn it! I'll beat him up for sure. With that, he also disappeared. Yan Ping shrugged, exchanged a glance with Li Qin, and then both vanished without a trace. Brother, I'm going to leave too. It's very late and I'm sleepy. She wrapped her arms around He Li's neck from behind and said softly. Without waiting for He Li's response, she left directly. These people come quickly and disappear just as fast. Only Xiaoyu stood in front of He Li, looking at little Blue crouching at his feet, and said with a smile, congratulations, you've gained yourself a mount. He Li lowered his head to look at the large dog, fell silent for a moment, and said, riding a dog will tear your pants. Xiaoyu, Xiaolan. On the path, Heli and Xiaoye walked side by side, with Xiaolan following behind Heli. The soul-devouring blood demon has been eliminated, and with Captain killing Jin Chuan, a second-tier demon and a 7th-stage Jinlock superhuman, both are already dead. They were probably just impatient cannon fodder. After Heli finished speaking, he paused briefly before continuing. This amount should be enough to lower the captain's guard and vigilance. Next, they'll probably lure the captain away and then make their move against me. Xiaoyu nodded. Based on the behavioral hints He Li had been dropping recently, their probing and observation phase was reaching its conclusion. The deaths of 2 consecutive pawns, both heavyweights, had delivered sufficient impact, whether on He Li or Susan. The main event was about to begin. He Li looked at Xiaoyu and asked, what did He Jun say? Are you worried we can't handle those hunters? Xiaoyu retorted. He Li raised his hand. From his calm expression, it was clear Xiaoyu had hit the mark. He trusted He Jun completely, but wasn't sure if his own mental strength could withstand these fellows' extravagance. Don't worry. Xiaoyu smiled and said, since He Jun didn't stop you, it means he's absolutely confident. No need to worry. Looking down at little Blue trailing behind He Li, Xiaoyu added, this little guy here looks like he could eat a ton. He Li glanced at Xiaoyu with questioning eyes. Are you sure you want to keep it? I must remind you, dog food isn't cheap these days. He Li reached out to pat little Blue's upturned dog head and said softly, I'm not sure whether it eats dog food or something else. After returning home and finishing his shower, He Li sat on the sofa in his pajamas. He pushed aside the nearby armchair and placed a cushion there. This would be little Blue's new bed. Watching little Blue lying on the couch with narrowed eyes, it seemed quite content with the situation. Suddenly having a loyal dog of his own wasn't so hard for He Li to accept after all, especially since little Blue was a Blue Bay Shepherd, not exactly cheap in the dog market. If money got tight later, selling it could cover emergencies. Little Blue, lying on the couch, suddenly opened its eyes to find He Li gazing at it with unexpectedly tender warmth. The little Blue dog tilted its head. Awoo. He Li scratched his cheek. What did awoo mean? Hungry? The little Blue dog shook its head, placed both front paws side by side beneath its head, then rested its head on the paws, looking obediently at He Li. He Li pursed his lips and asked, Morin knows how to fight, what can you do? What He Li was really thinking was, both dogs are divine messengers. If that dog could trade blows with Susan, what special skills does this one possess? Little Blue jumped off the sofa, trotted straight to the refrigerator, deftly opened the door with his muzzle, pulled out an ice-cold beer bottle, and placed it before He Li. Then, he extended his paw, positioning a claw precisely beneath the bottle cap's raised edge. Pop! The beer was opened, the flying cap arcing through the air before being swatted by a dog's tail into the trash bin. After opening the beer, Xiaolan pressed the remote control on the coffee table, turned on the TV, flipped through a few channels, and finally settled on a romance movie. Then, holding the air conditioner remote, they turned it on, set it to 26 degrees, and timed it for 2 hours. Rushing into the bathroom amidst the sound of splashing water, little Blue came trotting out with a mop in its mouth, starting to clean the floor while also neatly arranging He Li's chaotic shoes by the door. He Li snapped out of his thoughts, took a sip of beer, picked up his phone, and gave Tao Shui a call. Hello, He Li? What's the matter calling so late? Tao Shui's voice carried a noticeable nasal tone, languid and soft. She must have been getting ready for sleep. Snow sis, my dog is doing housework, just finished mopping and now he's tidying the kitchen. Wanna come see? Tao Shui? Chapter 69, Home Delivery. Heli adored Little Blue, but certainly not because it was worth over 2.4 million. After all, no one could resist a handsome, valuable dog who can also do housework. The next morning, after reconfirming that Little Blue wouldn't eat dog food or regular food, He Li headed to the Spiritual Management Bureau. What did you mean last night when you said your dog can do housework? Tao Shui walked over and leaned against the couch as she questioned He Li. Healy's eyes lit up as he said, really, it can sweep, mop, wash clothes, and even clean windows. I was planning to buy a cookbook today to teach it how to cook. Tao Xue burst into laughter. Why don't you just say you have an elephant at home while you're at it? Even if your dog could cook, would you dare to eat its food? Well, Healy froze for a moment. She had a point. Would he actually dare to eat anything Little Blue cooked? That was indeed a question worth considering. Just as Healy was pondering whether to teach Xiaolan how to cook, Susan emerged from her office and called out to him from the doorway, Healy, come here for a moment. Oh, sure. Healy responded and stepped into Susan's office. Without any preamble, Susan got straight to the point. There's suspicion of a second-tier demon lurking in Jinchue City. The local branch has requested support from the Northern Division, and the mission has been assigned. Since I'm the closest, I'll have to go. Healy's heart skipped a beat just as he'd feared. They were luring away his anchor. Thinking 10 steps ahead while taking one is scheming truly is Healy's forte. Why tell me this alone? What can I possibly do? Healy asked. Susan looked up at Healy, then rolled her eyes and snapped. What could I possibly make you do? I just want you to behave and not get yourself killed while I'm away. I'm not sure how long it might take, maybe a day, or possibly 2 to 3 days at most, but it definitely won't exceed 3 days. Healy nodded and said, alright, I understand. Both Jin Xuan and the soul-devouring blood demon are dead, a second-tier demon and a 7th-tier superhuman. They were already formidable enough. If even such individuals have fallen, I don't believe there's anyone in Binjiang stronger than them. Susan gave Healy a peculiar look. I can't help but feel like you're eager for me to leave, or rather, to get out of each other's sight. Healy teased, so it turns out Captain Susan and I are in each other's sight, huh? Oomph, smooth talker. Susan shot Healy an annoyed glance and waved him away dismissively. After leaving Susan's office, Healy went straight to the rooftop and sat on its edge. Whenever Healy became lost in thought, Xiaodia would appear. Whenever he was troubled, Li Qin would show up. Healy had already mastered the technique of active summoning, but the emotional tides deep within his heart were beyond his control. Just imagine who would deliberately recall sorrowful memories when they're in good spirits. Captain Susan is heading to Jinchue City today. Rumor has it there's a second-tier demon lurking there. Her return time remains uncertain. So soon? Xiaoyu showed a hint of surprise before declaring with visible pride, our planning is truly flawless. If we'd lived in ancient times, we'd surely have been renowned military strategists. You seem quite excited, asked Healy. And you aren't? Xiaoyu stood beside Healy, gazing at the beautiful scenery of Binjiang City. Healy smiled softly. Of course I'm excited too. Let's see what qualifications those so-called hunters have to hunt me. In a hotel suite, 3 men sat on the sofa. The bulliest white man among them said, that woman Susan will leave Binjiang today. Actually, there's one thing that's been bothering me. Susan must know that Healy is an awakener, yet as a member of the hunter team, she actually sheltered, or should I say protected, an awakener. Tell me, why would she do that? The man to the left of the white male sneered, Chalmers, the hunter group has existed for thousands of years. Forget about slaying gods, they haven't even killed a divine messenger. And you still call it the hunter group? Slaying gods? More like serving them. Another man chimed in, I completely agree with Zanaka about serving gods. Who can resist a deity? Can you, Chalmers? Or Zanaka? Not even me. Chalmers turned to the man and asked, Mang, do you think that Awakener has the ability to resist us? His dark-skinned, lean and muscular figure, Sanka, also looked over, waiting for the man's reply. The man pondered for a moment before saying, I'm not sure, as I've never seen a true Awakener either. But judging by his condition when facing both Jin Xuan and the Blood Fiend, he was completely defenseless. As you can see, his greatest reliance is Susan. Before this, the strongest demons he'd slain were merely 4th-tier ones, and even those were just puppet corpse demons originating from soul-devouring blood fiends. Zanka nodded and said, that's what I thought too. Jin Xuan, that useless trash, actually came in handy. Then we'll make our move tomorrow night. Zanka paused before continuing. The demonic treant I left in Jinchue City should be able to delay Susan for 2 days. Just how many demons do you have? Mang Lu asked Zanka curiously. Zanka shook his head and said, only a blood fiend and a treant, just 2 second-tier demons. That's all. Ha! Mang Lu and Chalmers exchanged glances, smiling. Zanker, are you suspicious of the 2 of us? Yes, Zanker admitted frankly. Mang Lu, isn't there a saying in your country, each harbors his own dark schemes? Isn't that exactly what's happening between us now? After capturing the Awakener, we might well turn on each other, this is something we've all considered. No point pretending otherwise. Chalmers picked up the wine glass on the table, took a sip, wiped his mouth, and grinned. Zanker, you're always so blunt, but that's exactly what I admire about you. Zanka's cold eyes, serpent-like, fixed on Chalmers as he said, Chalmers, you were the one who told us that Healy is an Awakener. Are you saying you didn't just use us as pawns? Mang Lu leaned back on the sofa, his gaze darkening. Let's put our feud aside for now. Once the Awakener is completely off guard, we'll take him away first. Zanka shot a sidelong glance at Meng Lu, slightly lowering his head in silence. Chalmers watched them with an amused look, reclining lazily on the sofa as he gently swirled his wine bottle, his eyes flickering between Zanka and Meng Lu. In the afternoon, Susan left. Helly sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Susan's car gradually drive away. Choosing a place? Helly asked. Xiaoyu looked inquiringly at Healy. Healy said, Jean Fong said if Jun uses his ability, everyone in this city will die. I really don't want to give Captain Sushan such a surprise when she returns. Xiaoyu pursed his lips and smiled. No need. We'll go to them personally. Chapter 70 Nightfall. As night descended, Healy drove away from the Spirit Administration building. Honestly, I don't quite understand, Xiaoyu. Have you always been so confident like this? Xiaoyu chuckled lightly before assuming a serious expression. Indeed, everything I consider aligns with the highest priority and optimal interests. Taking risks isn't advisable, remember, luck can't consistently favor one side. Healy smacked his lips slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiaoyu had truly embodied the saying, if you don't feel awkward yourself, then it's others who'll feel awkward instead. Indeed, Healy was now feeling extremely awkward. Healy skipped dinner at the Spirit Management Committee and headed straight home, as he had major plans for the evening. Before embarking on something big, it's quite necessary to go home and seek some sense of security first. I cooked some instant egg noodles from the supermarket, paired with a bit of mushroom noodle sauce from the fridge, just making do with what's available. Healy sat on the sofa eating his meal, while Xiaoyu sat opposite Xiaolan, arms crossed, one long leg casually crossed over the other. Healy noticed that Xiaoyu genuinely carried a scholar's demeanor, though sitting in the same posture as Yen Ping and Jean Fong. Yen Ping had the demeanor of a petty gangster, while Jean Fong exuded the aura of a crime boss. The oddest of all was Jean Fong. At times, his presence was so formidable it sent chills down to the bones, while at others, he was like a ghost standing right there, yet easily overlooked if one wasn't paying attention. As Jean Fong himself put it, that's the basic quality of a professional killer. Eating his noodles noisily, Healy, Little Blue yawned listlessly while sprawled on the sofa. A great god like him surely shouldn't have to wash dishes, after all, he's just a dog with paws. Any reasonable person would know better than to make a dog do the dishes. Little Blue, go wash the plates. The drowsy dog jerked his head up in disbelief. So it turns out washing dishes really wasn't out of the question. Little Blue hopped off the sofa and approached the coffee table. Helly promptly placed the plates and chopsticks on top of the dog's head. Xiaolan cautiously tiptoed toward the kitchen on cat-like feet. Snap! Healy lit a cigarette, watching the TV screen as he silently smoked, exhaling a slow stream of white smoke before murmuring softly, Hee-jun, where are they? At the Blue-Red Pavilion Hotel, came a mellow voice from the right, speaking slowly and gently yet carrying an indescribable aura of authority. Hee-jun had appeared beside Healy without warning, sitting in the same posture as Xiaoyu yet exuding an entirely different presence. Two words surfaced in Healy's mind. Majestic. Healy suddenly realized that Hee-jun's presence was markedly more refined compared to ordinary folks like himself. Though not handsome, falling short of Healy himself, Jean Fong, let alone that brooding charmer Yen Ping, Hee-jun possessed an aura. Yet, that made people like him instinctively feel diminished in his shadow. Healy had seriously considered this matter and eventually reached a conclusion. Compared to Hee-jun, someone like him wasn't worthy. What do you plan to do? Healy asked. Hee-jun looked at Healy and slowly said, it's up to you to decide what to do next. What do you mean? Healy was dumbfounded. What could he do? He needed to rely on them. And now they turned to ask him, what was he supposed to do? Drive overnight to Jinshui City to beg Captain Susan for protection? Hee-jun replied, the person is right there. It's your call on how to handle them. Healy froze, instinctively turning his head to glance at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded, as if he already knew Hee-jun would say this. The person is right there, at my disposal? In an instant, Healy realized that he had always misunderstood Hee-jun. He assumed Hee-jun would discuss how to handle matters with him like Xiaoyu and the others, then use his capability and methods to solve problems. However, the truth was that Hee-jun couldn't care less about these matters. Just let me know what conclusion you reach after discussing it. But if you still can't decide after discussing, then my word shall be the final decision. After a moment of silence, Healy said, Xiaoyu suggested we go straight to confront them. Sure, Hee-jun nodded. Are you confident about it? Healy asked with concern. Hee-jun tilted his head slightly, looking at Healy with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He countered, what confidence does one need to crush a few bugs? Healy was left speechless again, feeling like his conversation with Hee-jun wasn't even on the same wavelength. Xiaolan had just finished washing the dishes and stepped out of the kitchen when suddenly, it froze in place. Its pair of silver white eyes locked onto Healy, or more precisely, onto the space to Healy's right. After a painfully long second of hesitation, it lowered its body, tiptoed backward in cat-like footsteps, and slowly retreated into the kitchen before gently sliding the kitchen door shut. At this moment, Xiaoye spoke up. His gaze shifted back and forth between Hee-jun and Healy, then he grinned mischievously and said, Now that the plan has reached this stage, I won't interfere anymore. Hope you two have fun. After saying this, Xiaoyu vanished from the sofa. Healy rolled his eyes. What exactly had you planned anyway? Sending Susan away, finding the person, killing them. The simple three-step plan. The first step was accomplished by Healy at the cost of his life, while the second and third steps depend on Hejuan. So, Xiaoyu, you worthless troublemaker, what exactly have you done? Healy inwardly grumbled angrily about Xiaoyu in his heart. Shall we go now? Healy tentatively asked Hejuan. Okay. The off-road vehicle traveled along the road. Hejun sat in the passenger seat, his right elbow propped on the window, his palm supporting his cheek, quietly watching the road. Healy glanced at Hejun from time to time. Finally, he spoke up. Mo Lin said there are 3 people, 2 ability users and 1 spirit martial artist, probably all stronger than Jin Xuan. How do you plan to handle them? Faced with Healy's question, Hejun answered without hesitation. Just like how we did in the woods, kill them with our hands. Just with your hands? Could stomp it to death with your feet too. No, what I mean is, aren't you planning to use your ability? No need. You've only unlocked the first stage of Gene Lock. Your mental energy isn't strong enough to support me using abilities yet. For now, this will do. Healy nodded thoughtfully and added, actually, I'm very curious about what your ability is. Jin Fong said that if you used your power, everyone in this city would die. Hejun turned to look at Healy and said, Jin Fong was lying to you. Healy curled his lips and remarked, I knew it. How could there be such a powerful ability? This city has over 4.3 million. Not just humans, Hejun continued. Healy's grip on the steering wheel abruptly tightened. He shot a glance at Hejun but remained silent. In that very second, he dismissed his curiosity about Hejun's abilities. Or rather, temporarily suppressed his curiosity. Lan Hongting Hotel. Healy completely ignored the questioning look from the receptionist and headed straight for the elevator. Sometimes it's like this, once you take the initiative to strike up a conversation, you can't avoid being questioned. Then, after going through a tedious process, the diligent and responsible receptionist will end up calling them. Sir, there's a gentleman named Healy here to see you. He said he's here to kill you. Should I call the police for you? It's downright ridiculous and hilarious. Why not stride out with the confidence of a true consumer? Overflowing with spending conviction, don't ask, just know. I've paid for this. Chapter 71, Leisurely Stroll. That's what Morin said. The 13 ancient deities, Cycle Awakener. Hejun slowly recited these 10 words, nodding as he said, 13 gods have reincarnated into awakeners. That is to say, there are 13 true awakeners in this world, what you might call gods. According to Mo Lin, he belongs to some divine rune family, born to serve the gods, and even the dog in his house is supposedly a divine messenger. Healy gave an affirmative hum and said, that's right. Originally, I had doubts about my identity as an awakener, but after Captain Susan's confirmation, the demon's obsession with my body, and Mo Lin's verification, I'm almost certain I am a true awakener. In other words, what they call a god. Hejun said, if that's really the case, then your position becomes quite precarious. Both humans and demons want you. Humans want to claim you to turn you into a weapon against demons, while demons want to devour you for their own gain. And you, stuck right between humans and demons, have become the common target of pursuit for both sides, or perhaps, their common enemy. Hejun looked at Healy and asked, what do you think about this? My thoughts are to stay put for now, remaining with the Spiritual Management Committee. I don't plan on leaving until Captain Susan reveals her true conditions for offering me protection. A level 7 spiritual warrior is just the beginning. There are higher realms above. A 7th-stage genetic lock awakened seems like a feeble ant in Captain Susan's hands, utterly powerless. There must be even higher stages beyond the 7th. So, I was thinking, ding, the elevator doors opened. They're on this floor, right? Those rooms over there? 2203, 2206, 2214. Healy led Hejun across the soft carpet as he continued speaking. So, I want to stay here for now. If I leave the Spiritual Management Society, it means I'll completely reveal my identity. As a 4th-rank spirit warrior with 1st-tier genetic lock, where exactly could I escape to? At that point, I'd either face hordes of demons besieging me or be hunted down by humans. At least it's relatively safe for now. Aren't you worried Susan might have ulterior motives? Hejun asked. Healy replied, I am. That's why I hope she'll propose terms to me so we can formally establish cooperation. That would give me some peace of mind. Here we are, room 2203. All right, Hejun responded. Hejun glanced at the door plate, which read 2203. Then, the door opened. Healy watched as the door slowly opened, revealing the voice of an infuriated man from inside. What the hell is wrong with your hotel? I already said I don't need housekeeping. Are you trying to die? Menglu rose drunkenly from the sofa, shouting toward the door, but as his vision cleared and he recognized the visitor, the fury in his eyes melted into confusion, then bloomed into delight. His eyes widened in joyful disbelief as Healy slowly entered the room, gazing at her like he'd been granted some premium free service, and the quality of the attendant was astonishingly high. Helly, you. When the person you've been yearning for suddenly appears before you, how would you react? The answer was too exciting for words. So Mang Lu chose to take direct action. With a surge of spiritual energy, the cyan aura on both sides of his shoulders detached from his body, projecting outward to form two massive cyan hands that lunged fiercely toward Healy. Bzzzzz. The spiritual energy hands came to a halt just before reaching Healy. No matter how hard Mang Lu struggled, they couldn't advance another inch. Giving up the futile effort, he instead erupted with full spiritual energy, clenched his fists tightly, and charged straight at Healy. Truth be told, Mang Lu found it bizarre as well. How could Healy, merely a fourth-tier spiritual warrior, block his spiritual energy hands out of thin air? Yet the alcohol burning through his veins had dulled his brain. Even though his mind remained lucid, his body wasn't entirely under his control. Mang Lu didn't know what was happening, but Healy saw it clearly. Just as Mang Lu's dual spiritual power hands reached out, Jun raised his hand, and those cyan spiritual power hands collided as if hitting a water surface. The space before Healy rippled like waves. Yet Healy had no time to ponder further, because that drunken man had already charged forward, unfortunately for him, straight into Jun's raised hand. Jun held Mang Lu's neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground as his limbs flailed helplessly in panic-stricken terror while staring at Healy before him. Mang Lu clutched his own throat with both hands, gasping like a man desperately seeking a sliver of air between stone crevices. Utterly disheveled, his spiritual energy kept leaking out in feeble attempts to attack Healy, only to be blocked by an invisible wall before his foe. In this moment, panic seized him completely. Straining with all his might, he forced words from his throat. I'm a spirit warrior who has opened the knowledge realm, while you're only a 4th-level spirit warrior. How could you possibly? Healy ignored Mang Lu's panicked questioning and low growls, continuing the topic he had just been discussing with Jun. Though it's a mutual exploitation, as long as each party's needs are met, it becomes a perfect collaboration. All I hope for now is that Captain Susan will lay out his terms as soon as possible. Jun squeezed Mang Lu's neck softly, gave a faint hum, and nodded in agreement. So killing them now isn't just about eliminating the threat to yourself, but also proving to Susan that you're the genuine awakener worth keeping around? Yes, Jun, can you believe it? Captain Susan never left Binjiang City. She must be standing somewhere watching me right now, just like that time at Jaya Tower when I wiped out the Bay Crocodile organization. She stood on the rooftop of the opposite building, observing my every move. Healy paused for a moment before continuing. Since this is a transaction, and I'm the weaker party, I must demonstrate my utility value. Although it's quite unpleasant to admit, ultimately the existence of all people and things boils down to nothing more than utility value and emotional value. While showing vulnerability, also demonstrating that you possess exploitable value. There's nothing wrong with that. I just want to live safely and have space to grow. He shifted slightly, turning sideways to face Healy. He examined the young man carefully. There was a touch of youthful immaturity, a streak of resolute determination, and in those calm eyes burned a fierce struggle. Jun laughed. It was his first laugh, or at least what Healy recalled as the first time he saw Jun smile, a warm smile tinged with relief. You've grown up, huh? As Jun's words trailed off. Bang! Mang Lu's body crashed onto the carpet. Despair filled his gaze as he stared at Healy, the world gradually fading to gray before plunging into endless darkness. His consciousness vanished. In that final moment before oblivion, he kept wondering how he had died, and even more perplexing, what exactly Healy had been muttering about since the moment he stepped through the door. Chapter 72. Come out and face me. Mang Lu is dead. Until the moment of his death, he never knew how he died. Healy had been talking to himself since entering the door, paying no attention to him, and he had only made 2 moves before being killed. Mang Lu's corpse vanished. More accurately, it first turned to black ash, then gradually dissipated into nothingness, dying the same death as Lu Shangnan's head. Jun gave a light flick of his hand and said, You've developed your own thoughts now. That's good, but I still hope you can live happily. Back when you were discussing your entry into the Spirit Management Committee with Susan, the others couldn't sense your intentions or inner feelings, but I could clearly sense your thoughts and your restless, anxious heart. So, I stepped out and made the decision for you. They all genuinely care for your well-being, but they're too strong-willed and tend to overlook your thoughts. Don't blame them. Healy nodded with a faint smile. I know. Creak. The sound of a door opening came from the hallway. The next moment, 3 demonic wolfhounds the size of calves appeared behind Healy outside the door, their fur bristling, drool seeping between their sharp fangs as they snarled and pounced toward him. Bam! 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 Without any surprise, all 3 demonic wolfhounds slammed into an invisible wall. Then, frozen in place, though their crimson, ferocious eyes still burned with savagery and hunger for prey. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 dull thuds, 3 demonic wolfhounds turned to dust. Healy stepped out of the room and stood in the hallway, looking at the short, dark-skinned man standing in front of room 2206, someone who appeared to be from Southeast Asia or Vietnam, but to Healy, it made no difference. Healy approached Zanka step by step, each footfall seeming to ascend the ladder of Zanka's life. His gaze remained utterly calm, he had merely glanced at Zanka before fixing his eyes ahead, walking toward room 2214. "Look down on me, awakener!" Zanka roared in fury as a bizarre half-meter-tall stone statue materialized behind him, resembling some kind of deity enshrined in a temple. Black mist swirled around the stone effigy as demonic creatures continuously surged forth, growing larger as they howled and charged toward the approaching Heli. Yet no matter how fiercely these demons charged, they all disintegrated into ashes mid-air. With each deliberate step Heli took, the monstrous creatures turned to dust one by one. Zanker's expression morphed from rage to stunned terror as he slumped against the doorframe, voiceless and broken, watching helplessly as Heli walked past him. Then, he stared blankly as his own body slowly turned black, then gradually crumbled into ashes, before finally vanishing. Strolling leisurely, this was Heli's understanding of Hajuan's current state. Moments ago, he had merely witnessed Hajuan brush past that person and then, that person died. Just as he had imagined at home, Hajuan truly didn't care about any plans. Hee-jun turned his head slightly to look at the front left and said, "You're right, your team leader is watching from a distance." Healy glanced up at the overhead corridor surveillance camera and smiled faintly. "Not enough," he remarked. Several kilometers away from the Blue Red Court Hotel, inside a car parked by the street, Susan was staring at the tablet screen, momentarily frozen by the image of Healy looking up and smiling directly at her. Then, with a resigned chuckle, she placed the tablet on the passenger seat, started the engine, and drove toward the Blue Red Court building. As the two stepped up to room 2214, the door swung open. The door directly faced the sofa in the suite's living room. A tall Caucasian man stood before it, his expression solemn as he gazed at Healy, as if he had long anticipated Healy's arrival and was waiting for him to approach. Healy looked at Chambers strangely and asked, "Aren't you going to put up a fight?" Chalmers slowly began to move. Under Healy's puzzled gaze, he bowed formally and said with a smile, "How dare I raise a hand against a god? That would be unforgivable blasphemy. A deity may ignore an ant, but they would never tolerate its provocation." Healy didn't respond. He just stood at the doorway, looking at Hee-jun. Hee-jun didn't make any move either. The current situation left Healy somewhat puzzled. How was this person's demeanor so different from those two guys earlier? The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. One was a prey-turned-hunter, coming to hunt. The other was originally a hunter but had passively become prey, yet he offered no resistance, quietly awaiting the hunter. Simply put, Healy was momentarily at a loss. Chalmers took another step back, then half-knelt before Healy, placing his left arm behind his back and his right arm before his abdomen in what appeared to be a distinctive ceremonial posture. "My apologies for the trouble caused by my rashness and abruptness." It's fine." Healy waved his hand and then looked at Chalmers, who was half-kneeling before him, saying, "You can stand up now. With you kneeling like this, I'd feel too embarrassed to kill you." "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was causing you such distress. I didn't know what position you'd prefer. If you could give me some guidance, I'd be more than happy to cooperate." Chalmers scrambled up from the ground, looking as flustered as a child who'd done something wrong. Chalmers' behavior once again left Healy bewildered. To be honest, enemies were only interesting when they put up some resistance, at least stubbornly stiffening their necks in defiance or hurling a couple of curses for satisfaction. That would give the killer a greater thrill. For the first time since entering this hotel, Healy's face showed anger. His brows furrowed, his eyes icy cold as he said in a low voice, "Are you toying with me?" Hee-jun raised his hand toward Chalmers, and in an instant, it was as if Chalmers had teleported right into Hee-jun's grasp. From Chalmers' perspective, all he saw was Healy frown before he suddenly appeared in front of Healy, his body frozen about 2 meters away. He felt as though his throat had been clamped, his entire body paralyzed. He tried activating his special ability, but it was futile, his body went limp, as if suffering from dehydration. He gazed at Healy with utter fanaticism. This was the power of a god. Even though he only possessed the strength of a 4th-level spirit warrior and had only unlocked the first stage of genetic locks, killing an 8th-stage genetic lock super like himself would be as easy as drinking water. Is this what a god is? The power of divinity. Seeing the frenzied look in Chambers' eyes, Healy thought to himself, "This bastard's definitely sick in the head. A complete lunatic, showing symptoms just like that fellow Jiangnan fist saint from the asylum." Suddenly, Chalmers spoke with immense difficulty, his voice sounding as if it was being forcibly squeezed from the depths of his throat with every last ounce of effort. "The game of the gods is over. The god I worshipped asked me to greet you on his behalf." The next moment, a blinding surge of light erupted from Chalmers' body. Amid the dazzling radiance, his flesh and bones gradually faded into transparency, leaving only a phantom-like silhouette, nearly ethereal, as he wrenched free from Hee-jun's grasp. Healy's heart jolted with shock, his eyes twitching in furious disbelief as he stared at the figure dissolving into nothingness. A hunting game? A god's game? Damn your fucking game. Do you really think I have no temper? Heli was furious, consumed with rage at having been played for a fool. He had been led around by the nose all this time, and in the end, it was all just some bullshit divine game. You've had your fucking fun, now you want to leave. Did you ask if I agreed to this? He glanced at Hee-jun, whose expression remained icy as he stretched out his hand again. The once elusive, near-invisible shadow that had slipped from his grasp moments before now crumpled easily into his palm. Heli stared at the faint, almost intangible figure clutched in Hee-jun's hand and growled in a low voice, his words resonating through the room with undeniable authority. Step out and face me. Chapter 73, When Gods Meet. After Heli uttered this low shout, everything around seemed to freeze, as if space itself had halted in this very moment. Before him, Hee-jun still clutched the incorporeal shadow of Chalmers, while the space in front of Hee-jun began rippling like disturbed water. Heeley's face was grim as he stepped first into the rippling water, followed by Hee-jun. The next moment, Heeley stood on the rooftop of the Lanhaunting Hotel. In the dark curtain of night, swirling clouds gathered, forming countless large and small whirlpools of darkness. Heeley gazed at the eerie, swirling clouds in the sky. The winds ceased, all clamoring sounds vanished, the very air grew nearly solid. Everything plunged into an eerily motionless state. The only thing that never stopped was the swirling vortex of dark clouds spinning in the sky. Gradually, the densely packed whirl of dark clouds split open a crack. At the same time, a similar distortion, resembling the dark cloud vortex, appeared in the space not far in front of Heeley, and it too tore open a fissure. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crevice, a young man, tall and robust, dressed in ornate clothing. His golden hair was streaked with brown, and his pale blue eyes caught attention beneath the most striking feature, his prominent nose. He was a Scandinavian. Heli watched him. At the same time, he was also looking at Heli. Heli narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the Nordic man before him. From the moment he had confirmed himself to be an awakener, one of only 13 true awakeners in this world, he had imagined countless scenarios of meeting others like himself. But never had he envisioned it happening now, nor in this manner. And most crucially, he was currently being toyed with by the other party. For a moment, 6 more figures appeared behind Heli, and together with Hee-jun, they all fixed their gaze upon the Nordic man standing suspended in mid-air. Within this frozen space, 2 empowered, or rather, 2 gods, had met so abruptly, without warning. They exchanged silent glances, each trying to fathom the other, their auras radiating purity and divinity. Behind Heli, ripples of water shimmered, while behind the Nordic man, a spatial vortex swirled. The watery ripples and spatial vortices, though distinctly separate, were simultaneously grinding against and tearing at each other, not through their direct power, but through the auras they radiated. The silence did not last. The Nordic man's eyes flickered slightly, shifting from confrontation to scrutiny. Suddenly, with a faint smile, he spoke, "I'm pleased to meet a fellow companion, though I hadn't expected our first encounter to be like this." Hee-jun extended the shadow of the imprisoned chambers in his hand, then abruptly crushed it. Perhaps crushed isn't the most accurate word, because it didn't burst apart, but rather dissipated. The man looked at Heeley's cold and stern expression, then glanced at the slowly dissipating fragments of the shadow. He didn't mind that Heeley had just killed his follower, or rather, subordinate right in front of him. Instead, he introduced himself, "I'm Horty, your companion. I know you're angry, but this was just a little prank." "Absolutely." Heeley cut off Horse's words directly, his sharp eyes locking onto those pale blue orbs. He demanded, "Are you challenging me?" "Of course not. Gods do not challenge gods. Battles and killings between deities may need no reason, but they must always be fair, direct, and honorable." Or wasn't intimidated by Heeley's gaze, nor did he care about Heeley's attitude. He found this perfectly understandable. Just like himself, one could only gain respect, not provocation. "I just wanted to confirm my companion." After speaking, or burst into laughter, making the twisted spatial vortex behind him tremble as his golden brown long hair billowed. Heeley's lips twitched slightly, and the ripples of space behind him multiplied. "Confirm companions?" Heeley couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Still, identifying the enemy?" Hwasi's smile gradually faded. Behind him, the spatial rift abruptly dilated as he said to Heeley, "The game of the gods has begun. All we need to do is wait for those creatures to awaken, and then join in, or gradually turn to face the pitch-black rift." Before entering it to depart, he paused once more, looking back at Heli and saying, "It's wonderful to see you again. Compared to 4,000 years ago, you've become far more overbearing now, but I hope you won't be as easily killed as you were back then." With these final words, or stepped into the spatial rift. Then, the sky returned to its original state, but now, compared to before, it shimmered with a bright moon and countless stars. Phew! Heli slowly exhaled a long breath as the surrounding space shattered like glass. The wind gently brushed by, and the world's clamor returned around them. "It's all fucking Yinping's fault. If he hadn't held me back just now, I'd have fucking chopped that blonde idiot to pieces. Chen Sui, I've noticed all you do is talk big. He Jun, he she, and Uncle Lee haven't said a word. What the hell are you trying to prove? Yan Ping didn't hold back, cursing Chen Sui outright. You dare curse me? I'll kill you first, you repressed bastard. Chen Sui immediately drew the twin blades from his waist. Yan Ping furrowed his brows, raising his left hand slightly as a plain Tang Hung Dao appeared in his grip. His right hand clenched the hilt, drawing the blade from its sheath. Both of you calm down. Don't be so quick to draw your blades. What if you end up destroying each other? Jin Feng mediated with a composed expression. Sai, if you ask me, let's just go to Switzerland. We'll build a little house on the mountainside and live a peaceful life. Xiao Yu paused for a moment before saying, Hoth is Nordic. If we go to Switzerland, wouldn't that be right on his doorstep? You two, stop fighting. Jin Feng, pull them apart. Sheer, don't get any closer. Uncle Lee, hold Sheer tight. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Sui and Yan Ping had already drawn their blades and begun slashing at each other. Jin Feng appeared leisurely and unhurried, feigning mediation while actually pouring oil on the fire. He-she, perched on Li Qin's shoulders, giggled while watching the two men fiercely exchanging blows. Xiao Yu was still rattling on. A car was parked on the street not far away. In the car, Susan pursed her lips, her face conflicted as she watched Helly muttering to himself while walking toward her on the sidewalk. Is this, having a relapse? Stop fighting. That's enough already. We're all fucking brothers here. You really gonna kill each other? Yan Ping, there's an opening in Chen Sui's move. Just shift half a step to your left and you can hit him. Jin Feng, shut the hell up. I asked you to break up the fight, not give fucking combat tutorials. Uncle Lee, knock them both out. Xiaoxi, put those gloves away right now. Xiao Yu, shut your damn mouth. You're neither Jun nor Healy. What right do you have to boss us around? That's right. Mind your own damn business. Xiaoxi, hurry up and dismantle these three bastard sons of bitches. Susan quietly picked up her phone and found Dean Wang's number. Hello, Dean Wang. Chapter 74, I'm going to kill them all. Healy slumped on the sofa, his gaze vacant. A trail of blood from his nose had flowed past his lips, staining the front of his clothes crimson. In his self-awareness, the physical pain paled in comparison to the excruciating torment in his mind. He felt like a balloon, his mental energy like water. As the water kept pouring into the balloon, it kept expanding. The balloon had reached its limits, yet the water continued filling it without cease. But the balloon didn't burst. Instead it broke through its limits again and again, continuously expanding. And as the balloon kept growing larger, it relentlessly tore at Helly's spirit and willpower. This sense of tearing extended from his mind to his physical body. Every inch of his body ached, muscles beginning to spasm and tremble. He could vividly sense each cell in his body pulsating, rubbing against each other, then tearing apart. This sensation reminded Helly of his first electroshock therapy in the mental hospital. That perverse euphoria was identical to his current state. Amid the torment of pain, a shred of feeble consciousness remained. Truth be told, passing out would have been a mercy. Yet it was precisely this wisp of awareness that made losing consciousness impossible. Damn torture, yet utterly addictive. Moments later, Healy's body stopped trembling, his vacant gaze regained focus as he slowly raised his hand, about to wipe the nosebleed from his mouth. A tissue appeared before him. Seeing Xiaolan holding out the tissue with her front paws, Healy forced a smile at the corners of his mouth, took the tissue and wiped away the nosebleed. Patting Little Blue's head, Healy propped himself up, slowly twisted his body, emitting crisp cracking sounds from his bones, then headed to the bathroom. Before long, after finishing his shower, Healy changed into pajamas, sat on the sofa, let out a comfortable sigh, lit a cigarette, rubbed Little Blue's furry head, and asked, Little Blue, do you know Wasi? Healy wasn't incapable of understanding things, nor was he mindlessly questioning a dog. Rather, in Healy's mind, Little Blue was also a divine messenger who should know that so-called deity. Little Blue tilted its canine head, silver-white eyes revealing a pensive expression. Moments later, woof, the dog whimpered while shaking its head, appearing somewhat aggrieved, as if being unable to answer Healy's inquiry was a matter of profound shame. Healy stared at Little Blue in astonishment. In his 20 years of life experience, he had never imagined that a dog could exhibit such remarkably human-like traits. Gazing at Little Blue, Healy contemplated the possibility of conversing with a dog. Tentatively, he asked again, Can you speak? Little Blue lowered its eyes and shook its head once more. Besides doing household chores, what else can you do? Your greatest strength is doing chores without eating? Alright, go to sleep. Wah! Little Blue wagged its tail, hopped onto the sofa, glanced at Helly once more, then curled up to lie down. Sigh. Helly exhaled deeply, leaning back until he was lying down, quietly pondering what Hose had said to him that evening. He grasped several key points among them. The game of gods, delighted to see oneself again, waiting for those fellows to awaken, being effortlessly killed 4,000 years ago. In other words, during that game of gods from 4,000 years ago, he had been effortlessly killed, and the ones who killed him were precisely those gods. But he wasn't even originally from this world. What connection could he possibly have with events from 4,000 years ago? If you say your memory loss is due to reincarnation, then in their eyes, the current you would already be considered awoken, and you don't possess the memories of a god from 4,000 years ago. However, Heli began to doubt he wasn't the god from 4,000 years ago but had, for some reason, become one of the 13 deities. Regardless, he had indeed acquired the identity of a god and had been dragged into the game of gods. If gods could be easily killed 4,000 years ago, then who could possibly slay a god? The answer is obvious: only a god can kill another god. The game of gods is essentially the slaughter between deities. At this moment, Heli's thoughts were tangled, too many loose ends clouding his mind. He poured himself a glass of water and carrying it, walked to the bedroom window to gaze outside. Whenever Heli sank deep into contemplation, Xiaoyu would appear, and this time was no exception. Xiaoyu stood beside Heli, both looking out the window at the street. "How's he, June?" Heli asked. The physical and mental agony he had just endured was related to tonight's events. After Haas left, He-jun had vanished in an instant too, so now he was particularly concerned about He-jun's condition. Xiaoyu said, He-jun's energy expenditure was substantial. During your standoff with Haas, it was He-jun who supported you through that mental confrontation and tearing clash. Because you only have the first stage genetic lock, even He-jun could barely hold on during the final confrontation. Healy smiled bitterly upon hearing this. It was my level that held He-jun back. Xiaoyu shook his head and said, there was nothing to be done about it. Due to our influence, it was extremely difficult for you to unlock the genetic lock. In a way, this is karma. Healy didn't dwell on the matter, instead asking Xiaoyu for his thoughts on the information they had gathered during tonight's conversation with Or. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment before speaking. What I can think of, you've probably considered too. From what we currently know, the gods game involves deities battling each other, and it will continue for quite some time. It's now the year 3657 of the new calendar, and what Hoth referred to as the previous gods game was 4,000 years ago. So, can we speculate that the last gods game began 4,000 years ago, lasting for several centuries until only one deity remained, the ultimate victor of the gods game? Then, ushering the world into a new epoch? After Xiaoyu finished speaking, the two fell into silence. Xiaoyu had presented a terrifying conjecture. Yet this conjecture matched all available conditions with uncanny precision. Yet, what identity did Healy hold then? Was he an awakener, or perhaps, a god? From the current perspective, yes. But Horus said the gods from 4,000 years ago would awaken and join the new round of the gods game. Yet, Healy hasn't awakened the so-called past life memories. Xiaoyu, I always feel like I'm participating in this gods game as an outsider. Isn't that great? No so-called awakened memories, just hunting down those so-called gods with a completely new identity. Doesn't that excite you? Healy took a sip of water and looked at Xiaoyu. Really want to know? Xiaoyu shrugged. If you feel like telling me. I'm not excited. Right now, all I want is to kill them, kill those so-called gods. Chapter 75. Let's go to your place. Dreamless night. Comfortable sleep always manages to relieve physical exhaustion. Checking the time, 9:40 in the morning. Just 20 more minutes, to round it off. 11:37. Heli opened his eyes and yawned. Got out of bed. Had a shower, feeling refreshed for another day. Went to lunch at the Spiritual Management Association building, then played dead on the sofa on the 34th floor, waiting for dinner. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the marble floor looking like it was spread with a golden carpet. After eating his fill, Heli lay sideways on the sofa, drowsy and half asleep. Last night's nightlife was extraordinarily lively, taking a big toll on his energy. Yet, Bai Fei obviously had no intention of letting Healy catch up on sleep. Healy, mission incoming. What mission? Healy struggled to open his eyes and glanced at the communication watch on his left wrist. It was silent, with no alerts. The captain won't be back until tomorrow. Today, you're assigned to patrol the West District, while Tao Shui and I will take the East District, Bai Fei said. Patrol duty? We actually have patrol missions? Heli looked utterly confused, but still sat up from the couch. Bai Fei let out a soft sigh and explained, we used to have them before too, but since the captain had rapid response capabilities, we didn't need to patrol. But now that the captain's away, we have to take our turns. All right. Heli stood up with a comfortable stretch, then waved at Tao Shui waiting by the doorway. Sister Snow. Tao Shui wrinkled her nose with a smile, which served as her response. The three of them went to the armory to pick out weapons. Healy assembled the shotgun while asking, then why didn't we need to patrol this morning? Tao Shui tucked two hunting rifles into the holsters at the small of her back, then picked up a dagger and curled her lip as she replied, since you didn't show up this morning, Fei and I already completed a patrol round. Healy. He loaded a shotgun into the back holster, followed by 3 conduction grenades, 2 portable delayed mines, 5 rifle grenades with adapter tubes, and 10 armor-piercing rounds. The gear Healy was carrying made Bai Fei stare sideways until he picked up a short blade. Bai Fei finally couldn't hold back. Are you some kind of terrorist? Why do you say that, Brother Fei? I'm different now. A shotgun alone doesn't give me enough sense of security. He attached the short knife to the small of his back as he spoke. Oh, Bai Fei was somewhat taken aback, then hefted the long blade in his hand. How could a disposable weapon provide any sense of security? In Bai Fei's understanding, no external force was as reliable as one's own strength, though Li's perspective wasn't necessarily wrong either. Alright, as long as you can carry it. Bai Fei smiled, hanging the long knife on his waist clasp and covering it with his trench coat. Tao Shui stood by watching the two talk after loading her shotgun shells. The demons she could handle were limited to newborn level and 5th rank. Against slightly stronger 4th rank demons, she could only try not to die. As for 3rd rank demons, she just prayed the death wouldn't hurt too much. So, when it came to missions, she generally never voiced her opinions, truly adhering to the most basic principle of being a mascot. The only way she could make her presence felt was by spending money. Of course, everyone knew that while no one thought there was anything wrong with having lower strength levels and truly treated Tao Shui as one of their own, Tao herself didn't see it that way. Min Liang and Jiang Jin possessed not only technical skills but also impressive combat abilities, and Captain Susan went without saying even Bai Fei had once single-handedly slain a 3rd-class demon. Originally, Tao had assumed Healy would be similar to her, perhaps stronger, but still just a newcomer. Yet unexpectedly, on his very first move, Healy had barehandedly beaten a 5th-class demon to death. This hit Tao Shui hard. After all, she was still the weakest link. Treating everyone to meals, taking them out for fun, and occasionally giving gifts, Tao Shui believed these were her ways of asserting her presence within the team. Just like many work teams, there are leaders, a few high performers, some who do the dirty work, a few dispensable members, and always a couple whose role is purely to lighten the mood with humor. Everyone has their own way of surviving in a team, and finding one's place is a matter of great importance. The three left the Spirit Management Bureau. Bai Fei drove with Tao Shui to the Eastern District, while Healy headed separately to the Western District. After driving 2 laps around the entire Western District of Binjiang City, Healy parked in the center, pulled out the car's dashboard, and connected it to his communication watch. The dashboard immediately displayed the locations of all the demonic energy detection devices in the Western District. He adjusted the car seat, reclining comfortably. The weather today was perfect, plenty of sunlight but not scorching, with a gentle breeze. He didn't even need to turn on the air conditioning after rolling down the window. Of course, that wasn't to save on gas money. Hey, what are you doing here? A clear voice came from outside the car as Zhang Qining, dressed in sportswear and wearing a baseball cap. Zhang Qining politely refrained from glancing inside the car, standing about a meter away instead as she watched Healy feigning sleep with half-closed eyes. Healy opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Qining, asking in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Zhang Qining's delicate face furrowed slightly as she retorted, "Why can't I be here?" Then, pointing to the building beside her, she added, "This is my family's company. Am I not allowed to come?" Note, following the strict translation rules provided, I've maintained identical paragraph structure while preserving the original dialogue's defiant tone and contextual details. Healy tilted his head toward the building and asked, didn't you go to school? I didn't have classes this afternoon, so I thought I'd drop by the company for a look. Wow, you're really impressive. My dad is impressive, but that has nothing to do with me. Still, you're the truly remarkable one, Mr. Monster Hunter. Not bad, same as you, just riding on luck. What luck? The luck of rebirth. You're still as infuriating as ever. Zhang Qining cast Healy a sideways glance, then pointed at a Western restaurant ahead at the intersection and said, "I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Mr. Hunter to dinner?" That restaurant. No. Why? Because I'm still on duty. Healy raised his wristwatch and pointed at it. Zhang Qining felt her breath catch in her throat. That bastard really knew how to sting with his words. The most infuriating part was that everything he said made perfect sense. At this moment, the alarm on the dashboard went off. Healy put on his communication earpiece. "Sister Jiang, okay, alright, I got it." As Healy finished speaking, he turned to look at Zhang Qining and said, "Let's go." Zhang Qining asked, "Want to grab something to eat?" "No, to your place." Zhang Qining froze for a moment before asking, "Why go to my place?" "Because someone in your family died." Chapter 76, Obsessed with Watching Cartoons. "Is it my dad?" Zhang Qining's eyes widened at first, then her body trembled slightly as she asked in a quivering voice. This question took Healy by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he shook his head and said, "It's your family's company where someone died. I happened to be in the area, and headquarters sent me to confirm whether it was a demon kill." "Oh, wait, what?" Zhang Qining nodded at first, then suddenly exclaimed in shock. Healy frowned and asked irritably, "Are you sick or something? Why the delayed reaction?" Healy ignored her, slung the backpack filled with various bombs over his shoulder, adjusted his watch, then closed the car door. Turning to Zhang Qining, he said, "Let's go check out your company. Didn't you just come from there?" "Oh, but I don't dare." Zhang Qining hunched over, her face twisted in fear as she kept backing away. Healy sighed and said, "Fine, I'll go alone then." Almost immediately, he added, "But that's your family's company. People have died, trouble's brewing, are you really just going to ignore it?" Zhang Qining hesitated, visibly struggling before taking a deep breath and nodding at Healy, "I'll go." Healy carried his bag as he walked toward the corporate building of Zhang Qining's family. Raising his wrist, he glanced at his communicator watch, still no demonic energy signal detected. Healy suddenly halted. Zhang Qining, who had been following closely behind, abruptly stopped as well. Gazing at his back, she cautiously asked, "What's wrong? Did you sense something?" Healy slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Qining. At this moment, Zhang Qining's eyes were filled with fear, her body tense, clear signs of her nervousness. However, Healy still asked, "When someone died at your company, why was your father the first person you thought of?" In an instant, countless fragments flashed through Healy's mind. As a man who had watched over 700 episodes of Detective Conan, he caught a whiff of conspiracy at this moment. Zhang Qining furrowed her brows, bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly and said, "My family's rise to wealth wasn't exactly honorable. My father made many enemies in his youth. You might have noticed during my school days, people would frequently come to take me away from campus. That was my father fearing for my safety." Healy carefully recalled that during the fashion gala, Tao Shui had also mentioned that Zhang Qining's family had a less than honorable history of acquiring wealth. Moreover, their financial influence couldn't compare to that of Tao Shui and her circle of wealthy young heirs. That's why Tao Shui and her friends seldom included Zhang Qining in their activities. Healy responded with a nonchalant adding, "It's not your father who died, so relax." Zhang Qining glanced at Healy briefly before lowering her gaze. Soon, Zhang Qining led Healy into the building. After Healy showed his spiritual management committee credentials, they took the elevator straight to the 13th floor. Jingxi Furniture Decoration Group Company, Ltd. The 13th floor housed the design department. At that moment, the entire floor was in chaos, footsteps, loud sobbing, and urgent shouting into phones. Healy even spotted several people recording videos and taking photos with their phones, likely to post on social media. Some employees rushed over as soon as Zhang Qining stepped out of the elevator. "Manager Zhang, President Su is dead, it's horrifying. What should we do?" "Manager, don't go over there. It's too gruesome, don't scare yourself." Manager, with something this big happening, are we getting time off?" Healy perked up immediately upon hearing this and quickly zeroed in on the honest soul who had asked the question, a man in a cheap suit with sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, and a thoroughly exhausted demeanor. The very picture of an overworked office drone. After Zhang Qining had combed the group, she turned to look for Healy, only to find that he had slipped away unnoticed. As she scanned the area searching for him, she spotted him already making his way into the department office. Just as Zhang Qining intended to go after Healy, the elevator dinged, its doors sliding open to reveal a swarm of police officers and forensic specialists pouring out. Several junior officers began maintaining order, while the remaining officers and 2 forensic specialists pushed straight through the crowd into the office building. At this moment, Healy stood outside an open office door. Inside was a minimally decorated space dominated by white tones, with a computer monitor positioned to the right of the desk, and a stack of neatly arranged documents piled up on the left side. In the center sat the upper body of a middle-aged woman, her right hand resting on the computer screen and her left hand on a pile of documents, her face wearing a stiff smile as if welcoming visitors into the office, while her lower body, with legs pressed together and tilted slightly to the right, had the prim and proper posture of a lady. Unfortunately, this lady was anything but ladylike at the moment, or rather, downright horrifying. Behind her came the sound of hurried footsteps. The police and forensic team arrived. Healy turned to look and recognized the lead officer, Gui Xian, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. Gui Xian also knew Healy. Back during the Bloody Villa case, Gui Xian was the only man who vomited just 3 times, worthy of his title as captain. Gui Xian hurried over and asked, "Healy, what are you doing here?" Healy replied, "I'm patrolling the area. HQ sent me to investigate the possibility of demon involvement in the killings." Gui Xian forced a weak smile and said, "It can't be demons every time something happens." Healy shrugged, pointed toward the office interior, then stepped aside to make space. Gui Xian looked up, his expression visibly darkening as he took a step forward to peer into the office. After freezing for 2 seconds, he turned pale and stared at Healy. "How do you want me to assist you?" The shift in demeanor was as smooth as the blink of an eye, truly impressive. Captain Gui indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. Healy pondered for a moment before replying, "Let the forensic team enter first. Meanwhile, I'll send the building's information back to headquarters for Sister Jiang to analyze and create a model." "Alright, thank you for your hard work," Gui Xian said courteously before nodding to the 2 forensic specialists. Healy raised his wrist, scanning the interior of the office, then leaned against the doorframe. Opening his watch interface, he slid down his glasses. "Officer Jiang, take a look, can we detect any demonic aura here? Then create a 3D model of this building and send it to me." Got it. 1 minute. At this moment, Zhang Qining walked over nervously, clearly having already learned about the woman's gruesome state in the office. Healy, how's it going? Have you found the demon yet? Zhang Qining stopped in her tracks, leaning against the wall as she gazed at Healy. Healy blinked, looking somewhat perplexed at Zhang Qining as he asked, did I say it was done by demons? Nonsense. Zhang Qining's emotions flared up. She glared at Healy, her voice rising to a near growl as she shouted back. Was the person split into upper and lower halves? Could it really be the work of a human? What kind of deranged killer would do such a thing? After murdering someone, they'd not only cut them in half at the waist but also place the upper torso on an office desk, posed like it's welcoming guests? Healy scratched his head, hesitated for a moment, and said, sorry, I've been watching too many cartoons lately. I think I'm getting a little carried away. Chapter 77 Warning. The enemy is coming through the internet cable. In the end, Zhang Qining dared not glance into the office again. She left, walking somewhat faster than when she had arrived. Healy leaned against the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office lobby, staring at the 3D model of the building transmitted to his smart glasses by Sister Jiang. He then scanned the entire structure using his smartwatch's detection function but found no trace of demonic energy. Wu Xian and his team worked with professional precision, deploying instruments to examine every corner of the room, searching for potential clues while meticulously collecting fingerprints. The bloodstains on the floor emitted a pungent metallic scent, while the internal organs and filth scattered across the desk reeked of putrid decay. Over half an hour passed. After thoroughly inspecting the scene, the coroner took out a body bag and removed the corpse. During the process, the onlookers couldn't help but vomit again. Meanwhile, another person had joined Heli as he waited. Heli glanced over and said, I thought it would be Xiaoyu coming out. Yan Ping asked with slight surprise, why would it be Xiaoyu? Because every time I think, it's Yu Xiao who appears, Heli replied calmly. Yan Ping choked up for a moment, then complained with a bitter expression, am I really so lacking in wisdom? Heli retrieved the lens. At least compared to Yu Xiao, yes. Yan Ping mumbled wordlessly, paused in silence, then laughed. If I appear, doesn't that mean you're not thinking right now? Heli gave Yan Ping a meaningful glance and didn't dwell on the issue further. Turning to face the floor-to-ceiling window, he spun his watch dial and said, in a few minutes, I'll receive a phone call. Care to guess who it's from? Yan Ping thought for a moment before answering, your old classmate. Heli pressed further, and why would she be calling me? Yan Ping answered without hesitation this time, to invite you to her house. And do what at her house? Have dinner together, then tour her bedroom, and finally, enjoy a pleasant game of poker. Healy raised an eyebrow, and after that? Yan Ping tilted her head back, bathing in the afterglow of the setting sun, and said softly, afterwards, she'll take you to meet her father, just like bringing a partner home to meet the parents. I can almost picture a beautiful girl proudly showing off her outstanding boyfriend to her father, one of those rare, most beautiful moments in a girl's life. Then, Yan Ping lowered her head and sighed faintly, adding, what a pity that this beauty is destined to be tainted with blood. Your future father-in-law isn't exactly a whole person. I truly sympathize with you, Healy. You should know that your father-in-law is about to become father-in-laws, plural. You'll need to piece your father-in-law back together, bit by bit, before you can offer him a cup of son-in-law tea. Healy rubbed his nose, lit a cigarette, and chuckled softly. Yan Ping, I feel like I'm getting to know you better and better. Your words are always beautifully embellished, especially at sunset. I can sense a particular kind of romance. For instance, something as gruesome as murder and dismemberment, in your words, becomes a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law. And before serving tea to him, you even have to piece together the scattered remains of the fathers-in-law. But how do you know such details so well? Yan Ping wiped the frivolous smirk off his face and said to Healy with a solemn expression, if I told you, could you keep it a secret for me? Seeing Healy adopt a solemn demeanor in response to Yan Ping's seriousness, he nodded gravely and said, don't worry, I will. Anyone who knows me can tell you that Healy's lips are the tightest. Yan Ping gave a soft hum in acknowledgement. He watched as Healy slowly raised his hand and extended a single finger pointing downward. Following the direction of Yan Ping's finger, Healy looked down at his wristwatch display, which was currently playing footage of Zhang Qining emerging from his father's study, covered in blood. Healy looked up in shock, staring at Yan Ping. So, your ability is accessing surveillance footage? Yan Ping looked at Heli as if he were an idiot and snapped, my ability is to have eyes. When you twisted the watch dial just now, you happened to connect to this company's network. Then, your sister Jiang conveniently used the company's network to link to your old classmate's home network and hacked right into her surveillance system. You should be thankful your old classmate uses the company Wi-Fi at work. Heli rolled his eyes, turned on his heel, and headed straight for the elevator, downstairs, into his car, and off to Zhang Qining's place. Sister Jiang, do you know what kind of demon this is? Heli asked while driving. I'm not sure, you'll need to go investigate, Sister Jiang replied. Heli couldn't help but grumble internally, Honestly, what's wrong with these demon energy detection devices? The monsters practically step right on them without triggering any response. Only after something happens every single time do they finally detect anything. Demon energy detection devices? Bullshit. That's pretty much just Monday morning quarterbacking. Just as Helly was inwardly criticizing the demonic power detection device, his phone rang. Helly exchanged a glance with Yin Ping in the passenger seat, who shrugged in response. Helly pressed his communication earpiece to answer the call while simultaneously transferring the surveillance feed from his watch display to the car's computer system. Healy stared at the footage on the car's computer screen. At that moment, Zhang Qining was holding a phone, her entire body covered in blood, wandering step by step through the living room, tendrils of black mist continuously rising from beneath her feet. Watching the surveillance feed, Healy spoke into the phone, "Hey, old classmate, what brings your call?" Zhang Qining's voice came through the receiver, soft, delicate, so light it instinctively stirred a protective instinct in those who heard it. "Healy, I'm so scared. Why is this happening?" Healy slowed the car to reduce noise, doing his best to prevent Zhang Qining from hearing that he was driving. "Sigh, demons are running rampant. But don't be afraid, I'm a demon hunter now. I'll kill any demon I come across." "Yeah, you're a demon hunter now. We're on different levels. I used to cling to some sense of superiority as a rich second-generation heir, but now I've lost even that last shred of dignity. You know what, Helly, ever since high school, I've had feelings for you. Your pride captivated me, yes. That very arrogance and confidence radiating from your bones was what I adored most. You were just an orphan, yet your intellect and talent made you look down on all of us. I felt stupid and foolish in your presence, like a ridiculous girl who could only flaunt her meager advantages. Please don't speak of yourself that way. I know you're frightened now. I'm coming to find you immediately. Are you coming to see me?" Zhang Qining asked excitedly. "Yes, I'll come find you right now." "No need, you don't have to come find me. I'll go to you instead." "You're coming to find me?" Healy paused in surprise and asked. "Yes, I'll go to you. I'm coming right now. Or maybe I should come instead." Suddenly, Helly froze with a jolt of terror, his words abruptly cut short. Because, on the surveillance footage, Zhang Qining was facing the camera, her face deathly pale, streaked with dripping blood. Those pitch-black eyes were staring straight through the monitor, locking gazes with Helly. Healy was absolutely certain she was making eye contact with him. In that locked gaze, he could even see those pitch-black eyes brimming with venomous hatred. "Healy, I'm coming to find you right now." Then, a ghostly pale hand wreathed in dark smoke emerged from the computer monitor. Healy slammed on the brakes while inwardly roaring, "Damn it, the demons traveling through the internet cable to attack." Chapter 78 The Brave Heart. "Healy, Healy, Healy." Zhang Qining whispered Healy's name faintly, then burst into sobs. "Healy, those rich kids have been ganging up to exclude me, treating me like an insignificant outsider. My mother died young, and my father remarried several wives to have a son to inherit the family business. If I hadn't poisoned those bitches to make them infertile, I don't even know how many younger siblings I'd have by now. Now, my father is finally about to die, and I'll soon inherit the family business. But then, Su Hui, that despicable woman, turns out to be my father's mistress, and she's even pregnant with his child. Tell me, doesn't she deserve to die? Don't they all deserve to die?" While Zhang Qining was speaking, the palm on the display screen had fully extended and was now reaching toward Healy's face. "So you turned into a demon?" "That's right. I'm just a girl, not strong, not wealthy. The only way I could act was by poisoning those bitches myself. But murder? That wasn't something I could pull off alone. You know what? I struck a deal with Mr. Molan. At the time, I thought this might work out. With my own career, with my newfound confidence, I'd finally be able to stand tall in front of you. But that bastard Morin actually disappeared, dashing my hopes once again. I'm in despair, utter despair." Helly fell silent after hearing this. Morin's departure was somewhat connected to him, and Zhang Qining's current state bore some indirect relation to him as well. What absolute melodrama. The most absurd part is how an old classmate turned out to be a psycho who poisoned several stepmothers, eventually transforming into a demon that killed his dad and mistress. And then, the most absurd thing was that this old classmate actually had a crush on her. Zhang Qining, I understand your despair, but the irrational choices made out of despair will only plunge you deeper into it. As Helly's words fell, he raised his hand and directly gripped Zhang Qining's wrist. The azure spiritual energy in his hand instantly enveloped her entire forearm the moment he touched her. Zhang Qining, wrapped in the spiritual energy, cried out in agony, emitting a shrill scream. On the display screen, her body contorted, her face twisted in agony. The inside of her wide-open mouth was pitch black, resembling that of a black mamba snake, dark and venomous, striking fear into those who saw it. Crack, crack. Zhang Qining's arm emitted the crisp sound of snapping bones. Healy narrowed his eyes. Breaking off a tail to escape? You're no gecko. With a sudden backward yank from Healy, Zhang Qining let out another agonized scream. Healy smoothly opened the door and leaped out of the car, dragging Zhang Qining completely out of the display screen with him. With a loud thud, she was pinned onto the asphalt road. Ah! Zhang Qining was still roaring furiously, struggling relentlessly. His fingers clawed at the asphalt, leaving deep scratches, while his body slammed against the ground, creating small craters as rubble scattered in all directions. Healy's face twisted with ferocity as his left hand reached behind his waist, swiftly drawing a short dagger. The blade, shimmering with azure spiritual energy, plunged ruthlessly into Zhang Qining's back, pinning her mercilessly onto the asphalt road. Healy! Healy! Zhang Qining was pinned to the ground by the dagger, her limbs convulsively clawing at the earth while her head thudded rhythmically against the dirt as if venting an inner torment and fury through her keening wails, which sounded more like soul-wrenching sobs. She was calling out Healy's name. Then she ceased all movement, lying still upon the ground as endless tears flowed, tears of blood that seemed to weep of her resentment, sorrow, and bitter despair. Healy first crouched, then settled cross-legged beside Zhang Qining. Lifting his hand, he placed it gently atop her head and gave it a soft rub. He said nothing. He simply watched her in silence. She too stopped crying and was quietly looking at him. Her life was better than most, yet she wasn't happy. That living well equals happiness is a paradox. Having doesn't necessarily bring joy, nor does losing ensure sorrow. Zhang Qining's eyes gradually shed their darkness, regaining their clear black and light beauty. Color returned to her pale cheeks, though the flush that appeared wasn't the glow of health. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qining pursed her lips into a faint smile, her brows relaxing as her eyes brimmed with relief. Softly, she said, "It was a piece of poplar tree root that changed me. It's in the bottom drawer of the wardrobe at home." Healy gave a slight nod. A faint static crackled in his earpiece. It was Sister Jiang notifying the logistics team and by fate ahead to Zhang Qining's home. "Healy, I really like you. I like confident men. That kind of innate arrogance and self-assurance fascinates me." Healy gazed into Zhang Qining's eyes, smiling gently as he whispered softly, "Thank you for being able to like me." Then, he withdrew the dagger pressed against Zhang Qining's back. The blade flashed down, piercing straight through her heart. Before Healy's eyes, Zhang Qining gradually turned ashen gray, then transformed into a human-shaped wooden carving before rapidly shrinking down into a palm-sized, grayish-brown wooden puppet bearing 2 stab wounds where the blade had penetrated. Healy picked up the puppet from the ground, but the moment his palm touched it, the puppet instantly crumbled into ashen sawdust, scattering into the wind. Healy rose from the ground and climbed back into the car. "Being killed by someone you had a crush on isn't a bad ending, at least she'll remember you forever," Yen Ping mused with emotion. Healy gave Yen Ping a sidelong glance and said with exasperation, "But for me, it's a trauma. When even classmates turn into monsters, who can I trust from now on?" Yen Ping's expression was utterly indifferent. "This is a world that lacks trust, after all," he said. "Who can believe in anyone? Come to think of it, Healy, have you ever truly trusted anyone?" Healy started the car and said, "Yen Ping, don't always say things that embarrass people. TSK. Healy, your birthday is in June, isn't it?" "Yes, why do you ask? Don't you already know? You're definitely a Gemini." "What's wrong with being a Gemini?" "Players, that's what." "Just shut up." In the laboratory of the Spiritual Management Bureau building, Bai Fei handed a bottle of milk to Healy and then sat down in the adjacent chair, both of them watching the dazzling data flashing across the large screen. Moments later, after Min Liang pressed the final key, the jumping data on the screen finally settled. Min Liang said, "This segment of tamarisk root has been confirmed as beast type, plant category, second-tier demon, ghost tamarisk. According to the comparative data from the headquarters database, we can confirm that this tamarisk root comes from the Darim Populus Euphratica forest. Sister Jiang has already sent the information to the Ling Management Bureau branch in Darim. Now we need to wait for their feedback before we can finalize the specific action plan." Chapter 79, Restlessness. The next morning, Susan returned from her business trip looking entirely different from her usual corporate elite persona of tailored suits and high heels. She wore a light blue, white-striped fitted dress paired with cream-colored high heels, her long voluminous curls now dyed a wine-red hue. Susan wasn't conventionally beautiful, but her figure was truly exceptional, and she carried herself with remarkable grace. As all eyes turned toward her, she walked confidently through the door, offering the room a bright smile, and lifted the paper bags in both hands, announcing, "I brought gifts for everyone." Everyone exchanged glances, clearly still not over Susan's transformation. Susan didn't mind their reaction. She walked over to the sofa area, placed down her gift, then moved to the bar counter. Lifting her long skirt, she casually perched on the high stool that Tao Shui needed to jump to reach. She rapped her knuckles against the countertop, producing crisp thud-thud sounds. Booze. Only when Susan uttered this word did everyone slowly exhale in relief. Still the same old drunkard, for a moment they'd thought some demon had possessed her. Bai Fei swiftly mixed a drink at top speed, essentially just pouring the base liquor and adding other mixers to dilute the alcohol, with no fancy techniques, since Susan disliked overly elaborate cocktails. After Susan finished her drink, everyone began unwrapping their gifts. Each parcel was labeled with a name. Susan gave Healy an exquisite lighter, Bai Fei an aged bottle of liquor, Min Liang a set of gaming peripherals, Sister Jiang a girlish coffee cup and a pair of designer glasses, and Tao Shui a rose gold bracelet. Aside from Min Liang, who let out an excited howl and rushed back to the surveillance room to test his new gear, the rest lingered on the sofas, admiring their presents. Susan smiled happily seeing how much everyone liked the gifts she'd brought, then took the wineglass Bai Fei handed her and sipped. She was about to say something when she abruptly turned to Healy and asked, "When did you get promoted to 5th level spiritual warrior?" Healy, who was lighting a cigarette with his new lighter, froze for a moment. Becoming a 5th level spiritual warrior? He hadn't noticed. After thinking carefully, he recalled the intense physical and mental pain he'd experienced after returning home that day. Once it passed, he had indeed felt significantly stronger than before. Probably when I was drinking water by the windowsill at home the night before last. Right after finishing the water, I suddenly felt this surge of strength. After Healy spoke, the room fell momentarily silent before the conversation resumed as if nothing had happened. Is there anything more absurd than getting promoted just by drinking? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes earlier, Holy sitting right here, drinking a cup of water, and advancing from the 3rd level to the 4th level as a spirit warrior, then his answer just now would have been pure bragging. But after witnessing one unbelievable miracle after another, one more occurrence hardly seems surprising. From bizarre absurdity to peaceful acceptance, perhaps all it takes is witnessing it once with your own eyes. Susan pursed her lips and swallowed the words she wanted to say. At noon, after finishing lunch, apart from Healy reclining on the sofa and Bai Fei standing behind the bar wiping glasses, everyone else had retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Healy mindlessly scrolled through his phone. Jingxi Furniture and Decoration Company, Limited divided by Board of Directors, may elect new chairman as former chairman Zhang Yong died under mysterious circumstances. Zhang Yong, chairman of Jingxi Furniture and Decoration Company, Limited, and his lover Su Hui were personally killed by Zhang's daughter, involved in property dispute. Following Zhao Industry Group, Su Group, and 4 other large corporations, the owner of Jingxi Decoration becomes the 5th tycoon killed by demonic forces. I have to say, these editors sometimes do have some real skills. They can spin a 500-word essay from just one picture, and what's most impressive is that they actually get it right. All these tycoons, except for Zhang Yong, brought ruin upon themselves. Though Zhang Yong also got what he deserved, after all, his rise to fortune wasn't exactly clean. Bai Fei placed a glass of ice water on the table in front of Healy. Healy said, "Brother Fei, haven't you noticed?" "Noticed what?" Bai Fei asked. "Their deaths, all of them, had something to do with me either directly or indirectly." Healy set down his phone and took a sip of ice water. "So?" Bai Fei looked at Healy with confusion. After a moment's thought, Healy lit a cigarette with the lighter Susan had given him and shook his head. "Nothing, just some random thoughts. Thoughts like that could easily be misunderstood, like all that property of theirs, enough to last you several lifetimes." "Brother Fei, do you think I'm a shallow person?" "Of course. I don't believe someone who enjoys watching excavators fish could possibly have much depth." "Brother Fei, that's casting too wide a net with your criticism. My apologies, I meant you specifically." Fei, you're such a fool." Now that Captain Susan was back, there was no need for patrol duty, so Healy patiently waited at the Spiritual Management Bureau until 6 p.m. sharp, then clocked out right on time. Ever since being crowned as a deity by those big shots, Healy had remained in a constant state of nervous vigilance, with no relief even after confronting Hoth head-on. This game of the gods, as far as one could tell so far, involved 13 deities and their respective divine emissaries battling against each other until only one victor remained, then ushering in a brand new era. At this thought, Healy felt uncontrollable rage. As one of the 13 deities, the other 12 all retained memories of their past lives. But what about him? Not only did he lack past life memories, but even his divine attendant had damn well run off, leaving only a dog behind. Though admittedly valuable and skilled at house chores, a war among gods requires slaughter, not dishwashing and floor sweeping. Thinking of this, Healy, who was driving, slapped his forehead in frustration. Such depressing thoughts. "Healy, you should take a good rest for a while." Keeping steady control of the wheel, Healy reached out to turn off the central display screen and said, "Uncle Lee, it's not depression, it's agitation. Surely you can understand this feeling of mine, the urge to kill everyone who's troubling me. The demons, Haas, those so-called gods, and Susan too. I'm hardly surprised Susan's still on your list." After finishing his playful teasing, Li Qin continued, "Of course you can do this, but you need to grow, at the very least, become a true spirit warrior and unlock genetic locks beyond the 5th tier. Only then can we, at least the few of us, wield some real power, rather than just weakly wiggling the only movable finger under layers of heavy restraints. Last time, when we killed those 3 and confronted Hoth, June, he paid a hefty price. It was his deterrent that kept Hoth at bay, otherwise, you might already be severely injured, or worse, dead." Healy's eyes darkened for a moment, but he didn't press the issue further. Growth was now his most urgent mission, whether it concerned the hunters of the Spirit Management Association, those damned divine envoys, or even the gods themselves. If there's a problem, solve it. If the problem can't be solved, then solve whoever or whatever caused it, even if it's a god. Chapter 80, Divine Arts. Back at home, Helly closed the door, but Li Qin walked right through it as if it weren't there. He headed straight to the sofa, sat down, and turned on the TV without caring what was playing. Background noise was all he wanted. Helly went to the bathroom, washed his hands, grabbed a cup of instant noodles from the kitchen, boiled water, made the noodles, and went back to sit on the living room sofa. Li Qin remarked, "There's a tastier way to make instant noodles." Healy didn't even look up as he replied, "Guess why I'm eating instant noodles?" Li Qin was momentarily speechless. Rolling his eyes, he said, "You should eat out. Anyway, you've got money now. When you're in a bad mood, you should treat yourself to something good, something sweet." Healy replied, "I don't like sweets. You know that." As if sensing Healy's gloomy mood, Xiaolan jumped off the sofa and approached him, lowering her head to nuzzle against his leg. Helly forced a smile, rubbed Xiaolan's head, and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't sell you off because I find you annoying." Xiaolan suddenly looked up at Helly. Looking at the dog's dumbfounded face, Helly couldn't help but laugh. Stroking Xiaolan's chin, he comforted, saying, "Don't worry, I treat those who are truly good to me well too, even if it's just a dog." Woof! Little Blue whimpered softly, lying at Helly's feet with a pitiful expression. Ha! The Devil's City. On the nighttime path, dim yellow streetlights cast shadows of small trees along the road. A man and a woman stood facing each other by the street, the atmosphere as silent as this quiet lane. Whoever is delighted in solitude is either a wild beast or a god. Chengdu finished speaking his piece, then laughed again, whether at himself or in scorn, it was hard to tell. He looked up at the girl and asked, "Have you heard this saying before?" Li Xian gave a slight nod, her eyes meeting Chengdu's deeply earnest gaze, and replied, "Aristotle." "Correct." Chengdu chuckled softly. "I often use that line to console myself." "What happened next?" Li Xian asked again, her words as gentle and tender as when they first met. To Chengdu, the girl's voice possessed a magical power to purify the heart. Yet, at this moment, even though Li Xian's tone and voice remained unchanged, Chengdu strained with all his might yet couldn't detect the slightest trace of emotion. Chengdu smiled. In truth, he'd been smiling all along. A smile can reflect one's mood, but it can also conceal sorrow. "I almost forgot, besides me, you have others by your side, so you won't feel sad. You have so many people to replace me, while I have no one. I'm gradually coming to terms with all the things beyond my control. I don't want to, but it seems this is the only way." Chengdu paused and looked at the girl before him, still as radiant as their first encounter. Perhaps still clinging to a sliver of hope, he asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to say?" Li Xian bit her lip softly and whispered, "If fate allows us to meet again, let's pretend to be strangers." Chengdu turned and walked away. It was mid-August in the Magic City, the height of summer, and swelteringly hot, yet his heart felt bitterly cold. Under the dim yellow glow of the streetlights, the shadows of the trees lining the roadside pulsed with vibrant life. Chengdu walked step by step down the long street, moving slowly beneath the amber streetlights. His shadow gradually elongated, merging into the tree shadows on the ground before disappearing until he reached the next streetlight, where his shadow began stretching anew. Human shadows, tree shadows, solitude blending into vitality, then being pulled apart, repeating endlessly. Walking. Chengdu came to a stop. Head lowered, his face hidden in the shadows, he stood in silence for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "I'm in a really bad mood right now, don't bother me." As Chengdu uttered these words, a figure emerged from the shadows behind a tree at his back. "My apologies, my timing is rather unfortunate." Chengdu turned around with heavy steps, squinting slightly at the man standing beneath the tree. "Mo Lin," he asked, "what brings you here? You should be by your god's side right now." Morin took a step sideways, standing fully under the streetlight. He remained silent for a long while, as if something made it difficult for him to speak. Just as Chen was about to lose patience, Morin finally forced out the words with great difficulty, "I left him." "Left who?" Chen asked, not quite understanding, or perhaps he simply couldn't bring himself to consider that Morin, a divine messenger, might have betrayed his god. Morin took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and said, "I left the god I served. I chose to follow another instead." Chengdu froze, staring blankly at Mo Lin as his mind went completely blank. He thought he must have misheard, even going so far as to pick at his ear and lean forward. "Sorry, I just went through a breakup, might be hallucinating." "Say that again, I didn't catch it." Watching Chengdu's absurd antics, Mo Lin replied with a dark expression, "You heard me. Exactly what you think you heard." Chengdu stood frozen for several seconds, then burst into hysterical laughter. Covering his face as he howled with laughter, he seemed to have completely forgotten that he had just gone through a heartbreaking breakup. The joke was simply too hilarious, he couldn't hold it in. "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Holy shit, Mo Lin, how the hell did you dare to? Ha, ha ha ha." I just got my heart broken, I'm supposed to be grieving, and suddenly you pull this shit? Completely ruined the sad mood, you, damn it, ha. The sacred Mo clan, surviving thousands upon thousands of years, enduring multiple divine wars. How did they end up with someone like you in this generation? What a character. Chendu bent over, leaning against a tree, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. You must be joking with me because I just got dumped, telling some outrageous joke even your ancestors wouldn't dare to crack just to cheer me up. If that's the case, you've succeeded, I fucking laughed. It's exactly what you heard. Mo Lin let out a long sigh, his tone resolute and firm. The god of this era, upon awakening consciousness, has not awakened divine nature. He can't even defeat an avatar of a second-tier demon. What reason do I have to follow him? If I were to die like our ancestors from the last epoch, fighting on the battlefield of the gods, I would feel immeasurable pride, falling in glory and leaving behind my will, and trusting my descendants to faithfully await the coming of the next epoch and continue to follow him. But his weakness surpassed my imagination. I couldn't fathom what a pitiful figure he must have cut when facing other deities. Chendu took several deep breaths, smoothing out his breathing as he forcibly suppressed his laughter. He straightened his back as much as possible, struggling to maintain composure while looking at Mo Lin's ridiculous face without bursting into laughter. Then, he said with solemn gravity, the divine rune Mo family shall perish completely in this era. Their divine rune abilities will vanish. The Mo lineage that has stood for 9 epochs will be forgotten by all. Deities require no companions, but forbid betrayal. Likewise, gods do not accept betrayers. Mo Lin, you who betrayed your god, will likewise be scorned by other deities. The Mo family has become the shame of all divine servant lineages. You aren't even worthy of our contempt. Chendu took a deep breath and raised both hands to form a mystical gesture. The moment the gesture was completed, 2 arcane arrays lit up simultaneously beneath his feet and before him. Shinshu Clan, current divine emissary, Chendu, acting in the name of the gods, executes a traitor. Chapter 81, The Divine Emissaries Battle. You, dare kill me? Mo Lin narrowed his eyes, his pupils flashing with dangerous ferocity. What, don't believe I can kill you? Chendu grinned coldly, his hands crossed before his chest, each forming an eerie hand seal. Suddenly, with a sudden thrust of his left hand forward, Chendu barked in a low voice, subjugate. The white light array beneath Chendu's feet instantly materialized beneath Mo Lin's own. Then the white radiance erupted violently, spewing forth hundreds of luminous threads that writhed like spirit serpents, all stabbing toward Mo Lin trapped within the spell circle. TSK, TSK. Golden runes lit up around Merlin's body, forming a protective barrier against the hundreds of threads. He stared at Chendu, suppressing his anger as he spoke in a low voice. Chendu, I didn't come here to fight with you. Chendu scoffed contemptuously. I know. You're just trying to drag me down with you, to make me betray the god alongside you. The once loyal Hound Divine Art followers would never betray the god, only loyal wolfhounds remain faithful. But you, from the Mo family of divine runes, and me, from the Chun family of divine arts, we're human. As long as we're human, we have emotions, and of course, the possibility to choose betrayal. You're afraid that after the god awakens divinity, they'll either emerge victorious in the divine war or kill you. So you're trying to pull another divine envoy down with you, weakening the god's power. The god's defeat would prove your choice was right. But if the gods prevail, you won't just die, your bloodline will be severed, and the mind rune shall cease to exist. Morin, what a cunning scheme you've devised. You're selfish, utterly shameless. Unfortunately, I lack your shamelessness. The 10,000-year legacy of divine arts won't end with me. Even in death, the mind arts will endure through the god's cycle of rebirth. Morland's face frosted over with a chilling intensity, his icy glare fixed unwaveringly on Shindua's sacred talisman shimmered with golden light around him, shattering the white light magic array beneath his feet in an instant. He pointed a finger forward and uttered a low command, 5 elements talisman. In an instant, 5 palm-sized golden talismans manifested around Shindu, each bearing intricate sigils representing the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elemental talismans interlocked in midair, trapping Shindu within their formation. Swords of metal, wooden spikes, pillars of fire, rushing currents, and clumps of earth all converged upon Chengdu simultaneously. Without haste, Chengdu pressed his right palm downward. The magic array before him instantly rotated horizontally and came crashing down with tremendous force. Divine technique, iron armor. Boom! A deafening roar resounded throughout the entire street. Chengdu glanced at the residential buildings on both sides, then suddenly soared into the air. Mo Lin twisted his wrist, surrounded by 8 talismans, and also shot upward directly charging at Chengdu. It happened almost instantaneously. The 2 figures vanished into the clouds one after another, white light clashing violently with golden radiance as they twisted and darted through the misty layers. Each collision sent shockwaves reverberating with deafening booms, flashing with intense brilliance. From the sky to the ground they fought, then swept across the sea. Divine sigil white lightning. A bolt of white lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly at Chengdu. Chengdu formed a single-handed seal and raised it skyward in a pillar-supporting stance, roaring with all his might. Divine Art Prison Cage. A white array instantly materialized in Chengdu's hand, summoning heavenly thunderbolts while forming an iron prison with 16 pillars that firmly trapped the leaping lightning. Then, Chengdu's left hand also swiftly formed another single-handed seal, which he hurled fiercely toward Mo Lin. Divine Art Venomous Spring. A blinding white light enveloped Moran as an enormous magic array materialized beneath his feet. In an instant, virulent green venom erupted from the formation, swallowing him whole. Chengdu furrowed his brow and fiercely hurled the thunder prison he held in his right hand. His fingers then swiftly formed a seal. Divine Art Ghost Hunt. An even larger white magic array engulfed both combatants. As the massive formation trembled, dozens of spectral soldiers clawed their way out from the glowing symbols with savage howls, hacking their weapons toward Moran trapped within the poisonous fountain. Boom! Golden light suddenly erupted from the green poisonous spring as Mo Lin's eyes shimmered with radiance, the encircling talismanic symbols multiplying from 8 to 16. Divine Talisman, Tortoise Shell. A single golden sigil soared into the sky, emanating brilliant light as it instantly formed a massive tortoise shell that came crashing down upon Chengdu with tremendous force. Chengdu raised his hand, forming a sword finger stance aimed skyward. Divine Art Suppression Slay. A flash of white sword light shot from Chengdu's fingertips, shattering the tortoise shell in a direct strike. Then, as Chengdu's sword finger descended, now pointing directly at Molin, that streak of white sword light cleaved through the night, splitting darkness in two as it aimed unerringly for Molin. Divine Talisman Golden Shield. A golden great shield, towering twice a man's height, blocked that fleeting white sword glare, then shattered together with it. This was a battle between two divine messengers, a contest between divine talismans and holy magic. The divine talisman condensed mental force into intricate seal patterns, thus formed mind sigils. Divine arts condensed mystical formations through psychic power, thus were known as thought formation arrays. They were like two hound dogs at this moment, fiercely tearing at each other, with talismans and arrays entangled, colliding, repeatedly tearing each other apart only to be torn apart in turn. Simultaneously, they darted toward the distant depths of the sea, clashing incessantly along the way, stirring towering waves only to shatter them with equal force. Both sides endlessly deployed their techniques, endlessly sustaining injuries, their blood dripping into the vast ocean below. In the air, on the sea's surface, beneath the waves, wounding, constantly repeated wounding, bleeding, ceaseless bleeding. They cared not talismans and magic arrays, then close-quarter combat techniques. Before parting again, these intense clashes left no room for even a fleeting weakness to escape the other's notice. The battle between the two divine envoys seemed like a brutal rehearsal for the imminent war of the gods. There was no more idle talk between the two of them, now there was only one thought in their minds. Kill him. Morin was fighting for his choices and beliefs, while Chen was fighting to uphold the dignity of the god he followed. Ha! Heli suddenly gasped and sat up from the bed, lifting a hand to rub his violently heaving chest before wiping his sweat-drenched forehead. After a long while, after calming down, he sat dazed on the bed for a while, got up, opened the fridge, took out a bottle of water, and then sat on the sofa. After gulping some water, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Xiaolan jumped off the sofa, walked to Heli's side, and rested its head on Heli's lap, looking up at him obediently. Heli looked at Xiaolan, reached out to pinch Xiaolan's ear, and asked aloud, "Xiaolan, do you think gods have nightmares?" Chapter 82, Real Dream. When normal people talk to their pets, they either hope the pets will obey or simply want to voice their own thoughts. But Heli genuinely wished Xiaolan could answer his question. Unfortunately, Little Blue couldn't speak, or rather, wasn't able to at this stage. After lying in bed and dozing for a while longer, day broke. He got up, washed, went out for breakfast, then headed to work. Upon arriving at the Spirit Management Association, Healy thought he'd be the first one there, but as it turned out, everyone had arrived except for Tao Shui, and they all looked extremely busy. Healy moved closer to Min Liang and noticed him engrossed in reading 2 sheets of paper. Curious, he asked, "Brother Liang, what are you looking at?" Without raising his head, Min Liang replied, "The autopsy report." "Whose autopsy report?" "Su Hui's autopsy report." Healy was taken aback. Su Hui? Wasn't she Zhang Qining's father's mistress? She was cut in half by the demonized Zhang Qining for getting pregnant, killed, and then posed in a welcome guest's posture on the desk. Wasn't it already confirmed that she was killed by the demonized Zhang Qining? Yes, that's what we originally thought. Even Zhang Qining admitted to it before she died. But after the logistics department examined the scene, they concluded that there were traces of 2 different demonic energies on Su Hui's wounds. One belonged to Zhang Qining, and the other, we haven't figured out whose it is yet. Healy took the autopsy report handed to him by Min Liang and skimmed through it, still couldn't make head nor tail of it. Healy asked directly, could it also be a demon infected by the roots of the Euphrates poplar ghost tree? Min Liang glanced at Healy and waved his hand, saying, "Next time, offer some constructive opinions." The autopsy report clearly states they came from the same type of demon. One was Zhang Qining, and the other's identity is unknown. Healy blinked and skimmed through the autopsy report again. Did it really mention that? Is there anything I can help with? Healy asked. Min Liang stopped typing on the keyboard, turned to look at Healy, and after 2 seconds of thought, said, for coffees, croissants, sandwiches, and a 12-inch durian pizza. Understood. Healy acknowledged and turned to leave immediately. In a way, there wasn't much difference between Healy and Tao Shui. The four of them had been busy all morning and hadn't even had time for breakfast, while no one had even informed Healy and Tao Shui to come to work, because having them here wouldn't be of much use anyway. After buying the breakfast, Healy obediently sat on the sofa, watching the four of them shuttle back and forth between the monitoring room and the laboratory, occasionally exchanging a few words, completely ignoring Healy. Ah! Healy sighed softly. Things were truly different now. High-tech was everywhere, rendering someone like him, a combat specialist, utterly useless. Picking up his phone, he opened an app and started reading novels. So entertaining. Healy, West Jiangling Street 115, detecting faint demonic energy fluctuations, 5th level demonic entity. Get over there now. Min Liang's voice crackled through from the monitoring room. In one fluid motion, Healy sprang from the couch, bolted straight to the armory to grab his favorite standard-issue weapons, then raced downstairs to drive toward West Jiangling Street. Seems you're in rather good spirits. Jean Fong materialized abruptly in the passenger seat. You could tell? Healy chuckled. Of course, I only appear when you're in a good mood. When I'm genuinely happy, it should be he/she who appears. Your presence beside me means my mood isn't actually good. Jean Fong shrugged indifferently at this remark and added, that just proves your good mood isn't truly genuine. Can you tell me why? Healy silently watched the flashing red dot on the car's computer screen growing closer, then pressed down on the accelerator. Because I had a dream. Oh, you actually dreamed? Healy nodded. Yes, and it felt very real. As he spoke, he pulled open his collar, revealing the left side of his chest beneath the collarbone where a roughly 3 centimeter long red mark was visible. I was killed. And from behind, too. Jean Fong, do you know what this means? Jean Fong didn't hesitate before answering directly. It means you've been betrayed by someone close to you, someone you trusted deeply, a comrade you'd confidently turn your back to. Healy glanced at Jean Fong. That's right, but I couldn't see the traitor's face clearly. All I could see was the sword tip piercing through my chest, still dripping with blood. The entire world, no, the entire battlefield, was crimson red. Jean Fong pondered seriously for a moment before saying, then from now on, never turn your back on anyone. Healy nodded in agreement, looked at Jean Fong, and said with a smile, that's really a great suggestion. I'm dead serious. Jean Fong shot Healy a disdainful look and said, this isn't just empty talk. Your own strength is the most important capital you have. External forces can't be trusted, especially so-called allies and followers, including your future wife. Healy raised an eyebrow. You're getting carried away now. It was just a dream. But hauntingly real, wasn't it? Jean Fong pointed at Healy's left chest. Healy touched his left chest and said, I'll give your advice serious thought. Alright, we're here. Healy parked the car, glanced at the cordoned-off area ahead where the police had set up barriers, then put on his jacket, grabbed the shotgun, and stepped out. The police always arrive quickly, evacuating the crowd, marking off the perimeter, then retreating dozens of meters away while waiting for the Spirit Management Committee to show up utterly professional. 115, Jiangling North Street. It was a 5-story old residential building with severely peeling exterior walls. The patched plaster marks resembled a painting. Had it been on canvas and displayed in some art exhibition, Healy was convinced the bidding price would be no less than 50,000 yuan. Healy glanced back at the surrounding police cars and the officers behind them holding riot shields and firearms, giving them a thumbs up. This wasn't some Chunibu episode, nor was it an acknowledgement of their professionalism. It was a hand signal, indicating they should stay prepared. He was going in. Healy stepped into the building, pulling out his glasses. A 3D model immediately appeared before his eyes. Sister John's efficiency remained as impressive as ever. 402. Jean Fong, does my genetic lock really restrict your ability usage? Healy was still haunted by the matter of his genetic lock. He wanted to unlock the next stage of his genetic lock, but he had no clue how to proceed. Jean Fong followed Healy up the stairs and replied, yes, but it's not your fault. Compared to others, your genetic lock is indeed harder to unlock, and our strength is constrained by your genetic lock. Still, you don't need to worry about it. Given your current mental state, unlocking your genetic lock might do more harm than good. Why? If I unlock the genetic constraint, I can wield your stronger power. Healy stood by the door, loading his gun. Because your mental energy is insufficient, our power would spiral out of control. As he spoke, Jean Fong kicked open the door of room 402. Chapter 83, I know exactly what's wrong with me. Bang! The door to room 402 was wide open. Inside the living room, a man was crouched on the floor with his back to Healy, seemingly gnawing on something. At the sound of the door opening, the man suddenly turned his head, yes, just his head, his body remaining still as his skull twisted a full 180 degrees. The man's face was covered in blood, his eyes crimson without pupils, his nose sharp, his lips missing, with exposed gums and rows of jagged teeth between fleshless cheeks. Through the headset, Min Liang's voice came through. Beast class, level 5 corpse demon ghoul. Same category as the demon from Swallow Lane. Characteristics, slow-moving, immense strength, fond of flesh and blood. Healy nodded in understanding. It was evident, given the tufts of fur and shreds of meat stuck between the ghoul's fangs. The creature had actually devoured a pet rabbit raw. Roar! The corpse demon ghoul roared at Healy, then sprang forward like a hunting leopard, landing on the coffee table before lunging straight at him. Bang! Healy didn't waste any movement, firing directly. The bullet imbued with Jin Fong's insta-kill chain ability struck the walking corpse demon. The walking corpse demon's body was instantly shattered into pieces. Walls, shoe cabinets, floors, ceilings, everything was splattered with blood. Healy frowned and said, I prefer their abilities more. At least when used, they're cleaner. Jin Fong curled his lips and said impatiently, stop being picky. Having something to use is already good enough. Healy was about to leave the room and hand it over to the logistics department. At this moment, Jin Fong said, there's something in the bedroom. Healy withdrew his foot that was about to exit the room, glanced at Jin Fong, and headed straight for the bedroom. Pushing open the bedroom door, the pungent smell made Healy involuntarily frown. A computer desk, bed, small wardrobe, and the nightstand by the bed. Jin Fong glanced around and pointed at the nightstand. Healy nodded and walked to the nightstand, opening the drawer. The moment he pulled the drawer open, Healy froze like a statue. After a moment of stunned silence, his hand trembled as he reached inside, pulled out the contents, and threw them onto the bed. Seductive XXXXXX, my high school triple X, big XX sister XX. Healy raised his eyelids and stared at Jin Fong. Are these adult films what you're talking about? Jin Fong couldn't help rolling his eyes. Do I look that shallow to you? Look at this, he said exasperatedly. Jin Fong pointed at the drawer. Healy took out all the discs from the drawer. Underneath them lay a necklace box. Healy glanced at Jin Fong, who nodded in response. Healy opened the necklace box. The moment the necklace box was opened, the alarm on Healy's watch suddenly sounded. Inside the necklace box lay a section of ghostwood root from the Euphrates poplar, identical to the one from Zhang Qining's home. Healy gasped sharply, another segment of the ghostly poplar root. This person had obtained this root fragment and became demonized, but that wasn't the most critical issue. The most important question was whether there were other ghostly poplar roots scattered throughout Binjiang City. Brother Aliang, I found another segment of ghostly poplar root. This person turned into a demon. It must be related to this root fragment. What? Come back immediately. Understood. Healy placed the necklace box containing the ghostly poplar root into his backpack and glanced coldly at the filthy substances on the bed. With a disdainful snort, he thought, these unsightly abominations must be destroyed. Then, he stuffed everything into the backpack in one go. With that, he turned and walked away. The Spiritual Management Committee building. Susan, Bai Fei, Min Liang, and Sister Jiang huddled around the computer, engaged in animated discussions, frequently picking up the phone to contact the logistics department, headquarters, and the Dareem branch, swamped with work. In the lobby, Healy and Tao Shuo exchanged a silent glance, then simultaneously turned their heads away with a soft sigh. Healy scratched his head, wondering when he could clock out. Tao Shuo looked at Healy, pursed her lips, and asked, do you want to grab something to eat? Healy, spaghetti? Tao Shuo, I'll have the black pepper duck breast. Healy, I'll take the black pepper beef tenderloin. Tao Shuo, okay, I'll order. Anything else you'd like? Mushroom cream soup. Alright, then I'll also have the steamed clams and sake. Do you want some steak as well? Okay, I'll have the ribeye. Alright, I'll have the sirloin. Tao Shuo pressed her phone and made a call. It's me. I've sent the menu over. Deliver it as soon as possible. Tao Shuo's actions thoroughly baffled Healy. Wait, so when she said order food, she meant sending the menu to her family's restaurant and having them deliver it? Rich second generation, how enviable. Before long, the takeout arrived, and the two sat down on the couch to dig in. Tao Shuo watched Healy carefully cutting his steak and pushed the steamed clams and wine toward him. Healy looked up with a faint smile. Thank you, but I'm not particularly fond of seafood. Tao Shuo nodded with a soft hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Healy several times as if struggling internally. Finally biting her lip, she asked, Healy, when you were admitted to the psychiatric hospital, were you diagnosed with schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder? After asking this question, Tao Shuo immediately waved her hands in explanation. I don't mean anything by it, I'm just curious. Because the symptoms of schizophrenia involve difficulty distinguishing between fantasy and reality, its most distinctive feature is constantly feeling that someone is trying to harm or surveil you. Dissociative identity disorder involves possessing different personalities, childlike, joyful, or even violent. After reviewing your medical records, I believe you have dissociative identity disorder rather than schizophrenia. Sorry, what I meant was, your mental state is quite good, it's just that sometimes you talk to yourself. Healy smiled and said, "It's alright, I understand your concern. I used to think I had multiple personality disorder, subconsciously splitting myself into different personalities." Healy set down his knife and fork, picked up a spoon to stir his mushroom soup, slightly frowned and shook his head. "But, I don't have multiple personality disorder." He looked seriously at Tao Shui and said, "I mean schizophrenia in the literal sense. I don't know if you can understand that." Tao Shui pondered for a moment before saying, "You mean, your mind and consciousness have split?" Healy didn't know how to explain it either, so he simply nodded and said, "More or less. I know my body well. There's a fundamental medical difference between dissociative identity disorder and schizophrenia, so I'm certain I have schizophrenia. But it's fine. It doesn't really interfere with daily life, does it?" After speaking, Healy felt his wording wasn't quite appropriate and added, "I mean, it doesn't interfere with my own life." Tao Shui still didn't quite understand and remained somewhat confused, but she decided not to press further. It wasn't polite to keep asking about someone's mental health issues. She had only asked this time because she couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. At this moment, the 4 people from the lab hurried out. Susan looked at the 2 sitting in the lounge area eating and said to Healy, "Healy, come to my office for a moment." Chapter 84. Who's the second best? Me? On a business trip? Healy looked at Susan sitting across from him in astonishment. Ignoring Healy's surprise, Susan nodded and explained, "You've been with the Spirit Management Committee for less than a month. Besides your gene lock still being at the first stage, your spiritual power has already advanced from level 3 to level 5. Though it's hard to believe, considering you're an awakener, I don't find this too outrageous after all. However, your progress is too rapid, it'll draw headquarters' attention. I've been wondering how to handle this situation. And coincidentally, the Dareem branch is short-handed for investigating the Poplar Ghostwood. They need reinforcements, so I want to send you there. This isn't just about investigating and locating the Poplar Ghostwood, but also to keep you out of headquarters' sight." Healy complained, "Captain, 90% of the world's populous Euphratica trees are in our country, and 90% of those are in the Dareem River Basin. What's more, the haunted populace looks exactly the same as ordinary ones. You're asking me to find a single haunted populace that's become a spirit in this vast forest of them. How many lifetimes would that take me?" Susan watched Healy's complaints calmly and, once he finished, said bluntly, "Stop pretending. What's the point of putting on an act between you and me?" Healy chuckled and replied, "Well, procedure has to be followed." Susan glared at Healy, then fell silent for a moment before saying, "I do have something to ask of you, which is why I've helped you so much. I left the Hunters group and came to Binjiang specifically for you, the Spirit Awakener." Healy raised an eyebrow. Was she finally going to lay her cards on the table? However, Susan's tone shifted abruptly, her expression turning serious as she looked at Healy. "I know you suspect my motives, that you've been waiting for me to show my hand, and you have every reason to doubt me. Breaking the rules to shield you, going all out to protect you, and testing you several times to see if you're truly the Spirit Awakener. I'm sure you've noticed all of this. The unspoken understanding between us ends here. Healy, your main purpose for going to Dareem this time isn't about any ghostly poplar trees, it's to avoid the surveillance from the Spiritual Management Committee headquarters. The remote location of Dareem will provide some cover from headquarters. By the time you return, you might already be a Tier 6 or even Tier 7 spiritual warrior. Such rapid advancement during long-term missions is plausible. When you return, we can have a detailed discussion. I'll also present my conditions to you, conditions that are, of course, within your acceptable limits." Susan paused, looking earnestly at Healy, and said, "Because my condition is actually quite simple for a god. Promise her. Promise her." Before Healy could respond, Jin Fong and Xiao Yu, who had appeared at some unknown moment, spoke simultaneously. Healy's gaze wavered. He looked left at Xiao Yu, then straight ahead at Jin Fong perched on Susan's desk. No one else was present. This was the first time these two had appeared together. Yet precisely this circumstance revealed Healy's inner struggle between icy detachment and rational thought. But strangely enough, while Xiao Yu choosing what's best for Healy makes sense, what's up with Jin Fong? This is so unlike him. Noticing Healy's peculiar stare, Jin Fong scowled and snapped, "What are you looking at? I just enjoy killing people, but I'm not some brainless lunatic like Chen Sui." Jin Fong badmouthing Chen Sui +1. "Alright then, when should I leave?" Healy asked. "Tomorrow morning then, I'll have Sister Jiang book your ticket." "Sure, can you book one more ticket for me?" Susan froze for a moment before asking, "Booking tickets for whom?" Healy blurted out, "A dog." Susan froze for quite a while before regaining her composure. Rubbing her forehead, she said, "Let's check the luggage in." "Alright, I'll go home and pack my things then." On the road, Healy drove steadily, with Xiao Yu in the passenger seat. Jin Fong, the loser of their seating dispute, sat cross-legged on the front hood, albeit facing Healy, a key reason for Healy's measured driving. Susan tore through that unspoken layer of gauze between you. "That's good for you, at the very least. She can still shield you until you've gained enough strength to protect yourself." Xiao Yu analyzed the current situation. Helly nodded in agreement. Currently being weak was an undeniable fact, though of course, his frame of reference was those gods. Without the 7 Like Jun backing him, he would have already been finished that night when facing off against Or. Helly turned to Jin Fong, whose face was twisted in resentment, and asked with a smile, Mr. Jin, what are your thoughts on this? Jin Fong responded, my opinion aligns with Xiao Yu's, but here's the difference, once you grow powerful enough, kill Susan first, damn it. If you're interested in her, have your fun with her before finishing her off. Helly promptly disregarded Jin Fong's tempting suggestion. Then, Jin Fong pointed at Xiao Yu and sneered coldly, it's not that I can't beat him, I just didn't want to wreck this car. I'm not as reckless as he is. If we were anywhere else, I'd beat the shit out of him. Healy nodded in understanding and said soothingly, got it. Mr. Jin was considering the bigger picture. When it comes to fighting skills, I'd say you rank at least second. Xiao Yu curled his lip disdainfully. So, Healy, that's what you think? Li Qin's voice drifted eerily from the back seat. Healy, is that true? Helly, do you really think so? Yan Ping's voice was melancholy as he sat on the other side of the back seat. Healy, Helly, pull over at the park ahead. I'm going to kill that worthless braggart Jin Fong. The crisp metallic sound of Chen Sui unsheathing his blade rang out from the car roof. Helly sighed softly, feeling like a kindergarten teacher praise one child and the others immediately grow jealous. Big brother, I'm actually the most powerful. She appeared in Healy's arms, pouting her little mouth with grievance, on the verge of tears. Healy, with deadfish eyes, drove slowly while on the roof of the car. Jin Fong and Chen Sui were already fighting. In the passenger seat sat someone with a sinister grin. The one behind was pulling a long face as mournful as a donkey's, while the other looked utterly heartbroken as if suffering from a breakup. With a little one still sitting on their lap, probably unreachable without at least 2 ice creams as bribery. Ah, life is tough. Jun, can you please come out and sort them out? In the Spiritual Management Bureau's monitoring room, Min Liang's terrified shout echoed, Captain, the psychic energy detector signal source in Healy's car is about to explode. Healy rubbed his nose. They had been discussing serious matters just now, right? Or was it? Probably, yeah. Chapter 85, The Snow Lotus of Tianshan? A warm breeze carried stifling heat, waves of scorching air brushing against his face like a broom sweeping over and over again. Outside the Shache Yarkan airport, the bustling crowd moved in all directions. Their accents varied, locals mixed with out-of-towners, but they all shared one thing in common, their attire was uniformly. Short skirts, shorts, lightweight jackets, thin t-shirts, shearscarves. Xinjiang truly has no shortage of beautiful women. Healy quickly put on his sunglasses. As for why he wore them, there was no other reason, he was afraid of getting punched. Behind, Little Blue arrived belatedly, dragging a suitcase. Sigh. Helly let out a sigh. Little Blue, with such low efficiency, it's hard for me not to fire you. After arranging the suitcase, Little Blue squatted in front of Helly, tongue lolling, tilting its furry head while blinking at him. I'm not a full-time nanny, nor a personal butler, I'm just a dog, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, Little Blue lowered its head, arching its body with a threatening growl. Are you going hunting? Helly froze for a moment, looking at Little Blue with confusion. Then, Helly also furrowed his brow and glanced to the right. Holy shit! This is Healy's inner monologue. A man dressed in camouflage and wearing heavy boots walked towards Healy. That wasn't the most striking thing. What truly shocked Healy was that this man stood over 2.5 meters tall. His camouflage outfit stretched tight like a bodysuit, each step taken with deliberate solidity. Every step seemed to make him feel the firmness of the ground beneath him. The man held a photograph in his hand, glancing alternately at Healy and then at the photo. Healy took off his sunglasses and looked at the man. He bent down to pat Little Blue's head reassuringly, then pulled a photo from his pocket, the one with a string of phone numbers written on it. After careful comparison, confirmation was made. That oversized round face was unmistakable. Only after Healy removed his sunglasses did the man finally complete his own comparison. He waved at Healy and grinned broadly with simple delight. Truth be told, this was Healy's first time looking up at someone. Susan was taller than him, but not by more than 10 centimeters. But this man, as Healy observed when he approached, must have stood nearly 70 centimeters taller than him. What does that mean? It's like Healy standing in front of elementary school kids, and they'd have to be below 4th grade. Is that Healy? Yes, it's me. Hello, friend. Healy nodded enthusiastically in greeting. Hello, my friend. I'm Core to Grayleys. Just call me Core. Core extended his hand toward Healy. Helly also extended his hand. The handshake felt like holding a child's hand before adulthood. Damn this snug sensation, so tight. The car's over there, let's go. Core enthusiastically picked up Helly's suitcase. Yes, picked up, not dragged. Just like O'Neill drinking mineral water. Healy's normally sized suitcase looked like a kiddie version in Core's hands. No, what it really needed was a Winnie the Pooh pattern to complete the picture. Core, are you from southern Xinjiang or northern Xinjiang? If I remember correctly, this should be the southwestern district. which belongs to southern Xinjiang. You're very knowledgeable. Kashgar Shache is a beautiful city in southern Xinjiang, but I'm Tajik. Tajik? A European? Yes, I must say, your knowledge surprises me. Few people know about our ethnicity. Cole chuckled loudly, placing Heli's suitcase into a large, high-clearance off-road vehicle before opening the rear door to let Xiaolan in. Xiaolan glanced at Heli for confirmation. Receiving a nod, she leaped gracefully into the back seat. Heli opened the passenger door, got in, and said, "Not at all. The Tajik people are very renowned. The eagles of the Pamir Plateau. You guard our country's southernmost frontier at the 4,000-meter-high Pamir Plateau. The Tajik people have lived there for generations, and every one of you is a border guardian. I deeply admire that." Kor gave a proud smile when he heard Heli compliment them as the eagles of the Pamir Plateau, which then turned into a shy grin. "This is our mission and responsibility," Kor said, his voice filled with pride. Then, Kor continued, "As for the ghost poplar root samples you sent over, we've pinpointed their locations to Jinhu Poplar Park in Puce County and the Great Poplar Forest along the Darim River. Our mission destination is Jinhu Poplar Park, Golden Poplar Park." Heli silently repeated the name, then asked, "How many poplar trees are there in that place?" The driver Kor gave Heli an awkward glance. Heli immediately understood, saying, "I got it, no need to explain. Let it be. That question is stupid enough. Asking how many poplar trees there are in Xinjiang is even more pointless than counting how many grains of rice are in your rice jar at home." Shache Yarkan Airport is only 20 kilometers from Zipu County and 24 kilometers from Golden Poplar Park. The two decided to grab a meal in Zipu County first before heading to Golden Poplar Park. One large portion of braised lamb, 5 spiced claypot pigeons, 3 caddies of beef tendons, 1 roasted fish, 1 portion each of blood sausage and stuffed lungs, 10 baked buns, and 2 bowls of noodles with pigeon meat. Heli looked bewildered and asked, "Brother Kor, this food you ordered?" Kor looked at Heli, thinking his hospitality had been inadequate, then sheepishly smiled and said, "Sorry about this, Brother Heli. We've still got assignments to handle this afternoon. After we confirm the mission location, come to my place tonight. We'll have roasted whole lamb and yak meat." No, that's not what I meant." Heli quickly waved his hands and asked, "But we ordered so much, won't it go to waste if we can't finish it?" "How could we not finish it?" Kor looked astonished, then lamented with a regretful sigh, "What a shame we've got assignments this afternoon, no drinking for us." With that, Kor shook his head with a grin, pulled a pack of the Snow Lotus Supreme Red cigarettes from his pocket, and offered one to Heli. "Brother Heli, care for a smoke?" "Okay." Heli took out a cigarette and clamped it between his lips, then produced a lighter. He offered to light Kor's cigarette first. After several polite refusals, Kor finally leaned in with a smile, cupping his hands around the lighter as it flared to life. Truth be told, when Kor's large hands came shielding over, Heli could no longer see the lighter's flame at all. The two men puffed away, falling into casual conversation. "Kor, your name is Kor Tagle. Does it have any special meaning?" Ethnic minority names usually carry special meanings, such as beloved, dear, morning flowers, proud eagles, and the like. Upon hearing Heli's question, the previously forthright Tajik man suddenly became bashful. After taking a drag from his cigarette, he said, "Tagle, in the Uyghur language, means Tianshan snow lotus." Heli nodded, looking at the burly man sitting across from him who was still taller than Heli standing. Calling him something like Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, the Heavenly Mountain Snow Lotus grows on the snowline at an altitude of 4,000 kilometers.